What's up, everybody? I'm Jesse Cofield. Welcome to The Sweat. We're going to hit you guys with 50 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice. It's going to be great. And then we got 6 Madden Sims coming your way, starting with Browns at Colts with Kaufman and Christian. Going to be amazing. But let's start on the diamond. DraftKings contributor Stan Sun, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman, are here for MLB pickoffs. So favorite plays at the following positions on tonight's MLB slate. We're going to start with pitcher. Stan, who are you going with?
I'm going with Christian Javier, 9,300 versus Seattle. I wish the price was, a little bit cheaper, but it is what it is. On the season, he has a 1.27 FIP. The swinging strike rate is 13.1%. In 13.2 innings, he has 20 strikeouts, only 3 walks, 0 home runs allowed. And it hasn't been due to, good luck. The BABIP and left on base numbers have been normal. The Mariners, they're 9th in strikeouts and 14th in ISO against right-handed pitching.
All right, Eric, where are you going to go for your favorite play at pitcher?
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit cheaper for this one. I think the cheapest pitcher I like tonight is Aaron Sanchez at 7,200. Anytime you can face the Rockies outside of Coors Field, that's exciting. They're tied for the worst offense in the league this season by WRC Plus at just 777, hitting just 238 even while playing half the games at Coors Field. Sanchez's workload is a bit of a worry, but he has reached 5 innings in 3 of his 4 starts. He doesn't own his 1.83 ERA. There's some good luck there, but he is pitching pretty well. Doesn't strike out a ton of guys, but is hardly walking anybody, just a 5% walk rate, and he's getting a ton of ground balls, nearly 60%. So I think he's not going to give up many runs against a Rockies offense that doesn't really score on anybody.
Okay, Eric, so you're saving some money at pitcher there. How about infielder? Where are you going?
Let's go with a mid-price first baseman here, Eric Hosmer. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, whose ERA starts with a 7. That's never good. I think the power breakout for Hosmer last year was real. He was a guy that always hit the ball hard, but he smashed it into the ground. And last year he started swinging like a power hitter, so that 517 slugging exactly matched his expected slugging last season. His ground ball rate is back up this year, but he's still hitting pretty well overall. And I think he's way better than the 18th most expensive first baseman that he's priced at on this slate.
All right, Stan, where are you going? Eric went in the mid-level tier. How about you?
I'm going to go a little cheaper. I guess he could be considered a value as well, but I do like him. Gio Urshela, I know he's not sexy. 3,100 at Baltimore. Faces Bruce Zimmerman, who's a lefty. He's allowed 4 home runs in 21.2 innings, 3 of them to righties. In his career, granted, it's only been 28.2 innings, but the slug is, .513 against righties, while the strikeout rate is only 13.6%. Urshela, he's kind of on a little heater right now. He homered on Sunday, went 2 for 4 last night. ISO is 191. And, I like all the cheap righties against Zimmerman. Yes, even Gary Sanchez.
All right, Stan, how about an outfielder that you're going with?
Shohei Ohtani immediately jumped out to me, 4,300 at Texas. I want to pick on Mike Fulton-Evans today in the Rangers bullpen. Fult's swinging strike rate is only 8.4%. The FIP is 6.78 compared to 5.32 ERA. And he's had good luck. The BABIP is 222. Left on base percentage is 88.6%. In 22 innings, he's allowed a whopping 8 home runs. Ohtani has 7 by himself. He also has 3 stolen bases. So, there's multiple paths, to get those fantasy goodies. His ISO is a ridiculous 377. It's like video game numbers. And, once they get Fulton-Evans out of the game, the Rangers bullpen, they have the 7th highest FIP.
Eric, an outfielder that speaks to you.
Yeah, I went a little bit cheaper in the first 2, so I'm going to spend some money here and go for JD Martinez at 5,700. He's an interesting story over the last couple of years. He was complaining about the loss of in-game video, which was a result of the fallout of the Astros scandal last season. He was complaining about it before the start of the year, so maybe we should actually believe him when he says that's the reason why he had a really terrible year last year. The video's back this year, and so is JD Martinez. He looks every bit the star he's always been. He's slugging over 750, probably going to fall a bit, but his expected slugging still 661. He's got 7 homers, 1 shy of the league lead. So it looks like JD Martinez, and he's got the platoon advantage against David Peterson, who is nobody who should scare us at all. So I'm willing to pay up there.
Okay, we talked about who you're paying up for. How about a value pick here, Eric?
Yeah, let's go with another outfielder in Brandon Nimmo at 3,700. The main thing that interests me about him is I want to get as many Mets as I can against Garrett Richards, who's got a 6.48 ERA on the year. He's walked more guys than he struck out. Just really looks like he doesn't have it at all this season. Nimmo should get the platoon advantage against him and lead off. So if the Mets score a lot, he should be scoring multiple times. He's having a great year himself, although a BABIP over 500 is definitely not going to stick around. So expect his numbers to fall a bit, but even his expected batting average is over 300 after sitting under 250 last year. So he's hitting well, and he's got one of the easiest matchups on the slate.
Stan, where are you going to go for value?
Going to Cole Calhoun, 2,800 versus San Diego. Chris Paddock, he's a decent pitcher, but he, two-pitch pitcher. He has difficulties against lefties. The strikeout rate decreases by 8%, and the FIP is almost a run higher against against lefties. In 18 innings this year, the strikeout rate is 15% lower, while the FIP is almost 2 runs higher. Calhoun, he's always feasted on right-handed pitching, career ISO of 202 compared to 136 against lefties. He has 2 homers on the season, ISO is 200, and he's batting second, and he's sub 3K. So,
all right, how about your favorite sportsbook bet of the night, Stan? What's it going to be?
Go Washington under 4.5 runs. Last night it was minus 106, so now it's at 120. So that kind of, gives me, I guess, some confirmation, I guess. The Nationals offense, they've been so inept without Juan Soto in the lineup. Over the since he's been out of the lineup, which was April 7th, that's 18 games. Washington is last in ISO at 114. 26th in the WOBA, 29th in runs scored. They've scored fewer than 5 runs in 11 of those games. Over the last 7 games, they've scored 5 runs or fewer in 5. Trent Thorne, he's an opener. He's only going to pitch 2 innings, but he's decent. He has a 2.79 FIP, and the Toronto bullpen, they have the 5th lowest FIP.
All right, where are you going, Eric? Favorite sportsbook bet of the night?
Yeah, I was taking a look at some over-unders for this one, and I think Yankees-Orioles is set pretty high at 9.5, but I don't think it's high enough. The teams are combining for 9.8 runs per game already this season, so they'd have to have a lower scoring day than normal, and I don't think that's going to happen when we've got Corey Kluber against Bruce Zimmerman on the mound. Bruce Zimmerman is Bruce Zimmerman, and that's pretty much a back-end starter, doesn't strike anybody out, was never much of a prospect, ERA 4.57, but could be worse. And Corey Kluber is not Corey Kluber, unfortunately, after all his injuries. Just a 19.2% strikeout rate with a 15.1% walk rate. He's got an ERA of 5.40, and the ERA estimators are all a lot more pessimistic than that. And it's a hitter-friendly park, so I think we're going to see more runs than average from these two teams in this game, and all it would take is an average performance to hit that over.
All right, good insight, guys. Good stuff as always. All right, NBA is coming up next. The Sweat will return. Don't go anywhere. everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, but you already knew that. And you also know these guys, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. They're here for NBA chase or fade. So agree or disagree with the following DFS or sportsbook plays on tonight's 6-game NBA slate. Okay, Luka Doncic and Steph Curry facing off tonight in SF. Curry has been on a roll, averaging over 50 DK fantasy points over his last 5 games. That's a lot. He's $600 cheaper in salary tonight than Doncic. So, Kenny, chase or fade, you want Curry in your lineups over Luka.
Yeah, I'm as a scorer of late. Like Kenny said, Luka has 42 points combined over his. The degree of difficulty of the shots that Luka takes. Not that Steph doesn't take difficult shots.
Sorry, Nick, are you chasing KD tonight against the Raptors?
Yeah, I think I might. There are very few players in the league who can miss games and be constantly kind of banged up with injuries that are fairly serious. And as we've seen multiple times, it's something that you can tweak at any moment throughout the season. Very few guys can just come back and instantly look as great as we've ever seen them, like Kevin Durant did in that game against Phoenix on Sunday. I mean, look at Anthony Davis. He's played 3 games and still hasn't quite looked like himself. Durant is unbelievable. And, as he proved on Sunday, he doesn't need to play 37, 38 minutes to meet value. I mean, he can do it when he's kind of on this soft minutes restriction with Brooklyn, 100% focused on making sure he's healthy for the playoffs. So, 8,300 is a bit of a tough pill to swallow for somebody who, maybe only plays 28 or 29. But again, it's Kevin Durant, and he's more than capable of meeting value, even in limited action in a game that could potentially be a blowout, if Toronto reverts back to what they were doing last week and ends up sitting a lot of regulars.
Kenny, what do you think? Are you chasing KD against the Raptors?
Yeah, I can't do it here. This KD is not going to endorse that KD, because when you look at the Toronto Raptors defense, they are 10th in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. They've actually played really, really well on that side. And then you go ahead and you look at Kevin Durant. He's only had 5x value in 2 of the last 9. And that's sort of what you're hoping for here at 8,300. I think that you would be disappointed if he had, 40, 42 DK fantasy points and just flirted with value here. On the other side of the coin, I mean, look, he's just, he looked good last game, but I want to stress how he looked, the 10 games before that. I mean, he never really broke out and shattered all your expectations that many times. So I'm cool on him. And I also love that there's 3 guys in this price range. You want to talk about Malcolm Brogdon, CJ McCollum, the 2 that I really like, or Karis LeVert if you want to go crazy. There's a really high total here in Indiana and Portland, which we'll get to later, but 234.5 implied total. The Pacers are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. Brogdon is locked into a ton of minutes. He's been looking great. He's been a value hitting machine. And then you've got CJ McCollum, who plays like 38 minutes a game, who hasn't really broke out yet, but this could be a good game. 2 bad defenses and a really, really fast paced game. So there's so many options in this range that I like. I can't pay $8,300 for a guy that I know is going to be super chalky tonight, especially when he's been letting me down.
All right, let's take a look at the sports book now. Okay, Celtics are the heaviest favorite on the slate, 11.5 points over the Thunder. Kenny, chase or fade that they cover that spread?
I am going to chase that the Celtics cover the 10.5 points here. Now, I learned my lesson last night. Well, let's back up here. I didn't really learn that much of a lesson last night because the Philadelphia 76ers decided to play their entire team where I thought they would just punt the game, and they won by like 30 points. The Thunder didn't look like they had any sort of chance there. And when you look at the players that played for the Thunder, you realize why. I mean, Darius Bazley and Ty Jerome were their leading scorers. They had Jalen Horde playing 16 minutes. They are banged up without Lou Dort. I don't think he's going to play on the second night of a back-to-back. Of course, you want to take a look at the injury report just to know, but look at the Boston Celtics. They're 16-13 at home this year against the spread. The Thunder are 5-8-1 on the second night of a back-to-back. I just think the stars align here. The Celtics, they haven't really covered all season long. They've been a bettor's nightmare, but at home, they have been good. They have covered at home, especially as home favorites. So I like Boston here to cover the 10.5 points. They seem to be peaking right now. They seem to be getting healthier, playing together, playing better basketball. Brad Stevens is off the hot seat now, and this is a great matchup for them.
All right, what do you think, Nick?
I'm with Kenny again here. And this number I'm seeing now at the DK Sportsbook is up to 11.5. And honestly, that doesn't really change my mind. And it's not so much about Boston for me as it is about what version of the Thunder we're going to see. Like Kenny said, you start to look at the against the spread numbers and, that's not super favorable. It doesn't make you have a ton of belief in Boston. They are 12-11-1 against the spread as a home favorite this season. But I wish there was a way to sort by like, what are you against the spread when the other team is not trying to win whatsoever? Because that's what Oklahoma City is trying to do at this point. You know, when Lou Dort is out there, they're a completely different team, and they're able to compete with some of these more talented teams that actually have something on the line. When he's not, and they kind of pull back, I mean, they're liable to be blown out by 30, 40 points. They were beat by Golden State like 147 to 105 or something a couple weeks ago. And that's not a great Golden State team. That's a team fighting, you know, for the playoffs. So even though Boston's lost 3 of 4, they're coming off of an ugly loss at Charlotte the other night. I still like them against this Oklahoma City outfit. And again, it's not so much about Boston. It's not about Tatum and Brown. It's about what we're going to see on the other side. And if Lou Dort is out, I don't know who's matching up with that wing duo.
All right, guys, largest total of the night belongs to the Blazers and Pacers. This is kind of crazy. Opened at 234.5. It's now up to 241.5. So, Nick, what do you think? Chase or fade, they go over this very high total now?
Yeah, I can't believe how much this has climbed in such a short period of time. I was going to say over. You know, Indiana is playing at the fastest pace in the league, kind of out of nowhere over these last 10 games, and injuries have kind of forced their hand in some ways. But you don't really think of the Pacers as this run and gun, up and down team, but that's what they've kind of had to be with all the guys they have out. We have no Sabonis, again, no Miles Turner. Of course, they're basically starting some like borderline G League guys at forward and center, and O'Shea Brissett and Jakar Sampson these days. So it's kind of tough to get a read on this Indiana team. I do think this is going to end up being a high scoring game. 241.5 though, to me, I mean, especially when you compare it to these other games on the slate, I mean, that's like 7 points higher than the next highest spread, which I believe is that Minnesota-Houston game. Those are two teams that we know get up and down. You know, I like Portland's chances to get a win on the road here. I think this is a nice bounce back opportunity for Damian Lillard, who's been in a bit of a slump over the last 9 or 10 games, but 241.5 to me is just a little too high.
Kenny, 241.5, a little too high for you too?
You know, it is, I think. I mean, I wanted to play this because the Pacers, I mentioned, are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. You know, I'll play it. Yeah, who cares? I'll play the over here. Life's too short to bet the under. When you look at the fact that the Portland Trail Blazers, there was like this week, maybe 2 weeks, that we thought that the Blazers, when they got CJ McCollum back, were playing better defense. They were like not worst in the league in defense. And we're like, okay, maybe, you know, they're figuring some stuff out. Maybe CJ back. No, like they still play terrible defense. They're bottom 5 over that last 10 games, as I mentioned. So the Pacers, we've seen without Miles Turner, have had a lot of defensive inefficiencies. They've had a lot of issues on that end. So I do think that this game can still go over. You've got 2 run and gun teams. We've seen the Blazers play up to the pace. That they're not a team that will slow the game down. They would rather play up to the pace of the opponent if the opponent's willing to push the tempo. So I do think that this game ends in an over. I just think that, you know, you get a lot of bad defense out there and a lot of possessions.
All right, finally, guys, you know what time it is. Slate Approved pick time. So what's your favorite DFS or sportsbook play on tonight's slate? Kenny, what's it going to be?
Yeah, I'm going to stick in this game. It's going to be Blazers -5. They're 16-12 on the road against the spread. Nick mentioned the injuries that they have, the Indiana Pacers. And when you look at the way that Enes Kanter rebounds, I used to have so much contempt for this man. Really, I still do. But I have to admit, he's a great rebounder. He gets extra possessions for the Portland Trail Blazers. And I think in a game like this, that's what makes the difference. Without Sabonis, without Turner, Kanter should be able to dominate the glass here. Goga, as well, as banged up. He's questionable coming into this game. I just think that there's too much working against Indiana. The Blazers need a win here. This is a great bounce back spot. You look at the losing streak, you think that they're really slumping, but then you look at the teams they lost to and the scores, 1 possession games. I mean, these have been razor tight margins. I think they're ready to break out here at home where they've done their best work. I think they cover the 5 points against the struggling Pacers.
Nick, hit me with that Slate Approved pick.
Yeah, that's one that I had as well. I like Portland. Kind of wild that I can say the sentence, you know, it's going to come down to who wins the Kanter versus Brissett minutes in this game. I like the Nets -6 at Toronto as well. I'm just a big KD guy. Like, he's really good, and the Nets are really good when he's out there. And going back to that Portland game, Jusuf Nurkic over 13.5 points. We've harped on and on about how bad this Indiana defense is right now without Miles Turner. It should be a fast-paced game, should be a ton of points. And finally, Jusuf Nurkic is starting to look like himself over these last 2 games. He had 26, 17, and 5 against Memphis back on Friday, and then followed up with 16, 19, and 5 against Memphis on Monday. So he's getting it done.
I absolutely love that, Nick. He looked fantastic in his last game. He was celebrating. That was the best thing about it.
Wow, you too. Love it when you get along. All right, thanks, Kenny and Nick. I'm talking tonight's 8-game NHL slate next. Stick around. All right, guys, time to do that hockey. We have RotoWire's AJ Scholes here for NHL opening face-offs. So choosing between top DFS and sportsbook options for tonight's 8-game NHL slate. So AJ, let's start off with a tough decision between two teammates. The Rangers have a soft matchup against Buffalo tonight. Artemi Panarin, Mika Zibanejad will both cost you over $8K in salary. If you can only have one tonight, who's it going to be?
Well, let's start by saying I think there's no real bad option here. I think you could make a decent argument to go either ways. Both guys have racked up points this season, but for me, I'm going to go with Zibanejad because it gives me the opportunity to stack the entire first line. With Alexis Lafreniere up with Mika and Pavel Buchnevich, you can get all three guys in combined 18-4, which is pretty good when you consider it's a full first line stack. As a trio, they've racked up 5 goals, 8 helpers in their last 4 contests. And that's why I give the edge to Zibanejad over Panarin, only because you can get all those guys in at great value.
All right, Alex Ovechkin missed the team's last game against the Islanders, and Daniel Sprong filled in for him on the top line. Now, the 24-year-old netted 2 goals playing alongside Evgeny Kuznetsov. Now, if Ovi is out again tonight, is Sprong your favorite value play? He's just $3,000.
It's intriguing, and I can actually confirm, just saw this from our guys here at RotoWire, Ovi not playing tonight. So no Ovechkin tonight. But for me, there's just too much inconsistency in Sprong's game for me to trust this as more than just a one-time flash than anything else. He was actually a healthy scratch in the game before that. He was on a 9-game goal drought. Look, in terms of deep value, I'd rather look to the aforementioned Lafreniere or even Barre Boulay at 2,700 for the Lightning. He scored his first NHL goal on Sunday. He's getting time on the Lightning's top line with Braden Point and Andre Palat, while also logging plenty of power play minutes. To spend less than $3K on a guy who's taking on that big of a role with the man advantage, I think is just a better option heading into tonight.
All right, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook now. Is there any team that you'd be willing to take on the puck line tonight?
Absolutely. You know, the Blue Jackets have been floundering of late. They've gone 0-7-2 in their last 9. They're going to be out without their starting netminder, Jonas Korpisalo, for the remainder of the season. So I think this is a good opportunity to look at the Red Wings with some good value at plus 123. Thomas Greiss is actually 4-0-2 in his last 7 appearances. 0.19 goals against average. They've also been getting some offensive production with trade deadline acquisition, Jacob Vrana. It's audition time for some of these guys to prove they should be back in the fold next season. I think they're going to be motivated to keep Columbus on their heels. So, yeah, the Red Wings at plus 123, I think, is a good value tonight.
All right, which game total do you have your eye on?
I look even money, about minus 103, you can get the Lightning and Blackhawks over on 6. It's certainly possible that the Lightning approach, 6 goals on their own when you consider the Blackhawks are giving up 3 goals a game. Lightning are scoring 3 goals a game. But, the other thing here is Andre Vasilevsky has looked, less than superhuman for once. He's given up 3 or more goals in 3 of his last 4 contests. So I like the over in this one. 6 is obviously a big number here, but to get almost even money on the return is another good spot for me tonight.
All right, AJ, slate approved pick time. What is your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Well, the Rangers stack is obviously one that I'm really feeling good about tonight in terms of DFS options. You could also look, if you want to go player prop, Mika Zibanejad minus 122 to score a goal, or Pavel Buchnevich at plus 135 to score a goal. I think those are both good opportunities. But look, if you want me to come up with something other than the New York Rangers today, I think the perfection line in Boston for DFS might be somewhere to look. It's a veteran group that isn't going to be happy about getting shut out by the Penguins in their last game out. I expect them to be motivated to come out, play physically against Pittsburgh, which always gets the Penguins off their game, and they'll pepper Tristan Jarry with some rubber tonight. So the Rangers are it for me, but as an alternative, Boston's perfection line could be dangerous tonight.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, AJ. Appreciate the time. We're talking golf next, guys. Stick around the sweat. We'll be right back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by our esteemed, prestigious golf gurus, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, here for PGA Price Check, talking about the Valspar. So which golfers do you like at the following prices? So 10K plus, Reed, where are you going to go here?
Yeah, Victor Hovland is someone that I'm very interested in, Jesse. I believe he's at 10-5 right now. And like when you look at his track record, and especially in difficult courses, he doesn't have any wins, obviously, on these difficult courses. And you can make a case for any one of his peers. You know, I would argue Dustin Johnson would be the other guy that I'm really looking at this range because of what his upside is. And we're kind of getting him on a dip, so to speak, as the second highest priced golfer in this tournament. But Hovland, when you take a look at tee to green, what he's done over the last 12 rounds, he's great. And actually on difficult courses, if you take a look at his game tee to green, I believe he's second in this field to only Dustin Johnson when you get on difficult tracks. So I know the short game is a little bit weary, but if this guy's hitting greens like he has been all year in his entire career, short career in the PGA Tour, I really like him at this price tag. And hopefully he goes a little unnoticed because of that.
Yeah, 10,500 for Victor Hovland. Jeff, where are you going?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested in Hovland as well. Like, to me, it's between Hovland and Patrick Reed. I'm going to lean Reed here slightly. He's having just a really insanely good season. You know, he's at 3 top 10s over his last 5 finishes now. He's up there just putting the lights out like usual and playing well around the greens as well. And Hovland's doing a lot of good things too. But I think when it comes down to it, you know, I'll take the experience factor with Reed. Both these guys have been really good DraftKings producers. Reed with 74 or more points in 7 of his last 9 starts on DraftKings. Hovland's up there, but you know, again, you look at Reed's just track record at the Valspar. He likes this course. It's a premier Patrick Reed course. Generally, you don't even have to get like over, you know, past -12 here to win. Reed can just grind out birdies or grind out pars, and pretty much do his thing here if he gets hot with the putter. So obviously runner up here in 2015, runner up here in 2018 as well. So likes the course. I just feel like with how Patrick Reed is playing, how consistently at this type of venue, I'd rather take a shot with him than Hovland, but it is between those two for me. I think a lot of people are going to be paying up for Dustin Johnson and Justin Thomas. So both these guys, Hovland and Reed, maybe even starting a lineup with them makes a lot of sense here.
I was just counting. There's like 8 guys in the 9K range, Jeff. Who are you going to go with? Louis Oosthuizen's in there.
Yeah, well, that's who I'm going to take. I mean, no one will want to play him this week, Jesse. No one's going to play Louis this week because they all remember the water ball hit on the playoff. They wouldn't even had to get in the playoff if Charles Schwartz would have just sunk a putt last week. Anyways, I digress. This is a very good setup for Louis Oosthuizen. He's another player who's just very good at grinding out pars. 9th in bogey avoidance. He's got, if he's not first in strokes game around the greens, he's very close up there. Been putting well all season too. Louis been coming on. He's been gaining strokes on his approaches over his last 3 starts. You don't have to be a master off the tee at Valspar. 3 of the last 4 winners here actually lost strokes off the tee. So I'm not that worried about the driver here. It's more about, can you grind out pars? Can you just remain steady? I think it's a very good track for him. He was runner up here in 2019. He's got a couple other top 10s here as well, to his credit. I think a lot of people are going to gravitate towards bigger names like Corey Connors, Abraham Ancer. Those guys are okay plays too, but look for tournaments. If you're going to get Louis at like half the ownership of those guys, this is a place where he could potentially break through, just grind out everyone on Sunday. So I do like him in the 9K range.
Jeff, got to stand by his man.
I do.
Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, trust me, Tony Finau and Cam Cham, this is what they do, right? This is what they did. They look so great. This is what we talked about, Jeff, on our show last week. A little plug there. We have a show later today. Everybody join. Hello, Ayo. 3 to 4.
Hopefully Reed will talk about players in this tournament. Not
no, if Finau is in every single tournament in my mind, Jeff. And when you were saying Reed for that last question, I kept on thinking you were talking about me, and you're right. I do make birdies at an amazing clip. I'm a par saver. You're exactly right. But I think that's right. I think no one's going to go to Louis. People are going to go to Hatton. People are going to go to Sanjay. We're on a Florida course, difficult course. Corey Connors is playing lights out. So, yeah, Louis is a guy that I don't think is going to garner ownership, but he plays these type of tournaments well. I want to talk about Jeff's guy. I'm surprised at 9K flat that he's not talking about Russell Henley. I mean, Henley, this is tailor-made for Russell Henley, right? He cannot putt, but when he can putt, it's on Bermuda. And this is a course that we've seen, or this is the type of course that we've seen guys like Henley show up. I mean, Adam Hadwin, great with his irons, great with the putter and around the green when he won. He won at -14, I believe, which was impressive. That's the kind of game that Henley has. And I don't think anybody's talking about him. This could easily have been a Henley chalk week, but because he can't putt and only is, gaining 9 strokes with his irons like every other tournament, he's a guy that should always be a consideration. I think $9,000 is the exact price. I love him in this range, especially if guys are going to go to everybody else in the 9K range and just skip over Jeff's boy, Russell.
That was a great segment, Reed. That might have been one of your best. I'm not going to lie.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to see you guys later.
Oh my God. No, you have to stay and talk about the 8K range.
Oh, yeah. The 8K range. Look, if you read my article, another plug, Ayo, Taylor Gooch is a guy that I like. But how about a couple of guys, I believe, at the same price tag, Jesse? Gary Woodland and Kevin Streelman. Gary Woodland has not been good, like at all, this entire year. He's kind of coming back into form, and he's one of those guys that you kind of think that, yeah, they're on a tough stretch or tough skid in their career right now, but he has shown up in some spots and some difficult courses. We know that He's a guy that can get the ball in the fairway, can club down, hit the 3-wood far enough. And this, again, is a type of course that I've seen Gary Woodland play well at. And Kevin Stroman's the same, right? He's a guy, too, that not a lot of people are going to think about, especially when he's in the high 7K, maybe low 8K range. I think both of those guys, if it's not a guy like Taylor Gooch that I really like, could go a little bit unnoticed and players that I like at this course.
All right, Jeff, 8K range, who do you like?
8K range, right? Are we in 8K range or 7K range?
Yeah, 8K range.
Oh, okay. Well, Reed was talking about guys in the 7K range. You really threw me off here, pal. You can't do that to me. I get confused very easily. I'm just going to go with the chalk. I feel like everybody is going to be gravitating towards this low 8K range with Emiliano Grillo and Chris Kirk. Chris Kirk is he's too consistent to ignore at this price, quite frankly. I mean, T6 at the Heritage. Made the cut with Brandon Todd last week, but realistically, Chris Kirk is playing good in all facets of the game. Off the tee, he's consistent. His approach is there every week, the around the green. If he shows up with the putter here, he could contend too. So he is going to be very popular at 82K. So is Emiliano Grillo, but this is a range where I just don't really like anyone else in this range. And I feel like these are good chalk plays. So give me Kirk, and I guess also give me a piece of Emiliano Grillo here.
Kirk at 8.2, not 82K, to be clear, everyone. Jeff, talk about guys in the 7K range before we go back to Reed and figure out what the heck he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce back here with a solid one. I like going down low in the 7K range. There's a lot of talent here. Peter Uihlein at 7,300. I don't think many people are going to pay too much attention to him this week, but he's playing fantastic golf. Former #1 amateur player in the world. Won on the Corn Ferry Tour a couple weeks ago. Also had a second on the Corn Ferry Tour last month. And then he showed up last week with a partner in Richie Wensky, who was quite frankly in no form. And they still managed to pull out a T3. Look, I watched a lot of that tournament. I watched Uihlein play. A lot of it was to do with Peter Uihlein playing well here. This is a guy who's a fantastic putter. You can get hot on Bermuda grass. He's got good Bermuda splits. Playing well in all facets right now. At 7,300, do not be shocked if this guy shows up again. He's got to keep churning out top 10s to keep getting PGA starts. Got to go after that card. I think you're getting a really good price here. He is in really, really good form right now.
All right, Reed, who are you going with who's under 7K? Because we already got your 7K pick.
Well, one more guy that I do like in the 7K range, and it wasn't the two that I prematurely, that was my fault there, Jeff, went after the top 7K range, is Brendan Grace. He's someone that, again, plays these difficult courses well. I do like that. But if I'm going deep, if I'm deep diving here, bargain shopping, Chez Reavie, Jeff, a little Chez Reavie. I believe he's at $6,700. If that's below 7K, right, Jesse? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes, that is below.
That checks out.
That checks out. $6,700 for Chez Reavie. Again, he's someone that not necessarily is playing well, but at the price tag, you take a look at some other players down in this range. Christopher Ventura, who was not helping Victor Hovland at all at the Zurich Classic. And they looked great, right? And a lot of that was because of Hovland.
Yeah.
I just think that he's mispriced right now. Yeah, he's just mispriced. Chez Reavie is a guy who can play well at U.S. Opens. We've seen that on these shorter, this is not a short course, but he can get the ball in the fairway. He's great with his long irons. And if he gets it going where he just has to shoot 2 or 3 under a day to be in contention, I like that at $6,700, below $7,000.
Good.
Okay, Jeff, below 7,000, just like Regis did.
Okay, I'm going to go Kyle Stanley here. Again, this event is just, the Valspar just plays so tough. Copperhead was the 6th toughest course back in 2019. I'm going to go Kyle Stanley. He grinds out pars. If those approaches are hitting, he's going to make the weekend. And it's not sexy or anything, but this is a player who's made quite a few cuts over his last little bit. The approaches have really been spiking in spots. And I think, again, another player managed to make the weekend last week. He's really close. It seems like Kyle Stanley's really close. We know he can be an elite ball striker. And again, this is the kind of course where if those irons really show up and get hot, he could compete because he just doesn't have to make that many birdies. So Kyle Stanley at 6,800 really does kind of stand out for me this week.
All right, good stuff, guys. Get the green with Reed and Jeff immediately following the 2 p.m. sim. Another plug for their show. They're going to try and figure out how to count by then. All right, good stuff, you two. I know you have some homework to work on before then. The NFL mock draft with Steve Buchanan is coming up in just a minute. But first, we got Adam Kaufman with Cowboys beat writer Nick Eatman taking a look at the Cowboys strategy this Thursday.
The NFL offseason, it's nice, but what it does is it deprives us the opportunity to chat weekly with Nick Eatman, who covers the Cowboys, has for a couple decades for the Dallas website. Nick, it's a pleasure right around draft time here to be joined by you.
I appreciate it. We can talk every week if we want to. I don't know what all we'd be talking about. But we definitely can chat it up about something. But
there you go.
No, you're right. It's good to be back and really, especially this draft. We've been talking about this draft since before the season ended because it was time to talk. You wanted to talk about something, in draft. So we've been kind of dissecting this, and it's at the point now where you've talked about everything. Maybe they'll trade for a guard. I mean, just everything on the table, possibly. Let's go ahead and get this thing done.
Well, that in mind, coming off what was obviously an injury-riddled 6-win campaign, as we know, and this draft coming into focus, Dallas sitting at number 10 right now. I suppose trades are a possibility, and we can go there, but provided they stay at number 10, other than you want a BA, we've talked about that a few times, who do you think makes the most sense as you have taken a dive into the prospects?
I'm probably a little different than what I think the team's going to be. It's always this thing of you want to be right. Everybody loves to be right. So you're picking what you think the Cowboys will do. I think the Cowboys will take one of the two cornerbacks available, between Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn. I almost said Joe Horn for some reason, but his dad, but J.C. Horn. That's what I think will happen. I'm probably taking Micah Parsons out of Penn State if he's there. Again, you don't know that 8, 9, 10. You don't really know how all that's going to happen there. But because the quarterbacks will be involved. Not only are they taken early, but quarterbacks are going to be involved for potential trades. Mm-hmm. But, if you're talking about a BA, I like Micah Parsons there. But I don't think they can go wrong if they end up with Surtain, Horn, or Parsons. That gives them a defensive player they can plug right in and start.
I'm glad you brought up Surtain. Of course, Patrick Surtain, the corner out of Alabama. And you look at most mocks and it's a dart throw. It's a guessing game. We know how this works. Like you said, it'd be nice to be right. Most people, though, just taking their best stab at it, trying to put their minds in the heads of the Dallas brass, Jerry Jones, among others. And Surtain he does seem to be the most frequent player we see mocked to Dallas right now. Do you like that fit?
Yeah, I think it's a good fit because I think he comes right in and he's able to start. Like I said, I don't know if you call him the safest pick. I just think he's polished. You don't call him a raw player. He's come in from Alabama and, where he's played up with a lot of really good players. They had Trayvon Diggs from Alabama last year and he had a, really good rookie season. And so, I think if it's Surtain, yeah, I mean, what more could you want than a guy that's played in big games? He's coached well. His dad was a really good player in the league, so he's learned it, played this position. So I think it's a solid pick. It may not be the most wow pick, but that's okay. 6 and 10 was wow the other way. Why don't you start getting some really good players in here? And I think he would be one of those.
You shouted out Micah Parsons, linebacker, is obviously a potential fit if he's available there, and a guy that you really like for the Cowboys at number 10. And as we know, Sean Lee, linebacker, retiring after 11 years with Dallas. So it just speaks to the greater need of needing to rebuild defensively, especially after what we saw last year. Positionally speaking, what is Dallas's greatest need right now?
It's definitely on defense. And you can make the argument on, is it secondary? Is it linebacker? Is it pass rush? They just didn't have enough difference makers. That's what it comes down to. They just don't have enough players that can go up there and make plays. And it's tough. That may be not answering your question because it's difficult without knowing exactly what Dan Quinn's going to do and what kind of defensive style he's going to bring. So that isn't easy to really dissect. But they need difference makers, and that's why I like Parsons. That's what I think he can bring to the defense there. Every time I've seen highlights, again, I don't study it, but when I see highlights, he's not easy to block. And and I understand you're not playing against Minnesota and Purdue and Iowa all the time. I get it, but he makes a difference, and so they just need difference makers. And those three guys that I mentioned on secondary linebacker, they seem like they would be good fits.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the final segment of The Sweat. I am joined by DraftKings contributor Steve Buchanan for his NFL mock draft. So Steve's going to reveal his 10-pick mock draft ahead of Thursday's event. So no changes at 1 and 2 in any of the mock drafts that we've done. Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jags, Zach Wilson to the Jets, but 3 is where it's gotten interesting. And you have Justin Fields going to San Francisco. Tell me why.
Yeah, so, if you've been following some of the reports over the past 24 to 48 hours, some cold water has kind of been thrown on this pick. So by pick 3, we could already, possibly crumple up my mock draft and just get rid of it because it's going to be all completely wrong. But, the 49ers reportedly looking at either Mac Jones or Trey Lance at this point. But I still think Fields is the option here. Obviously the 49ers traded up to the 3 spot. They're looking to get a quarterback. They didn't think that one was going to fall to them at their original point. So that's why they made that big deal here. So I still think Fields is the 3rd best quarterback on this field right now. So, it's hard to figure out with all the rumors and the potential smoke screens, but at the end of the day, I still think Fields is the one that's going to San Francisco.
All right, the Dolphins have been rumored to be a possible trade partner for a team looking to jump into the top 10. You have them staying put, taking Jamar Chase out of LSU. Does he just have too much upside to pass up here?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the Dolphins, one of their biggest glaring holes last season was they didn't have anybody after Devontae Parker. It was just like a carousel of characters between injuries and lack of performance. And they've really tried to revamp that position during this offseason to give Tua some weapons that he can actually throw to and catch the ball. So I think staying here is the right move because he could end up falling right into their laps. So then if that ends up happening, you have Devontae Parker, Will Fuller, who's on that 1-year prove-it deal, if he can actually stay healthy, and then Chase. I mean, that is really a strong 3 set of wide receivers that you can have for Tua to throw downfield to for short gains. There's a lot of upside with those 3 guys. So I think them staying put, I know, like we said, there's rumors that they're trying to move up, but I think if they stay put here, kind of reminds me back with the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb. Just kind of fell into their lap at 17. They scooped him right up. It was a no-brainer. I think that's kind of what happens with the Dolphins here.
All right, at 7, you actually did predict a trade. New England moves up in a trade with Detroit to take a quarterback, Trey Lance, out of North Dakota. Do you think the Patriots like Lance that much? And what would they have to give up here?
Yeah, so obviously the Lions need draft capital. It's no surprise that they're in a complete rebuild. I mean, who knows who they're even going to use at quarterback? Yes, they made the trade for Jared Goff, but doesn't mean they're actually going to use him. So I think the Patriots move up here because that is the biggest glaring hole that they need. And if you look at Trey Lance, very similar to the offense that they were running with Cam Newton. So if they're going to get somebody like Trey Lance, who's that mobile quarterback, it makes sense that the Patriots move up and grab him. He can learn under Cam Newton, who basically runs the same type of offense, and then he's ready to go and be their starter next year. The Patriots did a ton this offseason to load up with weapons because that's exactly what they didn't have last year. They went with the top 2 tight ends, giving Cam Newton that target in the middle of the field, and that's what Lance can work with too next year. So I think that the Patriots have to give up pick 15, maybe a 2nd-round pick in the next year as well, but the Lions need to do all they can to amass as many picks and as much draft capital as they can. So obviously Mac Jones, depending on where he goes, could be an option as well, but I like Trey Lance. I think that's where he could end up. I think he would have a lot of success in that Patriots offense too as well. So that's where I like him going at 7.
All right, speaking of Mac Jones, you got one more quarterback going in the top 10. That would be Jones, landing in Denver at number 9. Do you think John Elway has just given up on Drew Lock?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Broncos offense feels underrated because none of them have been able to perform with Drew Lock under center. He has not been an accurate quarterback since he's joined the league, 59.1% completion percentage. So you have somebody like Mac Jones, who's an extremely accurate quarterback. And yes, he's not one of the most mobile quarterbacks, but the Broncos don't need him to be that guy. They need somebody that can hit all the weapons that they've amassed over the past couple of years, which is something Drew Lock has not been able to do. And we've heard rumors now, it feels like for months, that the Broncos are interested in making a change at quarterback. The Drew Lock, project just hasn't worked out for them. They have a lot of weapons that can get downfield, but they're not getting there because Drew Lock hasn't been able to efficiently hit them. So I like Mac Jones going here. I think it makes perfect sense for the Broncos, and that's where I think John Elway is going to lean in this draft.
All right, outside of the top 2 picks, which everyone can basically agree on, which selection are you most confident in, Steve?
So ideally, I think Atlanta should trade out of their number 4 spot. But if they're not going to, Kyle Pitts, the tight end under Florida, makes the most sense here. And I think that's where they're going to go. I mean, look, Atlanta has so many holes that they need to fill on that team. But with that said, at pick 4, they're arguably getting one of the biggest playmakers on the board with Kyle Pitts. And look, this is a team that is in desperate need of cap space. And that's why we're hearing all those rumors about Julio Jones possibly being moved. And that's why we could see him out of town after the draft happens here. That would move Calvin Ridley into that wide receiver 1 role. And then a lot of targets open up for Pitts here. But he is such a boding frame, just a massive one that could be in the middle of the field there. They look like they're going to keep Matt Ryan. I don't know if that's the right move, but look, at the end of the day, they need to get playmakers on that offense. So if you're going to ship Julio Jones out of town, you might as well go with one of the best ones on the board. And that's why Pitts to Atlanta, I think, is the one that I feel the most confident about.
All right, Steve Buchanan, thank you very much. Good stuff. That's going to do it for the Sweat, which will be back tomorrow. You guessed it, at 11 a.m. It's going to be amazing. It's there Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. But guys, we are just kicking off the fun on the Dream Stream. 6 Madden Sims coming your way, starting at noon. Browns at Colts. Kaufman and Christian will be on the call for that one. So we'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m., but enjoy the Sims and talk later.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on into the Dream Stream, and we are here with you fresh off the sweat. Hopefully you enjoyed that this morning, but now, like I said, you're stuck with us. He's Christian DeAndrea in a new locale. I am Adam Kaufman. We are getting ready for the first of a half dozen Madden simulations coming your way over the course of this Dream Stream day, and it begins with, we were just saying off-air, game that certainly has potential, the Browns and the Colts. What's up, CDA?
Oh, not much. I mean, I feel like this could be a good game. These are two evenly matched teams, two wild card participants, two teams with useful quarterbacks, although Phillip Rivers here in Simland doesn't really ring my bell all that often. No, it should be decent. I have some expectations, and you could get away with, like, you could convince me with pretty much anyone in this lineup. There's a whole lot of useful plays and bad plays, and you can stack both defenses, and it would make a little bit of sense to me. It's a weird day, Koff. How are you?
I'm good. I'm settling in. I'm ready. I have so many questions about not looking at the hutch behind you.
I know.
Obviously, we got to get into that. But on top of that, you said it earlier. This is a game that has potential. So you tell me, what is the just a ballpark total points for this one?
Ooh. I mean, this one could go anywhere from like 13 total points, and we just get completely crapped on by the sim gods, or this could be like a 35-31 barn burner. I would put the range of points for Colts Browns in a dome at, like, there's like a 70-point range where I would be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. 60, let's say 60 points. I would say this one going from anywhere from 10 to 70 combined points. Buff, what do you think?
I'm going to put it right at, I'm going to say 45. I'm going to say 45. I think we're going to
go. So you're going to cut the prediction right in the middle there.
Yeah, well, but I think it's going to be close. I think like a 24-21 kind of game.
I mean, to be fair, we had two great close games to start things off yesterday, including an amazing Patriots come from behind victory in Kansas City, sparked by like an 80-yard Julian Edelman kick return. It was impressive.
Future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman? Was that who had it?
Oh my God, yeah. We're going right back into that. Is that what you watch? Is that what you want to watch? Dream Stream?
Is that what you want to see?
Yeah.
No, probably not. We are underway. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. Great to have all of you here with us, obviously. We've got producer Jordan. We've got undercover boss Tom T. Pike is our technical director, and Phillip Rivers is on the ground after that sack, 3rd and 15 on the way. Game Ops crew, we have got Frangelico and June here with us. Thank you to both of them for hanging out. See all of you guys in the chat. Giggle Pigs, what's up? Meager asking why there's already a dislike button. I don't know. Maybe that's hangover from the sweat. Maybe that had nothing to do with us. I'm going to pretend it had nothing to do with us anyway. It just makes me sleep better at night. Someone, Matthew, asking about today's NBA contest. It's in the lobby, man.
Oh, Phil. No, Phil.
Oh, who's going to get it? The Colts get it. First year I've done it. I don't really like the scoring rules, and I also pay almost no attention. The extent of the attention that I pay to this league is just making sure that I set my lineup. I don't make any roster moves. I've got I think half my roster. I have something like 6 guys that have an out designation next to their name and only 1 IR spot. So I am not super active when it comes to monitoring this league. The fact that I win ever is actually kind of remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like the Yahoo, start active players for the week button. There, like, I'm in a couple keeper leagues where this is clearly my trust the process phase. With a bunch of guys from Celtics blogs, and I imagine you may have frequented that site back when they had forums. And I've since given up on them because they are just horrible, awful people. But I'm still active in in some of their keeper fantasy leagues with the guys I've been playing fantasy with for like 15, almost 20 years now. And I have some very, very bad lineups that have been immensely aided by me just going in, clicking start active players for the week, and then scouring the waiver wire for whatever forlorn second-round pick hasn't been snapped up yet.
Again, scoreless halfway through the first. So what I understand, folks, for anyone out there in the YouTube chat that can hear me right now, is there's been a little bit of a lag, but it's not, sometimes it happens to involve obviously the entire broadcast, and it's just a tech error. This seems to be YouTube specific. Everything's come through fine on Twitch. If you want to migrate over to Twitch, if you're having an issue with YouTube, twitch.tv/DraftKings, by all means, please do so.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. I mean, the picture quality is maybe not as crisp as it usually is over on Twitch, but yeah, I'm comparing the two. the lag is not nearly as much of an option.
And yes, Twitch streamers, I do have the DraftKings conference room little chat open over there as well. It's not just YouTube. My lineup for this one, by the way, Trey Burton in the captain spot, which has become something I've done a little bit more and more here with the Colts, just as a salary saver to get more rounded lineups. You know, once upon a time, that guy right there, Naheem Hines, would be captaining my team all the time when the Colts are involved. But Trey Burton, my captain. I do have Hines. I do have Paris Campbell, Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham Jr., and Rashard Higgins at just 5K, 9.5 points per.
Yeah, I like the recent Higgins glow up. You know, after the update and after they kind of tinkered with Baker Mayfield's stats after the nice comeback season in 2020. The entire Browns passing game got a bit of a boost. The run game a little bit more unpredictable just because you have two good guys there. You know, it's the kind of platoon situation where you don't know who to trust, and both guys are big enough names that they're both kind of expensive. But Hines is a guy, man, he used to be an absolute home run hitting stud here in Simland, and lately has not really been that guy. Yes, he did have 15 points in his last sim thanks to 8 different catches, but before that, he didn't break the 7-point barrier in any of his previous 4 sims, as that is a touchdown strike to Zach Pascal. And after a rough start, Phillip Rivers feeling it here. Colts take a 6-0 lead early against the Browns. Oh, man, too many options there. Phillip Rivers had his choice of targets in the end zone that were fairly open, and Pascal just happened to be the guy who profited.
Pascal's owned in about a quarter of lineups in the larger showdown. We'll look at the ownership in our smaller contest right here as well. Our smaller, more modest free roll. The nooner, hey guys, think CDA can talk NFL draft free roll? I bet he can. 159 entries in this contest here, and let's see. Obviously, we will keep you posted on the scoring. It is manual scoring as always, so do be patient with us. 7-0 Indianapolis. Couple minutes to go here, opening quarter. Tater Haters jumped over to Twitch, says, you know, now that I'm here, am I supposed to complain that Koff hates us? Retease, did you know? Tells me not to be all Twitch positive now that I'm over here. I'm never Twitch negative. Retease, did you know? Don't twist the truth.
You're Twitch ambivalent.
You're exactly. That's a good way to look at it.
We get to see if Baker Mayfield can punch up his team now. My captain here is Nick Chubb. Getting stopped early. Chubb, obviously a starring role last season. Dude just runs differently than most tailbacks. I think it's Danny Kelly of The Ringer. His go-to quote is that his feet just kind of grip the turf differently. And you kind of see it. Dude he runs with a lot of power and quickness. And if you are a Patriots fan, knowing that you got the wrong Georgia Bulldog when you drafted Sony Michel instead of Nick Chubb, it's got to be a little bit painful. Although, I say it every time we bring up Sony Michel, Koff, Patriots don't win a Super Bowl without him as a rookie. He had a great playoff, 6 touchdowns, 3 postseason games. You know what? It's not a wasted pick if you got a guy who can deliver that kind of postseason production en route to a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, I mean, really, just that one postseason alone, he justified his draft status.
For sure. And you know what? He can still bring it back. I mean, there's a chance that, that he finally recovers from the nagging injuries and he gets that burst back. But, you're a platoon back in Bill Belichick's rotation, and you're dealing with Damian Harris and James White. Guess what? You're looking at like 10 touches per game. You are fantasy irrelevant unless you are absolutely desperate, and then you're rolling the dice for like a Rex Burkhead kind of explosion.
Pascal, by the way, is owned in about 14% of lineups in our small free rolls, so significantly less owned as compared to the larger showdown. 3rd and 8 on the way from the 46, final seconds of this first. So we'll get into a little NFL draft talk when we get to quarter number 2. If anyone has any thoughts, questions, things that you're wondering about, do feel free to throw them in either or both of the chats, we're here for you. Christian especially. We're here to let Christian go. We want to wind him up and just let him go with all that postroute.substack.com knowledge to give all of you. That's what we're looking for here. We'll review some stats through quarter number 1. Again, it's 7-0 Indianapolis in front. So the QBs are perfect, 4 of 4 combined, 44 passing yards for Rivers, 17 for Baker. Of course, the touchdown for Phil the Thrill, who, as we know, in real life is a high school football coach who is retired from the NFL now, and they have a new quarterback there in Indy, a man by the name of Carson Wentz. See how that plays out, but eager to see Madden 22 and what that looks like. If not sooner, maybe roster updates will get him there sooner. We'll find out.
That's a good point, Paul. Do you think there's a chance Jalen Hurts has a higher Madden rating than Carson Wentz coming into the Madden 22 update? I mean, that I don't think it should be. We didn't really see anything from Jalen Hurts that suggests that, but also this is a Madden franchise that rated Daniel Jones below former University of Buffalo passer. Oh, and I'm blanking on it. They go out of their way to disrespect quarterbacks sometimes, and I would be absolutely here for it if they dropped that on Carson Wentz and threw a little headiness at the great state of Indiana.
Hines 4 for 21 on the ground, by the way, the leading rusher. Mack, his cohort in the backfield, 2 for 17. Hunt, Chubb, just 8 combined yards and 4 net for the Browns because OBJ lost 4. Then you got Pascal, 2 for 31, the touchdown. Hilton, 1 for 13. And Donovan Peoples-Jones, punt play for people, 1 for 17. So that's what you got right now. That's the offense. It's not a lot of it.
No, it's been pretty low key, but I mean, run game established for this Colts team. So if you stacked up Mack and Hines, it looks like it's going to be trending upward for you. Got to imagine at least one of those guys will get a rushing touchdown based on the usage early here. And then, that Browns passing game, that unit I stacked up, it's not looking so great right now. One catch.
Where are you in the contest right now?
Oh man, I don't even. I gotta.
You got to be better than me. I'm 125 at the moment out of 159.
I am currently with 3.2 points, 119. So
there you go, marginally better.
Yeah, not a great showing for either one of us. It's a bit unpleasant.
But remember, we are the experts.
Yeah, exactly. This is why we wait until lineups lock to drop our lineups on you. We don't want to unduly influence you by giving you advice to fade immediately, which is exactly what you should do when we bring up any of the guys we like.
Give you a laundry list of stuff to not do. No doubt about that.
What Donnie does.
So again, Christian DeAndre, Adam Kaufman, we got Frangelico and June, our Game Ops crew, Jordan, Undercover Boss Tom, making the production happen. Ernest, anyone else having issue with this sim? Well, with the offensive production for sure. But other than that, everything tech-wise should be good, both YouTube and Twitch, I believe. Hopefully, we'll see. Although Mrs. Big Cheese says, Cops talking, CDA's lips are moving. I can't watch it. It's freaking me out, LOL. So maybe the sync is not totally up to date, but not to worry, folks. We'll work on it. Chubb, short gain out to the 39 and just 2 yards, 2nd and 8 on the way. So what are your big thoughts, just overarching thoughts? You can get as broad or specific as you'd like and know that there will be follow-ups. But your overarching thoughts going into the NFL draft, round 1 specifically, coming up Thursday night.
I want to know what the hell the 49ers are doing. Can they possibly be serious right now? They spent all this draft capital to buy in this extremely scarce asset, and they overpaid to get into the top 3. And now Shanahan and Lynch are like, we like all 5 quarterbacks. We definitely think we could win with Mac Jones. Like you could have moved up to 12 and gotten Mac Jones. You could have moved up to the top 10 and gotten Mac Jones. You didn't need to go top 3 for Mac Jones. It's bizarre to me, and I don't understand the reports coming out of San Francisco. It seems like they're being very diplomatic, but they're also sending smoke screens out there. Why? Who does it benefit? And my thought is, are they trying to pump up Mac Jones's stock and Trey Lance's stock and fill the App Store with all these fake reviews that they get the Jets or the Jaguars, 2 very dumb franchises, to reconsider the common sense plays? Because that would be the only thing that makes sense to me right now, Cobb. Like they are trying to sour grapes their way into convincing another team to draft Mac Jones ahead of them, So one of Lawrence or Zach Wilson falls to them, and then if it doesn't happen, they're going to make the easy decision. They're just going to go, oh yeah, okay, we wanted Justin Fields the whole time. We're just trying to see if we could disrupt the apple cart. It's just a bizarre situation, but I kind of like it. More Rashard Higgins there? Higgins and Peoples-Jones.
As much Higgins as we can get, that's good for my lineup. I guess the big question, Christian, and I don't expect you to have an answer to this. How could you? You're not sitting there with a crystal ball. Will we all be alive on Sunday? Because Kyle Shanahan is not so sure.
Yeah, I took that as a threat, and I reported it to the FBI immediately.
What a dark way to respond to that. And I know what he was going for. I get what he was going for, and didn't want to tip his hand in any way imaginable, even though they really kind of already have. With regard to Jimmy Garoppolo's future, the only question is whether he's going to be gone, this weekend or a year from now. But either way, rent don't buy Jimmy Garoppolo in San Francisco if you haven't already. But to be asked, for anyone that missed it, Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the Niners, was asked if Jimmy Garoppolo will still be on the roster come Sunday, meaning after the draft.
Is he in? Ooh.
No, down at the 1. And he said, I can't guarantee anyone in the world will be alive on Sunday. And that's for all of us. Let alone who's going to be on my roster. What?
That is like sophomore year of college philosophy 101 right there, as we do get a touchdown.
Beckham
called it in the YouTube chat. OBJ Congo Cab OBJ touchdown coming up. Noah Moon OBJ, DW Nasty OBJ Tud. All of you dead accurate on that one, as the superstar wideout punches it in from like the 6-inch line. Good news for OBJ owners. Good news if you like me, you Captain Baker Mayfield.
A lot of people excited about OBJ there in the chat, as you should be. And smash that like in support of OBJ. We got about 400 people watching the Dream Stream on YouTube, another about 60 on Twitch. Obviously, thousands more across all our other platforms that aren't lucky enough to have chats, which is why we care about all of you the most. And I do, Reed T, say that all the time, that I'm all about prioritizing, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, the platforms that have the chat. I'm all about the chat. Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation. Watch wherever you want to watch. But you want to get involved, you want to be part of the hashtag Team Always Here. I'm all about the chat platforms. And hit the like as we get close to 100 here on YouTube, and give us a follow on Twitch. It was just, I'm still honestly trying to wrap my head around it. What a weird way to, and never mind that. How do you feel if you listened to Shanahan yesterday, never mind, or not to mention the subsequent articles, but if you listened to Shanahan yesterday and you've listened to John Lynch, the GM in the past, how are you feeling right now if you're Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, you have to know you're as good as gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was my former colleague James Brady who made a joke about the Niners going up to the podium and selecting a quarterback while holding Jimmy Garoppolo still beating heart in their fists. Like, that sounds about. They're just going. They're saying it without saying it, but they are crapping all over Jimmy G and every other team in the league who needs a quarterback right now and wants kind of a low impact, high turnover quarterback. Knows they can go out and get Garoppolo for pennies on the dollar right now. And it's wild to me. I am a fan. I think Garoppolo is a guy you can win despite. You gotta filter out some of the.
You can't ignore the track record. He has been a winning quarterback. I know he didn't win the Super Bowl. He flamed out there late, but generally speaking, you look at his regular season numbers. New England, and then obviously mostly San Fran. He's been a winning quarterback.
No, you're absolutely right. But it's the kind of the case where, like, how much stock do you put into quarterback wins, and how much stock do you put into having an impact passer who can throw downfield? Because behind center, man, he wins 75% of his games that he starts, 24-8 in the regular season. The problem is his intended air yards keep going down, so he's not the impact passer NFL teams are looking for. He's not the guy who's going to stretch the field anymore. And for a guy whose only pass goes about 6 yards downfield, he throws a lot of interceptions, at 26 in 32 starts. He's a little bit untenable. You want high risk, high reward, and instead you're getting low risk or high risk, low reward out of Jimmy Garoppolo. You need playmakers out there that can go ahead and do the damn thing elsewhere. And I think you do have that to an extent in New England, which is obviously the clear front runner for reuniting Jimmy Garoppolo if the Niners decide to move on. You think Bill Belichick would kick the tires on that. And they have some nice playmakers. They have a field stretcher, Nelson Aguilar, who makes those short-range throws a little bit less crowded. You got 2 tight ends who can work with the ball after the catch. And now you got Kendrick Bourne, who was a yard after catch guy with Garoppolo in San Francisco. Maybe that's all setting the table for the two sides to be reunited. Maybe the Niners are holding out hope after hope that they can somehow pry the 15th pick away from the Patriots for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not going to happen. There's no chance in hell. Now, you might as well play that Vince McMahon music because it's not going to happen. But maybe a day 2 pick, maybe a day 3 pick comes into play. The Patriots slide that 3rd round comp pick to San Francisco and then restructure Garoppolo's contract. Maybe they just wait out the Niners and pick them up off the waiver wire. Who knows?
Are the Patriots to you the sort of the biggest wild card team right now in terms of what are they going to do in the draft with all the, it's, and I know it's easy for people in the chat to say, here we go, Patriots talk, Christians from Rhode Island, Koffs from the Boston area, more Pats. Listen, nationally, the Patriots are a gigantic story right now. As we have a touchdown, it's my captain, Trey Burton, feeling good, baby. They're a big story because, you look at all the, whether it's like Kuiper or McShay or all these different people, whatever the outlet you want to put stock into, while fully admitting, by the way, I tweeted this earlier, I love mock draft season because nobody knows anything. It's a total guessing game. Yeah, guys are informed, if you will, with the quote fingers because they've heard something from someone. No one knows anything. No one has a clue who is at least able and authorized to speak publicly whether Bill Belichick is interested in trading up for, if Fields is available or, moving up to get Mac Jones, or if he even likes Mac Jones, if he would, jump in front of a bullet for Mac Jones. How much does he feel for a guy like Mac Jones or Trey Lance or Justin Fields or any of the other guys? Nobody has any idea what Belichick thinks of these quarterbacks. None. Will they trade up? Will they stay at 15? Will they go way off the board and trade down to 22 and draft an offensive lineman? What will the Patriots do? And will it be Kellen Mond or Kyle Trask or Davis Mills on day 2? What will the Pats do? No one has any idea. But on a national level, they are absolutely a giant talking point for that reason, because for the first time in basically 30 years, the Pats are in the QB game. And that makes things interesting, especially when you're talking about the totally unpredictable entity that is Bill Belichick.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think the Patriots are going to trade up just because the Niners broke the scale for what a first round, a top 5 pick, a top 10 pick is going to cost this year. I do see them maybe moving down instead. I hate that second tier of quarterbacks. I don't think Davis Mills has. I know he's intriguing as a former 5-star guy, but just the passes weren't on schedule. And while he was accurate, if you knock him off his routine, he struggles a little bit. Maybe that's something you can filter out of him with more reps, because he didn't play a ton in college. As Buckner, very nearly gets a sack. Instead, Mayfield makes something happen on the run there. Cleveland threatening to add points here before halftime. They need about 6 more yards before they're in field goal range. Austin Hooper with the catch there.
Our dude Jason Rossi in the chat, by the way, says, if the Pats trade up, I will down ghost pepper salsa.
Perfect. For me, though, I feel like we ding a guy like Kyle Trask in ways that we don't ding Mac Jones. With Trask, look at this amazing receiving core he had around him. He had Kyle Pitts, he had Kadarius Toney. He was getting a lot more help from his wideouts. Then you look at Mac Jones, who is possibly a top 5 pick, and he had the exact same advantage. He had the 1 year where he had a Heisman winner wideout who could really load him up, and just skill players, an abundance of guys who could make things happen. Listen, I don't love Kyle Trask, but I do think that Trask and Jones will eventually have comparable NFL careers because I don't think Mac Jones is that good. And I think if I'm going between those two guys, I would rather have the one who's a little bit of a better athlete and a little bit more of a moose, a little bit more able to absorb pressure in the pocket in Kyle Trask, who again is not great, but neither is Mac Jones.
Final moments here of this second quarter, the opening half. Baker Mayfield
Is he
looking for
going to
another
get in?
score. Can he get there? Yes, sir.
Higgins!
Rashard Higgins. Who dares scoff at Higgins?
Dude, Higgins is got some sneaky, crusty cough player of the game potential after that one. That's his fourth catch. He's over 50 yards. He's got a touchdown. He's on pace for like a 30-point game. This is a guy who only cost you $5K in the flex.
Everything is coming into focus for the comp lineup right here, too.
Yeah.
The Beckham touchdown. The Burton touchdown. Higgins touchdown. Baker Mayfield's in there. I'm going to be top 10 soon, folks. Watch out. Inanimate Carbon Rod says either QB had an incompletion. We'll look at that at the half. I'm going to say yes, but honestly, I don't remember one. In part because we've been talking about the draft and everything else. 14 all. And Christian, you mentioned earlier, this game's got potential. We're seeing it at the moment. That's a lot of points so far.
It was an awful start, back-to-back punts and some terrible Phillip Rivers. It looked like it could have been a wild weather Wednesday type of day. But instead, these teams coming alive. We've seen some stars score touchdowns. We've seen some scrubs score touchdowns, some wide receiver depth chart divers in Pascal and Higgins. But I like it. I'm here for it.
And 14 all here. Timeout, Colts. See if they can get the offense going.
I liked enough of what they saw from that Mac run to maybe air it out, give us a little bit of a Hail Mary here. And, well, you don't want to try that with Phillip Rivers. If this was the real world Colts, they would be bringing in Jacoby Brissett instead. Brissett, by the way, currently a Miami Dolphin, so continuing Brian Flores' trend of going out there and scooping up some of the guys he was familiar with in New England. As a nice little gainer there to Hines. There's another timeout, and only 5 seconds left, and you gotta, well, now you're relying on Phillip Rivers to throw the ball about 60 yards in the air. That's not going to happen, but you could get at least some nice garbage points if possible. I mean, if I were the real-life Colts, I would just run a quick sideline route or a quick slant over the middle, see if I can get into the 50, take that last time out, throw it from there. Instead, we're going to get a Hail Mary that lands somewhere around the Browns' 15-yard line.
That's a deep throw into traffic. Will anyone come down with it? No. Incomplete. Rivers, he was looking toward the end zone.
Rivers surprised me. That was better arm strength than I would have given him credit for. Okay.
Yeah, that thing kept going.
Hey, Phil. We caught the trade winds there in the dome stadium of Lucas Oil, although we did see the roof is open. They're enjoying a breezy fall afternoon in the Circle City of Indianapolis. And Hoff, pretty solid game so far. Two very strong passing performances, both QBs with 2 touchdowns apiece.
So to answer that question, Rivers is 9 for 10, whereas Baker is 10 for 10. So just the one incompletion, which came at the very end. So at the time of the question, no, they were both perfect. And now we do have an incompletion. Mack, 5 for 28 on the ground. Hunt, 5 for 27. Hines, 2 for 21. And, just not a whole lot going on in the ground game, but some activity, obviously, in the air. And we'll look at the receiving numbers from all of our pass catchers here in a matter of moments, getting everything up to date with the manual scoring for all of you. Frangelico and June are on it for you. Higgins, 4 for 64, that touchdown. Beckham, 2 for 4 with a score. Hilton, 2 for 49. You have Trey Burton, 2 for 7, a touchdown. Zach Pascal, 2 for 31 and a score. Hooper has himself 26 yards, 22 for Hines. Still got Donovan Peoples-Jones on the 1 for 17. Jarvis Landry may be positioned for the babysitter Billy right now. 1 for 6. Not a lot going on.
Yeah, and Landry is a guy who normally gets a ton of targets, but here in Simland has been for a wide receiver two is cough. They usually just really show up here in Simland, but Landry has struggled, and we are seeing those struggles continue today. And we got a whole bunch of people tied for first in the free showdown. Higgins in the captain's spot. He's got 20 points. Be paid up a little extra for him. And why wouldn't you? He's having himself a day so far. Already gone above and beyond his season-long average. And at 5K, really making people feel good. Koff, you have basically every touchdown accounted for. Where are you in the nooner? Guys, think CBA can talk NFL draft free roll.
At the moment, I'm sitting 9th, but I know that we're not fully up to date on the scoring just yet, so it might even climb that much more. Obviously, once everything is manually tabulated. So I like all of you are being patient out there, but it's coming. The update, baby, it is coming. It's going to be quite a thing.
30th right now, so I am feeling better after that horrible, awful start to this sim for me in that first quarter. And hopefully we can get a little bit more OBJ, a little bit more Baker Mayfield as well. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the former Heisman winner work things out?
So thank you all for being here with us. So going back to Mac Jones, and I want to keep going, obviously, on NFL draft stuff. And any questions people have, by all means, get them in there in the various chats. Rich says, you're wrong on Mac Jones. Christian, he didn't say Christian, but I know he's talking to you. He says, you're wrong on Mac Jones. Hopefully my Niners take him. I think he's got a long career ahead of him. He makes all the throws. He's got good movement in the pocket, even though he's not athletic. Your rebuttal, sir.
I mean, he's got an accurate arm, and yeah, he's fine in the pocket, but I think once he gets knocked off schedule, and once he doesn't have guys who can go out there and outclass defensive backs, then he's in trouble. I mean, he was very, very buoyed by the amazing supporting cast at Alabama. His pro day throws were not outstanding. You know, he didn't really show off the raw skill that guys like Fields and Wilson and Trevor Lawrence have. And honestly, I think he can be fine. I don't think I would take him 3rd overall. I think he is a useful project who had a great season and did minimize his risk and minimize turnovers, which was great. But at the same time, I just don't trust him. I think he belongs in that second tier of quarterbacks. I think, for me, it's him and Trey Lance battling, flipping back and forth for the 4th best quarterback in this draft. And he's got to land in the right situation to be the guy in the NFL. Obviously, the Niners are a great place to land. You have good blocking up front. You have a lot of very interesting skill players and a useful running back platoon, especially if Raheem Mostert stays healthy. But I think he can work in San Francisco, but I don't think he's interchangeable and could succeed in other places. You can't make the most out of a bad situation like some of the other quarterbacks in this draft can.
There have been reports, obviously, and we've danced around some of this stuff, that the Niners want Mac Jones. There have been other reports that suggest that they're between Jones and Trey Lance. Some have also suggested Justin Fields. It speaks to, again, nobody has any idea what anybody really wants and how Shanahan and Lynch feel about this. If you had to guess right now, if you're putting out your mock a couple days out from the draft, which way do you think they are going to go at number 3?
I think they are going to go Mac Jones. I can't understand the rumors, the reports coming out there. I don't understand what the value is in convincing guys who are trusted sources like Kuiper and McShay that Mac Jones is going to be the guy. And it's honestly a little baffling to me. I think maybe they will, change course at the end, and maybe this Justin Fields is slipping. All these reports and rumors aren't accurate, but I mean, the tea leaves right now say Mac Jones is going to be a Niner, and God bless. If maybe you're making the bold move and it'll pay out. The Texans went out and drafted Mario Williams over Reggie Bush after Reggie Bush looked like an absolute revelation at USC. That turned out to be the right move. Maybe we'll see that again. Maybe they're going to go swim upstream and find the best quarterback in this draft. I think it's a tough sell, let's say.
Want to mention, by the way, because I see some of you obviously in the chat asking about the stats. We are in the process of getting everything updated, so stats are not fully updated. If you're looking at your lineups, as Hooper with that catch from Baker, if you see anything missing, there is reason for it. It is not fully updated yet, but the beautiful thing is, folks, I say it all the time with the manual scoring, even if it's not updated in real time, I promise you, nothing will be finalized. No payouts will be done until everything is fully updated. That ball knocked down very over by the Browns into the Colts' hands, would have made for a touchdown. So not to worry. Everything, even if it takes a few minutes post-game, everything will be fully updated and finalized. So do stay patient with us. We appreciate you. Derwin says, I hope Niners don't get Fields. What do you make of Justin Fields? Because there are some people, and I want to reiterate, no one knows, okay? No one knows, and this isn't even a shot in the dark, dart throw, crapshoot, NFL draft or NBA draft or any draft. Of course, it's a guessing game when you're filling out a mock draft. When I say no one knows in this context, I mean, you can't tell me what a guy's career is going to look like a decade from now. Yeah. Nobody knows that. Like, Ryan Leaf wouldn't be picked number one if we knew the answers to these questions, folks, okay? So we do not know. I just feel like there's such a consensus around Trevor Lawrence. There's such a hope, if you will, around Zach Wilson. I'm just waiting for him to bust and for that to not go well for the Jets. But nevertheless, there is a hope, a belief. This man is number two and nobody is wavering away from it. Justin Fields, there are a lot of people out there. The range for this guy, is he going to fall into the mid-teens? Should he go number three? It's, projecting long-term, is this guy going to be the best quarterback in this class to come out of this draft? Where do you land on Justin Fields?
It's kind of baffling to see the dissenting opinions on him because he wasn't as good in 2020 as he was in 2019. That seems to be the crux of the argument there. And why are we basing anything we saw in 2020? 2020 was a bizarre mess of a year. So it's a situation where we saw Fields has that toughness, that desire to win. He got absolutely destroyed in that semifinal game against Clemson, and he came back and he still looked good. He still looked like, he played through the pain in that national title game. He wants to be there. He wants to win. And let's not forget, man, this is a guy who absolutely lit up a very good Clemson team, the number 2 team in the nation, filled with 5-star defensive prospects. He threw for 6 passing touchdowns against them and got hit by a Mack truck on the field. This is a guy who wants to be there, wants to win, has the arm talent, was a 5-star recruit on the same level as Trevor Lawrence. I don't understand why the fluctuations have come in this late in the draft process, why people are not nearly as excited about him as, wow, risky throw there, but Mayfield gets it off under pressure across his body to Hooper, who makes his 3rd catch of the day. Man, whew. I'm just way into Justin Fields. I understand how teams are looking at that Ohio State program, looking at Dwayne Haskins and his inability to turn a prolific one-year career, one season basically at Ohio State into an NFL career. Maybe they're scared off by that. This is not an Ohio State team that typically has been a stalwart in the passing game, but Fields kept that Dwayne Haskins tradition alive, kept them as a passing-first offense, which is not something the Buckeyes take lightly, and he was just outstanding there. I mean, this is a guy in 2 seasons as a full-time starter, 22 games, 63 passing touchdowns, only 9 interceptions, threw for more than 5,000 yards, averaged more than 9 yards per attempt. Dude was legit. He was playing against top competition. I don't understand why he's falling down draft boards. And as a Patriots fan, if he somehow slides all the way to New England.
Yes, please.
Yes, absolutely. Into it. 1,000%.
How do you rank these 5? How do you rank the QBs, the 5 that are expected to go in round 1? And I say that knowing, that it is just 5, but there's even speculation out there, the possibility that Trask or Mond could sneak into the very end of round 1.
Yeah, and that's wild to me. Maybe you have a desperate team that's willing to trade up. Those guys at the back end of the first round. Maybe the Buccaneers want to get their guy for the future, but I just don't see unless you are really in love with someone, those guys will still be there. You're still going to have your pick of those tier 3 guys at the end of the second round, end of the third round. For me, it goes Lawrence number 1, just because he is the best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck. He not only has all the raw tools, but he put it all together at Clemson. He looked like the guy. He was a solid leader there. He won a title. He looks the part of a franchise quarterback. You don't pass on that at number 1. Number 2, Wilson, I do get behind that. I do love his raw arm talent. He's a bit of a one-year wonder, but after that, he came back from a tough 2019, put things together for a BYU team that had a lot to prove and didn't have the best talent around him, as we're going to get a chip shot here from Siebert, 29-yarder, to take the lead for the Browns. It's up and it's good. So I would go Wilson 2A, Fields 2B, but I mean, again, it depends on the time of day. I might be swapping those two around. I would go Trey Lance 4A, Mac Jones 4B, but they're kind of interchangeable right now. I like Lance's raw tools better. I think you can turn him into a Josh Allen kind of guy, a guy who had a lot of questions in college, but who swam upstream under the right kind of coaching to become an all-pro caliber player. I think Mac Jones is a very smart, very capable quarterback who just kind of needs the right place with the right landing zone, much like a Trey Lance. And then, man, those tier 3 guys are all kind of interchangeable. I think I would go Trask, Davis Mills, Mond, but I would not be super reliable on any of them.
We've got a 17-14 game, Cleveland in front. Few minutes to go, third quarter. Again, manual scoring, folks. Do be patient with us. Everything will get fully up to date just as soon as possible. But for those looking at Trey Burton, much as I would love to see him with 80-plus points in the captain spot because he is my captain, he does not have 9 touchdowns today. Colts have 2. So not to worry. We'll get everything corrected for you. We always do. 17-14. Appreciate you. That would have me only 5th right now, though. Is there a particular, and I know this is an awkward way of asking this question, is there a particular surprise that you're anticipating come round 1? And I know it's awkward because you can't anticipate a surprise. I get it. But is there, is there something just totally off the rails that you have your eye out for come round 1 of the draft on Thursday?
I mean, typically we get to see, one very big surprise pick that kind of comes out of nowhere, a day 2 guy that gets drafted ahead of time. Typically it's an offensive lineman or defensive back. And there are definitely a few candidates there. What I want to see the Buccaneers. They already have that loaded secondary. They don't need another young defensive back with NFL bloodlines, but I want to see Tom Brady reunite with the Samuel family and get Asante Jr., the high-performance cornerback out of Florida State. Just make that entire defensive backfield a no-fly zone and reunite the Samuels with Mr. Brady himself. I'm into that. I like that idea. I also want to see my guy, Quinn Miners, Wisconsin Whitewater D3 stand-up. I want to see him go higher than any D3 player has in the past 20 years, 30 years. I don't even remember when the last time we saw a D3 guy go before the first round. Last year, of course, we had the kid out of St. John's in Minnesota, Ben Barch, go to the Jaguars. Miners could go even higher than him. And if one weird player is going to fly all the way up the draft board in the first round, I hope it's a D3 lineman from the powerhouse of Wisconsin Whitewater.
2nd and 3, Naheem Hines. It's all the way out to the 5-yard line. 15-yard pickup. Colts looking for a score before the third quarter break. CDA, AK, we've got Jordan, undercover boss Tom, for Angelico, June, all hanging out with you. Thanks for being with us. There you go. Touchdown by, as I like to call him, Ty Hilton. TY picks up the score and celebrates.
Oh, yeah. Hilton did not have a great start to his year last year. Looked like he might be done, might be cooked, but eventually got on the same page as Phillip Rivers, had a very nice finish. And the Colts, with all that salary cap space, just kind of looking for ways to spend it. Gave him a one-year deal at $8 million, maybe overvalued him a little bit, but you reward a guy who has been a franchise cornerstone, T.Y. Hilton, getting the chance to continue his career in Indianapolis, maybe even retire there. He will be 32 this season. He does seem like he's lost a step, but he should help ease Carson Wentz's transition from Philadelphia to the Midwest.
How do you think he's going to look alongside Carson Wentz? What kind of, I don't know, time does it take for those two to potentially get up to speed with one another? Because as we saw, and I don't know if this was more about Hilton, more about Rivers, more about the system, any combination of those, but last year was a slow start for T.Y. Hilton with a new QB.
It was. But, I mean, part of that, too, is that we didn't really have an offseason, didn't have a preseason at all.
Right.
So I think it's going to be a little bit quicker. The good news is, too, that, Wentz isn't going into a completely foreign system. He knows his head coach, Frank Reich. Reich is the guy who kind of gleaned the best years from him in Philly. So I think those two, they'll start off at a high level. I think for Hilton, what I would be more concerned about is falling down the depth chart, just because you have some very nice young talent there. Michael Pittman looked like a wide receiver one toward the end of the season. If you can get anything out of Paris Campbell, he can stay healthy. He's a guy who was great in college, who I expected a lot more from at the NFL level, and we just haven't seen it because he hasn't been able to stay on the field. But those two guys can get healthy, get going. Yeah, Hilton could be the wide receiver 3 in Indianapolis, and that might be kind of a perfect role for him as a veteran, a guy who can make a little bit of an impact, kind of wade into his Larry Fitzgerald years later on in his career.
Through 3 quarters, we will give you the numbers as they stand. You can look at your lineups and determine, obviously, where you, what you're looking for. 21-17, Indianapolis leading. Phillip Rivers, 14 of 16 for 185 and 3 touchdowns. That's one shy of a Bundy. Baker Mayfield, 16 of 18, 177. He has 2 touchdowns to his credit. So again, 5 between the QBs. It has been a good passing game so far.
Yeah, neither quarterback en route to the bonus, but Mayfield with the ball here. And if the past 3 quarters have been any indication, he's going to be targeting Rashard Higgins quite a bit, because, man, that has been a dynamite combination against this Colts secondary. They are leaving the wide receiver 3 open and apparently devoting all their resources to making Jarvis Landry look bad.
This run game is junk, both sides. Hines 3 for 36, Mack 5 for 28, Hunt 6 for 29, and Nick Chubb, who is probably the leader in the clubhouse for the Babysitter Billy Award right now, 8 for 17. Not doing anything of note in the air either. So you got Higgins 5 for 80, a touchdown. Hooper 4 for 39, Pascal 4 for 76 in a score, Hilton 3 for 54 with that last touchdown. Touchdowns for Beckham and Burton as well, though they haven't done much else. 3 for 15 for OBJ, Burton 2 for 7. And let's see, Chubb doesn't even have a catch. Nick Chubb has just been a tough day for Nick Chubb.
A rough one, and I believe it was River Rat that pointed out couldn't play Chubb today because he's got to deal with DeForest Buckner up front. Dead on. I mean, it's just nothing going at the line of scrimmage. 8 carries, barely 2 yards per touch from him. But we've had some other disappointments elsewhere. Marlon Mack, very little production out of him. And Jarvis Landry, still 1 catch, 6 yards. So not ideal, but, the Browns still have the chance to turn this around. They got 1 quarter left. They are driving with the ball near midfield. They're down by 4. Probably going to be throwing a little bit here at the end. We're going to see a little bit more Baker Mayfield. Why? See if he can't get that 3rd touchdown of the day here and hopefully get us crashing toward a furious finish.
So I put us at 45 points coming in. We're at 38 right now. So we'll see what quarter number 4 looks like.
Not bad. Not a bad prognostication there, Cole. As producer Jordan behind the scenes. I think Lance Leipold could be a NFL coach one day. I love Coach Lance, man. He made that huge jump going from D3 to Division I with Buffalo, and he kind of helped. He kind of helped that Turner Gill momentum keep moving forward with the Bulls. I mean, obviously, when you're a MAC team, no one's really going to take you all that seriously, and it makes some sense. It's a tough place to win, and you're only going to go, at your best, you're probably going to go to the Bahamas Bowl or the Dollar General Bowl or the Beef O'Brady's Bowl. But at the same time, Leipold went to a moribund school, moribund program, and he has the most bowl games of anyone in that program's history, going back to 1962. He has the only 2 bowl wins in program history. Someone is going to snipe that guy and make him a Power 5 coach. I was hoping it would be Vandy last year. Instead, they went and got Clark Lee, defensive coordinator at Notre Dame, former Vanderbilt fullback. So we get a little Jarvis Landry there. Now he has 2 for 11. He is still fighting off Nick Chubb for those Babysitter Billy awards. But, yeah, dude, 1,000% in on Lance Leipold.
So taking a look at the chat here, as Carlos says, you guys don't interact with the chat room anymore. Oh, Carlos, I couldn't disagree more than that. Or with that, we interact with the chat constantly. Now, a lot of the chat today has been my scores aren't up to date. There's not a lot to interact with over there, other than to say, hey, be patient. It's manual scoring. Thank you. Hyro's in here talking about my beef with BK. I think we worked all that out yesterday. So, I mean, other than that, we're here for you, baby. Whatever you guys got, we'll shout it out. If anyone has something relevant to the draft, let's go. David says, I think Jacksonville should reconsider drafting Trevor Lawrence, trade the pick along with a 2nd and 3rd rounder for Burton. Well, yeah, I mean, with the 18 touchdowns he has in this game, how could you not consider trading for Trey Burton? Do you see, and knowing full well that, as I said before, there's no crystal ball, there's no we don't know. We just don't know. I'd say until I'm blue in the face. Do you think Trevor Lawrence will not be the best quarterback to come out of this draft?
No, I think he's going to be the guy. I think he's going to show us what Andrew Luck would have been if injuries hadn't really sapped him. The one problem I do have is that, man, he is going to a wasteland in Jacksonville. And Urban Meyer has a lot of control over that team, and it doesn't seem like he is prepped for the NFL. As toe tap for OBJ. 2 touchdowns for him. Stir it up, baby. We got ourselves a 3-point ball game. Cleveland in the lead on the road. Yeah, I would prefer if the Jaguars could get him a little bit more protection down in Jacksonville. There is, of course, a little bit of a concern about whether or not he'll be able to stay healthy with guys like Jawan Taylor and Cam Robinson as his tackles. But you do have to really like that receiving core he's got there. You got DJ Chark, who looks like a true wide receiver one. Marvin Jones brings a very valuable veteran presence. Laviska Shenault is a Swiss Army knife who can do a little bit of everything. And Colin Johnson is a guy who was a day 3 pick who I think has a ton of potential. Very lanky, tall dude. He's like 6'6". He's a good red zone target. He's got a little bit of elusiveness. Straight line speed isn't great, isn't amazing, but he finds ways to win one-on-one, and he's going to get better. So I mean, Lawrence could be a very sneaky season-long fantasy pick if he can stay upright behind that offensive line in Jacksonville. Oh, no. Jags put the ball, or the Colts put the ball on the turf, and the Colts come up with it. So this might be a 2-possession game immediately.
So remember I had said earlier a 24-21 final, which it probably won't be. But
no!
I gave it right back.
Wow.
That's a course correct right there.
Yeah.
I said 24-21 game. That's where we sit right now. What I need is no more scoring the rest of the way, and I'll be dead on accurate, Christian. I was just looking at the scoring, and obviously we don't like to poke fun, but sometimes it is just funny. After OBJ scored that 2nd touchdown, I'm thinking I've got most of the touchdowns in this game in my lineup. How am I sitting 33rd? And I pull up the leading lineup right now, and it's Austin Seibert has made 23 extra points.
That sounds right.
Like, wow, the Seibert here, he's got 26 points.
The legend. A legend.
That's got to be a Madden Sim record. Again, be patient with us, folks.
We're getting there. Don't worry. We might not have it the fastest, but we will have it right.
David says there's no guarantee Urban Meyer will pan out being a good NFL coach. What's your expectation there?
No, I agree. I am a little bit. I think it's a questionable hire. To be fair, to his credit, he has gotten the most out of guys, but that's a big jump from college to the NFL, and I think you have to have a certain kind of makeup to get it done. And we've seen guys like Nick Saban, Les Miles, and Bobby Petrino, they all failed. We've seen guys. Pete Carroll is probably the biggest example and the most notable one. But do you think Urban Meyer is really a Pete Carroll kind of guy? Do you think this is a guy who basically went out and admitted he didn't really know what he was doing in free agency? He expected it to be a lot more like hitting the recruiting trail, which is not what you want to hear from your head coach with oodles of cap space, more than anyone else in the league. I think they need to build around him. They need to get him a proper front office. As Hines gets the first down there and might get some bonus yardage. He does, in fact. So not only the first down, but also 15 extra yards thanks to the face mask on Tay Davis. I have a lot of concerns about Urban Meyer, and they gave him the kind of contract that just puts a ton of power in his hands. And the Jags are not the kind of franchise that you want to see that. Your guy Burton, he of the dozen touchdowns today, falls forward for the first down. The Colts in business here. Ball of the 20, well within Blankenship field goal range to tie this one up, and obviously Indianapolis. No interest in a tie right now. Want to break into the end zone for 6.
Rossi in support here of Siebert's big day. Stack them kickers, the man says in the chat. You can catch Rossi, by the way, for a couple of sims a little bit later on. We will be together, he and I, for the 4 o'clock sim, early bird special, Falcons, Cowboys, after Emerson and Kenny have the Eagles and Jets after this one for the Madden Matinee. And then Rossi will take a little break. Christian will come back with Glash for Jaguars Texans. So plenty more Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer, and Jags talk coming up for the 6 o'clock sim. Then it will be Brendan Glasheen sticking around with Tom Carroll for Bucks Washington at 8 prime time. And Madden After Dark, Rossi comes back with Tom Ace, TC, for Bills Niners at 10. So we have kind of a jumbled day of broadcaster assignments, which is, I mean, it's not producer Drew who does the scheduling. It's all on us for our sprinkled availability. He just put the puzzle together and made it work. So that's when you can expect to hear everybody. Again, if you didn't follow that, Emerson and Kenny next, me and Rossi after that, Glash and Christian, Glash and Tom, Rossi and Tom. Those are your commentators the rest of this day. And you will have much going on in between as well. After the 2 o'clock sim, before the 4, Get to the Green, or Get the Green, I believe it's called, with Reed T. Fowler and Jeff Ulrich, talking a little Valspar Championship coming up later this week. And Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne. Bukes will complain about something during MLB The Slate after the 4 o'clock sim, before 6 rolls around. A lot going on here for you today. And my prediction can no longer hit. 24 all, but we might get some free football.
Could be. I mean, this has been a pretty fun sim, but both offenses clicking right now. We might get 2 more scores before we get that overtime period.
So what do we have here in the chat? Let's see. DFS Queenie says Rossi's the best. Rossi, if you're still out there, that's for you, baby. Lumpy says, I love listening to Jason Rossi. Where was this? D says, Mr. Kaufman, I know it's a little early. A little young in the day, but give me a couple sleepers, por favor. Yes, we will also have sleepover, D. Sleepers, por favor, for NBA. So you are correct, D. Very early in the day, I have not spent 2 seconds thinking about it. I really, no time has gone into my NBA thought process because, of course, we're still 6 hours away from lock. There's nothing early going on, but let's see. Let me just take a little peek at what we got going on tonight. Take just a little peek-see.
Oh, well, while you do that, we're going to hit the 2-minute warning here after a very nice Kareem Hunt run to give the Browns a little bit more favorable field position. Ball to 34, so they need, let's say, 35 more yards here before you get comfortable with a Siebert game winner. Of course, he might be a little bit tired after kicking those 23 extra points.
Yeah, I mean, he's exhausted.
Yeah.
There's a completion, though, a little shy of the first, and Higgins again. What a day Rashard Higgins is having. All right, so some sleepers. Guys you could think about. Brad Wanamaker looks like he's in a good spot going against Milwaukee. Willie Cauley-Stein, or Wilt Cauley-Stein, as he's played of late. He's in a good position against Golden State. Juan Toscano Anderson on the other side of that game. Those are a few guys, just nice and early to think about. Rossi bids us farewell. Says, drink your water, smile, stay positive, and catch you all at 4 o'clock. Rossi, talk to you then, my friend.
Since we are winding down here, Koff, I don't think there's going to be any debate over who the crusty Koff is going to be here. It's got to be Rashard Higgins, 5K, and
Baker
in the flex.
Healthy run, we got a flag.
That's a brutal one for all of you out there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Higgins, he's already closing in on 25 fantasy points. He's a couple yards away from the bonus still, I believe, unless he's already hit it on that last catch. He's at 30% owned, 3% in the captain spot. Hard to find a better pick. I agree with you.
Clearly, the Krustikov player in the game. And with Jarvis Landry making a little bit of an impact here, I think we're going to have to babysitter Billy. So sorry. Nick Chubb, I mean, just a nothing game out of him, stuffed all day by that smothering Colts offenses. Time ticking here. Browns can be pressed up against it, and if they can get the first down here, then the Colts are going to be pressed against it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Big gainer.
This really surprises me. So Nick Chubb, and he's been bad, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And the salary was high. That can't be ignored. He's only 30% owned. I mean, normally Nick Chubb we're looking at as a guy who's double digits in the captain spot. He's, 60% or 80%, whatever crazy number owned overall, not popular today.
Here he is. Oh, well, is he gonna make us feel a little bit worse about it there with that 10-yard run, and it's gonna make the Colts feel a lot worse about their chances of winning this one, as that is now well within Seibert field goal range. It'd be about a 33-yarder from here. Extra point. He's kicked a bunch of them already. So let's see if they, if you're the Colts, you pretty much just give them a free pass to the end zone here and hope he takes it. But here in Simland, that won't be the case. Of course, we're going to get another carry, not the first down. Not that it'll make a difference.
One day for Chubb. It's tough. 3rd and 1 from the 15. They got one timeout left, these Browns.
Saving their timeout.
Win.
They have no faith in young Austin on the other side of the field. 3, 2. Oh, what?
Ice the kicker, baby.
Woo! I thought we were going to get one of those where the clock
runs out.
Yeah, it's happened multiple times.
It has happened.
I was about to lose my mind if it happened again.
For the win, along with those 26 extra points. Kicks up. Effortlessly good.
Oh, it's a walk-off.
27-24 Cleveland and a walk-off in virtual Indianapolis. Frank Reich, sorry, buddy.
Sad. But hey, a good day to stack the kickers. A good day to have Seibert. Great day if you had Rashard Higgins as the Colts defense not playing up to snuff despite the job they did on that Browns running game. A nice little performance there. OBJ, Baker Mayfield, Rashard Higgins, those guys really stepped up in a big way. And if scores hold, Glenn B, 555 will take down the Nooner by a significant margin.
Well, barring any stat adjustments anyway.
Barring stat adjustments. We'll get there, of course. Both quarterbacks, though, guys you wanted to play today, each of them had 3 touchdowns. And wait, we already said it. Player of the game, Rashard Higgins. Babysitter Billy goes to Nick Chubb. Next up on the Dream Stream is The Sweat. You can catch every weekday, Monday through Friday, live at 11 a.m. Now featuring Steve Buchanan's top 10 mock draft. You can figure out where he thinks Mac Jones is going to go. Probably not the same place I think. And
all right, so our thanks to Jordan, to Undercover Boss Tom, Frangelico, June, everybody. Stay patient. The manual scoring will get everything updated before the next sim rolls around. And again, Christian will be coming on back a little bit later on in the day. You have got Emerson and Kenny next for the Eagles and Jets. About 50 plus minutes from now, I'll be back with Rossi, Falcons, Cowboys at 4, Christian and Glash, Jaguars, Texans at 6. Thanks everyone for hanging with us. Christian, give us that wave goodbye. There it is.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jesse Cofield. Welcome to The Sweat. We're going to hit you guys with 50 minutes of DFS and sports betting advice. It's going to be great. And then we got 6 Madden Sims coming your way, starting with Browns at Colts with Kaufman and Christian. Going to be amazing. But let's start on the diamond. DraftKings contributor Stan Sun, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman, are here for MLB pickoffs. So favorite plays at the following positions on tonight's MLB slate. We're going to start with pitcher. Stan, who are you going with?
I'm going with Christian Javier, 9,300 versus Seattle. I wish the price was, a little bit cheaper, but it is what it is. On the season, he has a 1.27 FIP. The swinging strike rate is 13.1%. In 13.2 innings, he has 20 strikeouts, only 3 walks, 0 home runs allowed. And it hasn't been due to, good luck. The BABIP and left on base numbers have been normal. The Mariners, they're 9th in strikeouts and 14th in ISO against right-handed pitching.
All right, Eric, where are you going to go for your favorite play at pitcher?
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit cheaper for this one. I think the cheapest pitcher I like tonight is Aaron Sanchez at 7,200. Anytime you can face the Rockies outside of Coors Field, that's exciting. They're tied for the worst offense in the league this season by WRC Plus at just 777, hitting just 238 even while playing half their games at Coors Field. Sanchez's workload is a bit of a worry, but he has reached 5 innings in 3 of his 4 starts. He doesn't own his 1.83 ERA. There's some good luck there, but he is pitching pretty well. Doesn't strike out a ton of guys, but is hardly walking anybody, just a 5% walk rate, and he's getting a ton of ground balls, nearly 60%. So I think he's not going to give up many runs against a Rockies offense that doesn't really score on anybody.
Okay, Eric, so you're saving some money at pitcher there. How about infielder? Where are you going?
Let's go with a mid-price first baseman here, Eric Hosmer. He'll get the platoon advantage against Merrill Kelly, whose ERA starts with a 7. That's never good. I think the power breakout for Hosmer last year was real. He was a guy that always hit the ball hard, but he smashed it into the ground. And last year he started swinging like a power hitter, so that 517 slugging exactly matched his expected slugging last season. His ground ball rate is back up this year, but he's still hitting pretty well overall. And I think he's way better than the 18th most expensive first baseman that he's priced at on this slate.
All right, Stan, where are you going? Eric went in the mid-level tier. How about you?
I'm going to go a little cheaper. I guess he could be considered a value as well, but I do like him. Gio Urshela, I know he's not sexy. 3,100 at Baltimore. Faces Bruce Zimmerman, who's a lefty. He's allowed 4 home runs in 21.2 innings, 3 of them to righties. In his career, granted, it's only been 28.2 innings, but the slug is, 0.513 against righties, while the strikeout rate is only 13.6%. Urshela, he's kind of on a little heater right now. He homered on Sunday, went 2 for 4 last night. ISO is 191. And, I like all the cheap righties against Zimmerman. Yes, even Gary Sanchez.
All right, Stan, how about an outfielder that you're going with?
Shohei Ohtani immediately jumped out to me, 4,300 at Texas. I want to pick on Mike Fulton-Evans today in the Rangers bullpen. Fult's swinging strike rate is only 8.4%. The FIP is 6.78 compared to 5.32 ERA. And he's had good luck. The BABIP is 222. Left on base percentage is 88.6%. In 22 innings, he's allowed a whopping 8 home runs. Ohtani has 7 by himself. He also has 3 stolen bases. So, there's multiple paths, to get those fantasy goodies. His ISO is a ridiculous 377. It's like video game numbers. And, once they get Fulton-Evans out of the game, the Rangers bullpen, they have the 7th highest FIP.
Eric, an outfielder that speaks to you.
Yeah, I went a little bit cheaper in the first 2, so I'm going to spend some money here and go for JD Martinez at 5,700. He's an interesting story over the last couple of years. He was complaining about the loss of in-game video, which was a result of the fallout of the Astros scandal last season. He was complaining about it before the start of the year, so maybe we should actually believe him when he says that's the reason why he had a really terrible year last year. The video's back this year, and so is JD Martinez. He looks every bit the star he's always been. He's slugging over 750, probably going to fall a bit, but his expected slugging still 661. He's got 7 homers, one shy of the league lead. So it looks like JD Martinez, and he's got the platoon advantage against David Peterson, who is nobody who should scare us at all. So I'm willing to pay up there.
Okay, we talked about who you're paying up for. How about a value pick here, Eric?
Yeah, let's go with another outfielder in Brandon Nimmo at 3,700. The main thing that interests me about him is I want to get as many Mets as I can against Garrett Richards, who's got a 6.48 ERA on the year. He's walked more guys than he struck out. Just really looks like he doesn't have it at all this season. Nimmo should get the platoon advantage against him and lead off. So if the Mets score a lot, he should be scoring multiple times. He's having a great year himself, although a BABIP over 500 is definitely not going to stick around. So expect his numbers to fall a bit, but even his expected batting average is over 300 after sitting under 250 last year. So he's hitting well, and he's got one of the easiest matchups on the slate.
Stan, where are you going to go for value?
Going to Cole Calhoun, 2,800 versus San Diego. Chris Paddock, he's a decent pitcher, but he, two-pitch pitcher. He has difficulties against lefties. The strikeout rate decreases by 8%, and the FIP is almost a run higher against against lefties. In 18 innings this year, the strikeout rate is 15% lower, while the FIP is almost 2 runs higher. Calhoun, he's always feasted on right-handed pitching, career ISO of 202 compared to 136 against lefties. He has 2 homers on the season, ISO is 200, and he's batting second, and he's sub 3K. So,
all right, how about your favorite sportsbook bet of the night, Stan? What's it going to be?
Go Washington under 4.5 runs. Last night it was minus 106, so now it's at 120. So that kind of gives me, so I guess, some confirmation. I guess the Nationals offense, they've been so inept without Juan Soto in the lineup. Over the since he's been out of the lineup, which was April 7th, that's 18 games. Washington is last in ISO at 114, 26th in the WOBA, 29th in runs scored. They've scored fewer than 5 runs in 11 of those games. Over the last 7 games, they've scored 5 runs or fewer in 5. Trent Thorne, he's an opener. He's only going to pitch 2 innings. But he's decent. He has a 2.79 FIP, and the Toronto bullpen, they have the 5th lowest FIP.
All right, where are you going, Eric? Favorite sportsbook bet of the night?
Yeah, I was taking a look at some over-unders for this one, and I think Yankees-Orioles is set pretty high at 9.5, but I don't think it's high enough. The teams are combining for 9.8 runs per game already this season, so they'd have to have a lower scoring day than normal, and I don't think that's going to happen when we've got Corey Kluber against Bruce Zimmerman on the mound. Bruce Zimmerman is Bruce Zimmerman, and that's pretty much a back-end starter, doesn't strike anybody out, was never much of a prospect, ERA 4.57, but could be worse. And Corey Kluber is not Corey Kluber, unfortunately, after all his injuries. Just a 19.2% strikeout rate with a 15.1% walk rate. He's got an ERA of 5.40, and the ERA estimators are all a lot more pessimistic than that. And it's a hitter-friendly park, so I think we're going to see more runs than average from these two teams in this game, and all it would take is an average performance to hit that over.
All right, good insight, guys. Good stuff as always. All right, NBA is coming up next. The Sweat will return. Don't go anywhere. everybody. Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, but you already knew that. And you also know these guys, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. They're here for NBA Chase or Fade. So agree or disagree with the following DFS or sportsbook plays on tonight's 6-game NBA slate. Okay, Luka Doncic and Steph Curry facing off tonight in SF. Curry has been on a roll, averaging over 50 DK fantasy points over his last 5 games. That's a lot. He's $600 cheaper in salary tonight than Doncic. So, Kenny, chase or fade, you want Curry in your lineups over Luka.
Yeah, I'm absolutely chasing here. I mean, Steph Curry has been a value hitting machine. There was, of course, that run he had at the midpoint of April, right, where he was like hitting 6x every night, 60, 70 DK fantasy points. The thing about it is he is like Luka in the fact that he is the whole offense for Golden State. They need wins right now, and they're just going to give him all the shots in the world. He's taking around 20 shots a game the last 2. So I like him a lot here. And on the other side, I don't know if you guys watched last night's game, but Luka Doncic looked really bad. He was missing a lot of those step back threes that he normally hits at the end of games. Just looked a little lethargic out there, looked a little injured. So it's the second night of a back-to-back now. We're not even sure if he'll play, but by all indications, right, they shouldn't have played him last night. They played him anyway because they thought, hey, we can't take the Kings lightly. We really need a win right now. It didn't work out for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just turn right back to Luka tonight as well, because now they need a win even more, especially against a harder opponent. So, I'm going to go with Curry, though. I'm not really thrilled with the way Luka Doncic looks right now. I don't know if you can really confidently roster him.
Nick, you want to go with Steph or you want to pay $600 more and go with Luka?
Yeah, I'm with Kenny here. I think it is close. Obviously, Curry has a little bit more scoring upside. He's been more consistent as a scorer of late. Like Kenny said, Luka has 42 points combined over his last 2 games, which for 95% of the NBA is fantastic. But for Luka Doncic is a little bit concerning. And, they got in a hole early against Sacramento last night and were never really able to climb out. The degree of difficulty of the shots that Luka takes, not that Steph doesn't take difficult shots too, but if Luka's not feeling it, to the degree that we've seen him, throughout the season, if he's not feeling it, he's really prone to off nights. And the argument for Luka is, he's a better rebounder. He hands up more assists. He's actually racked up more steals of late than Steph Curry. But for $600, I think it's a close call. But $600 is $600. You could reallocate that around the rest of your roster. I think Curry and Doncic probably have pretty comparable ceilings in this game. So for me, just give me the cheaper option. And tonight, that's Steph Curry.
All right, well, KD returned to action against Phoenix on Sunday, put up 53 DK fantasy points in just 28 minutes. Tonight, he's facing Toronto, going to cost you just $8,300 in salary. Nick, are you chasing KD tonight against the Raptors?
Yeah, I think I might. There are very few players in the league who can miss games and be constantly kind of banged up with injuries that are fairly serious. And as we've seen multiple times, it's something that you can tweak at any moment throughout the season. Very few guys can just come back and instantly look as great as we've ever seen them, like Kevin Durant did in that game against Phoenix on Sunday. I mean, look at Anthony Davis. He's played 3 games and still hasn't quite looked like himself. Durant is unbelievable. And, as he proved on Sunday, he doesn't need to play 37, 38 minutes to meet value. I mean, he can do it when he's kind of on this soft minutes restriction with Brooklyn, 100% focused on making sure he's healthy for the playoffs. So, $8,300 is a bit of a tough pill to swallow for somebody who, maybe only plays 28 or 29. But again, it's Kevin Durant, and he's more than capable of meeting value, even in limited action in a game that could potentially be a blowout, if Toronto reverts back to what they were doing last week and ends up sitting a lot of regulars.
Kenny, what do you think? Are you chasing KD against the Raptors?
Yeah, I can't do it here. This KD is not going to endorse that KD, because when you look at the Toronto Raptors defense, they are 10th in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. They've actually played really, really well on that side. And then you go ahead and you look at Kevin Durant. He's only had 5x value in 2 of the last 9. And that's sort of what you're hoping for here at 8,300. I think that you would be disappointed if he had, 40, 42 DK fantasy points and just flirted with value here. On the other side of the coin, I mean, look, he's just, he looked good last game, but I want to stress how he looked, the 10 games before that. I mean, he never really broke out and shattered all your expectations that many times. So I'm cool on him. And I also love that there's 3 guys in this price range. You want to talk about Malcolm Brogdon, CJ McCollum, the 2 that I really like, or Karis LeVert if you want to go crazy. There's a really high total here in Indiana, and Portland, which we'll get to later, but 234.5 implied total. The Pacers are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. Brogdon is locked into a ton of minutes. He's been looking great. He's been a value hitting machine. And then you've got CJ McCollum, who plays like 38 minutes a game, who hasn't really broke out yet, but this could be a good game. 2 bad defenses and a really fast paced game. So there's so many options in this range that I like. I can't pay $8,300 for a guy that I know is going to be super chalky tonight, especially when he's been letting me down.
All right, let's take a look at the sports book now. Okay, Celtics are the heaviest favorite on the slate, 11.5 points over the Thunder. Kenny, chase or fade that they cover that spread?
I am going to chase that the Celtics cover the 10.5 points here. Now, I learned my lesson last night. Well, let's back up here. I didn't really learn that much of a lesson last night because the Philadelphia 76ers decided to play their entire team where I thought they would just punt the game, and they won by like 30 points. The Thunder didn't look like they had any sort of chance there. And when you look at the players that played for the Thunder, you realize why. I mean, Darius Bazley and Ty Jerome were their leading scorers. They had Jalen Horde playing 16 minutes. They are banged up without Lou Dort. I don't think he's going to play on the second night of a back-to-back. Of course, you want to take a look at the injury report just to know, but look at the Boston Celtics. They're 16-13 at home this year against the spread. The Thunder are 5-8-1 on the second night of a back-to-back. I just think the stars align here. The Celtics, they haven't really covered all season long. They've been a bettor's nightmare, but at home, they have been good. They have covered at home, especially as home favorites. So I like Boston here to cover the 10.5 points. They seem to be peaking right now. They seem to be getting healthier, playing together, playing better basketball. Brad Stevens is off the hot seat now, and this is a great matchup for them.
All right, what do you think, Nick?
I'm with Kenny again here. And this number I'm seeing now at the DK Sportsbook is up to 11.5. And honestly, that doesn't really change my mind. And it's not so much about Boston for me as it is about what version of the Thunder we're going to see. Like Kenny said, you start to look at the against the spread numbers and, that's not super favorable. It doesn't make you have a ton of belief in Boston. They are 12-11-1 against the spread as a home favorite this season. But I wish there was a way to sort by like, what are you against the spread when the other team is not trying to win whatsoever? Because that's what Oklahoma City is trying to do at this point. When Lou Dort is out there, they're a completely different team, and they're able to compete with some of these more talented teams that actually have something on the line. When he's not, and they kind of pull back, I mean, they're liable to be blown out by 30, 40 points. They were beat by Golden State like 147-105 or something a couple weeks ago. And that's not a great Golden State team. That's a team fighting, for the playoffs. So even though Boston's lost 3 of 4, they're coming off of an ugly loss at Charlotte the other night. I still like them against this Oklahoma City outfit. And again, it's not so much about Boston. It's not about Tatum and Brown. It's about what we're going to see on the other side. And if Lou Dort is out, I don't know who's matching up with that wing duo.
All right, guys, largest total of the night belongs to the Blazers and Pacers. This is kind of crazy. Opened at 234.5. It's now up to 241.5. So, Nick, what do you think? Chase or fade, they go over this very high total now?
Yeah, I can't believe how much this has climbed in such a short period of time. I was going to say over. Indiana is playing at the fastest pace in the league, kind of out of nowhere over these last 10 games, and injuries have kind of forced their hand in some ways. But you don't really think of the Pacers as this run and gun, up and down team, but that's what they've kind of had to be with all the guys they have out. We have no Sabonis, again, no Miles Turner. Of course, they're basically starting some like borderline G League guys at forward and center, and O'Shea Brissett and Jakar Sampson these days. So it's kind of tough to get a read on this Indiana team. I do think this is going to end up being a high scoring game. 241.5 though, to me, I mean, especially when you compare it to these other games on the slate, I mean, that's like 7 points higher than the next highest spread, which I believe is that Minnesota-Houston game. Those are two teams that we know get up and down. I like Portland's chances to get a win on the road here. I think this is a nice bounce back opportunity for Damian Lillard, who's been in a bit of a slump over the last 9 or 10 games, but 241.5 to me is just a little too high.
Kenny, 241.5, a little too high for you too?
It is, I think. I mean, I wanted to play this because the Pacers, I mentioned, are number 1 in pace over the last 10 games. I'll play it. Yeah, who cares? I'll play the over here. Life's too short to bet the under. When you look at the fact that the Portland Trail Blazers, there was like this week, maybe 2 weeks, that we thought that the Blazers, when they got CJ McCollum back, were playing better defense. They were like not worst in the league in defense. And we're like, okay, maybe, they're figuring some stuff out. Maybe CJ back. No, like they still play terrible defense. They're bottom 5 over that last 10 games, as I mentioned. So the Pacers we've seen without Miles Turner have had a lot of defensive inefficiencies. They've had a lot of issues on that end. So I do think that this game can still go over. You've got 2 run and gun teams. We've seen the Blazers play up to the pace. That they're not a team that will slow the game down. They would rather play up to the pace of the opponent if the opponent's willing to push the tempo. So I do think that this game ends in an over. I just think that you get a lot of bad defense out there and a lot of possessions.
All right, finally, guys, you know what time it is. Slate approved pick time. So what's your favorite DFS or sportsbook play on tonight's slate? Kenny, what's it going to be?
Yeah, I'm going to stick in this game. It's going to be Blazers -5. They're 16-12 on the road against the spread. Nick mentioned the injuries that they have, the Indiana Pacers. And when you look at the way that Enes Kanter rebounds, I used to have so much contempt for this man. Really, I still do. But I have to admit, he's a great rebounder. He gets extra possessions for the Portland Trail Blazers. And I think in a game like this, that's what makes the difference. Without Sabonis, without Turner, Kanter should be able to dominate the glass here. Goga as well as banged up. He's questionable coming into this game. I just think that there's too much working against Indiana. The Blazers need a win here. This is a great bounce back spot. You look at the losing streak, you think that they're really slumping, but then you look at the teams they lost to and the scores, 1 possession games. I mean, these have been razor tight margins. I think they're ready to break out here at home where they've done their best work. I think they cover the 5 points against the struggling Pacers.
Nick, hit me with that slate approved pick.
Yeah, that's one that I had as well. I like Portland. Kind of wild that I can say the sentence, it's going to come down to who wins the Kanter versus Brissett minutes in this game. I like the Nets -6 at Toronto as well. I'm just a big KD guy. Like, he's really good, and the Nets are really good when he's out there. And going back to that Portland game, Jusuf Nurkic over 13.5 points. We've harped on and on about how bad this Indiana defense is right now without Miles Turner. It should be a fast-paced game, should be a ton of points. And finally, Jusuf Nurkic is starting to look like himself over these last 2 games. He had 26, 17, and 5 against Memphis back on Friday, and then followed up with 16, 19, and 5 against Memphis on Monday. So he's getting it done.
I absolutely love that, Nick. He looked fantastic in his last game. He was celebrating. That was the best thing about it.
Wow, you too. Love it when you get along. All right, thanks, Kenny and Nick. I'm talking tonight's 8-game NHL slate next. Stick around. All right, guys, time to do that hockey. We have RotoWire's AJ Scholes here for NHL opening face-off, so choosing between top DFS and sportsbook options for tonight's 8-game NHL slate. So, AJ, let's start off with a tough decision between 2 teammates. The Rangers have a soft matchup against Buffalo tonight. Artemi Panarin, Mika Zibanejad will both cost you over $8K in salary. If you can only have one tonight, who's it going to be?
Well, let's start by saying I think there's no real bad option here. I think you could make a decent argument to go either ways. Both guys have racked up points this season, but for me, I'm going to go with Zibanejad because it gives me the opportunity to stack the entire first line. With Alexis Lafreniere up with Mika and Pavel Buchnevich, you can get all 3 guys in combined 18-4, which is pretty good when you consider it's a full first line stack. As a trio, they've racked up 5 goals, 8 helpers in their last 4 contests. And that's why I give the edge to Zibanejad over Panarin, only because you can get all those guys in at great value.
All right, Alex Ovechkin missed the team's last game against the Islanders, and Daniel Sprong filled in for him on the top line. Now, the 24-year-old netted 2 goals playing alongside Evgeny Kuznetsov. Now, if Ovi is out again tonight, is Sprong your favorite value play? He's just $3,000.
It's intriguing, and I can actually confirm, just saw this from our guys here at RotoWire, Ovi not playing tonight. So no Ovechkin tonight. But for me, there's just too much inconsistency in Sprong's game for me to trust this as more than just a one-time flash than anything else. He was actually a healthy scratch in the game before that. He was on a 9-game goal drought. Look, in terms of deep value, I'd rather look to the aforementioned Lafreniere or even Barre Boulay at 2,700 for the Lightning. He scored his first NHL goal on Sunday. He's getting time on the Lightning's top line with Braden Point and Andre Palat, while also logging plenty of power play minutes. To spend less than $3,000 on a guy who's taking on that big of a role with the man advantage, I think is just a better option heading into tonight.
All right, let's take a look at the DK Sportsbook now. Is there any team that you'd be willing to take on the puck line tonight?
Absolutely. You know, the Blue Jackets have been floundering of late. They've gone 0-7-2 in their last 9. They're going to be out without their starting netminder Jonas Korpisalo for the remainder of the season. So I think this is a good opportunity to look at the Red Wings with some good value at plus 123. Thomas Greiss is actually 4-0-2 in his last 7 appearances, 0.19 goals against average. They've also been getting some offensive production with trade deadline acquisition, Jacob Vrana. It's audition time for some of these guys to prove they should be back in the fold next season. I think they're going to be motivated to keep Columbus on their heels. So, yeah, the Red Wings at plus 123, I think, is a good value tonight.
All right, which game total do you have your eye on?
I look even money, about minus 103, you can get the Lightning and Blackhawks over on 6. It's certainly possible that the Lightning approach, 6 goals on their own when you consider the Blackhawks are giving up 3 goals a game. Lightning are scoring 3 goals a game. But, the other thing here is Andre Vasilevsky has looked, less than superhuman for once. He's given up 3 or more goals in 3 of his last 4 contests. So I like the over in this one. 6 is obviously a big number here, but to get almost even money on the return is another good spot for me tonight.
All right, AJ, slate approved pick time. What is your favorite bet or DFS play tonight?
Well, the Rangers stack is obviously one that I'm really feeling good about tonight in terms of DFS options. You could also look, if you want to go player prop, Mika Zibanejad minus 122 to score a goal, or Pavel Buchnevich at plus 135 to score a goal. I think those are both good opportunities. But look, if you want me to come up with something other than the New York Rangers today, I think the perfection line in Boston for DFS might be somewhere to look. It's a veteran group that isn't going to be happy about getting shut out by the Penguins in their last game out. I expect them to be motivated to come out, play physically against Pittsburgh, which always gets the Penguins off their game, and they'll pepper Tristan Jarry with some rubber tonight. So the Rangers are it for me, but as an alternative, Boston's perfection line could be dangerous tonight.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, AJ. Appreciate the time. We're talking golf next, guys. Stick around the sweat. We'll be right back. Everybody, welcome back to The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by our esteemed, prestigious golf gurus, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, here for PGA Price Check, talking about the Valspar. So which golfers do you like at the following prices? So 10K plus, Reed, where are you going to go here?
Yeah, Victor Hovland is someone that I'm very interested in, Jesse. I believe he's at 10-5 right now. And like when you look at his track record, and especially in difficult courses, he doesn't have any wins, obviously, on these difficult courses. And you can make a case for any one of his peers. You know, I would argue Dustin Johnson would be the other guy that I'm really looking at this range just because of what his upside is. And we're kind of getting him on a dip, so to speak, as the second highest priced golfer in this tournament. But Hovland, when you take a look at tee to green, what he's done over the last 12 rounds, he's great. And actually on difficult courses, if you take a look at his game tee to green, I believe he's second in this field to only Dustin Johnson when you get on difficult tracks. So I know the short game is a little bit weary, but if this guy's hitting greens like he has been all year in his entire career, short career in the PGA Tour, I really like him at this price tag. And hopefully he goes a little unnoticed because of that.
Yeah, 10,500 for Victor Hovland. Jeff, where are you going?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested in Hovland as well. Like, to me, it's between Hovland and Patrick Reed. I'm going to lean Reed here slightly. He's having just a really insanely good season. You know, he's at 3 top 10s over his last 5 finishes now. He's up there just putting the lights out like usual and playing well around the greens as well. And Hovland's doing a lot of good things too, but I think when it comes down to it, you know, I'll take the experience factor with Reed. Both these guys have been really good DraftKings producers. Reed with 74 or more points in 7 of his last 9 starts on DraftKings. Hovland's up there, but you know, again, you look at Reed's just track record at the Valspar. He likes this course. It's a premier Patrick Reed course. Generally, you don't even have to get like over, you know, past -12 here to win. Reed can just grind out birdies or grind out pars, and pretty much do his thing here if he gets hot with the putter. So obviously runner up here in 2015, runner up here in 2018 as well. So likes the course. I just feel like with how Patrick Reed is playing, how consistently at this type of venue, I'd rather take a shot with him than Hovland, but it is between those two for me. I think a lot of people are going to be paying up for Dustin Johnson and Justin Thomas. So both these guys, Hovland and Reed, maybe even starting a lineup with them makes a lot of sense here.
I was just counting. There's like 8 guys in the 9K range, Jeff. Who are you going to go with? Louis Oosthuizen's in there.
Yeah, well, that's who I'm going to take. I mean, no one will want to play him this week, Jesse. No one's going to play Louis this week because they all remember the water ball hit on the playoff. They wouldn't even had to get in the playoff if Charles Schwartz would have just sunk a putt last week. Anyways, I digress. This is a very good setup for Louis Oosthuizen. He's another player who's just very good at grinding out pars. 9th in bogey avoidance. He's got, if he's not first in strokes game around the greens, he's very close up there. Been putting well all season too. Louis been coming on. He's been gaining strokes on his approaches over his last 3 starts. You don't have to be a master off the tee at Valspar. 3 of the last 4 winners here actually lost strokes off the tee. So I'm not that worried about the driver here. It's more about, can you grind out pars? Can you just remain steady? I think it's a very good track for him. He was runner up here in 2019. He's got a couple other top 10s here as well, to his credit. I think a lot of people are going to gravitate towards bigger names like Corey Connors, Abraham Ansel. Those guys are okay plays too, but look for tournaments. If you're going to get Louis at like half the ownership of those guys, this is a place where he could potentially break through, just grind out everyone on Sunday. So I do like him in the 9K range.
Jeff, got to stand by his man.
I do.
Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, trust me, Tony Finau and Cam Cham, this is what they do, right? This is what they did. They look so great. This is what we talked about, Jeff, on our show last week. A little plug there. We have a show later today. Everybody join. Hello, Ayo. 3 to 4.
Hopefully Reed will talk about players in this tournament. No,
if Finau is in every single tournament in my mind, Jeff. And when you were saying Reed for that last question, I kept on thinking you were talking about me, and you're right. I do make birdies at an amazing clip. I'm a par saver. You're exactly right. But I think that's right. I think no one's going to go to Louis. People are going to go to Hatton. People are going to go to Sanjay. We're on a Florida course, difficult course. Corey Connors is playing lights out. So, yeah, Louis is a guy that I don't think is going to garner ownership, but he plays these type of tournaments well. I want to talk about Jeff's guy. I'm surprised at 9K flat that he's not talking about Russell Henley. I mean, Henley, this is tailor-made for Russell Henley, right? He cannot putt, but when he can putt, it's on Bermuda. And this is a course that we've seen, or this is the type of course that we've seen guys like Henley show up. I mean, Adam Hadwin great with his irons, great with the putter and around the green when he won. He won at -14, I believe, which was impressive. That's the kind of game that Henley has. And I don't think anybody's talking about him. This could easily have been a Henley chalk week, but because he can't putt and only is, I don't know, gaining 9 strokes with his irons like every other tournament, he's a guy that should always be a consideration. I think $9,000 is the exact price. I love him in this range, especially if guys are going to go to everybody else in the 9K range and just skip over Jeff's boy Russell.
That was a great segment, Reed. That might have been one of your best. I'm not going to lie.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to see you guys later.
Oh my God. No, you have to stay and talk about the 8K range.
Oh, yeah. The 8K range. Look, I mean, if you read my article, another plug, AO, Taylor Gooch is a guy that I like. But how about a couple of guys, I believe, at the same price tag, Jesse? Gary Woodland and Kevin Streelman. Gary Woodland has not been good, like at all, this entire year. He's kind of coming back into form, and he's one of those guys that you kind of think that, yeah, they're on a tough stretch or tough skate in their career right now, but he has shown up in some spots and some difficult courses. We know that he's a guy that can get the ball in the fairway, can club down, hit the 3-wood far enough, and this, again, is a type of course that I've seen Gary Woodland play well at. And Kevin Streelman's the same, right? He's a guy, too, that not a lot of people are going to think about, especially when he's in the high 7K, maybe a low 8K range. I think both of those guys, if it's not a guy like Taylor Gooch that I really like, could go a little bit unnoticed and players that I like at this course.
All right, Jeff, 8K range, who do you like?
8K range, right? Are we in 8K range or 7K range?
Yeah, 8K range.
Oh, okay. Well, Reed was talking about guys in the 7K range. You really threw me off here, pal. You can't do that to me. I get confused very easily. I'm just going to go with the chalk. I feel like everybody is going to be gravitating towards this low 8K range with Emiliano Grillo and Chris Kirk. Chris Kirk is he's too consistent to ignore at this price, quite frankly. I mean, T6 at the Heritage. Made the cut with Brandon Todd last week, but realistically, Chris Kirk is playing good in all facets of the game. Off the tee, he's consistent. His approach is there every week, the around the green. If he shows up with the putter here, he could contend too. So he is going to be very popular at 82K. So is Emiliano Grillo, but this is a range where I just don't really like anyone else in this range. And I feel like these are good chalk plays. So give me Kirk and I guess also give me a piece of Emiliano Grillo here.
Kirk at 8.2, not 82K, to be clear, everyone. Jeff, talk about guys in the 7K range before we go back to Reed and figure out what the heck he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce back here with a solid one. I like going down low in the 7K range. There's a lot of talent here. Peter Uihlein at 7,300. I don't think many people are going to pay too much attention to him this week, but he's playing fantastic golf. Former #1 amateur player in the world. Won on the Corn Ferry Tour a couple weeks ago. Also had a second on the Corn Ferry Tour last month. And then he showed up last week with a partner in Richie Wierenski, who was quite frankly in no form. And they still managed to pull out a T3. Look, I watched a lot of that tournament. I watched Uihlein play. A lot of it was to do with Peter Uihlein playing well here. This is a guy who's a fantastic putter. You can get hot on Bermuda grass. He's got good Bermuda splits. Playing well in all facets right now. At 7,300, do not be shocked if this guy shows up again. He's got to keep churning out top 10s to keep getting PGA starts. Got to go after that card. I think you're getting a really good price here. He is in really, really good form right now.
All right, Reed, who are you going with who's under 7K? Because we already got your 7K pick.
Well, one more guy that I do like in the 7K range, and it wasn't the two that I prematurely, that was my fault there, Jeff, went after the top 7K range, is Brendan Grace. He's someone that, again, plays these difficult courses well. I do like that. But if I'm going deep, if I'm deep diving here, bargain shopping, Chez Reavie, Jeff, a little Chez Reavie. I believe he's at $6,700. If that's below 7K, right, Jesse? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes, that is below.
That checks out.
That checks out. $6,700 for Chez Reavie. Again, he's someone that not necessarily is playing well, but at the price tag, you take a look at some other players down in this range. Christopher Ventura, who was not helping Victor Hovland at all at the Zurich Classic. And they looked great, right? And a lot of that was because of Hovland.
Yeah.
I just think that he's mispriced right now. Yeah, he's just mispriced. Chez Reavie is a guy who can play well at U.S. Opens. We've seen that on these shorter, this is not a short course, but he can get the ball in the fairway. He's great with his long irons. And if he gets it going where he just has to shoot 2 or 3 under a day to be in contention, I like that at $6,700, below $7,000.
Good.
Okay, Jeff, below 7,000, just like Regis did.
Okay, I'm going to go Kyle Stanley here. Again, this event is just, the Valspar just plays so tough. Copperhead was the 6th toughest course back in 2019. I'm going to go Kyle Stanley. He grinds out pars. If those approaches are hitting, he's going to make the weekend. And It's not sexy or anything, but this is a player who's made quite a few cuts over his last little bit. The approaches have really been spiking in spots. And I think, again, another player managed to make the weekend last week. He's really close. It seems like Cal Stanley's really close. We know he can be an elite ball striker. And again, this is the kind of course where if those irons really show up and get hot, he could compete because he just doesn't have to make that many birdies. So Cal Stanley at 6,800 really does kind of stand out for me this week.
All right, good stuff, guys. Get the green with Reed and Jeff immediately following the 2 p.m. sim. Another plug for their show. They're going to try and figure out how to count by then. All right, good stuff, you two. I know you have some homework to work on before then. The NFL mock draft with Steve Buchanan is coming up in just a minute. But first, we got Adam Kaufman with Cowboys beat writer Nick Eatman taking a look at the Cowboys strategy this Thursday.
The NFL
And we are live, baby. Kenny and the Jets. What's up, Kenny Ducey? I want to give everyone a heads up here. This is very important. One of the first things that this handsome man says when he pops on Slack is he goes, dudes, I've had so much coffee today. I am feeling it. I'm fired up. So just a heads up, everybody. That's a warning to all of you here for the next 45, 50, 55 minutes.
Don't get me going about anything because I'm not.
That's what I'm here for.
6 minutes.
That's what I'm supposed to do. You're like the gas line, and I'm the dude with the match that goes, and I just drop it, and you go.
Today it's probably going to be about 6, so you don't want to get me going about anything. Just a note.
All right, bearded wonder. You just filled out a lineup last minute in the Kenny and the Jets contest. So I want you right now to unveil the amazingness that is your lineup for this sim, buddy.
Yeah. Deshaun Jackson in the captain spot, Mr. Carson Wentz, Marquise Goodwin. I always put Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot. I think this is the first Eagles sim that I've had that I have not put Marquise Goodwin in my captain spot. So just want to let you guys know it's Deshaun Jackson in the captain spot this time. Burt Macklin just called me the Gary Busey of Sims. I guess that's it.
Wait, is all right? So is that a compliment?
I don't know. I'm just reading it. Sam Darnold, Le'Veon Bell, and Trayvon Wesco, excuse me, Mr. Wesco, filling out the rest of my lineup. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I love stacking both of these teams. So this was a really tough one. But I think technically I didn't stack anybody. I did a half and half here. I did an Arnold Palmer.
Oh, wonderful reference.
I have not been able to find a tall boy of Arnold Palmer anywhere in the last New York City.
They used to be everywhere.
Every time you went to Deli, they had them, and now it's all this, herbal tea crap that you know what I mean? It's like Pure Leaf and Joe T.
Yeah.
I love Joe T, but sometimes I'm going in there and I'm looking for an Arnold Palmer and I cannot find it.
Yeah, sometimes I agree with you. Sometimes, especially when you're in that cheat mindset, you just want the sugar-loaded beverage. Yes, like the Arizona watermelon drink. I know 100%. Dude, that was like college. You'd go in, what can I get for under $3 or $4? Look at your boy. Look at your boy, Sam Darnold, dude, and Jamison Crowder.
I don't have Jamison Crowder. That's the thing.
I know you don't. That was 34 yards on the reception. That's why Little Caesars was so big for us, too. We had $5 to get a pizza in college. I mean, they were doing that back in the day, and I'm old as hell now.
I did that one time in college, the Little Caesars. Yeah. One time.
And they used to, when I was a kid, they used to stuff their crust. They were the first one who stuffed their crust with pepperoni. I want everyone to know that.
Stuffed it with, I don't even know they did that. They stuffed it with pepperoni?
Yeah, there's pepperoni inside the crust. So you get done with the main triangle with all the deliciousness, and you get to the crust. A lot of people,
I've never heard someone call it a triangle, but it is a triangle.
Yeah,
it could be a wedge, a slice.
100%. But yeah, you get to the end and sometimes the bones, and some people want to toss them. It's no, dude, save it, especially when there's protein inside of it. And you're still drinking coffee right now. What are you doing?
Fidelis says, Gloes quo. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm drinking coffee. Are you not?
I know, dude. I know. I am happy to see everybody. We got ourselves another first down here. Lev Bell from Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold, by the way, is my captain because I'm a genius.
Nice.
And then I have Carson Wentz, Miles Sanders, Alshon Jeffrey. I got Brashard Perryman in there, and then Jake the Snake Elliott.
It's pronounced Brashad, but thank you for.
Yeah, I said Brashad.
You said Brashard.
I know how to. I said Brashad.
You said Brashard Perryman.
Dude, well, all right. For example, potato, tomato. I'm not here to get into the nuts and bolts of how to speak French and all that jazz. He's a UCF guy. That's all I care about.
Okay, I know.
And I need him to deliver points for me today, please.
I was going to say something. Oh, isn't it strange how? And I make fun of people for, there's one person in specific that I always make fun of. Is that Ryan Griffin? Nice catch there.
Yeah, dude.
We're in Trayvon Wesco territory. We should really be paying attention here. That I always make fun of for like just being like, oh, it's amazing, 2 years ago. Like he is like doesn't understand that time passes. But I will say, like, in sports, it's crazy to me. Oh my goodness!
Wait a second, did he drop that? Was that Daniel Brown? I think I saw 87.
It was 87. Daniel Brown.
I think that was Daniel Brown. I hate him. I hate him so much because that was my captain. No, dude.
Yeah, he's 85. They're gonna go for it.
Yes.
Daniel Brown was your captain.
No. I had Sam Darnold as my captain. Johnny, God, son of a.
Wow. It was like
go.
The game was like, we can't have him catch a touchdown.
Yes. That is what I'm talking about right there. Sam Darnold on 4th and 1 to Brashad Perryman, built by UCF.
That was so weird. Anyway, isn't it weird that like Le'Veon Bell was one of the best running backs in football, and then you like 2 years go by, and now 3 years go by, and now he's not. Like he's trash. He's washed, right?
Yeah. Well, he kind of disappeared when he sat out that whole season.
Right, but I mean, I don't know.
And that, do you think in the end that ended up hurting him?
It did. I mean, it did. I think that I didn't. I mean, look, it's hard to say it hurt him because he got all that money, right? So, I mean, what's your definition of hurt? Is it like, I mean, financially he's fine. He's signed a huge contract and he's still getting paid by the Jets.
I guess production wise,
yeah,
or is it more because of the team he went to?
No, I mean, that was part of it, but I don't know if, a year off made him worse. I just feel like running back, like he's not in a position to do that. And I know that he is talented and he was one of the best running backs, but like as a running back, you are not in a position of power because that's just not a position that's valued in the NFL. It's like, it's like if a kicker was holding out for more money, right? Like Justin Tucker was like, well, I'm not going to show up to camp because I want this. The Ravens just be like, all right, well, we're not going to pay you like this exorbitant amount of money. We can literally, there's a million kickers that we just, that just cycle around, right? Like it's not, he may have been one of the best running backs, but a team would just be willing to go draft a running back or, sign any number of running backs because, like we've seen with every team, basically, you don't need a good running back. Shout out to Dave Gettleman for drafting 1 3rd or 2nd or whatever the heck he did. So I think that was his mistake, is not realizing the current climate of the NFL. If it were 10 years ago, maybe that is, you're in a spot. I mean, look, I just don't even know if even Derrick Henry or, you could think of so many people, right? If they held out for more money, would the Titans move on? Like, yeah, probably. I don't think that team needs Derrick Henry. Like they could, they could make do with, they could go draft Najee Harris, or they could make do with any sort, any number of running backs that would have been there out there on the market. Like even a guy like Tevin Coleman, who the Jets signed, just like hanging out on the free agent market. Like there's so many running backs. So you're not in a position that you can hold out for more money. Anyway, that said, he definitely he hurt himself in that regard, where it was like if he would have just kept playing under that contract, he probably would have earned himself a new one with Pittsburgh, and then maybe he doesn't see the level of production drop off. Maybe he stays on a good team, and but I mean, you saw like they were just ready to replace him. They just there's umpteen running backs, so it's weird. It's a weird situation, but like now that so much time has gone by between his last good year, like we haven't seen him be dominant in so long, and now no one wants to give him that shot anymore. He's just going to wither away as a backup running back now wherever he plays.
How is your mom doing? Is she doing okay? I haven't talked to her on Twitter in a while.
Congo Cab says, Kenny, did you know that the Jets have none of their first-round picks on their roster? We don't have to talk about my family.
Wow.
2012. All are gone.
Wow.
Yeah, Congo Cab. You know what, Congo Cab? And it really upsets me that Congo Cab is a Knicks fan, because I love the Knicks. And I don't want to feud with the fellow Knicks fan, but Congo Cab doesn't seem to understand that the Jets general manager wasn't the general manager of the team through 2017 to 2019. And oh, by the way, the Jets do have from 2012. First of all, how many teams have first round picks from 2012 still on their roster? That was 9 years ago. I mean, that's like saying, oh, the Jets don't have their first round pick from 97 on their roster. They really stink. That was so long ago, 2012. It was 9 years ago. The average lifespan of a player in the NFL is 5 years? So this is what I meant about getting me going. That's just an asinine comment there from Congo Cab. I don't understand what that means. Again, you wanna talk about the Jets consistently having terrible drafts from 2012 to 2018. I thought that's what he was talking about at first, but he really just said that they don't have their first round pick from 2012. Okay.
Okay, man. All right. Well, good to know everything is okay in your neck of the woods, and since you asked.
Yeah, how are you doing? I watched your video yesterday of I've never even seen Game of Thrones, but I actually had a chuckle at your video yesterday when you were your one from 2 years ago.
When I was Lord Latzia?
Yeah, you did a good job with
that. Lord Latzia? Thanks, dude. Yeah, my wife still finds it weird that I'll just occasionally, role play and put on my Jon Snow attire and just sit there and watch Housewives of New York or something.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, dude. Felt really good, man. Felt good to be out there. I miss those days. Although they're increasing the attendance of stadiums and venues and stuff like that here in about a month.
Here in New York, they just increased the capacity just in time for the Knicks to host a playoff game. I'm super excited. I'm going to be there. I'm definitely making sure I'm going to get there. Shout out to Robert Randolph and the Family Band. Got to get there. And,
oh, my God. I love Robert Randolph and the Family Band. Seriously.
They have the Friday Night Knicks song. Gotta get there. I mean, I don't really like them, but
you don't?
That song has haunted my memories forever.
I haven't been to a Knicks game in the Garden, so I didn't know that they had a song.
That's just their Friday Night Knicks on MSG song.
Okay.
So Congo Cab claims that 31 teams have their 2012 first round pick on their roster. That seems impossible to me, right? Let's look through them. Number 1, Andrew Luck. No. Number 2, Robert Griffin. No. Number 3, Trent Richardson. No.
I think what he is setting out to do. Is to get under your skin, and he is doing it.
Wait, but I'm just so confused as to what he's trying to say. They have a first-round pick on their team still from 2012. The first 3 picks aren't what is he talking about? Is he saying
okay?
And also, if he's saying a first-round pick since 2012, that's also wrong because Mekhi Becton, Quinnen Williams, those guys are just drafted. They're still on the team. I don't understand what he's going for here. But I didn't even remember the 2012 draft picks were. That was particularly hilarious to me that the first 3 immediately gone. Justin Blackmon was a first-round pick in that draft. They're not even not on the same. They're not even in the league anymore. These guys. Let's move on.
All right. 3 catches, 61 yards for Jamison Crowder. After 1 quarter of play, it's 7-0. Jets are leading. Someone was asking over on Twitch who scored. The answer is Brashad Perryman, who has the 1 catch for 2 yards, but it goes for a touchdown. That was on 4th and 1, by the way. That was exciting stuff. That feels like an hour ago.
Dropped the ball, right?
Yeah. Tight end 3.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you decided to roster him, but if anyone was brave enough, you're probably still super pissed off. 1st and 10, there's an incompletion there from Sam Darnold. Second quarter here is underway, folks. Good day here on the Dream Stream, bro. So coming up, Coffin and Rossi, Falcons at the Cowboys. Glash and Christian for Jaguars. That's America's team at the Texans. Little AFC South showdown. Glash and Tom. Bucks at Washington at 8. 10 o'clock. Rossi and Tom. Bills at the 49ers. Shout out to the team with us today here. Producer Jordan with us. TP Thomas on the ones and twos. Frangelico from the ops team hanging with us. Oh, dude, Bukes and Garion. Forgot about that. Major League Baseball edition of the slate following the 4 o'clock Sims. So hang out with us today. Camp out. Relax. You know what I started doing? I started putting YouTube on my television more. I've discovered the television we have is smart. So I can, and then I can say into the remote, yo, TV, put YouTube on yourself, and it will do that. And I love that because it makes life easier. Like the other day for the red carpet film feast for DraftKings, we were watching. I was eating turkey burgers, made my homemade turkey burgers. Ernest, it is really good to have you here. Good to see you, bro. Good to see all of you guys. JK Jared says, Emerson, you pumped for Thursday night? Hell yeah, I am. You know what Thursday night is? Jared's a Jaguar fan. You know, there's not many of us here, I think, on the Dream Stream. It's good to have you here too, because both of our teams going 1-2, buddy.
I mean, I haven't been invited to talk about the Jets draft pick by anybody, which to me is a shocker. But I have some controversial things to say to you. I don't think that Trevor Lawrence is going to end up being the best quarterback. No, sorry. That's not, I don't think that. I think that there is a good chance that he is not the best quarterback in that draft class. And not because of him as a person. It's because I don't trust, and as someone who has been through this before with the team, with the bad system, I don't, here's the thing. I think that the Jaguars were 2 years down the road in their rebuild, then this would be a great pick. But to me, I don't think that the team around him is going to be good enough to give him the confidence that he needs early. It's like Joe Burrow with the Bengals. He's on a terrible team right now.
You actually don't have an argument for me.
Yeah.
Like, I am super, super nervous. Don't get me wrong. It's like we have this opportunity. The Jaguars have this opportunity. First pick in the 2021 freaking NFL draft, for crying out loud. They're gonna be drafting this quarterback that is expected to be this franchise-changing quarterback. And yes, I am super nervous that there could be an opportunity there that they screw this up.
Look, the thing is, here's the thing. I am out of left field a lot of times with my team building opinions, so I'm probably the wrong person to listen to. But the thing is, it's not about I think that you're gonna get a good guy in Trevor Lawrence. And I don't necessarily think the Jaguars, even though people in the chat always like to talk about history with franchises, like the Jets have been bad for, first of all, I mean, what is it, only 8 years since they were in the AFC Championship game? So shut your traps. But they want to talk about other general managers messing up. This is a completely different team, a completely different regime. It's the same owner, but it's everyone making the decisions on drafts are completely different, right? So the Jaguars, they've done a good job. They've gotten Urban Meyer, and I don't know if Urban Meyer is going to work, but I'm willing to say that he might, right? So the thing is, it's not about the structure and the quarterback for me. It's more about where they are in their rebuild. And that's the thing is, I'm a radical kind of thinker with the NFL rebuilding where if it were me with the first pick, I would absolutely trade the pick, get more first-round picks, and just build a great line, build a great secondary, get a wide receiver, and then you're looking at a team that is already really good, and then you have room to put a quarterback into it in 2 or 3 years, which is what the Jets are trying to do, and what so many other teams did, with the Rams and the Titans even, you build up that team, and then when you're ready to just throw in the quarterback, But the problem is, I think there's so much pressure on these guys now, where they feel like they have to make the team good within 2 years, or else they're going to lose their job.
It is a 10-0 game with Kenny's Jets leading the way. So how about your boy Zach Wilson? That's going to be the guy? You like the situation he's going into?
I mean, I saw that there was I saw his Chipotle order, and apparently we have the same Chipotle order, so I like that.
What else?
What else? Oof, I didn't know. I didn't expect to need an answer after that. I like I like the arm talent for sure. I like his dual threat ability. Yeah, I mean, I think that he could be really good. I mean, we'll just have to see. I mean, I don't, as much as I was just talking about, NFL general managers and all that, I definitely know that like there's limitations, and I also know that like I don't know the quarterback position as well as some of these other guys do. So I'm trusting that he's the right guy. I have no idea why no one's talking about Justin Fields. I mean, I think he'd be a great pick for the Jets, but I mean, we also just went through this as with the Knicks. Like everyone was like, don't take Kevin Knox, take Mikal Bridges. They take Kevin Knox and he stinks. Everyone's like, don't take Obi Toppin, take Tyrese Halliburton. Halliburton looks great. Obi Toppin looks like he needs work, and he's also older than all these other guys. And like, I am still hopeful for Obi Toppin to turn into a really good pro. I think he can. I wanted the Knicks to take him, but on the other hand, like, and we've seen like point guards break out in the rookie year, like Michael Carter Williams, and then fold into nothingness. But might have been the wrong pick for what they needed. So I mean, they also like already have a power forward that is going to be on one of the All NBA teams. So why did they need Obi? Anyway, I'm going on a rant here, but you just hope that they pick the right guy. That's all you can do is just hope.
Well, as producer Jordan has popped into the YouTube chat, I guess YouTube has been taking a crap on itself today. It says, we're aware of the current technical issues with the YouTube stream and are actively working to resolve the problem. So we do appreciate your patience. Like on my end, I'm not like noticing anything.
I have the YouTube stream open as well. I mean, it was jumping around a little bit, but we seem to be back on track now. So Tom Brady cheat always wanted to know who scored the Jets touchdown. Amazing name. It was Brashad Perriman, not Brashard Perriman as Emerson tried to sneak in earlier. Brashad Perriman. Jameson Crowder has some big catches as well for the Jets.
Yeah, already in the bonus. I'd like to take some time over on Twitch to the good people who are always here. My guys like Reed Tees, Did You Know, CJ, Nuke. And welcome to the Twitch fam, to my good friend, Tater Hater 10. I stopped for a while to make a life change and go to Twitch. Couldn't take the issues that were happening on YouTube. And the man has graduated. He is maturing a little bit, quite possibly moving out of the basement, Tater Hater. It's good to see your beautiful face there in the Twitch chat, or at least your name. Oh, wait, he's on probation over there? That's why he's here?
Tater Hater is...
Never mind, dude.
I like Congo Cab saying, Kenny, you didn't say that about Kevin Knox. Congo Cab didn't know who I was before, 5 months ago when I joined DraftKings? Well, I mean, I guess it's been a little more than 5 months now. That is, I mean, what are we talking about here? What Obi got Randall playing in front of him 1,000 minutes or so. I think that any Knicks fan with who's watched the team would recognize that there are clearly some limitations with Obi Toppin. Now, I did say after I joined DraftKings and Congo Cab knew who I was that I did want Obi Toppin. I think that he still could be a good pro, and he's very athletic, and we've seen guys like him, like a Blake Griffin, who did stay in college a little longer than the rest of them, develop a great game around his athleticism. And I think that he can still do that. But it is very clear to anyone who watches the Knicks right now that his shooting needs work, and he's not a post player. He just runs and dunks. That's all that he does. So he needs a lot of work there. And again, he's older than a lot of the other guys that came into the draft because he played 4 years at Dayton. So Congo Cab says, of course I didn't know. I just know you didn't say that. So you just know. You know what I was saying and thinking years ago.
I feel like you and Congo Cab are in like a heated fight right now.
Well, he has to find ways to get back at me because of the true things I say about Derek Carr. That's the biggest thing there.
Oh, that's right. Congo,
Well,
you
I don't know
don't go after his Raiders, bro.
I don't know where you stand on Derek Carr, and look, I don't think I've said anything like remotely slanderous about the man. I just think that I would not want him because he probably is the most average quarterback in the NFL. Like, I think that you could make an argument for about 15 quarterbacks that you want more and 15 that you wouldn't want over Derek Carr. And I think that is a bad place to be because I just don't think that they're ever going to want to move on from him because he's good enough to keep his job, but I don't think he's also good enough to get them like to a Super Bowl. So they're kind of stuck with him for however long he plays. I don't think they'll ever get rid of him. So he's fine. What the heck is going on here? They're going to try a 62-yard field goal before the half?
Yeah, I don't know about this one, but prove me wrong. No, they can't because that was just a dumb idea.
Yeah, Andre Powell said, kind of reminds me of Ronaldo Balkman. Well, I don't know about I don't know about Ronaldo. Ronaldo Balkman, fun story. They gave out. I read this somewhere. They would give out to the media like the booklets, or maybe even to the teams, like booklets of the top 200 draft prospects, just so you could get a feel for who might go in the draft. Maybe it was 150, maybe it was 100. I don't know, but it was 100 or 200. He was not in the book. Like, he was just completely off the board. No one expected anyone to draft Ronaldo Balkman, and he went in the first round. I don't think that is the same situation as, Obi Toppin versus Tyrese Halliburton, who was also projected as a first-round pick. Halliburton really was the guy that Knicks fans wanted. That said, the Knicks got Emmanuel quickly, so they didn't really need Halliburton. But there's still some good guys out there. And I'm more concerned about the Kevin Knox thing. Like, Kevin Knox is worthless, basically. Like, he was a waste of a first-round pick. But Mikal Bridges was a great player at Villanova. I think that people thought that he was going to be a good player. I thought he was going to be a good player. I don't know how high his ceiling was, but anyway. They went with the ceiling as opposed to the sure thing, and then they tried the opposite in this draft with Toppin, and we'll see how it works.
We're at halftime, Kenny Ducey. Pinky up. 10-0. Your Jets, no matter how frustrated they may make you in real life, your Jets are currently winning this sim. That's got to make you feel pretty good.
I thought they
proud.
Think that has to be a mistake.
Chris Boyd, what's up, dude? I see everyone there over on YouTube.
Here's the thing, and this is a philosophical moment with Kenny.
Oh no! Is this like deep thoughts with Jack Handy?
The Raiders will win a Super Bowl. Okay, the Knicks will win a championship. The Jets will win a Super Bowl. I might not be alive for the latter two, but the one assurance we all have in life, and especially in sports, is that it is absolutely cyclical, and there will be, like, the bad teams will rise up as the good teams, and the good teams will fall and be the bad teams. We've seen it happen every single decade, right? It happens. So there's no sense in just absolutely crapping on an organization that one day will be good again. And, oh, by the way, like a team like the Jets that was just good 10 years ago, which everyone seems to have just already forgotten about. We're talking about draft picks since 2012. Sometimes it takes teams longer. The Cubs were the laughing stock of the league until, 10 years ago. And now they're basically returning to being the laughing stock of the league. But, it happens, man. Like, it's not like karma, but it's also just like, you got to enjoy it when you have it. And you can't just pretend that a team is going to stay down forever. And that's where we are in sports. And so Boston's really bad. Now Boston sports are really good. New York sports were really good. Now they're really bad. And they'll flip, and then we'll just fight about it in 10 years, and it'll be great.
John Gruden destroying the Raiders. That's what Alan says on Twitch.
He is. John Gruden absolutely is destroying the Raiders. I might look. There are only a few teams and players that I actually hate. I don't hate the Raiders. I'm just speaking the truth about the Raiders. And I would feel bad. I feel bad for Raiders fans. I like their new stadium. but John Gruden is a bad guy to lead that team, man. I mean, that is the most undisciplined team in the league. The Guru says Browns fans that are aged 50 to 80 totally agree with you, Kenny. Absolutely. How many years did we just absolutely rag on the Browns? Like, oh, this team is terrible. They went through, remember the shirt with all the quarterbacks' names crossed out. And now they're in the playoffs. They beat up on the Steelers. They almost beat the Browns. Or not Browns. They almost beat the Chiefs. It just... And now no one's like, oh, the Browns, what a joke of an organization, man. No one says that. Your takes are always going to eventually go cold. Oh, what a throw! A captain.
Hey, did you end up rostering him?
Yeah, he's my captain, D-Jax.
And then Thomas, TP on the ones and twos. Miles Sanders, 5 attempts for 10 yards. That is babysitter Billy-esque right now. And finally, you got, the Eagles on the board. Congratulations, your captain has done something.
I am, by the way, the resident Miles Sanders fader. I faded Miles Sanders today, and I feel like just a great person right now for fading Miles Sanders. By the way, I am 6th place in your contest. So where are you?
Are you really? Oh, yeah, my God. I am pathetic. I am at 98 right now. I'm 98 out of 140. Just a pathetic display, a pathetic performance. I was so freaking confident in this lineup.
Yep. I'm in 5th place, actually. Sorry. It's a burst your bubble there. 5th place.
Good for you, man.
I mean, I needed something to go right for me. Everyone's coming after my Jets.
Retease did saying over on Twitch, so he's I like this, and I can give my roommate a shout out. Yeah, my roommate's head is getting super big right now. Another 3 Emmy nominations for my wife yesterday. Now, I want everyone to know this. If she didn't have such a fantastic roommate herself, a fantastic husband who wakes up early to take the dogs out and feeds them, scoops the poop, and does everything, then she would be not as well rested and would not be able to perform at her peak level when it comes to producing her shows, and she would not be up for awards year in and year out. Without me, I do not believe there is an award-winning factor to her.
You really make that, yeah. You really, behind every great woman is a great man.
Yeah. But Reed sees, thank you so much. That's why I can always count on you, my sweet chinchilla.
Behind every good dog is a good owner.
Yeah, and Winnie this morning got spayed. I will be picking her up right after this sim. I'll be hopping in the car, and I will eventually be posting a photograph on her Instagram page, the Sassy Springers. Right. I think they're one follow away from 300. That's like viral. So if you want to be
that we can, by the way, I'll be on Masson tonight. If anyone lives in the DMV area, be representing the good people here at DraftKings. I'll be talking about the lines for the game, and I think I like the Yankees team total under. So I think the Orioles might win tonight. But but we do need to talk about the festivities, because it is going to be great. The Yankees playing the Red Sox, and then of course I'll be also going to the Lever Cup that weekend. But
dude, are you even going to have time to hang out? Because we're supposed to play golf too, like you and me and Samir. Bro, I hope you're here for 3 weeks, because we have a lot of activities. As on 3rd and inches, Sam Darnold gets sacked.
I'll see. My girlfriend used to play a lot of golf. I don't think that she would be very good, but maybe she can come along as well, so it doesn't feel like I'm abandoning her while we're on the trip.
Wait, you're bringing your girlfriend?
Yeah. Oh, is that not allowed?
Well, all right, dude. Does she play golf? What are we supposed to do? She leaves you on trips all the time. Why you can leave her?
That's true, but I don't know. don't want to. I want to go to the watch tennis, and I don't want to go alone. And she'd go with me.
I'll be there with you. You're gonna have all the guys, our whole DK squad. I was gonna try to organize like a mini golf tournament. We get 2 or 3 foursomes together.
Gosh, mini golf tournament would be real fun. Yeah, like a little outing, and then we have we do a scramble or whatever. That'd be nice.
I will say this. I don't know. I don't know if people on YouTube are even alive right now with everything that's happening, but at least over on Twitch, people are not a fan of the idea. And this is nothing against your girlfriend or anything, but if you're setting out, you're gonna be going to this tennis tournament. Now you want to go to Yankees Red Sox. The first plan we had was to play golf together. I don't know. I don't know if your girlfriend's gonna enjoy doing all of that with us.
I can ask her. Can certainly ask her. But I think that she would enjoy going to Yankees Red Sox. She would enjoy watching the Labor Cup. She would enjoy being in Boston in general.
Yeah, even Brian G says you got to leave the girlfriend home, and I agree. All those activities we do together, I don't know if my wife is going to be there.
I think going to Yankees Red Sox at Fenway. First of all, she's never been to Fenway.
All right.
She loves going to ball games with me. We like going to baseball games together.
Do you have to go to every baseball game together?
No, of course not. But it's something that what if I want to spend time with her at the game?
So, but you're coming to Boston. You don't want to spend time with all the bros?
I do, but I mean, maybe we.
Bro, you are gonna have your girlfriend for the rest of your life. I mean, eventually you'll probably get down on one knee and propose. You guys will get married, have a large, talkative family, and then, that'll be the end of it. So I think right now you need to take advantage of these moments together. Is she a good golfer?
She used to play a lot of golf, but she has not played in a long time. I don't think she's good, but she can play maybe. I don't know.
All right, so she's not playing with us.
Probably
she's gonna have to stay back at the hotel if we're gonna have our golf outing.
I mean, I'm a guy that I used to be a 7 handicap, so it's gonna be a difference in level for sure if she plays. I mean, frankly, I don't know if you're good enough to play with me.
I'm 100% good enough to play with you.
Handicap?
A little higher than yours.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a 7 anymore. I don't play a lot, so.
Oh, well, here's the real story. This is Ducey the cheater coming out all of a sudden.
No.
The cheater that we all saw for rocks, paper, scissors.
I said I used
him.
A 7 handicap.
Yeah, mine used to be like a 3, buddy.
No, back in high school, I played almost every day. I was a 3 handicap. My video's frozen, right? But you can still hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Here, I'm back. It just happens sometimes. It freezes. I was a 7 handicap, but that was my prime. I play 4 times a year now. So I'm still good. I played last year. I was 2 under through my first 9 of the second time I played. I played really well. I'm still good. I just I'm probably more around probably a 12 or to 14. I'm not amazing anymore, but it's still in me. So what are you? I just wanted to know we're around the same level.
Yeah, I'm probably closer to a 10.
Okay. So yeah, so you're probably right around where I am, if not a little bit better, depending on how much you play. I don't get out a lot, but I'm also going to try. I froze. My video froze on a great face.
Yeah, it was frightening.
Really great. Yeah, that was awesome. But yeah, I will definitely be playing a little bit before I go up there this summer. So I should be a little more competitive with you.
Yeah, I was going to go get fitted for wedges today, but I had to do the whole thing with the dog. Those are the only 2 clubs I need to fill out.
I got my clubs up there.
Oh, I thought you were looking at your roommate for a second, and I thought she may have heard our conversation. She could be a large woman, and you're over here. She's right off camera. You're sitting down. Everyone's going to be taller. My wife was standing right here. I'd be like, "What's up, award winner?"
My ceiling, that's all. Just looking at my golf. There's my golf bag, my tennis rackets.
Damn, are you strong enough to lift your clubs up there?
I'll put my camera back down. No. Wait, what? Am I strong? No, of course I am. What are you talking about? I'd put them up there.
Do you not have a lot of storage? Like we actually run into the same issue.
That's like a lot of our storage is like that, all that, over the closet stuff. Yeah. But no, I have like blade. I play with blade irons. So I can hit blades.
Yeah, dude. I got some tailor-made blades in there. Guy, I go and get fitted last summer. Guy says, dude, why are you not on tour? I said, because I call Sims, dude. That's why. I would never, ever leave these Sims to do that. You okay? How you feeling? You went quiet all of a sudden. Is this when you're crashing off your coffee high?
No.
You are crashing 100% right now. You just looked like you saw a ghost.
Coffee. What do you? I don't know what are you talking about. The Jets don't even have the ball.
This has got to be exciting for you. It's 13-7.
Yeah, and my captain just caught a pass. I'm very excited.
Thomas says that's
uncalled for comment by brother Phil. Absolutely uncalled.
What did he say?
Not gonna read it. Just be better.
I'm not gonna poke over there, but I will say that stats have been updated, and holy hell, I am tumbling. How does a lineup of Darnold, Wentz, Sanders, Alshon Jeffrey has 0 freaking points?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I do roster Jeffrey sometimes.
Hey, 4th and 1 here. 4th and 1. Let's dial in for 1 second. 6.5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. They're down 6. Going fullback dive with the big, beefy Quadzilla. Well, Dallas Goedert on the carry.
SpongeBob on me there. Big meaty claws. That was a great line. Underrated line from SpongeBob. You heard me. Come on, run. No. Yes, no.
Yeah. I think, Reed says, I do think that may be the clubs I have. I can never really remember. Are they the P770s or the P790s?
I've got some Cobra blades, and then I have like an assortment of other. I actually do. I do need wedges in a bad way. I have like some old Vokies that are just I've used a lot, so I do need to. Oh, wedge! Look at Carson!
Oh, Carson! Carson City, baby!
D. Let's go, Carson! Let's go! By the way, how do you feel about David said ping metals? How do you feel about people that call woods metals? Because technically, that's what they're supposed to be called now.
Yeah, I think it's just, maybe a generational thing. Like maybe if you're a little old school, I'd still call it like a wood.
I don't like
but
it.
I get it. If you call it a metal, like I know what you're talking about. I don't have to like think any harder. I said, oh, okay. That's just his or her way of calling it a wood. I don't let it get me all worked up.
Definitely a 3 wood. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get worked up over it. I just like not for me calling it a 3 metal. That's like the thing about it is we have so many, old-fashioned sayings like that are so outdated, but we use anyway. So why did we decide that 3 wood needed to be 3 metal?
Maybe when they started making a metal.
Best invention since sliced bread, or selling like hotcakes. Sayings like that. We didn't update those sayings. We still say read it like a book, even though, far more people now read tweets on their phone than books. We don't say read, he read it like a tweet. We don't say that. So why did we change 3 wood all of a sudden to 3 metal? Like we wanted to be real specific and accurate about metal and make it an up-to-date saying or terminology, but we didn't update anything else. That to me, I don't understand at all. I don't get it. Like, why was that the one thing that we needed to update?
Yeah.
about it.
Did you see David G's comment? The ping medals.
He said, "I guess I never call it that at the course."
Ping medals, Mizuno irons, same putter since 1989.
Well, I have an old Ping Zing putter that was my grandfather's that I use right now, and it's definitely just as old, if not older. Because the thing about putters, we're talking about updated terminology. The thing about putters is there's been so much technology now, with drivers and irons, that you can't use an old driver or iron. You're just not going to get the same distance, the same control. Golf balls as well. But when you talk about the putter, nothing has really changed with the putter, right? Nike tried to come up with different grooves there to make the ball spin differently with the velocity putter, I believe it was called. And then, of course, you have like heavier putters now, different grips, different length. But at a certain point, though, you're still, it's still the same incline. It's still the same, or degree, I should say. Like, it's the same stick. You're just still putting the ball. You can use an old putter and be great. You don't have to have an updated putter. So I do have an old putter, and it works for me. I'm a good putter. How about you? What do you putt with?
Yeah, I've got an Odyssey. I bought it at the end of last season, and it's been the worst club in my bag since then.
Really?
Yeah, I'm absolutely miserable, and it angers me when I have to putt. And I'm pissed that I spent money on it. It was an older Odyssey. So this is like a newer model. I'm just, it frustrates me thinking about it right now. I can putt the hell out, or I can drive the hell out of it. I can irons, recovery shots, everything. I'm a freaking wizard out there. Then you get me on the green, and I look like, I don't know, like a common folk. I look like a peasant out there, like a wildling beyond the wall. Terrible. Sam Darnold panics, but ends up picking up the first down on 3rd and 6.
By the way, the Ping Zing 2 putter actually sells online for a decent amount of money. I'm kind of surprised. People will pay like $100 for one that's like new. But someone in the chat, I believe it was DW Nasty, said that it was older than 1989. I was trying to figure out how old it was. And that's where I landed on. 84. 1984. That's where my putter's from.
Wait, your putter is from 1980 freaking 4?
That's correct, yeah. You can still, it is still $100 new, which is hilarious to me. That's what I'm saying.
There's no way that's true.
It absolutely is. Valueguide.pga.com. MSRP value new $95. Ping Zing 2, baby.
Unbelievable.
It's my putter, man. Wow. Ping Zing 2 putter, user reviews 0.6 out of 5. Oh, never mind. It's only got 2 reviews. Wait, no, these are all 5 stars.
David G says, Emerson, try using your shoulders when putting. You're probably too handsy. You're probably right. Like, I'll listen to any and all tips when it comes to putting. I've never needed more help in my life with anything. And that's saying something.
One of the best putters ever made. I'm surprised to see there are no reviews of this club. Feel is solid. Feedback is sufficient to let you know when you miss the sweet spot. Just a simple classic putter that's hard to beat. That's how I feel about it. It's a great putter for me. It's a little long, but I don't want to alter it because it was like my grandfather's putter and he was really good at golf. And he passed away when I was very young. So it's like a way to honor him on the course, and I can still like see his little club tag, or his little, whatever, find my club thing that you have put on your clubs when you know what I mean? It still has his name on there, like faded and etched away. So, it's a great putter though, man. It is. Like the grip still is intact, and I putt really well with it. It just has a really good feel. And I just feel like that's all you really want in a putter, You want something that just, you love the way it feels when you hit the ball in the sweet spot. I did learn though, so I don't know if you know this about me, but when I was a senior in high school, I was really good at golf, and I thought I was going to play college golf. So I worked the whole summer. I worked out. I went to a golf performance center, and really worked on my game. Wanted to see if Miles Sanders would break that. And I learned when I was there.
That was Lev Bell. That was Lev Bell, by the way. That's the Jets.
Yes. I learned when I was there that my putter actually has like a 13-degree loft on it. So I actually have to angle it down when I putt.
What? Did you use that son of a gun out of the sand trap?
13 degrees, I mean, I could, but no, 13 degrees is nothing. Like a driver.
All right, well, producer Jordan with a great idea as this game is winding down here. And the Jets driving. So they went ahead and just, instead of playing for the field goal, go back in the end zone and decide to score it one more time. Chris Herndon.
Here we go, Emerson. Here it is. Here it is. We're going to get overtime. Come on, I'm calling it. I'm up to second place now in your contest. Isn't that remarkable?
That's something I never thought would happen on these sims together. You finishing top 5. Oh, let's go, Darnold.
Yeah, Wesco. Give me Wesco right now. No, it wasn't this person. It's all right. He'll get points for that, right?
Yeah. 21-14 here, 31 seconds to go. Eagles out of timeouts. You want to go ahead and do game awards, though? You got anything good? I got it, like, right when this game goes final, I got to take off. I got a dog that I need to scoop up from the vet. She's all drugged up. Kenny, your mic is out. Your audio's off, bro. You back? Did someone from the DK Sim fam hack into your computer and mute you? I can't hear you. No one can hear you.
I'm going to change my mic.
There you are.
All right. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you, dude.
Well, I just had to change it back. All right. My player of the game is Deshaun Jackson. You never really know what you're going to get with Deshaun Jackson, but if you decided to suck it up and roster him today, it went really well for you. He finished with 113 receiving yards, had the touchdown, had the bonus, 8 catches. Hard to argue with that day for Deshaun Jackson. So he is my player of the game.
Glasses in the chat says, did someone say putter?
No, no one said putter. Alshon Jeffrey was really bad in this one. He did not have a catch. He is my least valuable player of the game. He was just the complete opposite of valuable. He was just not valuable at all.
So much golf talk there towards the end. It actually ends up working out because I totally forgot Get the Green is coming up next.
Yeah, these guys don't even know. We just talked about golf.
Jeff Org and Reed T. Fowler. So there is your final, by the way. Sam Darnold, 275 through the air, couple touchdowns.
By the way, I finished second in your contest. Can we talk about that real quick before you leave?
No, because I got to go scoop up Winnie. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'd rather talk about golf.
How about mention it?
Well, you just mentioned it by saying, can I mention it? You mention it.
You mention it.
Okay, guys, congratulations to Kenny Ducey. He has fought. He has worked his way up. He has overcome the adversity.
You didn't have to say that. Thank you very much.
No, really, because I kind of feel like I did have to say it.
You did. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
All right. You guys keep an eye on Frangelico's adding up scores and all that stuff. So you guys keep an eye on whatever contest like you're in and see where you finish up. I sucked a lot today in the contest.
You were great on the air. And catch me on Masson if you live in the DMV area. I'll be on the Orioles pregame show tonight. So I can't watch it. My family can't watch it.
Yeah.
Maybe
all right. And Tom, And Tom's Microwave says no one remembers second place. Whether you guys watched on YouTube, I know we had some tech issues. Everything works out in the end, man. Everything's going to be all right. Twitch, Game Center, appreciate you. For everyone here, Kenny Ducey, Emerson Lotzie, TP, Thomas Pike, Jordan, Frangelico, Reed T. Fowler, and Jeff Ulrich now get the green. Going to talk a lot of golf here for the next hour or so. Reed and I were supposed to do it yesterday, but I'm happy he's feeling better. I've missed you guys. Go ahead, Reed. Take it away, handsome.
All right, Reed, who are you going with who's under 7K? Because we already got your 7K pick.
Well, one more guy that I do like in the 7K range, and it wasn't the two that I prematurely, that was my fault there, Jeff, went after the top 7K range, is Brendan Grace. He's someone that, again, plays these difficult courses well. I do like that. But if I'm going deep, if I deep diving here, bargain shopping, Ches Reavie, Jeff, a little Ches Reavie. I believe he's at $6,700. If that's below 7K, right, Jesse? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Yes, that is below.
That checks out.
That checks out. $6,700 for Ches Reavie. Again, he's someone that not necessarily is playing well, but at the price tag, you take a look at some other players down in this range. Christopher Ventura, who was not helping Victor Hovland at all at the Zurich Classic. And they looked great, right? And a lot of that was because of Hovland.
Yeah.
I just think that he's mispriced right now. Yeah, he's just mispriced. Ches Reavie is a guy who can play well at U.S. Opens. We've seen that on these shorter, this is not a short course, but he can get the ball in the fairway. He's great with his long irons. And if he gets it going where he just has to shoot 2 or 3 under a day to be in contention, I like that at $6,700, below $7,000.
Good.
Okay, Jeff, below 7,000, just like Regis did.
Okay, I'm going to go Kyle Stanley here. Again, this event is just, the Valspar just plays so tough. Copperhead was the 6th toughest course back in 2019. I'm going to go Kyle Stanley. He grinds out pars. If those approaches are hitting, he's going to make the weekend. And it's not sexy or anything, but this is a player who's made quite a few cuts over his last little bit. The approaches have really been spiking in spots. And I think, again, another player managed to make the weekend last week. He's really close. It seems like Kyle Stanley's really close. We know he can be an elite ball striker. And again, this is the kind of course where if those irons really show up and get hot, he could compete because he just doesn't have to make that many birdies. So Kyle Stanley at 6,800 really does kind of stand out for me this week.
Jeffrey Ulrich. It is a pleasure. Emerson was very distracted. He appears that he has to go pick up Winnie. So when anything comes about his dogs, he does not worry about work. He does not care about reading his Slack. The transition, again, was pretty terrible because of Emerson. But I digress. Jeffrey, how you doing? It's been so long since you last spoke.
I know. It's been at least like 5 hours. You're wearing the exact same thing. So am I. I have a toucan though, so I guess it's extremely different. Lots of things changing, obviously, in our lives in the last 5 hours. But happy to be here. Happy to be here with the DK Twitch Sim fam as well. Anyone else tuning in? Reed and I obviously going to be doing some Valspar talk. So throw your questions in, dude. This is going to be a good good little event. The prize pool's on DraftKings going back up after the team event. They were good last week too, but I mean they're back on the way up. So yeah, throw the questions in. We'll be here for the next 40 minutes or so, man.
Yeah, actually, it's this is a time that you guys get to ask your questions. On Monday's show that I'm usually, like Emerson was talking about, it's sort of a first glance and overlook. But this is really when we get your guys' questions, what you want to ask, try and answer them to the best of our abilities. And look, when you get the Valspar Championship, Jeff, and you've mentioned it, I've mentioned it, I believe, in my article, maybe not too much, but I always like to ask you first and foremost, because we have so much content that goes out Monday, Tuesday, that you guys can that you guys can digest. What is something that you're focusing on or you think is a big part of this tournament that no one's talking about?
Probably just the fact that, this is the course. The course is going to play so much tougher than a regular event. So again, focusing on things like a little bit more like bogey avoidance and placing points versus just pure birdie rate. Guys who are really going to be able to like grind out a weekend for you. Obviously, you still want players who are going to be making birdies as well. It's not like you have to like take out birdie or better percentage or anything like that. But again, a part of just getting yourselves in contention in an event like this is just playing well. Is just, avoiding the big numbers and stuff like that. So really trying to emphasize that this week. Strokes gained tee to green, obviously something. And again, even though this is a tougher course, it's not necessarily also, I'd say the second thing focusing on is, focus on strokes gained tee to green, players who are grinding out well, birdies are better. But again, it's not really an event where I care too much about what a player is doing off the tee. Obviously, I don't want them to be terrible, but it really is more of like approach around the green game. That's where you're going to get it done at the Valspar. Everyone is kind of going to be bad off the tee here because it's hard to hit fairways. It's dog legs that like tend to have players club down, and everyone's just going to have a lot of long approaches. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think 4 of the last 6 tournaments, the winner has not gained strokes off the tee. I think that's right. True. Yep. Yeah, and I think Paul Casey, I think last year he did gain strokes off the tee, but the year previous when he won 2018, he didn't. And look, it wasn't like he was losing 2 or 3 strokes. It was nominal. I think it was less than a stroke, but still, exactly. Like you mentioned, especially when you hit the ball further, right? As you get further down the fairway, it really tightens up there, where your fairways get a lot more narrow. And that's something that you have to consider as well, is that, this type of course, it forces you to put the ball in the right spot, to be accurate off the tee. And if you're not, especially on the 16, right, that's the one thing that we always talk about. And maybe the snake pit is being alluded to in articles and people when they talk about it. But truly, I don't think people realize too that it's not over until I think Mail mentioned this. It's not, and it's just, this is true. I think this is really true, especially on Sunday. It's not over until your guy puts it in on 18, because the snake pit can really start swinging the golf tournament any which way because of how many water hazards are on this course and how difficult that final stretch of 3 holes are. Yep.
A couple other things about the course. It's got 5 par 3s, and they're all hard. They're all like 200 yarders. One of them is a 17th, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering the layout correctly. Like you said, you got the 16th, 17th, and 18th, a tough par 4. But yeah, exactly. This is, when Casey won the first time, I think he started the day 4 or 5 shots back, and he just posted a good number, and everyone crumbled. It was amazing how badly people crumbled. But it's such a hard course, and we're getting the tournament in May. It's not supposed to be super windy, but the greens are going to get firm. And again, if this is something to remember for Sunday too, if you're doing things like live betting, if you see a guy who might be ready to post a number on Sunday, don't be afraid to hit them, because if they do post a good number, there's a good chance if those greens get firm, man, like nobody's shooting under par. This course can play incredibly difficult. I love this course. Very underrated layout. It's good event for DFS too, because again, you get 6 guys across, you get like a couple good rounds, you will make up so much ground because there aren't going to be very, very many birdies made. So
and last thing to mention before I get into Sam Horsfield, because I saw a question in the chat in YouTube about Sam Horsfield targets. Yeah, he's awesome. Is that this course resembles less Florida courses, right? Because the undulations, which you don't really see at Florida courses, and more courses that you see in Carolina, which is what we have in 3 weeks, right? At Kiowa Island, the PGA Championship. So maybe we glean, and I wish Harris English was playing this week, because I would want to see how much form he's in. We talked about that, the PGA Championship. I believe his number is still plus 6,600 on the DK Sportsbook for the PGA Championship. But a question here, Jeff, was, I believe, let me go back to the YouTube chat from Choker. Jeff Ulrich and Reed C. Fowler, tell us about this Horsfield fellow. 4-4 made cuts, 3 top 10s, and a 15th on the Euro Tour. So, Jeff, talk to me about Samuel Horsfield. I know Amanda Rose over at Action Network loves Sam Horsfield. I think she went to school with this guy.
Horsfield is a really good young player over in Europe. Grabbed his first win. I can't remember if he grabbed 1 or 2 wins last year, but I don't know. Anyways, I bet him on his first wins. That's why I like him. But yeah, he's a good player, dude. I mean, would I play him this week at 7,400? No. As much as I do like him and the fact that he's got a lot of talent, could be a player who we see possibly contend in majors. The proper play in most of these guys who come over, it's just to fade them their first time out. So, again, Horsfield's been a good player over in Europe, but against European Tour fields, I don't know how he's going to react to seeing his first PGA Tour layout, especially with it being the Valspar. Maybe the tough field, the tough venue helps him out, but it's a player more to keep an eye on. I'd be much more interested if he was like 6,400 or 6,800. But at 7,400, the one thing I'll say about him, he's not going to have much ownership because I think most people probably feeling the same way I do. So Horsfield, the guy who definitely has the game to compete in like big events, but first time over in jolly old America. Yeah, it's probably just a good time to just sit back and watch.
There is a Twitch battle between Emerson Lazia and Piercy 222. So I would say calm down, guys. But I appreciate some keyboard warriors on a Tuesday. Sam Horsfield, Jeff, is at plus $10,000 on DK Sportsbook. And someone who's right there near him is Sam Burns. Sam Burns at plus 8,000. I believe he was at plus 9,000 earlier today or last night. So maybe he's got some drift a little bit down because people are looking at this number and saying, man, Burns was just as good at another difficult course earlier this year at Riviera. How is this guy at plus 8,000, plus 9,000? And the reason why I bring him up is because you want to compare what you're betting at as well. When you don't have a lot of experience on the PGA Tour, like Jeff was mentioning for Sam Horsfield, who else is by his odds? And then kind of put that together to see, okay, who else is there? Taylor Gooch is someone that I also like that I mentioned on the Sweat earlier today at plus 8,000. I think you can make a case for guys around him, even a little bit longer than him, but I like a little bit more. So Sam Horsfield, good player. And I was correct. He did go to the University of Florida. His hometown is Davenport, Florida, for good old Sam Horsfield. So Florida boy. I don't know. Maybe a nice little DK. Play there.
We were talking about Sam Burns, though, correct?
Yeah, we were talking about Sam Burns, but I went back to the initial guy, Sam Horsfield. But yeah, talk to me about Sam Burns because I like him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good like this field's pretty deep. Like the 7K range this week is good. I mean, there's a lot of players you can target. And Sam Burns, I agree. Like his odds this week are great. I mean, 80-1. The first time he played Valspar, I can't remember. Now I can't remember off the top of my head. I thought I had it in there, but he definitely played well the first time he played Valspar. He's played well in Florida before. We know Sam Burns, the guy's got good positive Bermuda splits. He's been a little bit wonky off the tee. He is typically like a good player off the tee, but again, I don't know if that's going to hurt him too much. He's good with his irons his last time out at the RBC Heritage. I think a little bit tougher venue like this can definitely help. He's just a talented player. And if he gets going with the putter, he's actually played Valspar twice before, T30, T12. So there you go. Yep. Actually gained massive strokes on the greens here, putting as well the last 2 times. So, if he brings those irons, I mean, you could definitely get a good result out of him. I like taking a shot with him in the odds 100% at plus 80, plus 8,000, excuse me. I've already bet him. It just, again, this is a player we've seen compete and get himself into contention like 3 times now over the last like 6 months. Wyndham and Safeway Open as well. He was right there as well as Riviera. So whenever he's down here, I always take a look at him. I think this is the type of venue too, where Sam Burns, again, good Florida record, coming off a good start at the RBC Heritage, was good last week too. Had a good week at the team event.
Yeah,
I'm surprised to see him that big. I think he's well underpriced. He's up there with guys like Charles Howell III and
right.
Denny McCarthy is the same price as him. Like that doesn't make sense. So.
And something to note about Sam Burns is, like, when he started on the PGA Tour back in 2000, I think he got his couple first starts in 2015, but we really didn't see him until 2018. At the end of 2017, he actually came on the scene as being a really good putter. Like if you go back to his splits, like he was putting like a madman. And then eventually he figured out, oh, I can't win by just making all these putts. I got to learn how to ball strike. And then his game switched to become a really good ball striker for the last, a year and a half. And so we know he already has that putting muscle in his repertoire. Like if he can get those things going, you could see this guy get in the top 25 easily of ranked golfers. That's how good he is. Remember, this is a guy also who played with Tiger Woods. I forget which tournament that was. And beat, again, this is take it for what it's worth. He beat Woods in that round. I believe it was a Sunday. I forget where it is. I forget where it was, but that was something that he did as well.
Honda, wasn't it?
Was it? Okay, well, even more so, right? Another tough Florida track for good old Sam Burns. But that's someone I'd rather be looking at in that range, Jeff.
Yep. No, absolutely. Burns. I mean, I think some people, Woodland's kind of interesting as well. Woodland just he keeps showing some signs that it's going to turn around. And then I made the cut at the Masters T6 of Valero. So I can't put anyone off Gary Woodland, former winner of this event as well.
Yeah.
Kind of two similar players. They can really kind of get hot with their ball striking, but sometimes they're around the green games, just don't show up. Most of the time they do, to be honest. But both those guys are interesting. Keegan's even interesting. I think you're getting like really good, like a good selection there in that high 7K range. Because I don't, other than the real chalky plays in the 8K range, like Grillo and Kirk, who everyone is going to play. I don't love the 8K range. I mean, Kokrak, fine, but another player everyone's going to play. Paul, I don't know. Maybe these guys are just like so bland. Like we just talk about them every week. Like Ryan Palmer pretty much plays good every week. So does Charlie Hoffman now. I'm not saying they're bad plays, but they seem a tad bit overvalued. So this 8K range is like one I'm not super excited about, but I do kind of like taking the lesser prices on guys like Burns and Woodland. So.
Yeah, so we're not getting a lot of questions right now. And so I want to propose a question to you, Jeff. Again, make sure you guys smash the like. I see a lot of thumbs down. I don't know if that was for Kenny Ducey or for Emerson Lazio, or maybe for Adam Kaufman. Who knows? But turn those thumbs down to the thumbs up for Jeff and I. Hit subscribe, hit the bell notification so you guys know when these games are available. Jeff, between JT and DJ up at the top, where are you going for either DraftKings, DFS, or for if you're going to bet the top guys that we know some people like to do anyway?
Yeah, no, for me it would be DJ. We've just seen his hit rate being like too good. I mean, I think once Dustin gets over plus 1,000, you can start thinking about betting him. I'll probably leave him off my card this week. I do recognize like it's fine if you want to pay up for him. I mean, again, this is a player who wins every year. He likes tough courses. He tends to just, he can just come in and dominate on these tough courses because he can make birdie on every hole where a lot of players can't. At the same time, like let's not saddle around the fact like Dustin hasn't looked that good. He's been saved by his putter a lot over the last couple events. Now, if the putter stays hot and the irons return, I mean, obviously the field's going to be in trouble. But I'd much rather take a shot on Dustin here. Justin Thomas, obviously looked good, but yeah, when they're the same price, like I'll mostly side with Dustin Johnson. I usually need JT to kind of get in the 1,600 to 2,000 range before I want to take a shot. He's not quite there. Dustin is more in the range of guys I'd want to target. And pretty much the same for DraftKings as well. I'll just take the discount on Dustin Johnson this week.
And is that it, Jeff? Like, what if their salaries were reversed? What if DJ was at 11.5 and JT was at 11.2?
Probably feel, exactly the opposite.
Right.
I'm not super in love with this layout for Justin Thomas. He can definitely grind it out, but JT also makes, and maybe I'm just making this up, it does feel like he's probably got a worse like bogey or better percentage. I'm gonna have to check this out as we're talking now, but definitely a player who can like just, one drive can lead to like 4 bad drives, right? So Dustin Johnson second in bogeys avoided, Justin Thomas 7th. So there's a little bit of that to that. Justin Thomas is first in birdies gained over the last 50 rounds though. So I think again, this just sets up as a bit more of a DJ course than it does as a Justin Thomas course. These guys have the horrible names to say together.
Right, JT, DJ.
You want to say like Dustin Thomas.
Justin Johnson. That sounds like a name. Never mind. I was going to go somewhere where I couldn't, but I think that's the case, right? That when we feel like we're getting a dip or a savings on DJ, I think that's a big, a big thing. And if you take a look at right now what the roster percentage is for both of them, JT is coming in at 14%, and it's Tuesday, right? It's still early. DJ is coming in at less than 9%, at 8.5%. And if that's the case, I mean, we know Dustin Johnson, if he gets those irons going, because the off the tee game is great. I mean, like, he lights out, right? Lights out, because he's putting well. So that's where I'm going if I had to choose between the two. Do you think, Jeff, that this course, like, if we see someone like, I don't know, like if we see Abraham Answer win, or let's say we see, a guy like, I don't know, Joaquin Niemann, Sanjay, someone in the $9,000 range, maybe someone who's 30 to, plus 3,000. How much stock do you put into this win as a precursor to the PGA Championship? Because I think this is a comp course to Kiawah. Maybe not as long, but I think it's fairly similar.
Sure. I mean, both these courses, both, a little bit of water involved and stuff like that. Should be a little bit of wind too. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think Kiawah is going to play tough too. So I think this is when you want to start looking at guys' form for sure. Results here are going to matter. We're only 3 weeks out, or 3.5, whatever. I think we have 3 events, including this one, to go. So Wells Fargo, and then I think it's the Byron Nelson, if I can remember. But this one is going to be a good indicator. If your guy comes in here and wasn't looking good before and starts to show some form, yeah, absolutely, you want to pay attention. I mean, we've got guys like Answer, Russell Henley. They've kind of been just scooting along, but are they going to take the step up here and really get themselves kind of involved? A guy like Joaquin Niemann, another guy who's been slouching a bit, but can he take it up? Can Louis Oosthuizen just take another step up too? He was close last week. Obviously, I like him this week, but we've got a handful of players like that, and then you've got a guy like Dustin Johnson who obviously needs to find some form. So the player I really keep my eye on, and this speaks more to the PGA Championship, but Patrick Reed.
Yeah,
I think Patrick Reed is playing really good this year, and I kind of just want. I'm not really my pick to win, but I wouldn't be shocked. I just want to see if he can keep it going over the next little hump. Like if he has a little bit of aggression into PGA, or if he just keeps it grinding out good results, because that would make him a really attractive target at the PGA for me. He's sitting around like plus 3,500 or something like that in the odds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one top player I'm definitely keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and if you take a look at Patrick Reed's player card here, Jeff, and I wrote him up in my DK preview as someone to take notice of. I think his last 3 majors, I don't think he's finished worse than 13th. T10 at the Masters, and then T8 at the most recent Masters, T10, and the 2020 Masters. And when you take a look at these difficult courses, we know he shows up. WGC got a T9. He won the Farmers Insurance. But he's a guy too, like Players Championship, T22, which is not great, but he's someone that just shows up at these difficult courses. And you're right. Like if you see, like, how much form would you need? Like if Patrick Reed had maybe 2 good rounds, right, and they were Thursday, or like they were Saturday, Sunday, right, or it doesn't even matter which rounds it was. But if he has 2 good rounds, or anybody of that magnitude has 2 good rounds, is that going to matter more to you long term? Because I'm looking at both this tournament, because again, we're talking about the Valspar, but the PGA Championship is upon us. Is that something that like you're going to use for that for the PGA Championship? Because Byron Nelson, I don't think anyone, like, no one's going to show up there, right? Like no one's going to be playing that tournament. This is the one spot where we're seeing these bigger names play. How many rounds do you think it would take for you? Does it have to be a full tournament, or what if they just put up like 2 good rounds?
For to be interested for the PGA, you mean? Or
yeah.
Like a good. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I want to see some good play. I mean, I think it's all player specific, right? Like for Dustin, I want to see his irons get going again. I mean, he's lost like bad strokes with his irons. His putting's been carrying him. JT, I kind of want to keep an eye on if his driver is going to stay steady. It certainly was his last couple times out, but I know he had like a meltdown at the Masters, but it wasn't necessarily driver related. Scheffler's another guy. If his irons get hot here, I keep an eye. I even like Scheffler perhaps to challenge for a win this week. I mean, his around the green game is good. His off the tee game is fantastic. He just needs to get hot with his irons. I mean, we've seen him when he does get hot, he competes. So another player to keep an eye on here. I think Scheffler is actually an interesting betting target too. being a little bit discounted this week. I really like him for like a pivot play. I think he's been showing pretty good progression, was in contention with Bubba last week. So I'm kind of on the side of Scheffler. I think most people are going to be playing Connors, Hatton, even, my boy Answer. So don't forget about Scotty Scheffler, man. Like, this is a young player that sometimes just like gets forgotten about. So another player to keep an eye on. But yeah, it's all player specific. I just want to see how players are progressing, to getting hot with certain clubs, and how they're moving on and stuff.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler right now in the DK Sportsbook, Jeff, plus 3,300 on DraftKings for DFS. He's $9,800. And so, yeah, I don't think right now what I'm seeing at Fantasy National for his ownership coming in at 10.5%. That could decrease if people are on board with Paul Casey even more than they already are, or Corey Connors, who right now is projecting to be the second highest rostered player behind Jason Kokrak, which is, and I get Kokrak, and I get why, right? Jason Kokrak. Let's actually talk about him right now, right? Second place here when Paul Casey won. I think he was his 18th hole when I was watching that tournament. He flubbed the chip, and he could have made par, I believe, to get into a playoff, if I'm not mistaken, or to actually win. And he just flubbed it. It was terrible. Are you on Jason Kokrak right now? He's at $8,700. And if not, why not?
Kokrak is definitely underpriced this week. Like, you look at the salary structure. I mean, Bubba's in front of him. Even a guy like, Justin Rose. Justin Rose was kind of in contention at the Masters. But overall, I mean, Jason Kokrak has been a super, super consistent fantasy performer. So there's, again, I mentioned the AK range. I'm not like super enthused about a lot of these guys, but Kokrak definitely is a player you can target here. I mean, you probably should be if you're making like a cash game lineup. I think there's a pretty good argument to fade him as well. He's been very putter dependent over the last few months. It's just that the putter just is not cooling off at all. He's just like turned into a really good putter. So I don't know. I mean, again, I don't think it's enough reason to fade him or just be like, I don't have to have any Jason Kokrak. But again, if I was making like one big field GPP lineup, I wouldn't have him in there because, again, we can go down and target a guy like Sam Burns, who's got a lot of potential upside as well. You can almost just skip this whole 8K range, maybe double up on the guys in the 9K and then get a lower owned guy in the 7K with comparable skills. So I'm not like out on Jason Kokrak. Like I said, he's been playing too good. He's been a consistent fantasy producer. You should have him on your list of like core cash game plays, but we're talking tournament strategy. There's probably some strategy there of avoiding some of these guys in the 8K range. Just because I think they're overpriced compared to the guys in the 7K.
Pay up for Russell Henley. That would be my advice.
I like
2 cents. He's not $9,000. He's an extra 300. This is Jeff's guy. So I don't
Kokrak, just from that reason alone, right? Like
right, exactly. Coming in right now, he's like 15%. So it's not like he's going unnoticed. I think he's going to be the second or probably the fourth highest in this range. I think it's going right now, Kokrak, and then Charlie. I think Charlie Hoffman is number 2, then Sanjay number 3, and then Henley. Oh no, excuse me. I'm talking about I'm going 8 to 10. Sorry, excuse me. In the $9,000 range, it looks like he's going to be the second highest rostered or third highest rostered player. It depends on how it's going to pan out between him and Sanjay. But if that's the case, right, if less ownership goes to Russell Henley, I mean, this guy is just unbelievable when it comes to his irons. He's one of these guys that I don't know how he hasn't won more, right? And tournaments like this. Sure, he's on the TOC. We've seen that before, but like gaining almost 9 strokes with his irons at RBC Heritage, right? When he gains 3 to 4 strokes with his irons, it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of a bad tournament for Russell Henley. And that's when he gains almost like 9 strokes putting, and he comes in 3rd place at the Honda. Right. Like this guy now has back-to-back, top 3 and then the top 10 at a difficult course in Florida. RBC Heritage, it's a ball striking course, much like it is here. I don't know, man. I think maybe 15% is not enough in terms of his roster percentage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, I think Henley, I wouldn't even be shocked if Henley came in a little bit below that. Again, you look at some of the players around him, Neiman, I think some people will be interested in taking like a little shot with Justin Rose. Like I know the projections on Henley, like he's going to get some ownership, but I wouldn't be shocked if they ended up less. You got Kokrak underneath them as well. I agree, though. I mean, like, Henley reminds me of Paul Casey like 3 years ago before he picked up a couple wins. You know, it was just so consistent, but everyone was just like, oh, yeah, well, he's probably not going to win. It'll come together for him. You know, he's turned into like one of the most elite iron players in the world. He's around the green game has gotten better. He just hasn't he's just very difficult. It's difficult to marry like a good putting week with a good iron week. He's had trouble doing it, but he can get hot with the putter. I mean, he certainly did early in his career, and he's been doing it with more frequency of late. So this is a better layout for Russell Henley than Heritage. I agree. I was actually surprised. I mean, I bet him at the Heritage, but I was still surprised he got himself in such good contention because it was a low scoring event, but he was just so hot with his irons that he like had a lot of tap in birdies. And, you know, if he stays consistent with his irons here and just picks it up a little bit in the other areas, yeah, he will be there.
Yeah.
He'll be able to, he's another player. He can pick up birdies on tough holes because he's so good with his longer irons. Right. So yeah, I like Henley. I like Henry over Kokrak as well. I probably like Henry almost over anyone in that range, you know, maybe not up to Hatton or Connors. Those guys are like a little bit of a cut above, but right now I would take him over most players in that 9K to high 8 range.
Agreed. Let's just go down the board here in terms of the price. As guys get your questions in, we have about 15 more minutes or so, maybe a little bit more, maybe 15 to 20 minutes for your questions. Right now, Jeff, if I'm looking at the $8,000 range, I know we talked about it on the sweat. So let's do this. Let's say if I like Taylor Gooch, right, at $8,000, and you're talking about some of these other guys like Kirk, Griot could be there in that $8,000 range. Who's someone that you're going to potentially be pivoting to off of the guys that you currently liked that you mentioned on the sweat?
Yeah. So, okay. I do like Kirk and Grillo. I'd probably like Kirk a little bit more than Grillo. So Kirk would be like my main guy that I want to target in the 8K range. He's going to be popular though. And again, I'm not, I will leave him out of some big field GPP lineups for that reason. Burns would be the guy I pivot down to. I just know there's so much upside with Sam Burns. If he gets hot, he's another player who, if he just starts hitting the ball really well, like you will see him make birdies on some of the tougher holes. And that can obviously really pay off, like from an upside perspective in GPPs. So I think he played better at the Heritage. I think if he brings that same kind of a ball striking, he's going to get himself to the weekend, which again, you get Sam Burns on the weekend. Really good things can happen on the tough courses. So that'd be the guy I try to pivot down to and kind of just, fade this whole 8K range. But again, I mentioned this, like, I'm just not super sold on anyone in this range. Probably Charlie Hoffman is the other guy I wouldn't mind rostering. And I'll look into it a little bit. Again, I know he's been playing good, but it just feels like you got Woodland, even Keegan and Burns down there in the 7K range. I'll take a shot with those guys. They're cheaper. They're just cheaper. They're going to be lesser owned. So I'm just not really feeling super great about any of these guys in the 8K range. You can play them in cash games. Like I said, I think Kirk and Grillo both good value, but give me like Burnsy, Woodland, and maybe even a piece of Keegan this week. We'll see.
Yeah, there's one guy, Jeff, that I do like in the $8,000 range, and maybe that's, if we're talking about it now, maybe GPPs, you do try and get a couple of these guys in the $8,000 range, because I think you're right. If you just take a look at where the distribution is going towards, it's not there, right? The $8,000 range, you have some guys who are right now projecting to be in the single digits, and sure, like Kokrak, Hoffman, they're going to be guys that are going to be popular in this range. But what about Kevin Na? Like Kevin Na on these difficult courses, right? He always seems to show up. When we least expect Kevin Na to show up, that's when we see him on like a Saturday rising up the board. You're like, where did he come from? Where did Kevin Na come from? And it's because the putter. It's because he's around the green game. It's because that he can get hot on a moment's notice at a drop of a dime. And so I do like someone like Kevin Na at $8,000. If he's going to go unnoticed to the point where he's 5% rostered, where everyone's going elsewhere. Right now, he's coming in at 5.2 on Fantasy National in terms of his roster, his calculated ownership percentage. If that's the case, why not, right? If I'm bullish on Taylor Gooch and he's starting to get up at 12%, 13, 14%, I'm going to move some of those shares over to Kevin Na because he already won this year. He's already a proven winner at Sony. And like Sony is not a difficult course at all, but it can be tricky, right? It can be tricky in a lot of different ways. So I like Kevin Na at $8,000. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Couple things on Na. He's played this event 4 times before. He was runner up here the first time in 2014.
Yeah.
He's got a T22, another top 10, 1 miscut out of 4 attempts. But honestly, a lot of guys have miscuts at this event if they played here more than once because it is tough. But he's bounced back quickly after miscuts too, just over the last little bit. You know, like he doesn't. I can't even. I'm just looking at his schedule here. The last time he missed 2 cuts in a row, Reed, was. Wow, dude, we are going far back here. 2018. So
it's my guy.
Now, interestingly enough, it was after a miscut at the RBC Heritage, but let's not read too much into the things like that. He has not missed 2 cuts in a row in a while. Played well at the Masters. Played well in Florida at the Mexico event as well. His irons have been a little bit weak. I guess it's the only thing. But again, we're talking about. We're not going to go like crazy Kevin Na, like 30% Kevin Na.
Right.
It's more of a pivot play, similar to what I said with Burns. I agree. This is kind of what I want to do with the 8K range. I just want to find guys who are good pivots. Na is probably like the best pivot in the range because I don't think anyone's going to use him either.
No. Devin Dustman says, forget about the 8K range, you fools. No, he didn't say that. Devin says, who do you like below $7,000? And you mentioned some names, Jeff, in the sweat. Earlier today. You want to mention those names again? Who do you like under 7K?
Yeah, no, I mean for sure. I mean let's go dumpster diving here, right?
Yeah,
like,
man.
I mean
that's the best.
It is. First guy off my list, definitely Kyle Stanley. I like some guys right at 7K flat too. Like I like Keith Mitchell. I think there was another guy.
Luke List.
Oh, Stenson is the other dude. No, I'm not. I'm out on Luke List. Stenson's interesting though. He's got a really good record this event. He's still not hitting it great, but 2 cuts in a row. Yeah, I'll pay attention to Stenson. He's only 7K. Keith Mitchell's the guy I really like at this range, though. It's Bermuda. He hit the ball really well last week. Carried that team. I'm in on Keith Mitchell here for a long shot bomb too for an each way. Kyle Stanley though I think is a good DFS play. Can really just another player who's good at grinding out on tough courses. Good bogey avoidance. Getting the irons going as well. Like that. It does get a little bit sketchy down here. I think KH Lee is an okay target as well.
My boy.
Yeah, you like KH Lee, don't you?
Yeah, man.
Pretty good. Going down, Wes Bryant. Every time I skip Wes Bryant and don't throw him in a GPP lineup, he makes a cut and he's like a really good return. And then every time I play him or talk about him, he misses the cut like terribly. Like he shoots 80 like he did at Valero. So I don't know. This is a pretty good setup for Wes Bryant, but again, I don't really love anyone like in the low 6K range. Like it's pretty not great this week. So
it's grim. It's grim.
You could think about Wes Bryant. You could think about Joseph Bramlett, who's been like hitting the ball pretty well. I don't really have any great takes under like 6,500 though. Usually I do, but I really don't. Do you?
I mean, there's not really, not for this course.
No,
Will Gordon,
exactly.
Gordon's always someone. You went Gordon on a longer course. Look, Quail Hollow is a comp, I think, to this course a little bit.
Absolutely.
So James Hahn at $6,900. Again, like James Hahn, it comes out of nowhere. He's these guys. He kind of reminds me like Danny Lee, where he comes out of nowhere. You're like, oh, did we forget about Danny Lee? James Hahn is that guy where they just go absolutely nuclear with their putters, and the ball striking kind of is in form in that week, and they get their top 3, their one top 3 of that year, top 5, and then they go 17 miscuts in a row. That's James Hahn for me. Ryan Moore kind of presents some upside, but I'd rather play James Hahn. I mentioned Ches Reavie earlier today at $6,700. He's played this tournament well in the past. He plays when he has to get long irons in his hands. He plays those courses a lot better.
Yeah,
we've seen him.
It's a great
right.
setup for Ches. He just loves to strike the ball. So
and $6,700. Again, we're trying to correlate guys at this price tag with their peers around him. I don't have any faith in Christopher Ventura, like I mentioned earlier.
No, he was terrible last week.
Oh my God, he was terrible. Scott Stallings, JB Holmes, even Benny On. Benny On's got 4 missed cuts in a row. I love Benny On, but give me a break. He's been terrible.
Look, I'm not even looking at Benny On this week, so that just tells you how terrible he's played.
Right. So Ches is someone
yeah.
that I like. But go ahead. I think you're about to mention Brandon Hagee.
I mean, I'm like he's popped a little bit. I don't know if I really want him on a tougher course. Just seeing where he popped. Valero, he popped at the Honda, so maybe this isn't like such a reach to play Brandon Hagee. Again, you're looking at this range. This is pure just speculation range. I mean, you could get anything from these guys, but at least we know Hagee has popped up a little bit. He's a really talented player too. So that's a guy you could consider taking a shot with. Vince Whaley's made some cuts. I think Bramlett is the guy I would probably target down there. He's again, like, he's popped a little bit. He's has had some good ball striking. It's around the green game is really hit or miss, but man, yeah, it is slow going here. Usually there's like a couple players under like 6,700 I can kind of get behind, but I'm not really feeling it. Definitely going to be a week where I might just cut myself off at 7K or 6,800 and not think too much about it. Tyler Duncan.
Dunks, yeah.
Dunks has played okay, made the cut last week as well, the team event. I can't tell you like if it was, how well he did compared to his partner, but he's a player who can get it going with the irons and stuff like that too. So 6,600, I think that's a player you can consider.
Bronson Burgoon at 6,200.
I mean,
no, don't do it.
We're talking about like down here. We're talking about like Danny Lee, Satoshi, Bo knows Hosler. I mean, Sebastian Kaplan played okay. He can make a couple birdies. This is a question. Like, why is Jonas Blix in the field this week, and why didn't he play last week? What is going on here? It's like we haven't seen Jonas Blix, and he skips the team event, and then I don't know. Anyways, just don't play.
Didn't he win? Didn't he win the Zurich, or didn't he play well at Zurich with
Cam play? Smith in 2017. Like,
that's right.
I'm sure he could have got a partner. I don't know.
How does he feel? How does he feel that Cam Smith is like, okay, I'm actually, I'm moving on from you?
Is he going to show up here and like you show up Cam Smith with like a win? I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh man, yeah, I would stay away. Like Jeff was saying, I would try and stay away from the guys below 6,500, because when you take a look at the odds too, the last 5 odds, and this is going to be in my article for the sportsbook and bets that I like, is the average odds of the past 5 winners, Jeff, is around 45 plus 4,500, with the highest being your boy Adam Hadwin at like 125, like plus 12,500.
See that?
And the short. Yeah, he was, I think, 2017 when he won at that. I think it was minus 14 that he won. It was impressive. But he was deep. And then Jordan Spieth was plus 1,400, I think, when he won 2015. And so when you take a look at that, right, and Paul Casey won at 25 plus 2,500 in the last 2 years. This kind of gives you the idea of it's probably going to be one of these top guys, right, at 45 and below, or players that we've talked about that have gotten adrift, late, like deeper into the odds, that we see around like that 45, that 50 number. Like you mentioned, Scotty Scheffler is there, Kevin Na at plus 5,000, Gary Woodland at plus 6,600. Like that's the kind of guys I think you want to see that you want to potentially back here. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a Adam Hadwin type. That's the exception to the rule. That's the outlier. So I'm guessing that, for me in terms of sport, like I'm also going to take a crack at guys down here, right? You always want to throw some darts, maybe some top 10s, top 20s, top 5s. But for the outright, I'm going to try and stay up a little bit top heavy here, just because how difficult this tournament is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking a few swings with guys this week, deeper in odds. Alex Noren, probably going to make the list, but Uline, I might get a piece of. But I wouldn't go like much deeper than that. I mean, I wouldn't be looking super deep. So it is also definitely a week where I'm gonna have outrights on guys at like the plus 3,000 range, right? So yeah, from a betting card perspective, it's kind of going to be like a good mix of like guys a little bit shorter in the odds and then some deeper bombs, because I do think you're getting like good value, and maybe these guys are better top 20 plays, but guys like Noren, Uline, Mitchell. Because there's good top end talent here. They're kind of getting just discarded a little bit because I think most people are just going to be betting the favorites. So good top 20 odds and stuff on those guys. And again, my 3 favorites: Mitchell, Uline, Noren, and I'm probably forgetting someone. I can't even remember who I bet. I guess we're at that point in the week. But yeah, those are definitely 3 guys I'm kind of targeting for like those kind of bets.
Yeah, we have Alexander Noren at plus 12,500, Peter Uline at plus 15,000.
Yep.
And who was the other guy? It was Keith Mitchell.
Keith Mitchell.
Same thing as Noren. He's at plus 12,500 for outrights. And so if you guys want to tell Jeffrey Ulrich, those are his 3 bets in terms of outrights, and probably more so getting the each way is top 5, top 10. So you're getting advantageous numbers there. When these guys are much deeper odds. Jeff, we have about 4 or 5 more minutes left in the program. Who is your pick to win program? Who calls it a program anymore? Who is your pick to win this tournament, the Valspar? Is it Paul Casey, 3P?
Let's call it the program. Let's get with the program. Reed, you know who's going to get with the program this week? Louis Oosthuizen is going to get with the program. It's still really, I haven't picked Louis to win an event, like seriously picked him for a while. So I guess I'm burning my Louis card this week. It's a really good spot for him in all seriousness. It's lower scoring. Louis doesn't pop up with the high birdie rates. He grinds out those bogeys though. Looked fine last week. The around the green, the putter is still like really consistent. It's the most consistent I've ever seen Oosthuizen putt. If those irons and those approaches take a little notch up, you know, he's got the ability to just go around the snake pit and stuff like that, play an even par, grab a couple birdies, and end up at like -12 for the week. So he's going to be my pick. I think he's shown some really good improvements over the last 3 events. We need the driver to be straight and show up, but it's not as big a worry here as I think it was obviously on a couple holes last week. So I'm going to make him my pick.
I like that. I really like that. I mean, Louis Oosthuizen. I will live for the day where Louis and Tony Finau go head to head.
This is a place where Louis can actually win. This is a place where it makes sense. I recognize I'm picking a guy who like hasn't won in about 1 million PGA starts now, but whatever.
But like that again to me is
show.
Exactly. That again to me is something that is just when you take a look at just statistics, right? Just the numbers. Louis is going to win.
He's
like
due.
He is due. He's been more than due.
And maybe this is the event where it all pays off because Paul Casey was like the same thing.
Right.
It's like, wow, he's got like 1 million top 10s, no wins. And then he won the Valspar a couple times. He's won a couple other times too. So
right.
This is the time when this is just the event where everyone cashes in. You know, next year it'll be Finau.
Oh man. One time, Finau. Just get the monkey off your back.
Valspar Lonely Hearts Championship.
Right. Exactly. I like that Louis call. I think for me, Jeff, I think Tyrrell Hatton is the guy for me right now, plus 2,500. That's, you know, I'm not breaking any hot takes here. I think he sets up for this course. I think when we get guys that have played well in recent form, but haven't played well when we thought they should have, right? Like we're betting them and they just haven't panned out. That's when you want to get in on those guys. And so I do like Tyrrell Hatton because the number is there. But this is wide open for me. With guys that are in this $9,000 to $11,000 range, I think any one of these players has a really good shot of winning this tournament. But I do think Tyrrell Hatton does have a leg up in terms of his skill set and where his number sits. I think that's a perfect intersection for Hatton. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't see, like we couldn't see Louis win. Doesn't mean that Patrick Reed's not going to come out here and gain 4,000 strokes around the green and just make every par putt. But one thing, Jeff, that I wanted to show everybody is a parlay that might be interesting. I do not suggest a parlay, especially golf double ups, because golf is such a variant sport. But if there is a parlay that you could go to, and let me get your thoughts on this, Jeff. Okay. Dustin Johnson to win at plus 1,000, and Kyle Pitts, number 4 overall draft pick to the Atlanta Falcons, parlay that for a plus 2,000 ticket. What do you think, and why am I stupid? I'm just getting double up. That's it. That's all I'm getting. Dude, I'm not getting much. So this is not but these two things, right? What do you think?
The thing is, I'm trying to make fun of you for using the Pitts thing, but like, who else is Atlanta taking there? Seriously.
Right. A quarterback? I don't know. They'd be stupid enough to take a quarterback.
So. I don't think so. We would have heard about that by now. I don't think they're taking Fields. I think the only thing you're worried about is them trading the pick, but I don't think that's going to happen either. So, yeah, man, I guess Pitts is the guy I had pegged in there, so I can't really tell you it's a dumb pick because that's who I pegged. So, go for it, dude. I like it. I mean, why not? We can check back in to see if Reed's Pitts, DJ, combo or now now we're getting really big here.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's sub Hatton for get DJ out. Let's put in Hatton really up the ante here. No, parlays are very, very difficult to hit. So I advise everyone to do this responsibly. Jeff, we have to head on out of here because the next sim is at 4 p.m. Falcons, speaking of which, and Cowboys. That would be Kaufman and Rossi on the call there. MLB, the MLB slate with Bukes and Garion is coming up after that next sim. So make sure that you guys tune in to that transition or Kaufman talking about the transition to see Buchanan. It should be a good one. But Jeffrey, this was great. This was fantastic. The Valspar is a great tournament. Any last words for the faithful following of your program going for the green?
No, dudes, absolutely have a good golf week. You hit me up on Twitter at the Fantasy Grind if you want. Check out DK Nation. The fantasy golf cheat sheet is up there that I do every week. Check out Reed's article after you read my article, obviously. And everybody, everybody just take a breath.
I like that.
Good. Everybody in the chat, we're all friends here. Okay, let's just remember. But thank you for tuning in, guys. Definitely keep tuning in. We'll be back next week. Got the PGA Championship showing up. So
a couple weeks, few weeks. Jeffrey, this was a pleasure. Everybody, like Jeff mentioned, take a deep breath. Everything will be okay. We're here to have fun, and we're here to make everybody's day a lot better. So take care, good luck, and we'll see you next time.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Great to be with you. This guy beside me, you saw him in the chat earlier, but you know what? He's come for the real thing. Jason Rossi, first of 2 Sims on the day for him. He'll return for Madden After Dark a little bit later. This right here, the second of 2 for me, which means, either run like the wind right now and you can be done with me for the day, or hang out for a little while and let's have some fun. Rossi, how are you?
I hope people do the latter. I'm doing well, man. It's good to be here with the DK Sim fam, yourself, our crew. I'm ecstatic. I'm excited. Let's get this party started.
I am, we're ready, man. I mean, lineups have locked, so there's not much that we can tell you to advise you other than for future simulations, I suppose. But the early bird special, the who would win a fight between a Falcon and a Cowboy free roll, we can really dive deep into this nonsense a little bit later. It doesn't, sometimes I just get bored when I'm creating free roll titles. What's your lineup look like out of the 172 entries we have?
Cowboy. My lineup,
because he has a gun.
Well, I would imagine, right?
He's not gonna do it with the fists.
Well, you never know. The Cowboys, dude, they wear like tight jeans. I don't think they wore underwear back in the day either. That's a bold call.
Heck at him though.
Yeah, but the Cowboy eventually
at him.
Caw, just Falcon.
At him.
Yeah, just vulture him. Lineup looks a little something like this. CeeDee Lamb of the captain, Amari Cooper, Todd Gurley, Blake Jarwin, Julio Jones, and Dak Prescott. No kickers. Don't know why.
So I faded Dak, not for any reason.
Oh, go Dak! Break it all the way! Yes!
Can I redo my lineup? Is it too late? Is it too late to redo my lineup? Frangelico says, agreed, Rossi. Cowboys for the win. Yeah, I think Dallas is going to win as well. I do, and probably should have had more Dak, but I didn't. You know what's funny, and I've said this before, but it really is true. I don't even look at the player names when I'm making my lineup. I look at what the salary is, and I look at what the fantasy points
are. Oh, baby!
Hello, Michael Gallup?
Yeah.
Are you really, sir? 47-yard touchdown for Michael Gallup. So if you got that Gallup Dak stack, as I have neither, then you guys are feeling great. Off and running here in Simland. Didn't even take a minute.
I'm really upset about that. I have the entire receiving chorus outside of Michael Gallup on my roster. But hey, what are you going to do?
Man. Yeah, as T-Pike, Undercover Boss Tom says in the chat, dang, we about to have a game. I like that. We got Frangelico and June with us in Game Ops. They're going to have their work cut out for them already, clearly, because we're going to get like 85 points in this sim. Jordan, our producer, Rossi, Koff, all hanging out with you. Thanks for being with us. I don't know what went on in the last sim, but I see a lot of thumbs downs, guys. So let's turn those frowns upside down, or I guess in more YouTube metrics, let's just, undo the thumbs down and give it a thumbs up. Turn the other one blue. That's more fun. It's more fun to be happy. Rossi tells you all the time, smile, live your lives, be optimistic. Just
positivity.
Be positive.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
Drink a ton of water, have a positive outlook. Things are always going to be, it's so much easier to be a negative human being. It's so much easier to complain or go on Twitter and yell at celebrities or people that have more followers than you and be a jerk. It really is. It's so simple to be that way, but actually takes a little bit of effort. So yeah, just turn those upside down. Whatever happened before this moment, I'll give you about 14 reasons to give a thumbs down before the sim's out. I promise you. But until that happens, let's flip them up.
I thought you were about to make a list of 14 reasons right now. Reason number 1.
It's like that Miley Cyrus song. The 7 Things I Hate About You. Yes, I'm a big Miley music fan.
Are you?
Miley. Oh, yeah.
I'm a big Party in the USA fan.
Yeah,
I realize it's not old school Miley. It's not like Hannah Montana days, but it's certainly old school Miley compared to what, has happened in recent years. That song, how old's that song? It's got to be a decade old.
Oh, over. Party in the USA, probably 09, just a hunch, 08, 09.
I remain a big fan of that song. The kids like that song. It's on
it's
in my house all the time.
Timeless pop hit.
Miley, seek it out on YouTube.
Yeah, early like Miley when she had like the brown hair and she's kind of become a little gimmicky, but I still think she's super talented.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, those like that era, dude. She was rocking. I'm big into the Miley Cyrus music catalog. Sometimes I'll just tell the A word, that woman you could talk to if you have such a device to put on some Miley Cyrus music.
That A word. Hey Alexa. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
I'm downstairs. You're good.
Yeah,
I wonder. Hold on. You want to do a test?
I've got nothing better to do. Sure.
Let's see. Well, these Falcons. All right, ready. Let's see if it works. I don't know if you guys will be able to pick it up, but I'll be honest. I'm just gonna yell loud. I'll go away from the mic a little so it won't.
Is anybody home right now?
No one is home.
Okay.
Hold on. That's not an invite either. Hold on.
No.
Not yet. Hey Alexa. Oh, hold on. Let me try this a different way. Let me ask it to do something and see if it works.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't tell it. Okay. Hey Alexa, play Miley Cyrus music.
Yeah. Going?
Can you hear this?
No, but that's probably good for rights purposes anyway.
Yeah.
But it's moving.
I heard her react. She said, "Now playing Miley Cyrus music or shuffling." Yeah, I won't get much.
And she hit me like a wrecking ball.
I gotta hear what song it is. I gotta see what the first one is. Hold on.
As Frangelico says, Alexa, max volume.
Oh, it's the climb. The climb.
Sure. I don't even know. I don't know that one.
You don't know the climb, bro?
Well, I don't know it by name. I won't say I wouldn't recognize it, but I don't know it by name.
Bro, you don't know the climb?
You don't know the climb?
You
don't even know, dude.
You tripping over there? You tripping, Kaufman?
Do I need to mute the sim, pull it up on my phone just to hear it?
No, do what I do. Or do what some other hosts do. Just start playing music on the side and start bobbing your head and chewing gum. It's like the ballad of. It's like before Wrecking Ball. This was the song, and it's more optimistic, man.
This would be a fun gimmick at some point. Frangelico said it'd be cool if you guys played Sports Jeopardy from Alexa during the stream.
It will have to be called Sports DraftKings Jeopardy. We'd have to change the name, I'm sure.
I think we'll workshop that a little.
No, I think I nailed it.
7-0 Dallas. 3 minutes gone here in the first. My lineup, by the way, is not good so far. Well, middle of the pack, I guess. Todd Gurley in the captain spot, Ezekiel Elliott, heavy on the running backs, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Russell Gage. So I was all about the Matt Ryan receivers. I just happened to fade both QBs. And Greg Zuerlein, just for good measure.
Thank you.
I can't work with Rossi and not have a kicker. I can't. It wouldn't feel right.
Well, I feel bad that I abandoned my own go-to, but it's funny. I don't know if our guy Jordan Lindenbaum is in here, but he always comes after me.
What else does he have to do? He must be.
Let's not.
Jordan.
Let's not do that. All right, one more time.
Jordan.
They usually activate
3 times. Yeah.
It's the Kaufman curse.
Producer Jordan says hi. Damn it.
Get in the chat, producer Jordan. But usually Mr. Lindenbaum comes after me and says all my games stink and all that. I can't, no scores and all that. I find that to be a very offensive name, and now I'm hurt. No, I'm kidding. But yes, whatever. Mush, moosh, mish, mush. But I felt good about this game. As soon as I saw when I didn't even know the teams that were playing until I saw your contest name, and I said these we should be scoring. So I said I'm going to avoid the kickers because we decided. I told Jordan Lindenbaum, when you see my name, I'm back at 10 p.m. tonight. Kickers and defenses.
Nice.
That's what I would do. I would go kickers and defense if you feel that way. Put your money where your mouth is. Go in that $25 or $3,500 contest.
Aaron, by the way, says now my Alexa's playing Miley Cyrus music. LOL. Probably the first time she's ever been on my Alexa.
Hell yeah.
You're welcome.
Seriously, I can still hear mine upstairs. I can't wait for my wife to get home from work and be like, what is going on up here? And I'm not shutting it off.
The 39. First down pickup out to the star. Dak off and rolling early. 72 passing already.
That's a good start. Had the nice run on the opening drive as well. So by air, by ground.
Blake Jarwin on that one, by the way. A lot of people, we can sprinkle in however much draft talk we want. I was just prior to this sim catching up with Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. That's not a name drop. That's me telling you that you can expect to see an interview with Ross coming on the Dream Stream. That's a promotion is what that is. And I was asking him about the Cowboys, one of his former teams that he played for back when he played. And he, much like most people, is expecting them to go cornerback. I mean, maybe Micah Parsons, the linebacker, if he's still on the board when they're on the board at number 10, but he's thinking Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn, pardon me. Obviously, Joe Horn's son. One of the corners he's thinking makes the most sense there for that club.
Completely agree with him. I know Patrick Surtain Jr. We're getting 2 juniors and the 2 best corners in this draft, but I personally like J.C. Horn just for the fact of, have you seen with the Cowboys? I don't know if you talked to Ross about this. Would you know when that's going to drop or when we'll be seeing this?
I suspect, if not later tonight, then definitely tomorrow. Certainly ahead of the draft, so soon.
That'd be helpful. Somewhere when you hear this, I don't know if you guys brought up the whole, what Dallas, did you see what Dallas posted, in their, pre-draft interviews?
No.
So they basically took these interviews with these kids, these draftees, and
prospects.
Yes, and they just edited 2-minute videos, and they're out there, and J.C. Horn basically says he's better than Patrick Surtain Jr. in there, and I loved it right there. That reason alone, I would draft him. All
about the swagger.
If I have a cornerback that I'm going to take in the top 10 first round, I want him thinking he's the best. Obviously, he has to be a good player, but you want somebody like that. And I just thought the Cowboys, it was no other team has ever done something like that, where they just released these, to be private. Obviously, they knew what they were doing, but
yeah,
really cool stuff that the Cowboys put out. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Although, do you have to? You could tell me. I don't know the backstory here, but if you're the team, do you have to mention to the players that you're interviewing, hey, these are not just us, these are not just internal, we may release these to the public, or just by virtue of the fact that they are sitting down for a draft interview, is it just understood that is the team's right?
I'm gonna go ahead and say they probably had to let them know that things were being filmed for potential use. And you can forget that. It's just like what people say if that's ever been on a reality show. There's cameras around you for the first 3 days. It's weird. Then by the 4th, 5th day, you're just kind of they're just kind of part of your day. So you'll just say either dumb or entertaining things.
Sure. Makes sense. As we do from time to time. More on the dumb than entertaining, probably. We've reached the end of quarter number 1. 7-0 Dallas in front. We'll look at some of the numbers. Tell you, Dak's a good guy to have right now. 4 for 4 for 81, the touchdown. Perfect passer rating as well, the 158.3. Matt Ryan, not so great, 3 for 4 and 23 yards, but he hasn't had the ball nearly as much. So, we'll cut him a little slack to this point. See what happens here in quarters 2 through 4. But first, rushing and receiving numbers. Dak, 2 for 33. He's also your leading rusher, so already up over 100 all-purpose yards for him. And Zeke, 22. Michael Gallup, 2 for 56, a touchdown. No one else has touched 15 receiving yards so far. So it's all about the Dak and Gallup show.
It's it so far, and we'll see. The Atlanta has too much firepower to stay this quiet. So hopefully, I'm assuming this is most rosters are split 3 on each team, just because there's so much potential points to be scored in this one. It's a really good matchup. Hopefully, it pans out.
Our leader, for what it's worth, and I don't think stats are fully updated yet anyway, but we've got a 4-2 breakdown, Cowboys versus Falcons. But again, early. Gallup and the captain, Zeke, Prescott, and Greg the leg, and then Gurley and Gage on the other side. That is Law Hawk in front right now. Stats are updated, I'm told. So thank you very much for Angelico and June. Appreciate you. And a first down pickup for 10 as Dak continues to stack up some yards. Wilson that time.
It was Wilson.
Not often involved.
What are we doing here? I just need CeeDee Lamb to catch a ball here, folks, in the captain spot. And I got the guy from Castaway, a ball, not even a real person catching passes here.
Yeah, if Glash were here, we'd hear Wilson. Man, had a hole. You had a hole, Zeke. Stopped at the 4, first and goal on the way. 2 for 30, or rather 6 for 32 for him.
It is Zeke not finding it completely there. Yeah, look at this. Just cut to the right. Actually, kind of a bad block as well. Blame the offensive lineman.
Congo Cab Rossi, I'm gonna win this showdown. So you're no mush. Got to give you the mini part though.
Oh yeah, let's keep it real. Hold on, let me see what we're playing here. Some jams going on up there. There's a party upstairs. There's nobody home.
I did see you and Dean Murray going back and forth in the chat. Dean saying oh my goodness, I'm realizing I actually like Miley Cyrus music now.
Oh yeah. it's not one of those things. I'm not saying she's like my favorite artist of all time, but I think she's just like, I think like all the I hate to say like the off the field, because that's not reality, but like the celebrity side of being a musician, we'll say, like gives her a really bad reputation, whether right or wrong. Don't really care for that stuff. I'm not a big gossip guy, but her music itself, good pop music.
Do you have a favorite artist of all time, or is it just a whole bunch that fall into that category?
I would say have.
Oh, by the way, for Dak.
Oh, get in!
Cooper! Coop gets in. Amari Cooper touchdown, Dallas.
What a gutsy play. Listen, we're seeing something in this sim. Dak rolling to his left, throws to his right. Coop, makes the catch at the 1. You're thinking, okay, he's going to get hit by a freight train. And, actually at the 3, avoids a tackler. And then, we have to remember this is the subpar defense here for the Atlanta Falcons. So nice score. But I definitely have favorite artists. Like the Beatles all the time. Like I love the Beatles. Love everything they stood for, what they've done. I'm a big Bruce Springsteen guy. That's not just because I worked in media. It's just actually, that's
a given.
No, it's just from day one, since I was a youngin. Those are probably like all-time favorites. And like modern music, I'm like a big Jimmy Eat World fan. It's not as modern, but that's like my era, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard. Like those are just like 3 of my all-time favorites. But I have so many musicians and artists, and I'm just a big music guy.
14-0 Dallas. Falcons see if they can answer. Long way to go before the break. Jordan goes, Bruce.
Oh yeah, I've sat in many 3+ hour concerts there. Best bang for your buck. Good ROI on that. Go see most of these shows. You spend like $100-something for like 45-minute set. Come on, dudes.
How close do you think we are to concerts again as we knew them, obviously?
Yeah.
Because, right now, because I know there are still like smaller concerts for, intimate gatherings, small, like that stuff in comedy shows, like that stuff's been going on. But, like bang them out concerts the way that we were once used to, because sporting events are inching
there
anyway closer to full capacity. I mean, there are some states that are already there, like, Texas, right? And then you have others that are talking about getting there by end of summer, start of fall. What do you think?
I have a feeling that if the NFL opens up with the 100%, which everything is leaning towards, looks like August, kind of everything's going to be up and running. But for concert purposes and like traveling, I'm guessing by I'm going to say by end of this year, like the House of Blues type 2,500 in an indoor venue. By then you'll have at least a few months of statistics of hopefully majority of humans being fully vaxxed in the country. That's what my guess would be. I've seen some like art theaters going to be doing some like, if you go to see like plays and stuff like that, local or national, they're opening up their fall schedule. So I think everything's themed to be that September timeline.
I wonder if this period in our lives robbed any musicians of a last hurrah. Guys, women, whomever, groups, individuals who were getting toward the end of their careers, up there in age, maybe thinking like, all right, like 20, this is obviously pre-pandemic, like 2019, 2020, like this is going to be the last tour, the last hurrah, and then obviously everything hits. I wonder if anyone was sort of forced into retirement, if you will, and didn't get that last hurrah as a result of this, or if there's like, you know what, I'm coming back.
I think nobody's letting that be the end. Like, that's like as if a player that like, I don't know this to be actually, Patrick Chung did this. He opted out and now he's retired. So I guess I was about to say, that's like saying like if you opted out and you never got like that last feel.
That closure, yeah.
But I think for sports, it's a little different than a band. But you're right. Maybe some of them also, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these bands, I know financially it's different, but throwing out just somebody random, like Dave Matthews just decides like, I'm just, like say they had a tour scheduled, there's like, I'm going to just chill for a while.
Yeah.
Like this has been great for me. I'll just play some stuff, here. Like I'm just going to play from my home if you want to see me.
Cassie says, Rossi, were you ever into Hoobastank? As we have got real safety territory here, folks. Dak, he's living on the goal line at the moment. It's a handoff to Zeke. He'll pick up a few.
I want it to either be a 99-yard touchdown or a safety every time.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, of course I was into Hoobastank. Are you kidding me?
Crawling in the dark, right? Wasn't that Hoobastank?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, The Reason, Crawling in the Dark. I thought they were Incubus, which I'm a big fan of for like the first 3-4, songs before I saw music videos and stuff. But yes, I was pretty big into Hoobastank there for a little bit.
Crawling in the Dark, I loved. I think there was I remember it being featured in a Mountain Dew commercial, the one where he takes the car up on 2 wheels, like one of those weird commercials. But even independent of the commercial, I loved that song. The Reason didn't do much for me.
Not a real emotional guy. You don't like to break it down.
I wouldn't say that. I just it didn't have the right sound for me, I guess.
Don't like that just overbearing piano echo to start a song that. Highly annoying.
The Reason was too depressing for me.
Oh, too depressing. It's a love song. Come on, you guys never had a little heartache? You just want to let somebody know? Oh, for the gym playlist, Tom means. TP saying that he has all, look at this. He has all these songs.
On the subject of the, teams in the sim anyway, not so much the sim itself. Clem says, hey, Rossi, specific to you. Hey, Rossi, where do you think they're going to trade Julio Jones to?
Oh, please. We're both going to talk about this. Yeah, we're both talking.
Will even be traded.
I personally don't understand. I get why this is all leaking in the information that came out. And by the way, I love all this like new era of football where these like GMs are being very honest. Like San Francisco yesterday, aside from the quote that we may not be alive on Sunday, tongue in cheek. But like, if you watch that whole press conference, amazing job by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan explaining every situation. They talked with Jimmy G. Injuries 2 out of the last 3 years. They have to have a contingency plan for this. Like, it was more of a shot at like the Nick Mullins of the world that are still in the roster and is Jimmy Garoppolo, but such is life as a backup. But to answer the question, then you have general manager for the Falcons basically saying that like we have to exhaust all options. It's like, whoa, wait a second. You're the best player potentially in your franchise and we're just going to exhaust options on him. But I'll play it this way, Koff. We'll do it 2 ways. And I want, first off, do I actually believe he'll be traded? No, not in this time frame.
Okay.
If he is to be traded and you want me to find a partner for him somewhere in that probably second round or a combo of like a multitudes of non-first round picks, I think Green Bay would be foolish not to be involved in that conversation because they've been tied to him for years. I also think you're, depending on what they do, listen, the Patriots are always there. I know I'm not trying to be a homer about it, but like this is where they bred their butter in positions like this. And because they want to win again. They, especially with Tom Brady coming, if it's this year and they know Tom Brady's coming back into the house that he helped build in a sense,
right?
Whew, they want to destroy that team, by the way. That's why I think the motivation is. I think this whole offseason for the Patriots is for what looks to be Thanksgiving night, if the rumors are true. But I'll give you one other.
I hope not, by the way. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to take a nap. I just want to sleep. I don't want any.
I'm not going to be able to stay up for that. You kidding me? All that turkey I'm going to eat during the day?
Oh, the tryptophan's going to be through the roof. You're probably going to be like around your actual family too, so you're going to have even more reason to like be exhausted throughout the day. I haven't seen you people in 2 years.
Even more reason to nap.
Yeah, well, exactly. But I was really trying to think earlier, who needs like that game-changing receiver to really turn their luck like completely around? Like they're a good team, but this could be, who's a team that could use somebody? Everybody, first of all, could use him, but like, what's one of those teams? And you look around, see teams doing things. I think it's San Francisco. I think San Francisco would be in strong play, especially if they take a Mac Jones.
One question would be too, and I hesitate to even ask it just because it's, as we know, you can massage the cap in the NFL, but I would think you need a team that has the appropriate amount of salary cap space because it's not like he's on a cheap deal, but I don't know, you can twist that around. What about Green Bay?
Well, that's where I started. I think that's the number one, like, if the tires are being kicked, as they say, like, it's Green Bay is on the phone.
Baltimore?
I know this may sound ridiculous, I'm about to say, because I just had a rookie quarterback, but it's because of Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if you're Julio Jones, if that's where you want to be. If you really look, and I know he's a game changer, but Lamar Jackson's never been, like, he's more the dual threat short, like, the Hayden Hursts, the Mark Andrews. I don't know if that's where you want to go. That's just I know that I'm not trying to be offensive to the Baltimore fan base, but like if Sammy Watkins starts popping and it's a midway through the season thing, we can have a different conversation. I just don't know if I'm Julio Jones, if that's the spot.
T-Pike throws out Colts.
Oh, they would love. Are you kidding me? The Colts absolutely will be on the horn. Other side of Ty.
But again, question being whether he would want to be there.
Yeah, it's Carson Wentz. We'll see what he looks like. I just think, for me, it's Green Bay or bust in the bigger picture. I think the Patriots obviously will be in 30 teams are going to be in play. The Jets are going to be calling. Carolina is going to be calling. The Texans, who don't even know if they have a team, are going to be calling.
14-0, minute to go here, opening half. Dak trying to tack on some more before the break. There's a first down pickup out to the 32 and a timeout on the field.
Yeah, 14-0. See if they can make this a 3-score game. 1 minute to play.
Dan Russell says Julio and his foot are done. They were done 2 or 3 years ago.
Did you say foot?
Yeah, said his foot.
His foot's fine. It was that hamstring last year. That was the problem. Give me a good training staff. Give me a guy who can really roll him out. Give me just let him go to Tampa. You know that's where he's going somehow.
Put everyone in Tampa.
Still, listen.
Another first.
Making moves here. Yeah, Alex Guerrero just doing that thing with the hamstring that moves really fast, makes a weird sound that I had to stop playing on radio because we got challenged by the FCC. True story.
Is that really?
Yeah, because I kept clipping it and kept playing it over and over and over.
What are they doing?
Oh, please. It was ridiculous.
This is some Howard Stern stuff. This is private parts. This is not appropriate.
I had to write a description of what it was, send the video of what it was, and explain that it was humor.
And then were you granted permission or told to still stop?
We had to stop either way, but we had to potentially we were going to get fined.
Oh, you had to defend yourself.
Yeah, I'm like, it's not like I was dropping bad words.
Right. Sounds aggressive, though. First and 10 from the 36. Less than 10 seconds left. It's a little dump off pass and one last time out. Technically, it's field goal range. Be a 48-yarder.
Imagine if we had sound effects that we could drop in this.
Oh, God.
I have a whole board here. Imagine if I could just start dropping, gas sounds and all the stupid things that I have here.
D-Pike, send him my way.
Oh, yeah, please. Don't tempt me. I've gotten in trouble here a couple times. You don't want that heat. You don't want the Rossi heat on you.
Field goal is good. There's the 3-score games Rossi talked about.
There's your guy, too. Greg the Leg.
That's right. Needed him. Jordan says, is Julio Jones still the best wide receiver on the Falcons, or is it Calvin Ridley? No, I would say it's Ridley at this point.
I don't know. I guess just for consistency purposes, but every time Julio was on the field last year, he was a 6 to 10 catch, over 100-yard guy. One or the other.
How many games did he play in last year?
Oh, it had to be in I'm guessing 10. I'm going to look it up.
I'm going to look. While you guess, I'm going to look.
Okay, you can be the stats guy.
9. I will be your Tony Reale. He had 9 games last year.
And let me guess, in those 9, did he have any games less than either 6 catches or 100 yards?
I can look at the game log.
Aside from the one that he literally had, I think, 1 catch and then he left the game. I don't know if that counts as one of those 9 games, too. I'm guessing it does. Patience. Oh, look at these absolute coward Falcons. Just going to take a knee. Don't even want to throw a bomb.
Come on. Had 2 2-catch games.
How many yards?
He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of at least 6.
Okay.
He was targeted in double figures 4 times. He went for 51 catches, 771 yards, and 3 touchdowns, for people wondering.
For 9 games.
Yeah, the exact numbers in 9 games.
Yeah, I think that actually...
Look, those are real good numbers for 9 games.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's a really good point, though, to go back to the injury and stuff, because now, don't forget, we're not decreasing the games this year. They're going up.
Yeah.
So a guy like him who's on the other side of 30 now, that is concerning. So, yeah, if I'm the Falcons, maybe that's part of it. And maybe, asking that question, who's better? You have Calvin Ridley. You have Russell Gage. Maybe you're taking Kyle Pitts in that 4th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
We can move on from Julio. Let's free up that cap space. Let's get wild. Let's get funky.
Your co-leading rushers, by the way, are Zeke and Dak at 33 yards. Cooper, 3 for 35 and a touchdown in the air. Gallup, 3 for 71 with that 47-yard touchdown. 45 for Hurst on 2 catches. Gurley, 2 for 15. Jarwin, 2 for 17. Wilson, yeah, he has a catch for 10.
Wilson.
Ridley has been quiet, man. A lot of people captain him. Just 1 for 4 at the moment for Ridley, who we're sitting here just pumping the guy's tires. He is captain in 8% of lineups. He's owned in 27%, lower than I would have suspected. Big Julio day, not in terms of performance thus far, but in terms of ownership. 20% in the captain spot, 64% overall in our small free roll. The early bird special, the stats I'm told are updated. So thank you much, Frangelico and June, and everybody check out where you stand, obviously. You are all doing better than me, basically, except for 20 people. We have Papa Ducky 08 is in front right now by percentage points over. Didn't see that coming. So I guess didn't see that coming, but is right there in the mix. We got Zeke in the captain spot, Prescott, Cooper, Gallup, Gage, and Greg DeLay.
Like it.
You watched Mortal Kombat yet?
Mortal Kombat. No. It's, you know what,
Gotten around to it or questionably interested?
So it was, I forget what night. I know we had teamed up, and I went to my wife. We went on the old boob tube, and we saw our options, and she said, Mortal Kombat. She goes, oh, you want to watch it? And I was like, you know what?
Wow.
Let's. And then she goes, I think I saw on Facebook someone said they didn't like it. I said, I think I was on a dream stream and I got annihilated for a couple of my takes. You wouldn't have married me off of description. So either we're in or out. And I don't like playing this game with my wife because it can take forever. So I said, right now, make the call. We're watching or we're not. And I'm okay either way. She says, no, let's save it. I said, okay, we're never watching this. Get it.
I just can't believe that there was even tepid interest on her part. My wife wouldn't have been remotely I don't think she's ever even heard of it or the game for that matter, but if she had, there'd be zero interest. Like, what number is less than 0? That's how much interest there would be.
Don't know with a number less than 0. -1.
Yes, negative many.
I definitely am still looking forward to it. I'm waiting. You know what it is now, Koff? That I missed that opening hype window. I've heard nothing but bad things personally. So I'm like, I need that wipe the stank off. So probably call me in July and we'll talk about it.
Well, if that's the effect you're going for, that's what I was waiting for Coming to America 2, and still hasn't happened. And I probably will never ever watch it. So
I think there's a difference between the two. One is just low expectation, fun action. The other one is, why did we even make this? What are we doing? I'm never watching that movie.
Jordan says, speaking of the Falcons, did everyone here watch the finale of Falcon Winter Soldier yet? I have, but I certainly won't spoil anything for anybody.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Koff, Jordan. I'm a big MCU guy. I felt like coming off of WandaVision, the first 3 episodes is as far as I got. Not that I don't like it, but it was just, it's such a different style of show.
It's more like an MCU movie.
Yeah, and it didn't grab me the same way that WandaVision did. And I said, okay. I hate binging. We've talked about that.
Yeah, not a binger.
I feel like I'm going to eventually, obviously, but I don't know. Just kind of feel like I'm going to let this one just take a big step back. And I'll get there.
WandaVision, I feel, was just a much stronger show. And I think most people feel that way. But Falcon and Winter Soldier certainly wasn't bad. It's enjoyable, but it's much more, again, it feels a lot more like the movies and, than as Frangelico is saying, WandaVision was more suspenseful. Yeah, I mean, there's just a much more interesting story to WandaVision. Falcon and Winter Soldier, there's some stuff that I won't bring up because not everyone's seen it, but there's some twists there that just don't even really make sense to me. I was texting with a buddy about it after the fact. It's like, yeah, I don't really. That was an odd direction to go in with a major plot point.
Yeah, I'll say like as far as I got, I know that like the whole what they did with like the Captain America character, we'll just say like what was going on there, and I was kind of like, okay. But then I thought for a minute, and this was kind of some of my issues with Endgame, and we don't have to get into all this, but I just felt like I didn't see them going in this direction, and I can't believe this is real. And that's just me as a viewer.
So you didn't love Endgame?
Oh no,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I get a lot of heat for this. Because the world of nerds do not, geeks, dorks, whatever, I'm one of you, but did not appreciate what I have to think about that movie.
So I definitely enjoyed Endgame, but Infinity War was so much stronger.
It's the best movie. I want to argue and make the dumb argument it's one of the best movies of all time, just because of the sheer cast and stories that they intertwine throughout the whole movie.
Wouldn't that also be true of Endgame?
Nope, not even close. Endgame had 1/8 of the characters in it.
Did it? I mean, well, it brought everybody back at the end.
Yeah, with the toy dump, that was different. Like, you had weaving storylines.
Yeah, Infinity War was exceptionally well done.
It goes Citizen Kane, Godfather, Godfather 2, Infinity War, Wayne's World. And that's not me. That is the world's best movies.
That is not me. Blogs have been written about this.
I've heard it from the internet.
Martin Scorsese said, no, he definitely did not. He was not a Marvel guy. Is not a Marvel guy. Yeah, and Tom says number 6, Hot Tub Time Machine.
2.
No, 2 is not good.
No, another one you could have just skipped. Whenever you take a character out,
that didn't come back.
Yeah, don't make the movie. I understand there's cash grabs. I'm sorry. It's like a band when they replace like a musician, like a lead singer and stuff. It's hard. It just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, agreed. Alex says, Koff, do you use Letterbox to log and rate movies? Alex, I've never even heard of it, to be honest with you.
I think I know what that is. I think that's is that the one where Alex, is that the one where you can rank them? I have like podcast pals, some personally, that I think do that use something. I never know what they use, but it shows like 1, 2, like here's my ratings for this year.
Interesting.
I believe that's
it. Tom says, I'm just going to use Facebook. How old are you, Tom?
I'm 72.
Not to get all personal. 27. I'm honestly a little surprised that a 27-year-old.
I love Tom already.
Yeah, like most people, if you're below like 35, certainly 30, most people, like Facebook's not even a thing. Like you're all about Instagram and TikTok, Twitter, obviously, but like Facebook is like, it may as well be MySpace to people in their 20s.
I gotta get back on MySpace.
Have that music when your page loads. What song did he go with?
Dude, there's something.
Facebook. I'm not going to criticize you for using Facebook.
Facebook too. Facebook's where it's at, where the OGs are at, man. Twitter, it's just snarky BS. Or I'm smarter than you conversation. Yeah. Facebook, you can break it down. You can have a whole conversation. You can let people know your life story in a post.
So, you'll appreciate this. So I've talked about. I wish Tara Lynn was here for this conversation. I've talked about in the past, as we're still 17-0, no scoring here in this third quarter, how Instagram dumb I am. I'm just like so Instagram, stupid when it comes to. I don't know how to do anything. I really don't. I can post a picture. I've never even tried to post a video, I don't think. But I don't think I've ever posted a story. I've added other people's, things that mention me to my stories, but never with any sort of comments or emojis or I don't know how to do any of that stuff within Instagram. Okay. No clue. So a buddy of mine, we were doing my podcast and he's my producer there. And
drop the name, give a plug.
Celtics Beat, give it the old rating and review, subscribe, and all that good stuff if you care about the Celtics and the NBA, and if you don't.
Give it a bang. Give it a bang.
Yeah, check us out. But so he says to me, he's like, by the way, this just like it came up out of nowhere. Like, by the way, I can't believe how you've been voting in my Instagram polls. I said, wait a minute.
What?
Because he likes to, he likes to post a lot of like, he works in fashion retail. So he posts a lot of pictures of clothing. He's like, yes or no kind of thing.
No, I get that. But what you're about to say is what's going to disturb me.
So I said, hang on. You can see not only who's voting on your polls, but how they are voting? And he said, yeah. And your takes are ridiculous. I said, wait. Because I'll always be like scrolling through my stories or whatever, or other people's stories, and I will vote. Not without even thinking about it, I'll vote. But there are a number of times that I'm certain I would have voted differently if I could see, if I knew that they could see that it was specifically me voting a certain way.
Like when girls are just showing off that peach and it's like looking good and you're just like, yep. But you're like, they'll never know.
Yeah,
They'll never know.
Or like, nope.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, either way, you know. And so, I guarantee I vote, like Emerson will post a story or whatever, and he'll be looking at, you know, I know, because I know him. I'll know how he'll want people to vote in a certain thing, and I'll go the other way just for giggles. Just to screw up the ratio or whatever, not having any clue that he could see that it's me voting, you know, no on whatever. As Tom writes, Koff is self-conscious about his decisions now. I'm not kidding. I wish I could think of a singular example of something like a vote I wish I had back or whatever. But I absolutely, after he said that to me, I felt like I just sat in a chair and had some quiet time, like just reassessing. So wait a minute, like. So they can see this, huh? All right. Well, I think I just got to stop voting on stuff. I think I'm just done. That's messed up. Instagram is what I'm saying. Like I put a poll out on Twitter and I can't see how people are voting. Good. I don't need to. Why do people need to see how I'm voting on stuff?
Because the world, there's all just to pick on you. And there it is. Quick two things. Want to let you know, Emerson still chatting it up with our Twitch fan, but also want to let you know, I know his dog.
He's in there right now?
Oh yeah, he's been in there like most of the sim. Yeah, you know, things go down and I don't know, things are happening. But Winnie, his dog Winnie, was getting spaded today. So I told him he's better if he's gonna rock the collar. I call it the holler collar, and he said he's gonna wear one in Unity. So I caught him real quick during the last sim. Did not see the collar, so maybe tomorrow and next time he's on, we'll get him on there.
Okay.
And then also just to answer, Alex came back, said, yeah, I downloaded Letterboxd the other day, and it logged all 152 movies I remember watching, rated them 1.5 to 5 stars. That's how it works. So that's different than what I thought, but that's cool.
Okay. Yeah,
that would take me 2 years.
Yeah, it would take me like every movie I remember watching.
We just mentioned random ones like Hot Tub Time Machine 2. Like I wouldn't think twice. It just put it 5.5 and move on.
Well, on top of that, I mean, how many movies did you watch, say, a decade ago that you know you've seen, but you don't even remember them?
Here's a perfect one.
You couldn't rate them.
There's a movie me and my wife found like years ago when I had cable on like Showtime. And now I just saw it pop back up on Netflix, and we looked at each other and said, oh yeah, remember this? And we're both like, I remember most of it, but was it good? I don't recall it. The movie called Cop Car with Kevin Bacon.
Nope.
It's worth a watch. I'll tell you that. It's short, but like, I couldn't tell you if I would rate it 2, 3, 4. Nothing's getting a 5-star. I don't like giving perfect scores to anything.
I'd give some 5s.
It takes a lot. Like I gave Tommy Boy, when me and Babysitter Billy and the Pop Culture Ball Driver will occasionally do movie reviews. Yeah. We do things on a scale of 11, and I gave it an 11, and I still feel a little uncomfortable by that. Like I don't think it's really hard for me to say this is the perfect anything. Aside from this sim.
An Endgame.
Oh, no.
No, Endgame is far from perfect. I'm not saying that. We got a fumble here. 17-0 through 3 quarters. Started quarter number 4. We got Jordan, Undercover Boss, Tom, June, Frangelico, and of course Rossi and I. Tom says Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Hell yeah.
It's a good movie. I'll say that. But you know what it's well, yeah, we'll say good. Did that new one, whatever happened? Did that come out and just
I saw it.
Yeah, I feel like I missed that. That's just like happened.
It's on demand right now, probably free at this point.
All right.
I did rent back when it came out. I didn't. So it came out and it was one of those like, you know, obviously it would have been in theaters, but it wasn't. So they were charging you $20 or $25 for it or whatever to watch it at home. I didn't do that. I waited until it was just a regular rental for $5 or whatever it was. It was fine. It's one of those like Did it need to be made? Of course not. You know, it was for nostalgia. And if you like those characters, you like those movies, Calvin Ridley touchdown, then it was, you know, it was watchable. You know, they brought back a lot of people, obviously. You know, obviously they would have brought back George Carlin if they had the ability. But it wasn't, I'm not going to sit here and tell you need to go rush out and see it.
Well, don't worry, I wasn't going to. But I do appreciate that. And Calvin Ridley, I was just trying to remember if I rostered him. But I don't think so because I'm dropping as we speak.
Meager says, I've been watching Endgame between Sims today.
You should. It's 3 hours long.
It'll take you all day, given the breaks between Sims aren't that long.
Yeah. Listen, I'll say this. I watch Endgame. I saw it in the theater twice in the opening weekend.
Did you really?
Yeah. Once I saw it and it finished
and what's
after.
Your bongle, bro?
Once I finished, I looked at my wife. I said, I just don't feel right. I got to see this again. Like, the end and everything is awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's an emotional movie. There's a lot of good stuff, but like, I feel like we could have cut like 90 minutes out of that, and we didn't have to play this little like, let's go around time and grab things. And I don't know. It just didn't feel real. I felt after the big opening scene, we'll just say, when like they resolved what they thought would be the end of everything, the way they did that, I was like, oh no, we're not going to go time traveling, are we? And indeed we did.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know. It was weird.
Boy, Emerson's still in the Twitch stream, huh?
Yeah, I think he should go on timeout. I'm going to put a request in. Put him on timeout. The guy has to have something else going on. Dude, like, is he on tonight? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, because Red Sox play. Aren't they on national television tonight? I think he's in.
There you go.
Emerson, come on, dude. Take
Emerson,
a break.
come on over to the...
Should pop on. Jump in the Zoom, dude.
Yeah, just hang out with us.
Talk.
It's 6.5 to go.
See if the Falcons can make the comeback.
Emerson's forehead says, I mean, it's as bad as Koff's DVE collection. That's how bad my lineup is.
Ooh, come on.
Strong, quite strong. Doesn't it entertain you, though?
Emerson, I don't have the power to ban you. I would. I'd tell you, go take a break. Put the phone down. You must be on the toilet.
Emerson, put up a poll on Instagram that I can vote in.
Yeah, we both... Actually, can you do that so we can both vote on it and then see the results later and you can tell us what we did?
We got here in the chat.
J.E. says, Rossi, it didn't feel it was real. It wasn't. You know what I meant. The movie execution didn't feel like... I feel like I was watching a simulation of a movie. I'm like, okay, when's the real movie start? 3.5 hours later.
Simulation of a movie.
I just felt like I don't know how to explain it.
Endgame wasn't a documentary?
I wish it was. And then, like, the real one could... Like, that would be such a... Like, I really did at one point. I remember leaning over to my wife and said, I don't really like this. And she's like, oh, I think it's pretty good. And I said, okay. I said, I wonder if there's going to be like something that happens in the middle where like they start over and it's going to grab me the way I think everybody else in this theater is like on pins and needles.
You weren't into all the Fat Thor stuff?
I hated it. I was so mad. They did a whole storyline where when Tony Stark got depressed, he like went into like the whole Iron Man 3 movie. And it was like deep and dark and like realized things and had epiphanies. Thor gets depressed. He's fat now. Ha ha. Laugh at the fat guy. It's like, no. It was good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I liked all the things they did, just didn't like the way they did it.
Okay. Listen, it's not for everybody.
Look at Dak. Wow. I'm trying to avoid this because it's going to just get me more heat. I don't know what get people more mad at me, this, or if I keep talking about why Mike Tomlin should have been fired. But we're trying to turn those thumbs down to up. So I will just say, whatever you like out there, Tater, Hater,
that ship
Brian,
sailed anyway.
I love you. I just like each of you, and you stand up for what you believe in.
Hit the like. See if you can get anywhere close to 200 before we get out of here in this relatively low.
I'm going to do it.
17-7 right now.
I've yet to hit the like, so I'm going to go over there and smash it.
It's about that time.
Oh, what do we got here? This is yesterday's sim. I do that a lot, I've noticed. I still have Miley's playing upstairs in case anybody was concerned. This entire sim, it's just been bumping.
That's awesome. It's just a straight up Miley playlist.
Oh yeah, Hulk smash it, TP.
A couple hours away from NBA lock. Got to get in there and get some lineups going. little while?
Sure. What are you doing? You got a big contest? 40 people? 20 people? What are we doing?
We got a 75er in there.
All right, I like that. I know you got very, we went through, we had basically the very special episode of a sim the other night. Now we let everything bleed out.
I haven't gone below 75 for one of those for, for punishment reasons.
I don't think it's punishment.
We did a 50 the other day because we had less than an hour to fill it. So we just stay a little more conservative. Tonight's is full. 75 out of 75.
Get some. Good luck, everybody. Go put the dub up.
Put the dub up.
Yeah, eat those W's like the new potential starting quarterback for the Saints. Ooh, come on, CD! No, Gallup.
The second of the day, Michael Gallup. Of all days.
I'm going to end with my captain with a 0 burger, and it's going to be so depressing. And I'm also free-falling in the standings.
So here's what I don't understand is Emerson created a contest just a moment or two ago. Is he doing another sim today?
I
don't think he is.
No, not on this. You know what? He's on a rip right now.
Or maybe this is.
Here's what I want to say. I want to speak to Emerson directly. I love you, man. Whatever happened. Just move on. Let it go. Get down. Go hug your dogs. Go put the holler collar on. Throw the phone or whatever you're on in the toilet.
Wait, hang on. I'm very confused by this. Is Emerson still with us?
He's still in there. He just commented a few minutes ago. He's sending links out. It's all good. Whatever happened in the past.
Emerson, buddy, I think you put your thing in the wrong league.
Hey, listen, whatever he does in his own time is up to him.
He posted a contest, not in the DK SimFam Friends League, but in the main DraftKings League.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a 50-person free NBA contest.
Free?
Called Dislikes for Piercy.
We're going to engage in something. We got to just pivot. Just pivot out of this. Just whatever he's doing, he's doing. I'm not getting caught up in this.
Emerson, I think you've gone to the wrong.
Just ban him. Hey, Emerson knows who's behind the scenes today. We all love you, Emerson. Just ban him from the chat. Just put him. Just put a timeout. He'll be out in 10 minutes, and then you can listen to our slate or whatever we got coming up next. I love Tuesdays, by the way. So much content here.
Oh, so great.
Brian C., I'm just going to let you know I laughed. Not going to repeat the comment, but I laughed. Oh, hold on, my wife just got home. I want to see if she shut the music off.
3rd and 4 from the 32. 2:20 to go, fourth quarter is a first down pickup. Matt Ryan closing in on 200 passing. Julio Jones on the catch. So how about them Miley Cyrus?
Yeah, Miley Cyrus just got booted out of the music. Is gone. Wife came in. She's definitely on a Zoom meeting or something because I could hear tons of voices. And then I just don't hear Miley just bumping and grinding upstairs. I was about to have a dance party after this. Maybe sweat aerobics.
Sure.
Shirtless.
Sure. Well.
Yep. Just like a bag of just water balloons just bouncing around.
Has your wife ever listened to one of these?
Last night she was sitting next. She came down because I had the 10 p.m. which I have again tonight, and she had to do some work. She's like, you know what? I don't want to go to sleep, so I'm going to come down. It was me and BK, and she got involved a little bit because I'd ask her some questions about where we want to travel.
Did you have the headset on, or could she hear both sides of the conversation?
No, just me.
That must have sounded odd.
Yeah, but she's used to that from like the history with things I've done. So
sure.
Yeah, I bet you it's all odd when you really think it's just a one-way conversation.
Tom says, "Cough, how was your podcast with Tucker?" Had a great chat with Ross Tucker. You can catch.
They're just pivoting. They're just pivoting.
And anything you want to talk about from it? Anything at all? Talked a lot about Jimmy Garoppolo's future. He believes that Garoppolo's as good as gone. Those were his words. Garoppolo's as good as gone.
Dead?
What's that?
Sunday? We're all dead? Is that what he thinks?
Well, I don't think we're all dead, but as good as gone in the next few days. He's out.
Gonzo.
Garoppolo's out. He said, I don't know where he's going to go.
New England.
Obviously,
Bring him to New England.
I honestly, and I don't want to, we got less than a minute, so whatever. We'll spend 20 seconds on it. I have no idea what the Patriots are going to do.
Yeah. I've already said if they trade up. Have you heard my bet that I've made?
No.
Oh, I chatted in there. And by the way, Christian no-sold it. Me and him put this together. Christian, I'm very upset with him. I'm going to have to subscribe and then unsubscribe and subscribe again to the post route. But I said if the Patriots trade up to draft a quarterback, I was going to eat an entire jar of ghost pepper salsa.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday at noon.
Yeah, I saw you write that in the chat earlier today. Yeah.
And then Christian said, that's too hot. It could actually kill you. So I said, all right, half a jar. So I'll just go to the hospital potentially. Okay. So if they move up and, obviously Jeff Ulrich believes they're going to trade up in his mock, I said, if I don't see them ever doing that, unless it was like the Trevor Lawrence style of quarterback to Belichick. That's all. That's what I believe. So I think Jimmy G's coming here, baby. I want him bad too.
Tony says, Koff, when checking my scores all day, just joined the chat, need an update for the day. Well, the only update I can provide is you're here, I'm here, we're here. Let's get weird. Touchdown, Hotlanta, Russell Gage.
Gage, what are we doing here? Just destroying my lineup. I'm just going to give the player of the game right now to Dak Prescott. He's going to be your Krusty Koff.
Really?
Because, yeah.
Okay.
It's just because I want to. And I like him. And he did good for me. Shout out to Emerson Zogwini. Did get the holler collar. And then my Not My Kid award.
Dak at about 27 points right now, by the way, 34% owned. So, certainly a solid
He outperformed. People weren't believing in him. And CeeDee Lamb, don't care who owned him and didn't. 0 points.
Gross. Yeah, 44% owned.
Yeah, more than Dak. And he gets a goose egg. Not a moose egg, a goose egg.
Yeah. Not good.
Sorry, I look over the Twitch chat sometimes and I just laugh. I just see Nuke says Rossi has a big booty.
Is this true?
I don't think so.
Average size?
Yeah.
Regular size booty?
Yeah, for like someone that's 3'2", 400 pounds, like it's the weight is not in the booty. The junk did not go to the trunk.
Okay.
It's nice. Don't get me wrong. Gets the job done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, like you read about.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Buchanan just not so patiently waiting his turn. Coming up after this, you'll have Bukes, you'll have Gary and Thorne talking a little baseball.
For talking baseball, help me win $1 million.
Don't go anywhere, folks. That's going to come up right away after this. MLB The Slate, maybe they call it now? Something like that.
It's called, hey, you want to win some cash tonight? Listen to people that know what they're talking about and stop being dumb and just throwing lineups out there. That's the name of the show.
MLB The Slate. Bukes and Garion.
It's not the name.
A lot of good stuff. Garion's crunching numbers. He's going to give you all the important WOBA statistics that you need to have for tonight's slate. Bukes is eating chicken.
What was that?
Is that Popeyes?
Oh, Popeyes.
Oh,
nice.
Well, now I'm hungry.
I don't know if that's a hashtag an ad, but we're not going to give it to him yet. He can tell you. Nope,
you
not
just
you
gotta pay for that.
Yeah, he's talking about like Popeye and spinach.
Is MLB The Slate sponsored now? I hope it is. I really hope it is. Jordan says, did he bring enough to share with the whole crew? What's the difference? Were we going to get it over Zoom?
Damn right. Smash that against your camera, Bukes. I'm going to take a bite.
Yeah, can't wait. I remember once upon a time where we shared food in the studio.
Oh, the good old days when people used to half-eat donuts and just leave them. I wasn't necessarily there. It's just everywhere that's media. There's no such thing as someone. No one eats a full donut for some reason.
It's our friends at KFC. 24-14. About 10 seconds left in this one. Seconds are going to tick down. So you've given out your awards.
Yep.
What are you most looking forward to later today, other than Madden After Dark?
I'm most looking forward to grilling because the weather got real nice. Sun is shining. I'm going to go dance some Miley Cyrus music, put some salmon on the grill, baby, and it's going to be a night.
As Tony says, cough, buy Stream Trash current QBs. All right, let's quickly do all 32 plus backups.
We listen.
Tony, you're going to have to give us a few next time, not this time.
Next time.
Gonna need those earlier on in the sim.
If you drop that, Tony, in the first quarter, this game would have been a breeze.
We'd have all sorts of time.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. So here's what you got going on. Rest of the day. MLB The Slate is coming up here in a matter of moments. Talk a little baseball. Get you ready for obviously a good collection of games and lineups locking at what 7:05, 7:10. So you got a couple hours before that. And then the rest of your Dream Stream day here on a Tuesday. The Lake Classic kicks off with Brendan Glasheen, Christian DeAndrea with Jaguars and Jets. A lot of Trevor Lawrence talk there, I would suspect. 6 o'clock Eastern, so an hour from now, you will have Glash and Tom Carroll. 8 o'clock prime time, Bucks and Washington. That's right, Glash on a Brady sim. And then Rossi comes back with Tom Ace for a little Madden After Dark action. Bills and Niners at 10 Eastern. And just so much more even before then that we are looking forward to bringing you. But on behalf of everybody, producer Jordan, undercover boss Tom, Frangelico, June, everyone in Game Ops, thank you all for being with us. Rossi, a great pleasure, sir. You enjoy the rest of the day and having Madden After Dark later. Maybe I'll get bored and hop in the chat. You can find me if you want to for Sims tomorrow at 2 and 8. And other than that, I'll be watching right along with the rest of you. So before we get to Bukes and Garion, we want to give you a quick clip from the Sweat earlier this morning. You always want to check out the Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday. All sorts of great insights, including something like this.
I'm Jesse Cofield, but you already knew that. And you also know these guys, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. They're here for NBA Chase or Fade. So agree or disagree with the following DFS or sportsbook plays on tonight's 6-game NBA slate. Okay, Luka Doncic and Steph Curry facing off tonight in SF. Curry has been on a roll, averaging over 50 DK fantasy points over his last 5 games. That's a lot. He's $600 cheaper in salary tonight than Doncic. So, Kenny, chase or fade, you want Curry in your lineups over Luka.
Yeah, I'm absolutely chasing here. I mean, Steph Curry has been a value hitting machine. There was, of course, that run he had at the midpoint of April, right, where he was like hitting 6x every night, 60, 70 DK fantasy points. The thing about it is he is like Luka in the fact that he is the whole offense for Golden State. They need wins right now, and they're just going to give him all the shots in the world. He's taking around 20 shots a game the last 2. So I like him a lot here. And on the other side, I don't know if you guys watched last night's game, but Luka Doncic looked really bad. He was missing a lot of those step back threes that he normally hits at the end of games. Just looked a little lethargic out there, looked a little injured. So it's the second night of a back-to-back now. We're not even sure if he'll play, but by all indications, right, they shouldn't have played him last night. They played him anyway because they thought, hey, we can't take the Kings lightly. We really need a win right now. It didn't work out for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just turn right back to Luka tonight as well, because now they need a win even more, especially against a harder opponent. So, I'm going to go with Curry, though. I'm not really thrilled with the way Luka Doncic looks right now. I don't know if you can really confidently roster him.
Nick, you want to go with Steph or you want to pay $600 more and go with Luka?
Yeah, I'm with Kenny here. I think it is close. Obviously, Curry has a little bit more scoring upside. He's been more consistent as a scorer of late. Like Kenny said, Luka has 42 points combined over his last 2 games, which for 95% of the NBA is fantastic. But for Luka Doncic is a little bit concerning. And, they got in a hole early against Sacramento last night and were never really able to climb out. The degree of difficulty of the shots that Luka takes, not that Steph doesn't take difficult shots too, but if Luka's not feeling it, to the degree that we've seen him, throughout the season, if he's not feeling it, he's really prone to off nights. And the argument for Luka is, he's a better rebounder. He hands up more assists. He's actually racked up more steals of late than Steph Curry. But, for $600, I think it's a close call, but, $600 is $600. You could reallocate that around the rest of your roster. I think Curry and Doncic probably have pretty comparable ceilings in this game. So, for me, just give me the cheaper option, and tonight that's Steph Curry.
I'm Jesse Cofield, but you already knew that.
It's time to get into the MLB slate for tonight. I'm Steve Buchanan. My co-host Gary and Thorne. We are here for the slate, getting you ready for all the MLB action going on tonight. A 13-game slate. These are my favorite slates, Gary. And the massive slates that is starting at 7:05 p.m. Eastern. How are you doing, my good sir?
I'm doing good. I think this is the first slate of this size we've talked about so far this season where there are no weather concerns, which are my favorite kind of slates, because there's nothing I hate more than doing a ton of research and then realizing that game is going to be rained out at 5:30.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than doing like what you just said, like doing all that research, because weather's probably one of the last things I check. There's a bunch of really weird weathermen that are in the DFS community that are always like, piping their stuff up. That's like the last guy that I go to, but I agree. There's nothing worse than doing all that and be like, oh, there's a threat of rain for tonight. There is none of that tonight. There's no weather concerns tonight, but there are a lot of notable lineup absences that we need to get to. And let's kind of roll through some of these real quick. One of the biggest ones, and I definitely want to hit on this once we start talking about the pitching, but the Cubs are without both Chris Bryant and Javi Baez tonight. So two big bats, although Javi Baez has been, a big bat, and Javi Baez hasn't gone hand in hand in 2021, but those guys are out for the Cubs tonight. The A's without Matt Chapman tonight. He's taking a rest. The White Sox placed Luis Robert on the IL with flu-like symptoms. Put your guesses there what that could mean. So we'll kind of keep an eye.
Being safe, apparently. Just being safe.
Just being safe. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but we can all, we all love conspiracies, so we can talk about that. And then the Red Sox will also be without Alex Verdugo. Not overly surprising. He was listed as day-to-day. They are playing in New York against the Metropolitans, so no DH in that one. So easy one to give him the day off. So there is that as well. A couple of team totals I want to go over tonight as well. We'll talk about stacking some of the teams tonight as well. But Yankees 5.5 runs against Bruce Zimmerman, probably one of the easiest fades that I could ever do, because the Yankees offense is absolutely atrocious. They're averaging 2.9 runs over the last 10 games. Fade that Yankees offense until they start showing some life. But that's the highest on the slate. Don't know why. I don't know what DraftKings Sportsbook is thinking there, but if you want to place an under on that one, it's not a bad idea. Padres 4.5 runs against Merrill Kelly, -134 for the over on that one. White Sox 4.5, -130 against Jose Urena. Don't know how he's still pitching in the majors, but that's another story for another day. And Angels 4.5 runs, -130 on the over for that one against Mike Fultonevich, who is another one that is just don't know how he's still pitching in the major leagues. Those are the notes to kind of get us started. And as we always do, let's start with the pitching and how we're going to attack this slate. Obviously, with the 13 games, a lot of options to choose from. Max Scherzer, Walker Buehler, Lucas Giolito, and Christian Javier all at the top there. Who are you looking at for pitching, and why is it Lucas Giolito?
It's the matchup, right? I think he is going to be the most popular of these four guys, and it's all matchup based. Not that anyone was going to be scared off by the Patriots Day start. I think there were so many. I think everyone just sort of accepted, like, look, it was an 11 a.m. game. All these stories came out afterwards that even in spring training, Lucas Giolito is like the least morning person who's ever been on the White Sox, apparently.
Yeah.
And also Boston's just a really good offense. So I think you can kind of throw that one out the window and just say, look, he's facing the Tigers. Across the last 14 days, this is a team that has a strikeout rate above 30%. Strike rate at 14.4%. They have a 69 WRC plus in that span. That's the second lowest in all of baseball. So this is just, without mincing words, the best possible matchup a pitcher could draw. And the fact that a pitcher of Giolito's caliber is drawing it, that's obviously it's gonna entice a lot of people to put him into a lineup.
And I'm glad you brought that up too, because, that start against Boston obviously was a horrific one. If you took a chance on him there, because the matchup wasn't great to begin with, but minus 17.8 DraftKings fantasy points. That's not really going to get you to cash if you
bring
have
back low ball.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I will tell. If anybody from DraftKings is watching, please bring back low ball. Low ball was amazing. I love taking all those bums and putting them in my lineup. Like, that's where you play Jose Urena. That's where you play Mike Fultonevich. Anyways, minus 17.8 DraftKings fantasy points. Not exactly how you start your day if you're thinking about cashing on DraftKings. That didn't do the job. But, obviously, like you said, weird start. I think it was pretty obvious he was tipping his pitches somehow because they just were not missing on anything. And that's a big reason why he gave up 7 earned runs and through an inning of work, 8 hits. They just weren't missing him at all. But you look at the 3 starts before that against the Indians, against the Mariners, against the Angels, 5 total earned runs allowed, 17 and 2/3 innings, struck out 26 in that span. That's the guy you're probably going to see tonight against a very bad Tigers offense, one that strikes out a lot. There's definitely some guys that can hit in that Tigers offense, but they're all just slumping at the same time, it feels like. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Tigers offense starts to come alive later in the year, but at least as of right now, kind of like with the Yankees, they're just in a horrific slump right now. So no worries there with Lucas Giolito tonight against the Tigers. Obviously, Max Scherzer going up against your Toronto Blue Jays. He's also somebody I have my eye on here tonight. The Blue Jays have been total hit or miss. It feels like one night they go out, score 9 runs, and then the 3 games after that, they can only score, 3 total runs after that. That's kind of how this offense has been. They've dealt with a number of injuries already. We haven't even seen George Springer take the field. That was one of their big offseason acquisitions. But the strikeouts, once again, the upside here with Max Scherzer. I mean, yes, he's almost 11K, but you can realistically pencil him in for 25 plus DraftKings fantasy points, especially in this type of matchup. He struck out 9 in 3 of his 4 starts thus far. Are you looking at Scherzer at 10,900 at all?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually, when you like a guy and you start trying to create arguments as to why his ownership won't be crazy. Yep. I was looking at it last night thinking, all right, there's going to be so many people in on Giolito. Javier might carry a little bit of ownership just because he was so dominant in his last start. He's, just above 9K, so he's a little bit more affordable than someone like Scherzer. And, coming into today, there was a lot of buzz, at least in Toronto, that George Springer was going to be in the lineup tonight. And it was kind of this narrative I was building that, Springer's back. The Jays are maybe a daunting team at this point. Scherzer's win expectancy is low because the Nationals haven't scored a run in the last week and a half.
Yep.
But at this point, no Springer, still no Teoscar Hernandez. And as you mentioned, the Jays team, sporadic, but generally just bad. This is one of the bets that I actually like most on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't know why the total for this game is 8.5. It's insane.
Yeah.
The Nationals, as I mentioned, across the last 7 days, the worst offense in baseball by basically any metric. The Jays are having a bullpen game, but the Jays have the best bullpen ERA in baseball. And Max Scherzer is going to pitch 7 innings in this game. So I'm thinking like 3-2, if we're lucky, is the final score of this one. Either way. But yeah, Scherzer, 1 earned run, his last 22 innings pitched. He struck out like 27 in that span. If anyone's still harboring like some nerves about opening day, don't. He's still Max Scherzer. He's still incredibly good. And look, we saw like Trevor Bauer carry 11 grand this past weekend. So 10-9 doesn't even really seem that bad to me.
And look, obviously we're a DraftKings show, but like there's definitely ways, to win here. I still can't get over that the Yankees have the highest implied team total on this slate at 5.5 runs. Why? What have they shown that like you would want to take the over 5.5 runs? They could barely get anything off Matt Harvey yesterday. And I know Matt Harvey's been pitching better, but what did the Yankees show you that they can continue to put up the offensive numbers? They can't. 5.5 runs tonight is crazy.
I'll say this about the Yankees tonight in terms of at least DraftKings. I'm not looking to bet them because I think them scoring 6 runs isn't the most likely thing in the world. However, their prices have fallen so far that it's funny. I know you pointed this out in cheat sheet, and I'll be honest, it's something that I've executed in a couple lineups already tonight. You can get Scherzer and Giolito into the same lineup, and it only leaves you $3,700 for each positional asset after that point. So you're thinking that's not a ton of money. Well, you've got like Gio Urshela at 3,100 batting cleanup for the Yankees. You've got Aaron Hicks at 3,000 batting 5th in that lineup. There are just so many different ways and so many cheap options on a 13-game slate where that's not even really impossible.
No, it's definitely not too. And, somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, they said to target Zimmerman. And I'm not going, put it this way. I'm not going out of my way to target Zimmerman. Okay. Because this is still a tough lineup, but from a betting perspective, 5.5 runs for the Yankees right now seems insane because as I mentioned, over the last 10 games we're talking about, not a small sample. at least for this season, they're averaging under 3 runs a game. This offense is dragging a 3-letter word. I don't even know. I could probably say that. I'm not sure. So
I think you probably
I'll just be
can.
safe. I probably can, but we'll just keep it safe here. They've just been horrific. And if there was a matchup that you could probably exploit, it was probably against Matt Harvey. And again, Matt Harvey's been pitching better. Okay, I'll give him that. But this is the Yankees lineup they're going up against. There's no break in that lineup. And Harvey cruised right through them. I mean, you mentioned it. Like, there was a couple opportunities for them to get some runs, but they're not getting the clutch hits. They're not getting the timely hits. So it's just crazy to me that for a team that's averaging 2.9 runs, their average for tonight, the implied team total is 5.5 runs. That's an under for me.
I mean, they're still so public. You know that. Like, it's one of the most publicly bet teams. A lot of that is reflected in the number. I'll say this. If you had to create a pitcher in a lab to get the Yankees out of a slump, it would be a soft tossing left-hander with a low strikeout percentage.
Right.
Because for as bad as it's funny, I think Giancarlo Stanton is such like a great stand-in for this lineup as a whole, because you look at Stanton's numbers and you go, he has been awful so far this season. Then you look at his StatCast data and he's 100th percentile average exit velocity and 100th percentile hard hit rate. And it's like, oh, right. When he actually can make contact, it's still like a missile every single time. So Zimmerman, we're only talking about, I think it's 6 major league appearances. He's got 5 starts in his career, 13.6% strikeout rate against right-handed batters. And the Yankees, basically their entire lineup is going to be right-handed batters tonight. I'm not saying they're going to score 10 runs, but with how far the prices have fallen, I do have some Yankee stacks tonight. I will say that.
And there's one point I want to make too. This Yankees offense is going to improve. This Yankees offense is going to score a ton of runs. If I'm wrong tonight and they go out and score 9 runs, I'm okay with the underplay because that's been the play for a good chunk of time too. So like people kind of get caught up in that where they're like, oh, how could I have faded the Yankees there? I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have taken, under 5.5 runs. But that's been what's hitting. And that's been how this offense has been. So don't beat yourself up over one bad bet if they end up going over, because at least when you're looking at the numbers, when you're looking at how everything has gone, that is the play right now. And those are the plays, especially when you're getting plus money, that you have to try to take advantage of, because people are still hammering the over because it's the Yankees. They're hammering the name. They're not hammering how the play has been on the field. So just something to think about when you're placing your bets. I want to touch on Walker Buehler, who was the second most expensive pitcher on the night at 10,200. I can't get behind him at all. He's probably the least attractive option on this slate for me in that upper tier. And there's a couple of reasons why. He's had probably his best start against a very tough team to strike out with the San Diego Padres. Padres have been one of the toughest teams to strike out against righties so far. I think they're ranked 28th in the league, just off the top of my head, so don't quote me on that, but they're definitely down low. And he had 9. But coming into that game, Buehler had 4 strikeouts in all 3 of his starts. So 12.7 DraftKings fantasy points, 21.9 DraftKings fantasy points, 15.1 DraftKings fantasy points. Not terrible numbers, but terrible numbers when you're costing over 10K. And that's where he is here tonight. I think maybe he's a tournament options, but nowhere close is he a cash play for me tonight. But the way that he's priced as he should be. And he's nowhere on my radar. What are your thoughts about Buehler going up against the Reds?
Yeah, I think what you said about him being a GPP play is kind of key, because you are going to get so many people on Scherzer, so many people on Giolito, that he's going to be the obvious person whose ownership maybe dips a little bit below where we expect it to dip. And he has the potential to have 30, 35 DraftKings points tonight, because the Reds, I think maybe not a lot of people, but there is still a perception the Reds are like this great offense because they started the first 2 weeks of the season like crazy. They're 2-10 in their last 12 games.
Right.
Mike Moustakas still on the IL. Nick Castellanos has, cooled down significantly from when he was hitting a home run like every other plate appearance to start the season. Joey Votto's advanced numbers look a lot better than his actual numbers, but his actual numbers are pretty bad.
Right.
This is a team that's like leading off Alex Blandino because that's what they have to do. So I don't think it's a terrible matchup. Buehler has throughout his career pitched incredibly at Dodger Stadium. But I'm with you. He's number 3 in terms of the top 3 pitchers on this slate and how much I'm looking to invest.
Now, if you look at the overall numbers against righties for the Reds, they look pretty daunting. But you have to remember how good they started to start the year. Yeah. Like it was through like the first week and a half, they were still averaging over 8 runs per game. Like it was asinine, like unsustainable. And that's exactly what we've seen here now. But if you look at the numbers on the surface against righties, 343 WOBA, 204 isolated power, which is one of the highest in the league, and a 113 WRC plus. But the reason why I brought up those strikeouts is because this is what stayed consistent. They don't strike out a lot.
Yeah.
23.2% K percentage against righties, which is currently ranked 23rd. So I look at those numbers that Buehler has posted against the Rockies, the Nationals, and then this first start against the Padres. Those 4 strikeouts are kind of worrisome for me. I don't know if I'm going to get the upside at 10,200 that I want to take Walker Buehler. Now, yes, the Reds have taken a major step back offensively, but if they're not striking out, where's the upside going to come from that I can justify paying 10,200 for him? I don't see it. I can't find it.
Yeah.
So when you have guys like Scherzer, Giolito, it just doesn't make sense for me. So
no, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
And I think too, like it's interesting because this slate, I mean, you talked about right off the top, like who's missing and maybe what value that opens up in pitching. It's really important because once you get past the top 4 pitchers on this slate, things get disgusting really quickly. Well, they did initially anyway, because a lot of the normal spots where you would try to be mining value, like you can ring off a list of teams where you're just like, oh, I'll stream a guy against this team. Washington, that always seems to work. Well, you can't because the Jays are using a bullpen game. No one's going to go more than 2 innings. Oh, Milwaukee or Miami, they're really nice to stream against. Well, Adrian Hauser doesn't strike out anyone. I could maybe hear an argument for Dan Castellano, just because the Brewers strike out so much against lefties, but he's got 2 strikeouts in his first 2 starts of the season. So, meh. Like it's just hard to find a value play you really like. So, someone like Ian Anderson, who I know you want to talk about with this Cubs lineup, I think it becomes really interesting at $8,600 because without Bryant, and to some extent Baez, as you were talking about, although Baez brings a lot of the strikeout upside the Cubs tend to bring to the table.
Right.
And Anderson looked great in his last start against the Yankees. And maybe that doesn't mean as much as we were just talking crap about the Yankees, but still, he's arguably in like the best rhythm of the season we've seen him so far.
So when the news came out that Bryant and Baez were out of the lineup tonight, I immediately went to fangraphs.com, which should be your Bible for when you're doing your baseball research, other than DraftKings.com/playbook. We'll give you the plays. You can do some of your other stats at fangraphs.com. I immediately went there and inputted the Cubs lineup to see the strikeout potential that Ian Anderson is now going to be dealing with. 6 of the 8 hitters, and this is dealing with 2020 and 2021 numbers. 6 of the 8 hitters in that lineup tonight have a K percentage of at least 21% against right-handed pitching since last season.
Nice.
4 of those guys, 25% and above. That is what you like. That is something where you're like, okay, this guy just went from kind of on my radar to very much on my radar. Jake Marisnick, Ian Happ, Wilson Contreras, and David Bodie all have a K percentage of over 25% since the beginning of last season against righties. If there's one thing you can rely upon with Ian Anderson, and we've seen it basically so far, is that he's going to strike guys out.
Yep.
7, 6, 6, only 4 against the Yankees, but 7, 6, and 6 in 3 starts prior to that against the Marlins, and then 2 against the Phillies. 2 teams that do strike out, and the Cubs strike out 2 as well. Now you take out their best hitter at this moment, which is Chris Bryant. You take out Javi Baez, where you do lose some of those strikeout upside, but that's okay because we have guys in there who strike out just as much.
Yeah.
So Ian Anderson at 8,600 went from somebody that was toying with using to someone I'm very much going to be using because, as you mentioned, once you get past like the first 5 pitchers on this slate, it gets ugly real fast. So Ian Anderson has immediately become one of my favorite plays at pitcher tonight.
Yeah, I think he's the guy who I was, looking for last night or this morning in that mid tier because I mean, God, I was in a place where I'm like, Frankie Montas, maybe.
Oh no,
Like
can't.
there's just so many bad pitchers on this slate, or even if you don't want to classify them as bad, again, just low strikeout upside pitchers.
Right.
So yeah, Anderson's a really, really nice play at 8,600. Really, the only downside if you're heavily invested in Ian Anderson is you probably don't want that much exposure to Nico Horner, who's batting leadoff and is $2,500.
Right.
Second baseman or a shortstop, which is a very, very nice value, especially for going back to the Scherzer Giolito type build. But again, that's the only downside because it's a great spot for Anderson.
So unfortunately, I had to go through and I have to find some value at pitcher tonight because it's impossible to not. I mean, there's so many teams that are going tonight. There's a lot of high totals that you're going to have to go.
Guess your value before you say it.
Yeah.
Because you seem really like you don't want to say it. So I'm going to guess it's Jose Quintana.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not, but he was there.
Okay.
And that's gross because, Quintana's been a major league pitcher, for the first 5 years of his career. I don't know how many years he's played after that, but he hasn't been anybody to consider. But it's pretty equally gross. But it's Aaron Sanchez.
Yeah.
Against the Rockies. And this is more of a play, not because I want to roster Aaron Sanchez, but because the Rockies are that bad.
They're terrible.
It is unbelievable how bad this Rockies team is. It's basically like a AA team. And I'm probably being nice about it at this point. But Aaron Sanchez has been more than sustainable as a daily fantasy play. I mean, I'm looking at his game log right here. He hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs in 4 starts. Like that's
I guess the worry I have with Sanchez, aside from the obvious, aside from just you're probably not going to get that many strikeouts with a guy like Sanchez.
Right.
Is I look at his last start against Miami in particular, and it speaks to me, and it says we don't even trust Aaron Sanchez. Like we, the Giants, don't even trust Aaron Sanchez because again, 2 hits, no earned runs, 5 innings, 67 pitches, and they pulled him from this game because they were like, "Oh, thank God, he made it through the 5 innings." Let's just. They're the person walking away from the blackjack table up $200 on a heater because they're just like, you know what? I just want to pay for the room. Like I don't need to get much more than that. So I just worry that like what's the upside with Aaron Sanchez? Like, can he get 20 DraftKings points?
Nah.
I don't know. So maybe in a cash game, just because I do think you can rely on him for like 15.
That's where I'm at. That's where basically if I'm getting 2 times value on him, I'm okay. If I'm getting 15 DraftKings fantasy points out of him tonight, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Like I'm convinced that I'm okay because quite honestly, show me on this list who you can rely upon to get 2x. I'm not even asking 3.
Yeah.
I'm asking 2.
I think it says a lot about the quality of this slate that I immediately went to Jose Quintana and Frankie Montas as people who could be viable just because there's some speck of strikeout upside attached to both of those names. But that's saying a lot. And again, this goes back to why I do think using 2 of the more expensive pitchers, even if we want to include Ian Anderson as expensive, even though he's 6,000 or 8,600, there's so many bad pitchers on this slate. Yeah. There are so many places to get value with offenses. So you might not even have to get that disgusting if you really don't want to when it comes to pitching.
And I've seen actually a decent amount of chatter about Frankie Montas tonight, but here's exactly why I don't want to play him. Cause this is what I suspect. Well, there's that. I mean, he is bad. There's definitely that, but this is what I suspect. This is what I suspected. There we go. Was going to happen with the Rays lineup, and they did exactly that. Have you seen the Rays lineup yet?
Very chock full of lefties.
7.
Yeah.
7 lefties against Frankie Montas. They know what they're doing here. That lineup was created specifically to go against Frankie Montas. When was the last time you remember Kevin Kiermaier leading off? I don't remember.
That definitely caught my eye.
Right. But there's a reason why he's leading off because Frankie Montas against lefties, that's his kryptonite.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's going to get here tonight. I mean, it's a weird looking lineup for the Rays. Austin Meadows is batting cleanup. Arozarena is one of two righties in this one. He's batting third. Brandon Lau has moved up to the second spot. Like, they shuffled.
Yeah, Tutsugo's in there. Like, it's loaded with left-handed bats. Yeah.
So that is a team, and this is what I love about some managers. This is a team that looks at those analytics, say, okay, you know what? This is how you beat Frankie Montas. You load lefties up against him. That's exactly what the Rays did tonight. The Rays are so annoying when it comes to their pitching staff and their openers. I hate them for that. But this is what I love to see when they have 7 lefties going in a lineup. You know that they see the analytics on Montas. So no chance. No chance. If Montas was going up against a team that didn't have a lot of lefties, then okay, maybe. But the Rays can absolutely kill you with lefties, and that's what we see here tonight. So he's nowhere on my radar.
Like, I swore last night when I was trying to look for like arguments as to why Montas could be a good pitcher on this slate. I was like, the Rays haven't been that good offensively this season. And you go look, and it's like they're 11th in WRC plus against righties. Like, they're fine. They're never as bad as you think they are, which is
right.
That's basically the mantra of the last decade of the Tampa Bay Rays. But
so real quick, so I just wanted to throw this on a lineup here. So if you do Aaron Sanchez, which is gross, but the matchup, if he gets hit tonight, then I will never play Aaron Sanchez.
Yeah, we should say Colorado equally gross when away from Coors Field. So it balances out at the very least.
If you do Sanchez and Scherzer, I mean, you're just about 4,000 for the rest of your hitters. That's good.
Yep.
That's a really solid amount of salary left for the rest of your hitters. If you even want to dip down a bit to Giolito, I mean, you're even better, just under 4,200. Punt with catcher like I always do, and you're golden. Like, you got a really healthy amount of salary to fill out the rest of your lineup. So just something to consider on the pitching. I'm guessing your answer is no, but is there anything else you wanted to hit on pitching before we move over to the hitters tonight?
No, I think we can talk about which pitchers we hate the most in the sense of who we're stacking here, because there are some gas cans on this slate tonight.
All right, so give me your top stack for tonight. Which team are you looking to stack against? Because you have a plethora of options with how bad the pitching is tonight.
Well, I did mention the value stack with the Yankees that I do like. But in terms of a team that is in a great spot, and you don't even have to call it a quote unquote value stack, you can just have their best hitters, aside from one guy in particular, in a great spot. The Angels against Fultonevich is fantastic. I mean, Fultonevich has been terrible against left-handed bats so far this season. The only saving grace Fulte has had in 2021 is, he's still striking out batters. That's all right-handed batters. He cannot retire left-handed batters. So you can have Shohei Ohtani. Why is Shohei Ohtani $4,300? He is the best non-Mike Trout hitter in baseball right now. You can have Jared Walsh for $4,100. The beauty of that is they're both first base and outfield eligible, so you don't have to pick between one or the other. Trout's obviously really expensive, but even David Fletcher. Look, I don't love David Fletcher. He's a righty, but $3,100 if you really like this lineup. And as you mentioned, they have one of the highest implied team totals on this slate.
Yep.
That's a really nice price for a leadoff hitter.
This is my suspicion. You know what it is with Ohtani? Because they can't do his game log correctly because of the pitching and the non-stuff.
They can't get the fantasy points per game properly.
Yeah. See, so it says he's averaging 2.8 per game. I mean, that's obviously not right at all. He's averaging way more than that. So let's just hope this is a problem that never gets fixed. So he can stay 4,300, because
it honestly, it reminds me of, because DraftKings is usually, the algorithm is usually pretty quick to pick up on this stuff. I've been nailing them for not changing Jazz Chisholm's salary.
Yeah.
They finally did today. So it usually happens, but this reminds me of KBO pricing from last year, where the best player in the KBO was 2,500 just because who knew? Who really knew?
So let's hope this doesn't get fixed, because we like Shohei Ohtani at 4,300. But I mean, truly, that has to be one of the best plays on this site at 4,300 with the upside that you're getting with Shohei Ohtani, because we can talk about all the stack cat numbers, we can talk about all the launch angles, all the stuff that some people love, some people don't. I'll just tell you something right off the bat: the dude mashes the baseball, and Fultonevich can't get out lefties. So you put those two together, you make a nice little cake. And you got Shohei Ohtani in a fantastic spot at 4,300. This should easily be someone who's 5,500 or more with the way that he's been hitting. So 100%. To get him at 4,300, somebody who's hitting over 300, 7 home runs, 18 RBIs, and OPS over 1,000. 4,300 would never on any planet happen.
And even,
if they could
even
figure
Walsh,
it out. Yeah.
I don't know if it's just like the West Coast thing where no one stays up and watches Angels games, but if Walsh played for like the Yankees or the Red Sox or even the Blue Jays, like he would be priced so much higher than $4,100. He's mashing right-handed pitching so far this season.
Well, I will say that it's funny, like you were kind of joking about that, but the West Coast definitely has like a couple days to catch up because the next day's slates are always posted while the West Coast is still playing. So the pricing is always a couple days behind on these West Coast guys. So Walsh has definitely hit a little bit of a speed bump lately. He was mashing the first couple of weeks in April, but for where he hits in that lineup, and I believe he's fifth tonight. Yeah, he's batting fifth tonight, and he's eligible at first base and outfield. Like again, some really nice pieces in the Angels lineup, lefty specific, that you can go against Fulton Average. So, just putting Shohei and Jared Walsh in there, and let's just throw those pitchers back in. Let's just throw Scherzer and our guy Sanchez, unless he blows up. I mean, you're still at about 4,000 for the rest of your lineup. So really, really nice one that I like one there. The stack that I was on tonight, I do like the Red Sox tonight against the Mets. They do lose the DH because they are playing in New York. But talk about a team that just mashes left-handed pitching. It's the Red Sox. Xander Bogaerts, JD Martinez.
Yep.
I mean, I'll even throw Enrique Hernandez in there.
Sure.
Hasn't been a huge, the thing about Enrique Hernandez, when he was back with the Dodgers, he was always kind of one of those hit or miss guys because they usually would bat him low in the lineup when he was taking a lefty, and then they pluck him right out when a righty came in.
Bats, maybe 3.
Yeah. The Red Sox don't do that. The Red Sox have decided Enrique Hernandez is our leadoff hitter through thick and thin. I don't know why. I don't know what analytics got them there, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Because his price is still pretty friendly for someone who hits leadoff. 3,800 in a split that he excels in against lefties, and a bad lefty at that with David Peterson. I mean, let's take a look. I know I'm going a little too fast here, so sorry. I know I'm kind of jumping around, but you look at Peterson's numbers so far, just bad. It's flat out bad. I mean, Phillies who can't really hit. And then he caught the Cubs right around the time they started to hit, but weren't like fully there yet.
This was the game. This was the game they started hitting.
Right.
Because they hadn't scored more than like, I don't know. I just remember I bet it was David Peterson against, I want to say, Trevor Williams. And the game total was 7. And I was like, I don't care if the Cubs aren't hitting. I don't care if the Mets aren't hitting. There's no reason a game David Peterson is starting should have an over-under of 7. And then there's 21. You love a game where you've tripled the over-under. So
yes,
that was a sweat-free night for me on that one.
Yeah, 20 runs in that game scored. That was a non-sweat in that one.
Pretty easy.
So I'm looking at that line. Let me just refresh this quick. I want to get the updated lineups if we can. But this Red Sox lineup, all right, here we go. We should have it now. This Red Sox lineup has just been so incredibly good against lefties. And like I mentioned, JD Martinez, here we go. We got it here. So you got Hernandez at the leadoff. Devers, who I don't love that they bat him second against lefties. I wish they would move him down. But then Martinez third, Bogaerts fourth, and then Christian Vasquez, who was a very underrated hitter against lefties, batting fifth.
In a bit of a slump though. The last
in a bit of a slump.
And then you could Renfroe 6 though. That's nice.
Yeah, so that's where I kind of was actually hoping for your opinion here, because would you fade Devers and roll with Renfroe to get the savings? Obviously, Devers the left on left, not the best matchup here, but it's hard to sit here and go, would I rather play Rafael Devers or Hunter Renfroe? Because normal case, that's not even a question. But in this scenario, would you maybe consider putting Renfroe in, because he's always been a lefty masher, not so far this year, but 2,900, those are savings I probably need. That's where I kind of get hung up, because I want Hernandez, I want Martinez, I want Bogaerts, and I want Scherzer and Giolito too.
Yeah.
So Renfroe almost kind of becomes
a
necessity. Yeah.
Yeah, because I will say I do like sometimes in these games where the stacking spot is so obvious and you do have a lefty hitting second, an expensive lefty, and I think it becomes very easy to say like, oh yeah, just fade Devers. But if this Red Sox stack goes like we think it's going to go, where they score a bunch of runs early on in this game, there's a decent chance that Peterson's out. They put in X right-handed reliever, and suddenly Rafael Devers gets 3 at-bats against sub-caliber relievers, right-handed, throughout the course of this game. So sometimes it's nice to zig when everyone else is zagging. But in this specific scenario, with the amount of money we're probably going to have to spend on pitchers, just because there isn't a couple obvious value plays at pitcher, Renfroe just becomes so useful at $2,900.
Real quick, I'm glad you brought that up because I think that's a strategy piece that people don't really consider. How much do you consider that too? Because like you just brought it up, like you're stacking the Red Sox because you think they're going to get to David Peterson quick, and you think they're going to get him out of this game quick because at least the numbers wise, the Red Sox have the massive advantage here against a very poor pitcher. And you have Rafael Devers, who's not in a good matchup because the left on left. So do you still implement him into a stack? Because even though he's got the bad matchup to start, because you're hoping he's going to get the better matchups later, or do you go with a guy like Hunter Renfroe, who's going to have the good matchups to start, probably coming up to bat with guys on base, so some RBI opportunities, but he's not going to have the better matchup later on in the games because Hunter Renfroe's numbers against righties really aren't all that good. No. So where do you kind of lean in this type of scenario? Because we're talking about almost a $3,000 difference in salary.
Yeah.
Rafael Devers, 5,300, Renfroe, 2,900. Where do you kind of stand on that?
I think it's always like a secondary thought process. Like your initial thought process obviously has to be, who can I afford?
Right.
So tonight it's the more who can I afford question rather than the like stacking strategy necessarily. I would also say it's less of a concern for me on a slate this size. If this was a 5-game slate and we had like only 2 or 3 obvious stacks, then maybe you try to throw a wrench into your standard Red Sox righties versus a lefty stack with someone like Devers. Whereas tonight you've got, obviously Boston. We talked about possibly the Yankees. We talked about the Angels. We haven't even touched on the Padres, who get Merrill Kelly, who's been absolutely terrible so far this season. Like there's so many places to go to find offensive potential that I don't think you have to get too creative with your stacks because the ownership is probably going to be relatively flat. But yeah, it is something to think about. Don't just take a guy off to the side because it's left on left, especially with how pitchers are being utilized right now in baseball. Like how often do we see a starter pitch into even the 6th inning? So it's something to really think about going forward.
One thing I also wanted to bring up too, because there's going to be a lot of attention on this game. Are the Mets going to be overlooked on this slate? Because Garrett Richards has been a pile of what?
Yeah.
Over with the Red Sox, like a total gas can. Like he's made 4 starts. He's given up 12 runs in those starts. It's not like they're not making hard contact. They're not just getting, Garrett Richards isn't just getting unlucky. Maybe the way his facial hair grows is a little unlucky because it's absolutely atrocious. But see, that's a stack that I feel like is going to be 100% overlooked because everybody's on the Red Sox in this one. But Garrett Richards has been just as equally bad as Peterson.
Yeah. And there's some really nice possibilities here. Like obviously the guys at the top are the guys at the top, but Conforto's still cheap. JD Davis is still cheap, even though you tend to want to get Davis against a lefty, but still Richards isn't a good righty. So that's fine too. The one concern I would have about Garrett Richards is just with the way he's been bad this season doesn't always translate to DFS because he's mostly just walking everybody. Which it'll give you some terrible stat lines, but if no one's actually getting the extra base hit, like, cool, I got 4 DraftKings points because my guy walked twice. Like, it sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it's mainly the walks that have been the issue so far with Richards.
I just want to get to a quick question here. How we feel about Ty France going up against Houston at 4,200. Ideally, if you are using France, you want him against a lefty. France is not a great right-on-right guy. He's got really good numbers so far. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we're looking at it here, averaging 10.1 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games. But especially with Javier too, he is a lot worse against lefties than he is righties.
His
Or do I
slider-
have that? Do I have that
Yeah,
backwards?
no, you have that right. His
Okay.
slider is such a dominant pitch. His strikeout rate is basically like 35% against righties and 20% against lefties because he can just jam that slider down righties' throats. So it's tough to go right on right against Javier.
So not crazy about him too. And then again, on a slate where you're going to need to try to find some value, second base is one of those positions. Second base and catcher is one of those positions where I'm likely punting tonight because I need to pay up for starting pitcher. I need to pay up for outfield. I need to pay up for first base. So France, I mean, look, he's on the Seattle Mariners. They're the team that's going to win the AL West. I have no doubts about that. So, you know, it's very close to my heart, near and dear to my heart. Did you see my Seattle Mariners shirt, by the way?
I did see the shirt. Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful shirt. It says future world champions with a little Seattle landscape on it. So get used to that. But Seattle tonight against Javier, you know, they got to lose some games. It's okay. Not the night for the Seattle tonight. What else are you looking for at hitters? Because there's also a lot of expensive bats on the slate, which is unfortunate, but this is how it ends up being. There's 4 guys tonight over 6K.
Yeah.
4 guys over 6K and like not bad ones either. And that's what's really tough. It's like, you know, it's Trout, it's Acuna, you know, Castellanos. That's an easy fade for me because I don't need Castellanos against Buehler. And then Bryce Harper, who has just been absolutely on fire against another bad pitcher tonight, and Carlos Martinez. Do you see yourself going out of your way to get any of these 6K guys in? I'm saying probably not.
Yeah.
Trout's the only one that I could see trying to jam in because if I'm stacking the Angels, how do you not stack the Angels without Mike Trout, even though he's 6,300? But I'm definitely not going out of my way for Acuna, Castellanos, or Harper.
Yeah, I think Trout's the one you would try for. But again, I feel like I'm going to be spending so much on pitcher. It's probably a sacrifice I'm going to have to make that I'm not going to get a bunch of guys even over 5K. And I can live with that because, again, there's a lot of great places to find value. I know you wrote up this game or at least half this game in the cheat sheet. And I like the other side of it too. But like Oakland, Tampa, you've got the 2 guys who come into the game leading the American League in barrels per batted ball event in Frankie Montas and in Michael Wacha. So there's you can find someone like an Austin Meadows for 3.6. Mark Hanna is leading off for the A's at 3.9. Mitch Moreland, incredibly cheap, hitting cleanup for the Angels tonight in a left on right matchup. There's so many places to find value in good matchups. So you don't have to pay 6K for anybody.
We only got a few minutes left. So just real quickly, what is your favorite value play for tonight? Because that's definitely going to be a spot that people need to be looking for.
Yeah, well, I've talked about a lot of them, but I'll go back and just say Nico Horner again. I know we like Ian Anderson, but to have a leadoff guy, left on right matchup, $2,500, the flexibility to put him at second base or at shortstop, that could be huge depending on which kind of stacks you want to get out there. But he makes a lot of things work, and he's been hitting really well since he came up to the majors. Not necessarily going to continue, but I think he's far too cheap tonight.
I'm on Austin Meadows tonight at 3,600. Love that he's batting cleanup tonight too, which is not something we've seen often for the Rays, but going up against Frankie Montas, as we said, who has really struggled against lefties. And then the Rays recognize that with 7 in their lineup tonight. So obviously they know that that's a weakness for him. So I was expecting Meadows to be batting second. I love it even more that he's batting cleanup, but in turn, I think that's also going to drive up his ownership because when you see a guy batting cleanup and he's 3,600, your eyes just kind of light up automatically. And you kind of tend to gravitate towards that. But again, not really worried about too much ownership on this one on a 13-game slate. You don't really have to worry about ownership too much, but I would definitely say that Meadows is definitely trending up in terms of ownership since the lineups have come out. Any closing thoughts on this slate before we wrap up and we get ready for the 6 o'clock Madden Sim?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate one more time. I know we haven't talked a lot about bets, but if I had a number one bet for this slate, it would be that Washington-Toronto under. I mentioned all the pitching stats from before. Also, the under is 7-1 in the Jays' last 8 games. It is 4-0-1 in the Nationals' last 5 games. So you talked about it earlier. Why go off something that's working? So if it doesn't work tonight, whatever. It had been working. This is the bet to make.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to take the over Oakland and Tampa Bay at 8.5 runs. I'm surprised it's at 8.5 runs. I fully was expecting 9. So when I see over 8.5 at -106, that's definitely where I'm looking towards here. Michael Wacha has not pitched well. Frankie Montas has not pitched well. And we've said it a billion times. The Rays are sending all the lefties that they have. I don't think there's even any left on the bench. They're sending them after Montas tonight. So I'd be shocked if this didn't go over the 8.5 total. So I'll take the over on that one. That's going to wrap it up for this edition of the Slate MLB edition. My guy, Gary and Thorne, thanks for joining as always, as you do every Tuesday. We still have a full schedule of Madden simulations coming up for you guys here tonight, starting at 6 o'clock. We got Jaguars at Texans. Brendan Glasheen, who I still have blocked on Twitter, and it will stay that way. And Christian is on the call for you on that one. 8 o'clock, Bucks at Washington. Glasheen again and Tom for that one. And then 10 o'clock, Bills at 49ers from Madden After Doc. That was a little accent there. Bills at 49ers from Madden After Dark. Rossi and Tom on the call for that one. Make sure to get your lineups in for those simulations. Those guys will have you set for the rest of the evening. Good luck with all your lineups for baseball tonight. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next week.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Tuesday, April 27th, the late slate on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Jags, Texans to get us started here at 6 o'clock. Glash and Christian. Yeah, could get ugly here.
It certainly is a football game that gets played twice a year. It's just, I don't know. For me, Glash, this is all about stacking up that Houston offense. I wanted to make sure, the Jags secondary is suspect. They don't have a lot of firepower up front. The linebackers are actually okay. So I stayed away from the tight end help in this one. I got Cooks in my captain spot, Watson, Will Fuller, Randall Cobb, the Texans D, and Chris Thompson. Old Fat Chris is going to be anchoring my lineup as the only Jaguar in there. What about you, Glash? What does your roster look like for the 6 p.m. sim?
So I put Brandon Cooks in the captain spot. Deshaun Watson, feel like a must-have in this matchup here. Chark, Thompson, Darren Fells, and then James O'Shaughnessy is the punt play at $1,400.
I mean, interesting. O'Shaughnessy, what's the averaging per game? 4.1.
4.1. It's not awful.
A lot worse. He could do a lot worse than that. He gave you 7.1 last time. Now, of course, the 10 sims before that, he had 0 points. So, hit or miss, mostly miss. But hey, could get there. Could be the guy who propels you to glory.
Hey, that's why we play the Sims and we find out what happens. Of course, I'm sure you were on earlier today, right?
Yes, I was on at the noon.
Wow. Okay. It's weird seeing you like this late in the day.
It's hit or miss. Like I told Drew that I prefer the earlier sims. Get my day started, get me up and out the door. But I got I got a 6 p.m. tomorrow. I got like a 2, 4, and a 6 on Friday. A lot on my plate. I'm excited about it.
Nice. Well, I'm sure you've discussed the draft. I'm about ready for this thing. I know I said that to you last week, I think, right around this time. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's go. I keep forgetting that the Jacksonville Jaguars, not only do they have the number 1 pick, but they're also drafting at 25 because of the Jalen Ramsey trade.
Yeah.
So they can really, of course, the quarterback position, they're going to make an upgrade, but they've got another first rounder to add to this group. I'm curious what they might do with that pick.
You know what? It's a team that has needs pretty much everywhere. They can just go out and just figure out who the best player available is. I mean, 25 is a spot where you might be looking at the first running back off the board, but that's actually a position these Jaguars don't need thanks to the emergence of James Robinson. I think anyone who's sliding at that point could be the guy, could be the man, especially one of those project-y edge rushers like a Jalen Phillips or maybe Kwity Paye, Rhode Island high school football legend Kwity Paye, if he lasts longer than expected. Other than running back and wideouts, they have done a pretty good job of stocking the cupboard for Trevor Lawrence there. You can make a case for just about anyone on the defensive side of the ball, and even a few linemen. Elijah Vera Tucker, if he's around, makes a lot of sense. Sam Cosmi out of Texas could be a good fit in Jacksonville. It was a good return for a guy who clearly didn't want to be in Jacksonville and Jalen Ramsey. Still don't love the idea that they traded in the first place. But,
yeah. I mean, look at receiver, you're right. Marvin Jones, Philip Dorsett is the depth piece. That's a big completion. 20 yards to Cooks.
Nice strike to start things off here.
And they got Manhurts, too, the former Carolina Panther, Chris Manhurts.
Yeah, the tight end, too, we know here as the punt play extraordinaire. No, for Jacksonville, I think they just have a lot of nice, useful depth there. You have a solid veteran leader in Jones, and then you have a rising young core, a medium veteran, like guy's been around enough in DJ Chark. Then the 2020 rookie, Laviska Shenault. Very versatile, nice Swiss Army knife style piece there. And Colin Johnson, the kid out of Texas, 6'6", pretty useful red zone target, good at getting separation and getting up and going for the ball. I like that receiving core quite a bit. They're going to be putting Trevor Lawrence in a position to succeed right out of the gate.
2nd down and 9, 1 minute into the first quarter. Watson, another nice ball complete to Brandon Cooks once again. 2 for 34 to the Jacksonville 39. We have producer Michael with us, feeding us some ownership right now. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Got Jared and Robert from the Game Ops team tonight. So Jared is mentoring young Robert. And by young, I mean young to the Sim fam. So hello to Robert. Delayed handoff to David Johnson. I'm looking at the Texans, and I'm trying to remember where. That's right. They don't have a first-round pick.
No, do not. Just a debacle of leadership in Houston, Jacksonville as well, but not nearly to the level of Houston. Bill O'Brien kind of fell into that GM role, and he clearly does not deserve to be there. It really made the team worse. And Nick Caserio came in, and Caserio, to his credit, brought in a ton of guys to restore the depth. But the guys Houston brought in, and there are like 30 of them. They've signed so many free agents, and they all kind of suck. The guy they signed, the biggest money deal they gave out was a 3-year, $8 million contract for punter Cameron Johnston. So unless you get really excited about guys like Jordan Jenkins and Tyrod Taylor and Philip Lindsay and Camus Grugier-Hill, you're not going to love this year's Texans squad. But, it's a very, very old Bill Belichick way to do things, bring in a lot of underpriced veterans, see who sticks. And, this is a punt year anyway for the Texans. They don't know what the hell is going to be going on. They don't know who their quarterback is going to be. So might as well see if they can get some nice pieces that work for them and start the rebuild in earnest.
Johnson has 2 carries for 0 yards. 2nd and goal coming up. Hello to Michael Clark. Michael Clark has the Jags avatar. Had to tune in and rep my Jags. Duval. Michael, what do you want the Jags to do? Outside of the top pick, of course. What do you want them to do in the draft? What are your priorities? Please, let us know. Vid Always is here. The guru must be. You said your birthday was next Tuesday. Now it's Friday. Interesting. Andy James. What's up? David Johnson. Moving forward.
All right. Well, he's up to 3 yards now. Good for him. 3rd and goal from the 2 now. I would not try running it again. I would maybe go for a red zone target like Fells here, or just let Deshaun Watson run with it because he's pretty good at that. We'll see.
Charlie says Fells time. Brian Anderson. Hey, Kyle, what's up? Brian C. We play to sim the game. David Johnson.
Come on. This is Bill O'Brien nonsense right here. Is he going to go for it on 4th and 1 at the goal line?
Love it.
I hope so. I hope they go for it again and they get stonewalled and then we get a J.J. Watt safety. Am I wrong to think that's the best possible course of action here, Glash? Yes. Phase 1 of my plan is underway. Come on, fullback dive. Not anything else.
Oh, gosh.
And they lost so much yardage, it's going to be tougher than before to get that safety. Just a disaster for the Texans there. They get 1st and goal, and they promptly gain, 1 net yard on those 4 downs there, Glash. 4 carries from David Johnson. He gained maybe a yard. Just gruesome.
Justin Harden, what's up? Burt Macklin, Executive Sessions, CEH. Thanks for being here, everybody. Raquel Armstead for a gain of 6.
Starting things off with the RB2. All right, I guess it's going to be that kind of game, Glash.
Oh, boy. We'll get the ownership on Chris Thompson in just a moment. Michael Clark says we need some receivers and we need offensive line help. Talking about the Jags.
There's the 1st down. So barring a disaster, we're out of safety range. And the Jags creating a little space out of the shadow of their own end zone.
Twitch fam's here too. First time playing Fortnite. Retease, did you know? Says defending Ducey is a death sentence. Oh boy.
Apparently there was a little bit of drama earlier with my guy Piercy. Who knows? Who knows what happened there? I was not.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, a ban or a timeout was passed. I don't know.
What's going on, guys? MK_Ultra. Yeah, I'm on Twitter at Brendan Glasheen. First time playing Fortnite. I always think when they show Brandon Godden as the Madden announcer that it's actually me. No, Brandon Godden's a friend though. He's very, very good. Apparently, Emerson got into something here with Piercy. I'm reading.
Yeah. Emerson was angry, and it's a whole thing. So yeah, I'm glad I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I popped in briefly, like for a second earlier today, but I am completely lost as to what is happening right
now. The Texans might be able to escape their terrible play calling without too much damage here if they can get a stop on 3rd and 1. They cannot. As Minshew now 2 for 2 for 10 yards, so low impact passing, but thus far getting the job done. Jaguars taking a snail's pace to get out of their side of the field, but so far working in their favor.
Apparently, Emerson engaged with Piercy and then cried to Ops and got him permanently banned. Ooh. Piercy got fed up with bullying of Ducey and called Emerson out for it, called him a tool. Emerson just keeps engaging. Oh, boy. Well, it's really big change from 24 hours ago when I said to Ducey, you should ask Emerson when you come in September to Boston. You should sleep on Emerson's couch. I guess that wasn't brought up.
Maybe that's what started the whole thing.
That's a good point. Maybe.
Yeah.
Can we all just get along? I agree. Producer Michael. Oh, wow. PGZ, man. Earlier, Emerson looked like he wanted to strangle Ducey. Can someone use their 200 characters on YouTube or however many characters you get on Twitch, a brief synopsis as to why he was mad at him? Oh, it was brought up. It was brought up and Ducey wanted to bring his girlfriend. What's wrong with that? I'm more intrigued by this than Texans Jags in virtual Houston.
You know what? I'm just so happy I missed it. It sounds awful. Every part of this just is making my entire brain scream. It's
cringeworthy.
It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. As that'll do it here for the first quarter. It's a 0-0 ball game. The Texans should have had points, but Bill O'Brien his way through what an otherwise successful drive. The Jags now firing back slowly but surely. They're on the happy side of the field, but they still got a ways to go before they're within sure thing field goal range. It's 1st and 10 coming up. A few more yards, and they'll have a Katie Fairbarn 3. 35 yards to the end zone for them. It's Deshaun Watson looking good. 4 for 4 for 69 nice yards. Minshew 4 for 4 as well, but only 28 yards. It's been pretty low octane for the Jaguars so far.
Daniel, our technical director, says, this feels like a story for Skip Perkins to investigate. He's on deadline.
No, absolutely not. I disagree.
Okay, I got nothing. He's dead. Brandon Cooks is your leading receiver. 2 for 34 at the moment. 137 entries in the very plain title of Jags-Texans 6 p.m. I've kind of ran out of ideas in terms of the Trevor Lawrence angle to take to a title. Like I said, I'm just ready. I'm just ready for this thing to start.
Yeah, no, I think we all are. I think we're all just kind of like, all right, they moved the draft back, and now it's like, all right, this was too long to pontificate on this. They should move it back up again. As I have good news, I'm currently second of 137 because I got that Texans D, which is not going to be an asset too much longer if this draft continues to go the way it's going. But Cobb in the captain spot, or Cobb with a 0 in there as well, but Cooks in the captain spot with 8.1 points has been enough to get me into second place in the free roll because this game has been a nightmare so far. It's been bad.
Thompson with the carry, gain of 4 carries, 30 yards for Chris Thompson. Herb Dog loves the headbands. I mean, right when Christian pops into the Zoom call, I take a look, I examine what we have for the day, and I hustle to wherever they may be. Sometimes this little basket right here, and I just, I try to live up to the expectations of the look. PGZ man, Emerson tried to tell Ducey that someone in the chat was just trying to get him worked up, and it was working.
It always works. It's just perpetually worked on Kenny Ducey. He gets worked up by slights, real and imagined, and it's always like you never know what's going to set him off. But like working with him is like watching the movie The Hurt Locker.
DD!
When things are just going to explode for no reason is, wow, Chris. Oh, DD Westbrook. I'm sorry. I thought it was Chris Westbrook. No, DD. Zigging and zagging into the end zone, and the Jags strike first. The road team takes a 6-0 advantage here.
Wow, first time playing Fortnite. To make a long story short, Emerson's inner Pat Mayo came out. Wow, that's actually way to use less characters to explain what you're getting at. Michael Clark, yeah, I heard about this. Trevor Lawrence has been investing in a couple of nonprofit organizations around town. So, like, we all know this is coming. There's no chance of them changing their mind.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. I mean, maybe Trevor Lawrence just saw that all the donations were coming in from Jacksonville area people, and he's like, I got to at least cover my bases here. I'm a good dude. But let's face it, even the Jags aren't going to mess this one up. My whole theory now with what the Niners are doing and all the weird stuff coming out of their camp is that they are trying their best to disrupt the Jets and the Jags and make them think Mac Jones and Trey Lance are good, and maybe one of the top 2 quarterbacks slides down to number 3. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense, other than the fact that maybe Kyle Shanahan thinks Mac Jones is actually we like all 5 quarterbacks in this draft angle. It was so bizarre when you traded away 3 first-round picks just to get to number 3. It was just so messy, so slow, just bizarre. Like, the Niners are going to obviously be the team to watch. The draft starts with them on Thursday night. Falcons are going to be pretty fun too. And then the Panthers. Who's going to come up and trade for that Panthers pick? Because the Panthers have a ton of needs. They have a ton of defensive help that they need to bring aboard. You can reach for a guy at number 8, but why not trade back, let someone snipe a quarterback, pick up a future first, pick up some day 2 picks, and reload from there? I think that's exactly what they're going to do. If you're interested in learning about the 5 teams who've probably already called the Panthers about the availability of number 8, you can read all about it over on the post route at substack.com.
All right.
Well, normally there would be a very nice link dropped in there by Piercy, but apparently Emerson got too mad at him, so I got to put in my own links like a poor person.
So you don't think that Carolina should prioritize offensive line for Sam Darnold, whoever the quarterback's going to be?
Hang on 1 second. I got a very upset toddler.
Oh, you're fine.
All right. We've been partying all day. We had a big playground. She's very, very, very upset with the fact that it's beautiful out. She's no longer outside.
Blame producer Drew for not giving you the night off.
Exactly. That guy. No, I would say that they could stand to make some upgrades. Obviously, I like Ben Barch coming in. And eventually,
Ducey or the kid?
Yeah. I like Ben Barch coming in eventually and taking over one of the interior line positions. You can definitely stand to upgrade at the tackle spots, but Jawan Taylor was a second-round pick back in 2019. You don't want to cut bait on him just yet. And Cam Robinson has been better, not terrible. He's not a cornerstone kind of guy. So if Rashawn Slater's there, then yeah, that's going to be a tough call to pass on a guy who is so versatile, who looks great. But at the same time, you can trade down. Let's say the Vikings decide they want Trey Lance. They want to keep the Minnesota boy in town, in the region, because he grew up in southwestern Minnesota, went to North Dakota State. They want to go and get him. They give him 14. Okay, at 14, you can get Christian Harris. You can get the kid out of USC, Elijah Vera Tucker. You can get some pretty good guys. It's not going to be a death sentence if you decide to trade back a little bit. And the cost to go from 14 to 8 is going to be at least a couple of day 2 picks, I think. So I just think it makes a lot more sense for the Panthers to prioritize the depth building and go from there. I mean, plus you got that 33rd overall pick. There's still going to be good, useful offensive linemen around then as well. I mean, look at who was drafted last year early in the second round. You got some guys that went out there and were some pretty useful difference makers. I am a year off, but no. So Robert Hunt wound up a full-time starter in Miami. He was a second-round pick. Ezra Cleveland was pretty solid with Minnesota. So there are going to be guys who slipped down to 33 that if the Jag – or not the – man, I am talking myself in circles now. You got me – I'm looking at the chat here about how Robert wants the Jags not to take Trevor, and that got me confused. And now, instead of talking about the Panthers trading back, I'm talking about Trevor Lawrence. I am all over the damn place. Sorry.
All good. The little DeAndrea is just really excited, like you said, about the sunshine shining into the window while you call this gracious sim between the Jags and the Texans. And those last few plays were just atrocious. It looked promising, but of course, as Minshew rolled out to his left, he completed to Eifert, but there was holding. So now a punt from the 2. It's going to block the punt. Block it! No!
And of course, it's an absolute laser. Oh, field the punt, you doofus. All right.
TD Westbrook, 31-yard touchdown. That is what we have so far in terms of scoring. Oh, yeah, and the Lambeau extra point. Houston had the ball first. Watson in the offense back out there. Hit that like button for us, if you don't mind. 330 of you watching on YouTube. Twitch fam, stay strong.
Yeah. Oh, Alan Youssef wants to know who's drafting Kyle Trask. Now, earlier today, we got into how I think Mac Jones and Kyle Trask are ultimately going to have similar careers because they are both big collegiate arms who played for good teams and were really buoyed by tremendous skill players around them. I like Trask just because he's kind of a moose of a quarterback at 240 pounds. He's going to be able to take a lot of abuse. He's a little bit more of an athlete. I still think he's a very flawed passer, but so is Mac Jones. It's a very nice juke from Deshaun there. Gets the ball out past midfield, a gain of 15. It's a tough question. Trask is obviously, it's going to depend on where quarterbacks go before him. I think you could make a case for any quarterback who doesn't, any team that doesn't trade into the top 10, who doesn't get their guy. They are going to be on the hook there. And the Panthers, if they trade back, they could be in the market. They have had a little bit of a thing for Florida passers in the past, so maybe Trask would be their guy. Maybe the Patriots, the price is too high for them to move up, and they don't want to take a Kellen Mond or a Davis Mills in the first or second round. Maybe Trask slides a little bit, and they can grab him with that comp pick, or they have to trade up a little bit. Maybe the Patriots could be the spot for him. Hell, the Raiders, we have no idea what the Raiders are doing any given year because John Gruden is an absolute maniac. If Gruden falls in love with Kyle Trask, he'd be the second-round pick to Vegas. Who the hell knows? It's going to be a really fun one to watch on Friday. I don't think there's a chance in hell that we see Trask go on day one. It would be quite the upset. I feel like this third tier of passers, that's Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, who is rising because he looks good on paper but not quite as good in games. I feel like those guys are more in the Mason Rudolph class of passer than the Andy Dalton, Derek Carr class of second-tier passer.
I would love a situation like we got, I forget what year it was, I can't keep track anymore, when RG3 was drafted in Washington, and then the football team took Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I would love to see something like that, right? Like you end up, if, say, it's Justin Fields or even Trey Lance slides, take another guy. Take two. I mean, I think that'd be great to see one of these teams that need a quarterback. Take two guys. Take Mond. Take Trask. I mean, who's to say you can't take two quarterbacks and make it a real competition, or just have some insurance if the first guy, the guy you draft up high, is an absolute bust? I don't know. Something I've thought about. Like, I feel like that doesn't get enough because as much as Kirk Cousins can bug us in Simland and even in real life, because he's not worth $33 million a year guaranteed or whatever the money was.
That's right.
I mean, he's still pretty serviceable. Like, that worked out for Washington football team, and it worked out for the Vikings too.
Oh, it really did. Yeah, it was. If you can get a starting quarterback in the 4th round, that is amazing value right there. And occasionally you get a Dak Prescott, occasionally you get a Kirk Cousins, but for the most part, the guys you take that are not going to be, they're going to be more Ryan Mallett than Kirk Cousins. They're not going to be super impressive. But yeah, I agree. I think it just depends on the team that you're on. You could probably get a guy at another position who could be a starter in the 4th round, whereas at quarterback, you are really wading into a crapshoot as Deshaun sprints forward, slides down at the 5 to set up second and 2.
I mentioned Robert, new to our ops team. Robert is in the okay, I see you've responded to this too, so you're seeing it. Robert says, I do not want Trevor Lawrence as a Jags fan.
Yeah.
Develop Minshew for the year, not our best option, but I don't think you could not pick Pitts. He's a generational player. So he wants Pitts.
Touchdown, Texans. Watson barely breaks the plane there. We got ourselves a 7-7 ball game. I understand the Pitts love. He's just a physical phenomenon, and you saw what he did to SEC defenses last year. I don't know how you cover that guy unless you put one of your best corners on him, and even then you're giving up a ton of size. He just seems a bit impossible. So I can appreciate the Pitts love, but at the same time, man, you don't give away a franchise quarterback prospect like Trevor Lawrence. The excess value of a player of his caliber over the course of the first 4 years of his rookie deal, it's going to save Jacksonville so much money. They can fill their other needs at tight end, on the offensive line, on the defensive side of the ball through free agency with the money they saved there. And they can keep Minshew around as a high-value backup in case things do go wrong. As much as I like Pitts, I don't think, if you gave me the option between Pitts and Trevor Lawrence in the draft, I would take Trevor Lawrence 100 times out of it.
I don't know. I mean, like we've been talking about this for weeks, but we've all acknowledged of the 5 quarterbacks going in the first round, 2 of them are not going to work out. So, yeah. And I think maybe a guy like Mond in the 2nd round, there's lots of chit-chat about Mond being intriguing. Well, if Mond is in the discussion to go into the 2nd round, or even Trask out of Florida, don't you think about it? Like, what if, I'm trying to paint a scenario here. What if you're, think about this. What if you're Atlanta and you end up taking Pitts at 4? Don't you try and get Trask in like the 2nd round and go, ooh, we could get the 2 to pair up down the road? I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Not a terrible idea. I mean, obviously, if it is Atlanta, oh, wow. Gardner going for it, and oh, no. It went poorly. Interception by Bradley Roby, and now the Texans get 55 seconds and 3 timeouts to cover 81 yards of turf, in order to take a 7-point lead going into half. It's not a terrible idea. I actually like that strategy quite a bit. I think if you're the Falcons, though, you're still kind of looking at that win now roster. If you bring in a guy like Kyle Pitts who can make that immediate impact, I think that your bigger concern is punching up that defense. And instead of losing games, 45-42 every week, you make sure you have the pieces that you can win a game 35-28 every now. That's the Falcons' biggest problem right now. They can't stop anyone. They're fun to watch, and if they bring in Kyle Pitts, they're going to be incredible to watch. They're going to be outright awesome. Like, it's going to be so much fun to watch them, and they're still going to go 6-10. They're going to be the most exciting 5-win team in NFL history. So yeah, if you're the Falcons, trade back, pick up the assets you need. You need cheap assets because you have a ton of expensive guys, and that's part of those Julio Jones trade rumors. As Sean slides down, that's going to do it here for the first half, barring a last-second timeout. 3rd and 6 coming up. If the Texans wanted, they could try a Hail Mary. I don't think they will want to. It doesn't make a ton of sense. But yeah, I think Julio Jones staying in Atlanta is all going to come down to whether or not the Falcons trade away the 4th pick. They keep the 4th pick and they get Pitts. I think Julio's probably going to get traded away. He's got a big, heavy contract. It's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and as good as Julio is, he is a little bit older. I don't think they should trade Julio at all, but I think they would be able to justify it that Pitts in town. If they trade back and if they decide to acquire a whole bunch of low-cost defensive assets, which is exactly what they need, they have a ton of very highly paid guys on that roster. They need to make sure that they can balance them off with cheap rookie contract players. They trade back, get a couple defenders. Jones will get at least 1 more year as a Falcon. In my opinion, he should retire a Falcon. He's one of the most important players in Atlanta history. The man is otherworldly. He is one of the greatest receivers in NFL history. Why wouldn't you want him on your team always and forever? But who knows what the Falcons are going to do, man. It's a new era down there, and they can decide to start things off for Arthur Smith by trading away the greatest wideout the team has ever seen.
I'm into it. I makes sense to me. Will Fuller, 2 for 38. Westbrook, 2 for 35 and a touchdown. Brandon Cooks, 3 for 38. Deshaun Watson ran one in to give us our 2 touchdowns today. Conley has 1 for 16. DJ Chark, I think, has nothing. Right? Making that up? Chark, nada. Darren Fells, nada. So those are the 2 guys off the board. Eifert, 2 for 8. Jordan Akins, backup tight end. Darren Fells has a catch.
Yeah, Conley on the board. It's been a low-key sim, kind of what we expected from Texans, Jags. We did have some fair ball movement. I mean, the Texans haven't really been getting stopped all that often except for that one horrible, horrible drive that ended at the goal line. Actually ended 4 yards from the goal line because Duke Johnson got blown right the hell up. And, I think they had 3 drives. It was goal line stand, touchdown, and then end a half. So all signs point to Houston holding serve here and defending their home field, but it is not looking great. They're letting the Jaguars stick around like they're the alligators and they got that cold blood to just hang in there. I think it might come back and bite them. We'll have to wait and see. To be fair, this Jags team's not having a lot of talent.
Hit that like wow. Can't talk. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. We're tied up at 7. A lot of love here for Gardner Minshew in the chat. Brother Phil, I like Minshew too. We've never seen him on a good team really, yet we've seen him look very good in spurts. Despite that, I'd like to see him get another chance with a better supporting cast. I've heard maybe like if Jimmy Garoppolo leaves San Francisco, maybe Minshew makes sense as a backup to Mac Jones in San Fran, because they're going to need a backup quarterback if Jimmy's out the door.
Yeah, they already lost Beathard, and I believe Nick Mullins is still unsigned. It's a weird situation. I don't understand why the Jags wouldn't want Gardner Minshew, a man who knows the town, a guy who's beloved by the fans, and a guy who's still under contract, dirt cheap for the next 2 years. I mean, he's playing on that rookie deal as a former 5th or 6th round pick. It's not expensive. You have a ton of cap space. Keep the guy who knows the system. Unless you want to do him a solid and send him somewhere where he might start, sure. But you have an asset. Why unload it when it's worth more as part of your roster?
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is Urban Meyer's team now, and I'm not gonna decide I know what the hell's going on with him.
For what it's worth, says Daniel, our technical director, I can't wait for the picture of Lawrence and Minshew walking into preseason practice, both wearing jorts. LOL.
Yeah.
Ooh, Rick Welsh, I like this too. Minshew in Pittsburgh. Mason can kick rock. So Rick is a Steelers fan. He'd like to see. That's a good idea. I mean, Haskins is there. What kind of contract did Haskins get again? What is that thing? It's like a
futures contract?
Yeah, futures contract. That's what it is. Right. So that sounds like, well, we'll take you, but we're not really interested in investing.
I like it. I like the idea of having him there. He's got that big arm, and if he can get his head right, he's got a shot. I mean, I think if you're trying to judge anyone based on how they did underneath Dan Snyder in Washington, you're always going to have a bad time. If there's any franchise that can wring potential out of him, I think it would be the Steelers, although they do have some questions to answer about that offensive line. Alejandro Villanueva still a free agent. That running game last year, awful behind those blocks. There are questions there, but with Ben winding down and honestly looking just god-awful the second half of last season, there's real opportunity there for Haskins or for Rudolph to show up and impress. The problem is Rudolph has definitely not been that guy. He's been occasionally better than expected. If you take a look at his numbers, he rates out as a relatively average quarterback. He actually has a winning record as a starter. I mean, last season or 2 seasons ago when Roethlisberger was starter, he actually went 5-3. Of course, we don't remember that. What we do remember, Glash, is him getting bonked in the head with his own helmet by Myles Garrett, which is quite possible. If they could make an NFT of that moment, I would buy it I would mortgage my house and my heart. That's basically.
You were about to say heart. Home is where the heart is, man.
Yeah, if I could mortgage my heart, I would do that too. But I would go above and beyond to get that, because that's just a glorious, just the bonk, and everyone was fine. Garrett obviously got the Happy Gilmore. Yeah, I set the record. I'm the first guy to take off my skate and try to stab someone to death with it. Like, he got that in the NFL with a helmet. Anyway, yeah, Mason Rudolph, not the answer, but whatever. He's not a train wreck. He's a fine, moderate backup. He's not going to win you any games, but there's a chance he's not going to lose you them either. Get him a decent running attack, and he can suffice. I think Haskins has all the arm talent in the world to surpass him on the depth chart, and we'll see what happens with Roethlisberger this year, which absolutely should be his final season as a pro. It definitely seemed like he wasn't going to come back, and then the two sides worked things out. He took the pay cut, and I think the Steelers desperately wanted him there because they knew they didn't have a plan B that was better.
All right. M. Roach chiming in with his draft thoughts. Relly Rel says hello. What's up, Relly Rel? Chris Boyd needs Cooks to get going. M. Roach says, why does everyone think it's Miami's going to take a wide receiver at 6 after taking Will Fuller in the offseason? Parker, Preston Williams looked great until injury. Wilson coming back from holdout. Grant, Lynn Bowden. Yeah, I mean, that's
I think it's why they traded back up to 6 from 12. If they wanted to take a defender, if they wanted to take someone else, they would have stayed at 12. But at 6, that's right in the thick of where those dynamic, talented pass catchers are going to be taken. If they didn't want one of those guys, I think they would have stayed at 12 and just let the top defender available come to them, or get a lineman like Rashawn Slater, Christian Darrisaw, Elijah Vera Tucker. Instead, they spent some of that capital they got from the Niners to move back up from 12 to 6. That's the heart of the pass catching alley right there. So I think everyone just kind of connecting the dots on that one. It's not a sure thing for sure, but if you are making a mock draft based on the most likely outcome, I think that's what it is.
PGZ, man, they talked about how Chucky Gruden's not going to do anything for Vegas. Not sure who. Oh, Congo Cab. And there, I guess that was in the sim earlier. That was one of the football discussions, that Gruden is not going to do anything for Vegas in terms of making them better. That ball is complete to Will Fuller. Speak of him.
Yeah. Or is he talking about that Gruden is not going to take the reins and steer that ship directly into a reef? Because that's what I was discussing. You never, like, Gruden is good for one weird, baffling decision every year. Maybe he already spent it by signing Kenyon Drake to an entirely too expensive contract when he's already got Josh Jacobs. Maybe that was the one head-scratching Gruden move, or maybe there's something more. It's okay, we get another horrible drive and a punt as this game remains 7-all halfway through the third quarter. But Congo Cab, you are the straight-up Raiders expert, so I will defer to you on that one. Congo Cab said that's why Miami's taking Sewell. I don't think Sewell's going to last Miami. I think Sewell is going to be the guy for the Bengals. The Bengals if Pitts drops to 5, that's when it would happen. If we see quarterbacks go top 4, then maybe Sewell slides to 6. All right, because then the Bengals get a chance at Kyle Pitts, and that 2 tight end setup, Pitts and a returning healthy CJ Uzama. I like that a lot for Joe Burrow, but if even then it's going to be a tough sell because you have a stud young quarterback who got smashed to pieces last season because his blocking was terrible. You know, if you're the Bengals, you absolutely suck at bringing in free agent blocking talent. You're a little bit better at developing it, but not by much. Go out and get the can't miss guy. Keep your rookie passer's blind side protected. Sewell, if Pitts is off the board, I don't see a world in which Sewell gets past the Bengals at 5. If Pitts is on board, then it's 50-50. He goes to Cincinnati.
David says, let's go Armstead, let's go Bortles. Well, good luck to your lineup. Rick Welsh says, Thompson touchdown needed because, he's 13% in the captain spot, 55% owned overall, so I can understand. Here is Minshew with a clean pocket. That might be just enough for the first down, complete to Conley. Yep, that's a first. Only 10 pass attempts for Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, at least Deshaun Watson has the rushing touchdown, but this has just been a grim start to the evening slate thus far, which I guess we should have seen coming when it featured 2 of the first 3 picks in this year's draft. The Texans and the Jaguars, of course, the Texans. Not making that 3rd overall pick because the Laramie Tunsil trade, which hello, Brian, man. They gave him the Texans in general. Cal McNair, man. If you're a Houston fan, I feel so badly for you.
Westbrook with the catch. He's got the Jags lone touchdown in this one to the 23. 2 minutes to go in the 3rd. By the way, speaking of all the draft talk we've been having, be sure to be with us. We're going to have 6 Madden Sims on Thursday. But between Sims, I know for sure, at least the plan for right now is Lamarca and I are doing the 8 o'clock Sim. So while the draft is going on, we'll be talking about it as the Sim unfolds. The Sim on Thursday at 8 is Chargers-Falcons. So that's actually kind of newsworthy in the sense of we'll see if Atlanta moves out of 4, and we can talk whatever at that point, right? The picks will be coming in. But right when the Sim ends, we're going to stay live. We're going to stay live and discuss what else is going down in the first round before Madden After Dark. So please use us as a secondary screen to the draft.
Ooh, is Minch gonna? Oh,
nice run.
Gets down before he can fumble too, which is what you like to see. Now this could be Chris Thompson territory. Could be a little Raquel Armstead vulture. You did see him on the first carry of the game.
So now they're at the 5. Oh boy. What are we going to get? Where's my buddy O'Shaughnessy? Minshew.
Anytime. He's going to do it himself. Oh, rushing touchdowns for both quarterbacks now. As Minshew, 1 through the air, 1 on the ground. Jags take a 6-point lead with 29 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Ryan, see any chance we see Blake Bortles here or a 0? There is 0 chance that we would see Blake Bortles, who was not on the Jaguars roster last year or even the year before.
Yeah, I think in Simland he's on the Rams, right? Is he in the league right now?
Not at the moment. I believe he remains unsigned. I don't even think he finished off the year with the Rams. He might have. Only going to be 29 next year, but also is very much Blake Bortles. His relevance appears to have died with the end of The Good Place, which great show. Wasn't able to keep up the torrid pace of its first 2 seasons, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. Solid show. Michael Scherer, good showrunner.
Junior Montoya This sim sucks. Very, very brief and to the point. Brother Phil, good to hear, Glashy. First time I've ever played NFL DFS while watching the draft at the same time. We live in a wondrous time. Yeah, I mean, look, we're doing sims. We're not taking sims away because of the draft on Thursday. We're going to do the sims, and then whenever the 8 o'clock sim ends, 8 Eastern, we'll pick up where the draft's going. So if it's the 6th pick coming up, or if it's the 12th pick coming up, if it's the 3rd pick coming up, we're going to be here. So don't touch that dial. Keep your screens on. Duke Johnson with a minus yard carry.
Yeah, he's at 3 for 4 on the day, which feels right. A very Duke Johnson kind of day.
I will say, Brother Phil's mentioned this in the chat. You would have figured with 2 pretty bad defenses that we would have maybe got more points, but that has, not been the case.
You know what? The Texans' Simland defense, though, looks a lot better on paper. So you'd think they'd be able to, they have J.J. Watt, Benardrick McKinney, and they have guys who can make a difference. Just they are not. They are getting beaten regularly by Chris Conley and Dede Westbrook and Gardner Minshew. It's been a journey, a very slow journey, but a journey indeed. As we're through 3 quarters, we have 3 touchdowns, 1 on the ground for Minshew, 1 through the air, Minshew to Dede Westbrook, and 1 on the ground for Deshaun Watson. Our 2 quarterbacks combined, Glash, have 201 passing yards.
Well, there you go. Wondrous. Amazing.
Everyone on the ground is bad. The rushing stats are bad.
They're not. I mean, Watson 46 is not awful.
It's fine. It's just
fine.
It's just ugh. David Johnson 10 for 28. Duke Johnson 3 for 4. I mean, the entire backfield platoon for the Texans is averaging like 2.5 per carry. Through the air, Dede Westbrook's 49 yards are the most in this game. This has just been
no words. Michael Clark, if we were playing kickball, you're on my team. Thanks. I'm honored.
As Daniel behind the scenes wants to know who dented this beautiful sign. A toddler may have spilled a little bit of milk on it and also drew on it in pen, which is it's a shame because the Killer Wars put so much effort into this. The beautiful vinyl sticker on there, the cardstock behind it. It's lovely. It's perfect. And if you are interested in signing up, it's absolutely free. Tomorrow, we're going to have the 5 simple rules for drafting an NFL wideout coming directly to your inbox. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's not just me. It's the former primaries SB Nation's NFL coverage, editors Sarah Hardy and Ryan Van Bibber. We hit your inboxes 3 times a week in the morning, postroute.substack.com.
All right. Let's go. Love it. Love it.
Guys, I see you in the Twitch chat. I love Piercy too. You know this stuff is not in my hands. I don't get to make those calls. I will do what I can to advocate for his coming back. Don't worry.
This is interesting. Craig Martin says, Glash, you're bored. You're dying inside. You know it. Go in character.
I see no lies in that statement.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking into your eyes right now, and it's clearly the light is dying. You've not put on a fake beard or any of Sarah's clothes, and God knows how long. It's like we don't even know you anymore, Glash.
Yeah. Wow. Got to do some self-evaluating, I guess.
Yeah. It's a tough one.
I don't know. It was a pretty good run. I ran out of stuff. There were no sports going on, so that was kind of why. It was kind of filling my day. But now with stuff going on, I mean, I'd rather talk about the NFL draft and I don't know. I I got nothing. I got nothing to respond to that. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback. Junior says these hosts jinx the sim. LOL JK.
I mean, I don't know how much work we have to do to jinx a sim between the Texans and Jaguars. But maybe it was because we were just talking about how relatively imposing the Texans' defense is on paper. I mean, you'd think. I mean, J.J. Watt, that was the big stink, right? Everyone was mad about how high his Madden ratings were coming into the season. And yet, I feel like we've not called his name all sim. As the Texans are beginning to come alive, Watson getting it done mostly himself here, although Fuller does have a nice catch there. They're going to give him the first down on that one? No, they're going to say he reestablished himself after getting pushed backwards. So instead of 1st and 10, it's 2nd and 1.
David says, by shouting out who we want, I think it jinxes things. I see.
Sometimes we speak it into existence, though. We don't know. Jacob Weatherford, the touchdowns belong to both quarterbacks on the ground. As 3rd and 5 coming up now is Joe Schobert, former Wisconsin Badger, one of the highest paid free agents of 2020. Inked a massive deal at more than $10 million annually to be part of that Jaguars rebuild. Just shows you how expensive middle linebackers have gotten because there's a scarcity of talent in the middle, which is why guys like Christian Kirksey keep getting extra chances, and Blake Martinez and Jake Ryan is, oh no. Well, Bill O'Brien pressed to make another decision as after getting up to 2nd and 1, his Texans promptly lose 4 yards. He can kick the field goal, hope for a defensive stop here, and try to mount a last-ditch comeback, or he can go for it. He's going to go for it. 4th and 5.
Come on!
Jags 17. 0 for 1 already today on 4th down attempts. All right, Texans.
Yeah! There's a good energy in the sim. Brandon Cooks.
Cooks. Touchdown for the 1. Texans tie this ball game back up about halfway through the 4th quarter here.
Now that is helpful. I mean, for me. I don't know about you guys. Let's go. Brandon Cooks. Now 38 touchdowns in Madden 21 in his his great DraftKings career. Ownership in the Free Public Showdown, 10%, about 10% in the captain spot, 51% owned overall. Noah Moon likes it. Mark Underwood says, yes! Yep. I'll take it. Trenton says, nice. El Bongo, money dude. Congo Cab, yay, Cooks. Brian Anderson, Emerson's Baby Gap shirt. Nice. Very good. Aaron says, sitting here in Jacksonville watching the sim, all of a sudden, Sweet Home Alabama comes rocking in my son's room. Jags victory song. Let's hope Trevor Lawrence knows the words. Sweet Home Alabama. Who has better hair, you or Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, my hair's better by far. Trevor Lawrence has very nice hair, but he's like a Borzoi, it's that straight kind of blonde. Like, it would make a great wig, but it just doesn't have the natural flow and curls that this thick, lush Croatian hair of mine contains. This thing curls up on its own like spirals. Real wonderful, glorious. Let it get long enough and it becomes its own thing. Chark on the board. Took him long enough. And Gardner Minshew up over 100 yards passing. It only took him 28 minutes of game time to get there.
Ashley says, now it's time for Chark. Brian Anderson, why? That's a good question. Why is that the song for the Jags?
Yeah.
They play in Florida, not Alabama. Rick Welsh, the Jags have a victory song? Don't you have to have a victory first? Oh, the band is from Jacksonville. That's why. Didn't know that.
Yeah, no, the band name is named after one of their old high school teachers, Leonard Skinner. They changed it just enough that I guess they couldn't get sued, and a bunch of guys died in a plane crash, and ooh, that smell, all that.
Yeah.
Tragic band, tragic group right there.
Chris Boyd Fells, you're killing me. It's Conley tumbles to the 43 of Houston. Plenty of room for the Lambo to get fired up. 3 for 34 for Conley.
We now have Free Piercy, the kind Canadian, in the YouTube chat. Let's see, guys. I bet he'll be back. I saw him on Twitter. He apologized to Emerson. I'm sure those two will smooth things out.
There was a Twitter apology?
There's a Twitter apology.
What's the handle?
Let's see. Piercy's Twitter handle is Dirty TT Canadian. I'm going to tweets and replies. Sorry for the outburst. Apologies about the line crossing. I think all will be well.
I don't see it.
Cooler heads will prevail. You got to go into tweets and replies because he tagged Emerson first. Fells off the map, he did.
No response from Lazio yet? 40 minutes ago. Wow. Interesting. Well, see how that unfolds. 3rd and 4. Thompson.
No.
Now they're going to kick this. I have faith in the Lambo.
They are indoors too. That's going to help. But yeah, this is not going to be a short field goal. 56 yards for Joshy here. I hate the idea that you're going to run it there. Like, you're fine just settling 4-3. Texans take the timeout, and if Lambo misses here, they're going to have a short field to work with. Let's see if he can get it here. He's going to have to get all of it. Wasn't a terrible effort. Looked like it had enough leg. It was a line drive kick. I think it just moved a bit wide. Not terrible. And now Deshaun Watson takes over at his own 46. So Fairbarn, from here, you need about, let's say, 17 yards before you start feeling good about a game winner from him. Watson runs into traffic, and no gain there. Taven Bryan gets the sack because Watson just ran right into him. That helps.
Well, Free Piercy, I'd put this on a shirt. Can't we all just get a bong? I think get along was the goal there, but maybe that's what you want too. Dan Anderson, this is cool, just signed up for Christian's newsletter, forwarded the link to a Dynasty fantasy owner friend.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that, and I know a bunch of you out there have subscribed, and I can't tell you how grateful we are to have you. It's a big deal to us, and we're hopefully gonna have some cool stuff coming forward. We're even in talks maybe about bringing a podcast to the Dream Stream. We're gonna have to wait and see. You know, it's the exact lead-in you'd want for Dan Lebitard. So, you know, I'd say we're equally famous, so it works out pretty well. It's finally a solid run there, and that is going to make things tougher and tougher for this Jaguar team, who is running low on timeouts. Houston can pretty much run the clock down as they please now that it's 1st and 10 from the 26. Clearly, you'd like to get a little bit closer, but you can run the ball here, run the ball on 2nd down, run the ball on 3rd down, take a timeout, and line up your kick with like 4 seconds to go. If they don't gain another yard, it'll only be a 38-yarder from here.
I will be here for the 8 p.m. sim with Tommy Freeze Pops, the Washington football team hosting Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then Rossi and Freeze Pops have Madden After Dark. Christian is back at 6. We're back here tomorrow night, same time.
I might actually be back at 4 as well. I think Drew about potentially filling in. His loss of 1 there helps the Jags cause a little. The clock is going to run. Texans do have a timeout, so they don't have to worry about that clock. They can burn it down, run it on 3rd and 7, go from there. Let's see if David Johnson can't make things a little bit easier on his team. Not really. So he gains back the yard he lost. He's going to finish his day with 46 rushing yards. But we are about to get a 38-yard game-winning field goal attempt from this Texans team. Oof. Let's talk about our players of the game. And this one, I think he's going to not be. He's going to be the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. That's Chris Thompson, 9K in the flex, and he gave you 31 rushing yards. End of the list. The kick is up. The kick is good. It's a walk-off. Second walk-off field goal I've seen today, and I only had 2 sims. So babysitter Billy goes to Chris Thompson, and the crusty cough. A lot of options here. Let's go ahead and give it to Brandon Cooks.
Okay.
Wasn't as chalky as Deshaun Watson. Didn't have as good a game as Deshaun Watson, but 4 catches, 55 yards, and a touchdown in an otherwise nondescript game. Let's you know what? We got those out of the way. Let's put this game behind us. Let's focus on the good. Let's accentuate the positive. Let's go in and listen to Princeton graduate and NFL veteran Ross Tucker coming up next. Flash, did I miss anything?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that what's his face, Darren Fells, big old goose egg for yours truly. I thought about fading Thompson, but it didn't work out. Yes, as Christian said, Christian's back maybe tomorrow for 2 sims, not just 1, and certainly we hope Piercy is freed in the near future. As Christian alluded to, coming up next here in the Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, Amory Hunt, they lay out a first-round mock draft based on what each team should do. Not what they think they will do, what they should do, as opposed to, yes, what they will likely do. Here we go. Ross, take it away.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's strike 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings, and I am so fired up for this week on so many levels. Already posted today the interview on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast with Ben Standig. He is the single best mock drafter on the planet over the last 10 years. That is predicting what teams will do. Today on the College Draft Podcast, a little bit different. It's all built up to this. Emery Hunt and I are going to predict what teams should do. Our opinion of what they should, not what we think they will do, but what they should do. I'm Ross Tucker, the former NFL offensive lineman, at Ross Tucker NFL on all the different social media platforms. You know about the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I already told you about that. Tomorrow on the Even Money Podcast, we will place all of our NFL draft bets. So you're going to want to listen to that one. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we've got the Fantasy Feast Podcast breaking down exactly what we're going to do with some of the selections that Ben Standing made in his mock draft. It's going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Andrew Brandt Wednesday. I'll go over the first round of the draft with Greg Cosell Friday morning. And then, of course, Emery and I will go in depth over the next few weeks, breaking down the NFL draft team by team, giving you our thoughts. Emery, of course, can always be found at FBall Game Plan. That's where you can see him on social media. He's Football Game Plan on YouTube. And then, of course, still time. Footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. If you're like half my college buddies and you don't dare study for something until it's 2 or 3 days before the test, you can still easily go to footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide and get your PDF that has scouting reports on every single player. All right, Emery, no time to waste, man. I'm looking forward to this. I'll do the odds, you'll do the evens, and we're just going to say what we think these teams should do and why. I'll start with the Jacksonville Jaguars. No fancy music, no whatever. I think they should take Trevor Lawrence. I think he was the number one recruit in high school for a reason. He was impressive when I met him when he was in high school. I think he came to Clemson. I mean, you win a national championship as a true freshman. That's awfully impressive. Didn't do anything to dissuade me the next 2 years. The amount of pressure and attention that's been on him really since ninth grade, and he's been able to handle it. I think he's the guy the Jags should take number one overall.
Now, I agree with you, man. That's a great pick. So at number 2 with the Jets, based off the latter part of what you just said, being in the spotlights since ninth grade, handling the spotlight, going to Clemson and winning a national championship as a freshman, getting thrown into the fire, playing in big games over the course of his career. That's why I'm taking Justin Fields at number 2 with the Jets. I feel like for this particular market, they need someone that can handle the pressure. Fields has been battle tested. You think about what he had to follow going to Ohio State. Dwayne Haskins coming off a Heisman finalist season where he broke Big Ten records, Ohio State records, NCAA records, and got a Big Ten championship all in his one season of starting. Justin Fields went ahead and did that 2 years in a row. So coming out here to New York is definitely where you want someone that can handle the pressure, not be swayed by the boos that's going to happen when he throws his first incomplete pass in a preseason game. You need someone that's mentally tough for the situation. That's why I'm going Justin Fields.
So if it plays out that way, I think the Niners at 3 should take Zach Wilson. And maybe they don't need Zach Wilson. Maybe Kyle Shanahan thinks he can have Mac Jones as an executor of the offense. But I've seen ridiculous throw after ridiculous throw from Zach Wilson. I kind of like that he's had to overcome adversity of the injury, competing for his starting job. And I love the idea of him being a part of that bootleg game and play action game that Kyle Shanahan has, because he's an athlete and he can rip it. If it plays out this way, I would take Zach Wilson at 3 if I'm the Niners.
I think that's the most ideal fit for Wilson, to be completely honest, because of what you talked about, the bootleg game. I think he's the best at throwing on the move. And him with that wide zone offense coming off play action, my goodness. I just love that fit for Zach Wilson. I would have went there that way as well. At pick 4, Atlanta, everyone's looking at Kyle Pitts, but this is an era of football where teams trot out 2 number 1 wide receivers. The Falcons last year took A.J. Terrell, who was outstanding toward the back end of the season. They have Kendall Sheffield, who I think is a very good cover corner. He's a good slot corner. Why not double down on that position and take the best corner in the class at number 1 and Patrick Surtain out of Alabama? So now you walk into a situation with 2 number 1s and a solid number 2 as your third corner. I like that matchup. 2 tall corners that can match up in press and man coverage. It'll be hard to complete passes against Atlanta with Surtain paired up with A.J. Terrell and Kendall Sheffield.
At number 5, the Bengals, they have their choice of Penei Sewell, Kyle Pitts, and Jamar Chase. For me, it's Kyle Pitts all day. I think he's the most likely player in this draft to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. They already have pretty good receivers with Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins. Plus, they can get a receiver or an O-lineman at the top of round 2 and top of round 3. You can only get Kyle Pitts right here and right now. Bengals take Kyle Pitts at 5.
Love that. Love that pick, because they did it last year when they took Burrow at 1 and got T. freaking Higgins at the top of the second round. So you're absolutely right. Pick 6, Dolphins, first of their 2 first-round picks. I'm noticing a trend with Miami. They want speed. They want to be an explosive, fast team. There's no game break. There's no Saquon Barkley to take here at 6. Otherwise, that would have been my pick. But there is speed at wide receiver. I'm going Jamar Chase. I think he's the most polished of the receivers. He's explosive. He's dynamic. He's a big playmaker waiting to happen. And I think with Will Fuller, the signing, they can kick him inside and have Jamar Chase on the outside along with Devontae Parker. I'm going with Chase.
So that brings up the Lions, which is really interesting because the Lions need a receiver. They need a linebacker. I mean, they need a lot. The Lions need a lot. And they've got Penei Sewell, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle among the guys on the board. I think if it plays out like this, I think that the Detroit Lions should take Jalen Waddle. I think they need a difference-making speed player that can be a playmaker for Goff or whoever they eventually get at quarterback. So if I'm the Lions there, I'm taking Waddle.
Love that one. They have no one that threatens you right now on the perimeter at wide receiver. So that one makes complete sense. So at pick 8, looking at Carolina, and I think they're going to give Sam Darnold. Otherwise, you don't make a move for Sam Darnold if you have a Teddy Bridgewater there already. So Darnold is going to be their guy. So I think you have to look at protecting him up front. And I'm going with Rashawn Slater. The reason why I'm going with Slater, because he can play anywhere up front. And so that allows you the flexibility to put him anywhere up front. Greg Little, they drafted out of Ole Miss a couple years ago. Let's allow him to grow, develop into someone. And so now you can put Slater where you see fit. And I think that'll be perfect, whether you want to play him at center, guard, or tackle. He's the best, most versatile tackle or offensive lineman, I believe, in the class.
You know, it's interesting because on today's Ross Tucker football podcast, Ben Standig, who is the best mock drafter in the world over the last 10 years, he had the Broncos trading from 9 to 4 to get Trey Lance. With the way it's playing out for what we think these teams should do, I believe that the Denver Broncos should draft Trey Lance at 9 if it plays out like this. I'm not sold on Drew Lock, and you get a guy like Trey Lance. Look, you can give Lock half the year to show what he can do. Let Trey Lance ease into it a little bit if you want, but I don't think you can pass on Trey Lance at 9. That's who the Broncos take.
Yeah, you know, and I like Drew Lock, and so I kind of want to see him win out and play well, but I can understand taking the high upside player in Lance. At 10 are the Cowboys. To me, cornerback all day, and that's J.C. Horn out of South Carolina. He's aggressive. He's athletic. He plays the ball very well and gives them someone that can really take away a team's number one receiver. He's not afraid to travel either, so I like that about his game.
So this is really interesting for the Giants now because Penei Sewell is still there. Devontae Smith is still there. Micah Parsons is still there. I feel like this would be very difficult for Dave Gettleman at this point because I bet you they would be thrilled. I mean, because honestly, Emery, they would take any one of those 3 guys. Mm-hmm. They'd be happy with any of them. But you just took Andrew Thomas last year in the first round, and you took Peart in the 3rd round. I don't know that you go back with Penei Sewell, especially with Solder. He is going to come back this year. You got Galladay in free agency. I think that if it plays out this way, I think they got – look, I'm not going to say that he's Lawrence Taylor because he's not, but Micah Parsons has rare physical ability, and they could even use him in obvious passing downs as an edge rusher. I think if it plays out this way, the Giants should take Micah Parsons, the linebacker from Penn State.
I feel the same exact way in the real draft, Ross. You think about what they have already defensively. There's a stud up front in Leonard Williams, and Dexter Lawrence is trending that way. There's a stud in the second level with how they brought in James Bradbury last year, and they have a bunch of talent on the back end. They need a stud at the second level, you know, at linebacker, and Parsons would be the most ideal fit because there's only one of him in this class. Pick 12, Philadelphia. With the 2 top corners gone, I would have gone corner if either one of those guys would have fell there at pick 12. But with Devonta Smith still on the board, that's my next best option with a great fallback plan for Philadelphia, getting the Heisman Trophy winner to help Jalen Hurts, you know, take that next step this year, his second full season of starting, his first full season of starting. So I'm going with Devonta Smith, a Heisman winner, wide receiver out of Alabama.
I don't know if you can see it, but Tom Telesco, the Chargers GM, crying tears of joy that somehow at 13 they got arguably the best player at by far their biggest position in need, offensive tackle. They take Penei Sewell at 13 to be with his boy Justin Herbert. That would be a no-brainer at this point in the draft for the Chargers.
Yeah,
Penei Sewell 13.
Run up and get those offensive linemen. And at 14, I'm with the Vikings. And because Trey Lance is off the board, I can't go quarterback here because Kirk Cousins is 51-2 as a starting quarterback. He is legit stealing money right now as a starting quarterback. However, there is a gaping hole at defensive end. And so I'm going to go with Jalen Phillips, the pass rusher out of Miami, to put him up front in Mike Zimmer's defense and let him just wreak havoc all day.
I like that pick quite a bit. That kid, I might have told you this when I did the U.S. Army Bowl, Emory. He was the most impressive, maybe even the most impressive prospect I've ever seen at the U.S. Army Bowl. I mean, he was like 6'6", 250 and just beating guys like a drum. I remember thinking he would get drafted out of high school. I don't know how high, and I'm not saying like he's ready to be a pro. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if he had been allowed to enter the NFL draft after high school, somebody would have drafted him at some point. I guarantee it. And I would have been fascinated to see how high because he was that good. 15 for the Patriots. If it falls this way, they got to take Mac Jones. I mean, he's this year's version of a more athletic Tom Brady. We have 22 years in a row. We got a more athletic Tom Brady. Never happened once, by the way. But I do think Mac Jones, like they can really go right back to the whole Tom Brady playbook. Now, it's a little weird because Cam's there, but Mac Jones has a lot of similar skills to Tom Brady. I'm not saying he's going to be Tom Brady. I'll tell you, in fact, right now, he won't be. But he at least has similar skills. That's who they should draft. If he's just sitting for them at 15, that's who the Patriots should take.
At worst, he's Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And so it's definitely still helps you out if you're New England. 16, we're at Arizona. I think they need help on the perimeter. On defense, I hate seeing people keep stockpiling offensive talent to Arizona. No, they need to stop people. So I'm going with a cornerback here. I'm going to trust my doctors, the Emory Hunt School of Medicine, that Caleb Farley is healthy. Let's go Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech, the cornerback with tremendous ball skills.
Man, they replaced Patrick Peterson with a guy that, has some Patrick Peterson-like skills. I love it. So now the Raiders are on the clock. And you've got the Christians, Barmore, Darrisaw, Trayvon Moehrig, Rashad. I don't think they love the fact that the top three corners are gone. I think that probably would have been where they go. I have a sense that they probably really like Trayvon Moehrig from TCU. Good middle of the field safety. I think that's who the Raiders should take if it plays out this way. Trayvon Moehrig from TCU.
All right. I like him. And I think they do need help at all three levels, to be honest, on defense. Miami's back up with their second first-round pick, and they need a backfield mate to go with Tua Tagovailoa. It's a gaping hole on defense. And it may be interesting to some, the pick I'm going to go here, but it makes sense when you think about what I said earlier in the show, how they're building a speed, fast break offense. So why not continue that trend with Travis Etienne out of Clemson? You want speed, explosiveness. You got Will Fuller. You got Mike Gesicki, who's a stretch vertical player at tight end. We just added Jamar Chase, who's a 4-3 guy that's explosive. Travis Etienne has ridiculous explosiveness coming from the backfield. It'll be hard to defend this Miami offense. Too much speed out there on the field.
So I'm plugging these in as we go. Man, PFF has him ranked really low. I had to try to find him. It's interesting.
PFF only likes quarterbacks and receivers. If it's not a quarterback or receiver, it's a failed draft for PFF. So they want to build a 7-on-7 team. Let's leave PFF out of this.
All right, Washington at 19. I'm just using their mock draft simulator. So I'm plugging in who you're taking, and I can see who's still available for this exercise. 19, I think Washington would be thrilled the way this played out. And I think that they need an offensive tackle. I think they would come down to Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech and Vera Tucker from USC. I'm going to go Vera Tucker from USC because of the guard tackle flexibility. I think they think he can play tackle. Little questions about Darrisaw's motor, maybe. I'll go Vera Tucker to Washington at 19.
Especially when you have a Sadiq Charles that they drafted last year fairly high, and they like him as a tackle. So it gives them two young players to work into the mix up front. So I like how that makes sense for Washington. At 20, we have Chicago. I like the physical nature of what they do defensively, and they lose Kyle Fuller. So they got to bring in someone that's a gnat, an asshole, so to speak, out there on the cornerback at corner. So Greg Newsome out of Northwestern, with how physical he plays and how frustrating it would be for him to be a receiver to go against him, Greg Newsome makes all kind of sense for Chicago at pick 20.
Yeah, and I think if it plays out just like this, the Colts will be pretty happy. They'll take Christian Darrisaw, the Virginia Tech left tackle. I was there the first game he started as a true freshman, that Sunday night game or Monday night game, Labor Day weekend against Florida State. They need a left tackle pretty badly. And Darrisaw, even if he's not ready right away, they got other guys, Davenport and whatever. But Darrisaw can be eventually Anthony Costanzo's replacement at left tackle in Indy.
All right, now here we are, pick 22. Tennessee is up on the board. I have a question. Is Waddle still on the board?
No.
He is gone. So
I took Waddle at like 7 with Detroit.
Now, if you're Tennessee, you're like, man, that was a guy that we needed to go vertical down the field to help open up the offense. So on the flip side of that, I'm going with someone that can get after the quarterback. And I look at someone that's a good edge rusher, because right now you'll know how healthy Bud Dupree will be. So I think for Tennessee, getting someone athletic, or someone that could be a nice little run stuffer on the edge. How about Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia? Right there for, the Tennessee Titans out of Georgia. A guy that's a good run edge setter in the run game, physical player, someone that you can trust to keep your defense on pace. Because you have Harold Landry on one side, and you brought in Bud Dupree, but Ojulari gives you someone to help stop the bleeding in case Bud Dupree is not ready to go 100% by training camp.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I guess Peter King said this morning some people have some concerns about Ojulari's knee or knees, but again, you never know if that's the truth or that's someone that wants him to slide or whatever. And we don't know that. We got to go by what we see from these guys on tape, and what he's put on tape is pretty darn good. All right, the Jets are up now, and they could think about a linebacker like Owusu Koromora from Notre Dame. But I think if it plays out this way, they would go for an edge guy. The question is it Kwity Paye? Is it Jason Owe? I'm going to say they should take Owe. Look, they're just not making people like him. He's 6'5", 257, and runs a legit 4.3, 640. Never played a down of football until his junior year of high school. Everybody talks about how he had no sacks this past year. If you watch Penn State, he was in the backfield a lot, number one. Number two, he had 5 sacks the year before rotating with Yetur Gross-Matos and Shaka Toney. So it's like nobody ever brings up the fact, and now he's never had a sack. He had 5 sacks the year before as like a rotational D end. So anyway, Jason Owe is the pick for the Jets at 23. Steelers are on the clock at 24.
Yeah, at 24. You know what? The more I watch Najee Harris film at Alabama, the more it became evident that he was actually wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform out there on the field. So it just naturally makes sense that he goes to Pittsburgh with this pick, another place where there's a gaping hole at running back, and he fits everything that they want. He's Le'Veon Bell-like in terms of his elusiveness, his ability to be a threat as a receiver, his ability to be a fantastic running back with his vision, working front side to backside, home run, slam dunk, case closed pick right there. I'm going with Najee Harris.
The Jaguars are on the clock now at 25, and I feel like Urban Meyer knows he needs to win up front. He needs to get better up front, both sides of the ball. That's a big reason for his success at Florida and Ohio State. O-line looks okay, I think D-line is where they really need someone. And I think he's going to take a big swing with Christian Barmore, the D lineman from Alabama, the D tackle. Not great against the run right now, but can be an interior disruptor. And that's what they want. Christian Barmore would go to the Jaguars at 25.
At pick 26 are the Cleveland Browns. They bring in Jadeveon Clowney as a free agent, but I think he's best rushing, as far as playing the pass on the interior. So they're going to need another edge rusher that can get off the ball, provide that pass rush consistency, and someone that has upside. He's long, athletic. He's actually my number one edge rusher, and that's going to be Joe Tryon out of Washington. So now you put Tryon, Clowney, and Garrett out there on the field at the same time. Good luck, offensive line that you face. Tryon will be my pick at 26.
27, it's the Ravens. And I think the Ravens, look, at this point, you got to get a guy like Kwity Paye, who is a physical phenom, stout against the run. And I just can picture, Wink Martindale being able to move him around and use him. And he reminds me of the guys they lost, Ngakoue, Matthew Judon, some similarities there. I would take Kwity Paye at 27 at that point if I'm the Ravens.
Man, I'm glad you bypassed this guy, because I look at New Orleans, and I look at New Orleans needed another impact player. Now, I can go into the secondary and grab that guy, but because you passed on him, I'm taking Zaven Collins out of Tulsa at linebacker. I don't care which linebacker spot you want to play him. He's excellent. You have Demario Davis. You drafted Zach Bond last year out of Wisconsin, who's a speed burst guy coming off the edge. Zaven Collins is just a guy that you want to play defense for you, because he's good on both ends of defense. He can play coverage very well, has good ball skills, good instincts. He's 270 now. It's almost Levon Kirkland territory, being able to hold his own on the inside. But I'm going Zaven Collins out of Tulsa for New Orleans.
Two things. One is, it'd be so fun to do this again, Emery, and flip. You do the odds, I do the evens, and just see how different it ends up. Just see how much of a change that ends up making. Also, I mentioned this on the Ross Tucker podcast. Please go to 100flowers.com. Use the code football to get your mom flowers. It's the easiest and best Mother's Day gift. 100flowers.com, code football, or have your mom enter the DraftKings thing, the $50,000 free-to-play pool using the code Ross. Just tell her to get the app on her phone. All right, so if it plays out this way, I think that the Packers would be thrilled to take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame, and because they need an off-the-ball linebacker. They're pretty good up front with the Smith brothers and Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark. Pretty good on the back end. They need a 3-down coverage linebacker, and that's what Owusu-Koramoah is.
That's almost an ideal fit for them. I agree with you. They need someone. They've been needing that guy for quite some time, to be quite honest. And Owusu-Koramoah would be outstanding for Green Bay. At pick 30 are the Buffalo Bills. This is a very good defense. So I want to make that defense even better. I almost thought about going tight end here with Pat Freiermuth, putting him up front on that offense, but I'm willing to let Dawson Knox develop. I'm going to go defense. Asante Samuel Jr., give me all the ball skills and instincts and put him out there on the corner. I think he's going to be a phenomenal pro.
I can see that. I can see them doing that. 31, the Baltimore Ravens. A lot of ways they could go here. I think they'd be torn at this point between like a Rashad Bateman, that type of guy, or an Elijah Moore, one of these receivers, and Tevin Jenkins, the tackle from Oklahoma State. They lose Orlando Brown, who they just traded to Kansas City over the weekend. Tevin Jenkins is a people mover in the run game. Exactly what the Ravens want. I know there's some reports that they might sign Alejandro Villanueva or whatever. I think they'd rather have a guy like Jenkins, a young guy who's also probably cheaper. I think that's who they would take. they'll take a receiver next round probably, but get Jenkins now.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I think signing Sammy Watkins kind of helped alleviate the immediate need for a wide receiver. Plus, you have guys that you drafted last year in Duvernay and Prochet that should develop in your system. So they feel a little bit more stable at receiver. Like you said, they can go receiver elsewhere in the draft. There's tons of receivers you can find. So rounding out this first round with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I want to help them get younger up front, a pressure player on the inside. So I'm going with Levy Onwuzurike out of Washington, the defensive tackle. Didn't play this year, but definitely someone that has the quicks off the ball that can find his way into the backfield and be a pressure player. Just makes that defense even tougher in 2021.
That'll do it for round one, Emery. I don't know if there's a way we can publish this, but that'll do it for round one. Some of the players still on the board: Rashad Bateman, Elijah Rondell Moore, Nick Bolton, the linebacker from Missouri, Gregory Rousseau didn't go in the first round, Samuel Cosme, Kadarius Toney, Alex Leatherwood, Jamin Davis, Boogie Basham, Landon Dickerson. A lot of guys didn't end up going in the first. Look, it happens every year. Every year they think 50 guys are going in round one. It's never been more than 32. I promise. It's never been more than 32. Emery, that was fun, wasn't it?
It was fun. It kind of, keeps you on your toes going back and forth, and you kind of think things through. Because for instance, if Pittsburgh, if Landon Dickerson had been healthy any part of his career for an extended period of time, I probably would have gone Landon Dickerson with Pittsburgh, because they definitely they need a center that needs to start right now. But again, you look at the second round, opportunity to get Dickerson, opportunity to get Myers from Ohio State. But that's the type of games you have to play with yourself if you're drafting these players.
That was awesome. All right, so next week, Emery and I on Monday, we will start to go through the draft. Our thoughts on what all the teams did should be awesome. Keep it right here. Make sure you subscribe to the College Draft Podcast. Still time to get the footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. As many of you remember from this past season or know, we will make picks against the spread this fall when college football is back as well. So a great podcast to have as part of your repertoire. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
yourself a cold one.
Let's strike him, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the...
Hey, what's up? Hello. Welcome in. Prime time. Tampa and the football team. A playoff rematch.
Oh, yeah.
People forget that was the first obstacle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on their way to a Super Bowl.
Chase Young wanted Tampa. He said, give me Tom Brady. I want him. Yeah. You made the wrong decision, guy.
Yep. No doubt about it. So Tom and company in the nation's capital. Lineups have locked. Tommy Freeze pops. What does your lineup look like?
I went with Chris Godwin in the captain spot. Always kind of my go-to Buccaneer captain. Aye, captain. Then I got Tampa in there. Got to have Tom Brady in my Bucs lineup. Then because they were playing Washington, I put Buccaneers defense because I just am shorting Washington. They stink. Then I got O.J. Howard in there. Gotta have him. O.J. Howard. Gotta have him. J.D. McKissick. And I had a lot of money left over, so I just threw Mike Evans in. Why not?
All right. So right when you said his name, I'm like, damn, I didn't play O.J. Howard. So
gotta have him.
Goes. Yeah, I know. I heard you say it the first time. I put J.D. McKissick in the captain spot. I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe Washington's trailing in this one, and they've got to just dump it off to him, pick up those PPR points.
Okay.
Brady, Evans, Gronk, and then two wideout threes, Inman and Scotty Miller.
Inman does some things sometimes.
Yeah.
Scotty Miller's a guy I don't think I've ever seen do anything in a sim. Like, ever.
Oh, Scotty sometimes does.
Scotty doesn't know.
Sometimes. Not lately. Scotty has been in single digits in 5 straight sims. So
yeah,
I feel like
that adds up.
Yeah. But his average is still at 8.5, which
you think he's due.
Sure do think he's due.
I will say I fell victim to him in season-long fantasy where he had like a huge week 1. I was like, oh, it's going to be Brady's new Edelman. Picked him up, and he was so inconsistent the rest of the season.
Yep. Makes sense. And Gronk, I think even Gronk, like, how about our free roll? Yeah, Tommy in the nation's capital.
Yeah, dude.
Gronk is captained in almost 12% of lineups.
You know what, though? I've done a bunch of Tampa sims in the last few weeks, and Gronk has done more recently than he had been doing in the past. For whatever reason, the AI has decided to incorporate Gronk more into their game plans. We're getting ownership now from producer Michael. This certainly feels like a contrarian play if you played Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, who's doing that?
Only 27% of lineups have Haskins, but
yeah, I guess he's a quarterback. He's QB1, so guaranteed touches.
Even that feels high.
It does. It feels really high.
Let's see. Pop open the contest. Talk about the sim. Talk about the
sim. Talk about the sim.
So it's Washington football to start us off. 9,500 entries in the free showdown. To the public, to the people. Tampa, Washington. Here is McKissick, who is owned in good amount of lineups here. 16% in the captain, 65% overall. Sean Preston, hey Glash, when's the next update? I'm sick of Haskins. Yeah, I really wish I could just give you a date, but we're just not there yet.
I'm sick of Haskins too. Get him out of here. Get him out of the league.
I'm blanking on his name. Heck, give me Alex Smith, but what's the other kid's name? The kid who played in the playoff game.
Oh, Heineke.
Heineke. Yeah, give me Heineke.
Former Battlehawk. Caw-caw!
Heineke's ceiling is like, in terms of like Sims, he could be like a poor man's Minshew.
I was just going to say Gardner Minshew.
Right? Like
he screams Gardner Minshew.
Minshew is not terrible.
No, he isn't.
Compared to Haskins, compared to Jared Goff. Yeah, I hear you. Hi, Kyle. Good luck. Another test, an exam.
Oh my God.
Thursday in psychology.
This guy's psychology class is really intense.
Sounds hard.
It sounds way too hard.
Wicked hard.
Wicked hard guy.
I didn't play the sprinkler either. That's him, and I feel like a really bad person now that the stream has started. And of course, yeah, at 8:05, Brendan, lineups are locked for this one, so there's no turning back.
Nope. All in, baby. So, gosh, it's draft week. And I'm looking at the Buccaneers, and I was having this conversation with my friends over the last few days because obviously we're all Buccaneer fans in addition to being a Patriots fan. And we were talking about, okay.
That's not the case, but the wrong take if you're not. So
exactly.
We've been obviously back in January and February anyway. Continue.
All of us Patriots / Buccaneer fans were talking about what the Buccaneers should do in the first round because realistically, what is their need? They're solid all the way through on both sides of the ball. So you're sitting there at the end of the first round. You know what they should do? Legit. And I stand by this. They should draft the best quarterback on the board.
Quarterback, yeah.
They should. And just let him sit behind Brady for however long Brady wants to stay. If Brady plays 4 more years, the guy sits 4 more years. And then you've got a guy. And, of course, you only make this pick if Brady is fully bought into being a mentor. And it feels like Tampa Bay is asking Tom what he likes and what he doesn't like, which is seemingly something that didn't happen in New England, but
correct.
That's just speculation here. I feel like they're not going to draft a quarterback in the first round unless they say, hey, Tom, we literally have no other needs. Let's get a guy that can just sit behind you. He has no chance of starting until you retire. And I'm sure he'd say, okay, great. Go get Kyle Trask. Go get Mond. And he can just learn from me. I kind of like it.
It'd be so awesome.
It would be great.
It would be because, and there's Inman. All right.
And I'm telling you,
Dwayne Haskins is 4 of 4 for 49 yards. He
heard us.
There is a sim god somewhere.
You know that they're not making that pick unless they ask Brady's permission too. Like, he calls all of the shots down there. Mr. Big Chest, Gronk, all these dudes who he, winks at on social media.
Yep.
They get a contract from the Bucs the next day. I mean, Brady is the GM. He's the shadow GM of Tampa Bay.
You know how there's been stuff tossed around about how many quarterbacks will go in the first round, and you can put a little wager on some of these things.
Sure.
Well, I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe Tampa could really ruin that, right? And say the number's set at 5.5.
Yeah.
That's a touchdown. Inman! Yeah!
I'd probably take. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, but see, now that you bring that up, it could get like, oh, the Tampa could really ruin someone's life. And to speak to what you were just talking about, I don't think Tom Brady, I really believe this. He's a competitor, but I don't think he wishes any ill will on Mr. Kraft. It is Mr. Kraft's team, as much as folks think Belichick's the face of the Patriots, which is true in some ways. It is Robert Kraft's team.
Correct.
But man, if Tom Brady says, you know what? 6 years after, the Patriots basically didn't think I could do this any longer at 37 when they drafted Jimmy Garoppolo. You know what, Mr. Light, Jason Light, the general manager, please feel free to take my successor. I would love to show him around.
That'd be so great.
Because he's never done that. And just to kind of be like, oh, you guys don't think I can mentor a guy? Because
now I'll be the good soldier.
Yeah, you know what? Giselle wants me to finish up anyway, and I still have more to give, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I'll show the kid around.
You know what, though, Glash? They never, when he was in New England, they never really drafted his quote-unquote successor. They drafted Jimmy Garoppolo to be his replacement. They did not draft Garoppolo with the sit behind Brady for 6 years thing. You know Belichick wanted to lose Brady within the next 2 years probably of that pick. Because he gets rid of guys a year or two before they're done. That's how he does business. And Brady just bucked the trend because he was that good.
Yeah.
They didn't draft Garoppolo to be Brady's scribe in meetings, right? He's not there taking Brady's notes. They brought him in to be the new CEO.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's just so fun. If he lands back in New England, how hilarious would that be? If he's alive, of course.
Yeah. As Kyle Shanahan told us, we'd be lucky to make it to Sunday. 2nd and 22 after break. Oh, ouch!
That hurt.
Chase Young, yeah, I want you.
Yeah, give me Brady and Madden.
Damon says, what was he doing with Garoppolo? I would assume mentoring him.
No. Apparently their relationship was weird.
They both had the same agent, but it wasn't like, hey,
Done
Jimmy,
you.
come on and, come out and hang with me and Jules after practice today for extra work. No. It was just more like, it wasn't anything. Oh, my goodness. Fumble! Touchdown! Football team!
I rostered the wrong defense.
This is what everyone thought was going to happen wild card weekend. But then, the GOAT showed all you up. Foster with the score.
All right. Washington is not messing around here. Playoff Lenny getting lit up.
This was what a lot of folks thought could happen wild card weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right here. What we're seeing right now.
And it was a close game for a while. Let's give Washington a little bit of credit. They hung around.
Yeah, no, you're right. It wasn't a blowout. You're right.
No. The final score probably made it seem like it was a little bit more of a blowout than it actually was. It was a good game. But it's funny you talk about how, Patriots gave up on Brady and you jokingly are saying 6 years from now, and I say it's a joke, but who the heck actually knows with Tom Brady. This week on our podcast, we have Kurt Warner joining us, and they gave up on him in St. Louis after he won 2 MVPs, brought them to 2 Super Bowls, won one of them, and within his last season in St. Louis was 2004, and they went to the Super Bowl in 2001. He won an MVP in 2001, and he had to go to Arizona after failing in New York, losing the job to rookie Eli Manning, go to Arizona and just completely reinvent himself. And it's just this league, having guys like that and like what Brady's doing is just, it's just so rare, man. It's just so rare. It's crazy. And honestly, we recorded with Adam Vinatieri on Monday morning, and Pats gave up on him after 10 years. And you know what he did? He went to Indy and played 14 more. Mike Evans to the house. Wow, that was an enormous touchdown.
Mike Evans, 71 yards.
It's a ball game again.
Baby.
I just always find these careers so fascinating when a dude just has almost an entire second career after their first career is deemed dead. You know, it's just, I always root for guys like that to continue to just ball out. Like, that's why Alex Smith retiring kind of bummed me out. I sort of wanted him to have like a true final act. This season, I know he won Comeback Player of the Year, and you know, everyone was really happy for him to get back on the field, but I would have loved for him to have had one more like really solid year in the league.
Freeze Pops and Glash with you here. We have Robert and Jared from our Game Ops team tonight. Michael, our producer. Daniel on the ones and twos. Ghost 407 wants to reunite Tua, and he wants to reunite Tua with who? Oh, he wants to know what the Dolphins are going to do in the draft.
Okay. Well, it's a good question.
Devontae Smith. That's what he's talking about, the receiver.
I mean, that would be fun for sure.
But that feels early, right? Like, they could trade back perhaps, which I think wasn't that a report recently? Miami is looking to trade back out of 6.
They're sort of one of those teams.
When I say back, I mean like maybe from like 6 to like 11 or something.
They are a team that feels like they could trade back if they needed to, because they're sort of a team that feels good at every position as well to me. But Miami? I don't know if yeah.
Whoa. McKissick!
I think he gets caught.
Coming right back to you!
No, okay.
Wow! 77-yard touchdown after a 71-yard Evans touchdown.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I liked that touchdown dance, too. No, I actually don't think Devontae Smith at 6 is a reach. I really don't.
There's a good energy in the sim.
Very good energy.
Holy
crap. It is lit, fam.
It is lit.
Here, I'm just going to...
14 in the first. Actually,
I'm copying...
I take that back. 21-7 in the first.
I'm copying the draft order into our Slack chat here, just so I don't have this glitchy page up. So if you see a message, that is from your friend Tom.
All right. Oh. All right. Never paid McKissick. I mean, he's my captain. I'm pumped. I love this.
Whenever you have Washington, he's almost a must start because they don't have anyone else. It's not like McKissick is as good as Mostert or Dalvin Cook or, McCaffrey. Well, he's been sort of spotty lately, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a pure touches game.
Javi Flores, glad I had the Tampa defense. It's just a damn cough, man. Figures when I captained the Bucs D. You played the Bucs D, too.
I know. I feel like an absolute fool. Hey, so I forget if it was you and I that was together where we decided this would be a really fun storyline if the Cowboys went up and got Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, we did. We talked about this.
Okay, did you see Jerry Jones today was saying, like, Prescott to Pitts tastes like sugar plums or something like that. Like, Jerry Jones is putting it out there, man. He wants Kyle Pitts. And I love it. I'm licking my chops. Give me that. I want that storyline, baby.
Wow. So not Surtain. They'd have to move up, right?
I'd say they have to move up to 4 to get him.
There's so many teams. Like, say even Atlanta passes. Cincinnati could take him.
Yep.
Miami could take him.
Totally.
Detroit needs help everywhere.
Well, Detroit would be interesting because they have Hawkinson, who's good, but Pitts is just, if they drafted Pitts, and I do think if you're the Lions, you pick the best guy on your board at that point. Like, when you're that bad, You just go for talent, and then you worry about everything else later. I wouldn't be shocked if Detroit picked him. Yeah, it's a good call. I personally, if I was the GM of an NFL team, no one's asking me to run a team, but I would build up my line of scrimmages first and then work outward. Start with the interior, finish with the shingles, you know? But
they got to give Jared Goff something.
They need to give him something.
Give them
they don't have Galladay anymore.
Wynn needs Godwin. Mike Evans has been busy. McKissick has a long touchdown. So if you're just hopping in, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Mike Evans, 71-yard touchdown. That's it so far for Tampa. We think. I hope so far. I hope we're getting more. The football team scored on a fumble recovery into the end zone for a touchdown. Inman has a touchdown. And McKissick, 77-yard rush to the house.
And I forget, did you get McKissick into your lineup?
Captained, yeah.
So you're probably doing all right because you have Inman as well.
Yeah, I'm in 6th, and I have Evans.
Hey-oh! Wow, I'm surprised you're not in first. Who's in first?
Antisocial, because she played both defenses. Loves that style.
Smart. That's smart.
Well, smart if you want to see your name at the top early on.
I think it's smart.
Wicked smart.
I think it's smart.
The thing Goff is going to need most is good medical insurance, says Kicking Club. God. So the quarterbacks are perfect so far. Brady, yeah, he's perfect. 3 for 3, 89 yards and a touchdown. Haskins, 6 of 6, 66 yards and a touchdown. McKissick, wow, 5 for 85 and a tud. Fournette, 3 for 10.
Ugh.
Fumbled. So if you played Fournette, not great.
I did not. There was a stretch in these Sims where Fournette was a beast.
El Bongo. I can't say that. God. Scotty doesn't know he's sucking. Emerson's forehead. Yeah. Nope. Well, I mean, Brady's only thrown 3 passes.
Hey, I'm in 16th. Sneaky. It's early, but that's sneaky. Did you see that Floyd Mayweather is going to be fighting Logan Paul?
I did not. I think I saw someone just throw. Jimmy B just threw it in the chat.
So that's officially the death of boxing, correct? Boxing is done. It's just a circus act at this point. We're putting one of the greatest boxers of all time up against a YouTube star. Are we really doing this?
That's like putting me.
I'm a little bit flabbergasted that this ended up happening. It's insane. It's truly like this is the world we live in. A YouTube star is going to be fighting in a legitimate fight against one of the greatest boxers of all time. A recently retired. Well, is he officially retired, Floyd Mayweather? Either way, he still is in fighting shape. What a time.
Mm-hmm.
What a time. I will watch it, though. See, that's the problem.
You will?
I'm a part of the problem. Oh, yeah, of course. Anytime Floyd Mayweather fights, it's just, as a sports fan, you have to watch it at this point, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the guy at all. I am anti-Floyd Mayweather. I was a team Pacquiao, for sure. But, yeah, wow. What a time.
We've got Jared here from Game Ops. Robert is new to the team. Robert learning from Jared. Robert's getting the hang of this pretty good. So,
Robbie,
thanks for your patience. YDG _ on Twitch. Can you ask Tom to only say Galladay like that voice for the rest of his life?
Galladay. Yes. Easy request fulfilled.
Chef Duke, or not Chef Duke, the Guru 805. Yeah, I've won the contests that we've created, I think 2 or 3 times. So,
way to brag.
Yeah, well, he asked. I mean, it's been a while though. I must.
I was going to say, I say way to brag, but you've called how many of these?
Yeah, like my win percentage is
you're
like,
like 3 for 256.
Yeah. Godwin to the 39.
That's my
of
captain.
Washington. AD Poker 89, literally just a circus at this point.
It really is. It's just, and look, I'm sure, there's going to be a lot of cool promotions around it with DraftKings, and it's going to be a big deal. And anytime, like I said, Floyd Mayweather fights, people have to pay attention. He's one of the greatest boxers of all time. But come on, guys. The minute boxing takes itself seriously again, we'll all start taking it seriously again. That's what I'll say.
Mark 2112, first place in the $250 free contest. Godwin, nice play. Nice tackle, too. Brady's 5 for 5, and the Bucks are at the 21. Daniel says Floyd hasn't had a real boxing match in like a decade, though.
Yeah, but he's fighting a YouTube star. Like, your return fight is this?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. His last fight was in 2017 against Conor McGregor, if we'd like to remember. So it's like, what are you doing?
Crackle needs Evans. Bad boys a pop. What's good? Mike Evans has a 71-yard touchdown. McKissick a 77-yard rushing touchdown. Defensive fumble recovery for a score for the football team, and Inman has a touchdown. There's Gronkowski. His first catch for 8 yards out to the 11-yard line. So
I will give
business.
Conor McGregor some credit, though, in that fight. Like, it was like kind of a fight the first few rounds, and then he just gassed out.
I think, what was it, my senior year of college? The last time I watched was Mayweather, and was that Pacquiao that year?
The Mayweather-Pacquiao fight would have been your senior year of college, because you're a year younger than me, right?
Spring of 15, I was in.
Yeah, because I was working at ESPN. That was right when I was starting there, and it was a big deal. I remember, like, everyone that worked at ESPN that lived near the campus came on campus for the fight, so they didn't have to pay, and they all just sat in the cafeteria and watched on the big screen. It was sort of like it was a weird experience for me. It was like a party going on at work. People were going nuts.
Oh, look, Robert from Ops was in Tuscaloosa in a bar. Yeah, dude, we had it.
That was a cool night.
There was a campus classroom lecture hall that had it going on.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
It was great.
Lee Cottrell saying, "You're a YouTube star, Tom." Well, you might be right, but I am not fighting Floyd Mayweather.
Do it!
I would lose.
You will lose everything. Come on, Tom. 3rd and 12. There you go, Godwin!
Oh, yeah! That's big.
Yeah. Watch out for Tom when he's behind.
He loves Godwin. Yeah. The problem with boxing, it actually really is Mayweather and Pacquiao's fault for not fighting like 3 times when they were in their absolute prime. I think that would have gotten a lot more people excited about the sport, and it would just be in a different spot right now. Because when those two were absolute superstars fighting in their prime, they had these exclusive deals with Showtime and HBO, and they didn't want to budge and blah, blah, blah. And they were both afraid to lose to one another. They fought each other like 8 years too late.
Derwin on Twitch, I'd pay for Freeze Pops versus Ducey.
No, that's not nice. He's much smaller than me, guys.
Have you worked with Ducey yet?
A few times. No, we get along.
How's that go?
He's probably the person I've worked with the least outside of like LaMarca and Christian. Those are like my bottom 3 for
I
Deuce.
love how it starts with, "Oh, we get along."
We did. Well, you have to give that preface when you talk Ducey.
Oh, that's good. Avi says, all in on Godwin Classic. I mean, I wasn't sure if you have, and I started to wonder, oh, maybe he hasn't. So
No, I have. It's been a while. We don't work together that much, and I think it's because he works a lot of daytime, and I'm sort of a night owl. Ooh. Who on the Dream Stream amongst the broadcasters would you want to see in the ring against each other? Like, what do you think would be the most intriguing battle?
Oh, me and Kaufman. Or
the welterweight championship of the DK Sim fam.
I'd like to see Emerson go up against Reed.
Ooh, that'd be a good one. Me and LaMarca in the heavyweight division.
Ooh. Wow.
I'd take him down.
You hear that, LaMarca?
You listening? Ducey versus Rossi in the midget division.
Now the first down, who we got? I think that was the sprinkler. No, it was Inman. My bad. Inman.
Your boy.
Let's go.
Oh, you know what? I should check where I am because I do. Oh, that's not the right app. I do have.
I love these. I love these hypotheticals. Koff and Zach Thompson. Zach would smush Koff.
I would like to see Koff versus Obi-Wan.
Lightsabers included or no?
Obi-Wan is just in his head. He doesn't even need any weapons.
Zachariah says Glash and Ducey in the cage. I'll take the cage. Man. Washington with the ball up 7. He had 28 points scored in the first quarter combined.
It's just a damn Kaufman saying LaMarca seems like the guy who fights dirty. He'd throw a meatball at you, freeze pop. Fight over. It's true because I'd eat the meatball regardless of where it was. Clash.
Carolyn versus Jesse.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's obvious. I don't know who I go in that. Who's taller? Jesse's taller, right? I think you just have to go reach at that point.
I don't think so.
Carolyn's more of a scrapper?
I think.
Well, Jessie played college lacrosse, didn't she? Doesn't she have the distinction of like she's the only BC lacrosse player to have a red card or something like that?
Yeah, no. Jesse is dangerous and quite scary when she's fired up. So I never saw her play lacrosse, but let me tell you all, this might have been before Terrelin was at DraftKings, but man, we played a two-hand touch football game out in the Boston Common in February in the frozen tundra.
Oh, that sounds miserable.
Yo, Cofield got all fired up as a linebacker. Like, I'm coming for you! Like, just like, whoa, there's a good energy in the two-hand touch.
Do not cross Cofield.
She'd lower that shoulder. And injuries, I remember correctly, injuries kind of riddled her career at Boston College. But yes, you're right about the red card. Yeah, Cofield can get very angry.
So you're going Jesse over Tara Lynn?
Yeah. Sorry, Tara. Watch this get to Tara Lynn. Really, Glash?
You're a bozo.
Such a bozo.
I have to get water. I'll be back.
All right, take care. Vid always, LMAO. I can see Glash throwing a wild punch and yelling, "No dice!"
You definitely would need to have dice on the back of your robe.
Some of you know me too well at this point. No dice. No dice.
My robe definitely needs to have a freeze pop on it. LaMarcus could have an NFT. Whatever that is.
The Guru says, I'd take Terrell over several other DK names. I like how use of names, not people, names. Starting with Ducey, Glash, and Koff. Same for Jesse. They look and sound tougher.
So what he's saying is that both of them would beat up all of you in a boxing match.
Yeah.
I actually would take Jesse over probably you three guys.
Okay.
I mean, dude, she got kicked out of a college lacrosse game.
All right.
She fights dirty.
That was cool. That was interesting. Shady McCoy just caught the ball. Watch this. Was that a Whoa, that was nuts.
He got tackled into it.
The ball deflected off someone. I think it was a football team player. Zachariah, ops team having trouble keeping up today. We do have some new folks learning. Robert is here, shadowing Jared. So Robert is now probably being handed the baton in such a way to actually try and start doing it. So please, thanks for your patience and encourage our new ops team members. So thank you for your patience. Things will be updated. The scores are updated manually.
LT the Great, number 21, saying, I'm just going to be honest, Emerson looks like the only DraftKings host who looks like he can throw down and not get hurt. Lol.
Key to that statement there is looks. You know, guy works out a lot. He's in shape, but God, he's not coordinated.
Was it you and I that said that we think he works out to overcompensate for his lack of athleticism, or was that with Koff? Or was it was with Rossi? That's what it was. Yeah, we said that.
Whoever you were with, I agree with that statement.
Yep. We said that Emerson is it's all vanity.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a big TV star.
Must be. I am 5'8", on a good day 5'9".
Look out.
That's right, Jimmy B. Scores are updated mammally as well. Mammals are updating the scores. 3rd and 3 for Brady. Into traffic, looking for Shady. Incomplete. Hit that like button for us if you have not already. Thank you for spending your Tuesday night with the Dream Stream. Freeze Pops is back for Madden After Dark.
Ayo.
Chargers at... No, that was yesterday. Bills at Niners tonight with Rossi.
This is the first time we're going to be doing our new gimmick of forgotten players for each franchise. So if we've done a Mount Rushmore for your team, we are then going to do our favorite forgotten players from each franchise. I got to be honest with you. I don't necessarily know.
Please.
I don't necessarily know what that means. I think we kind of described it as a few different ways when we were talking the idea out on the air the other day. So I'll see kind of what direction Rossi wants to go, and I'll just play off him. But either way, it should be exciting.
Good stuff. 3 timeouts for Washington at its own 10. Haskins. Oh,
nice catch.
It's caught inside the 40 of Tampa.
Haskins is balling out, brah.
Who is that to?
Please, tell us.
Of course, they're not showing it on the... That's so annoying.
No.
Give it to us.
You don't need that information.
All right. 4 for 85.
Your boy.
There's Terry McLaurin. Terry, good to see you. Cristobal, Christian wants to fight Skip Perkins.
So do I.
He's dead.
I'll fight a dead man.
Din on Twitch. I like my NBA roster tonight. That's good. Did you play any NBA this evening?
I did not. I've been sort of out of the NBA loop of late. I've been crazy busy.
What happened to you, man? You've changed.
I am just a busy boy. Busy boy.
That's what Koff would say to you, at least. I don't mean that. I think you're the same.
No, Koff actually surprisingly hasn't given me a lot of grief about it, which I'm surprised by. But he has continued to send me invites.
Yeah, he does the same thing to BK.
I have pages of invites. It's fine. I don't mind the invite. If I have time, I will do a lineup. I just haven't had the time.
But do you get any other texts like, "Hey, how are you?" or like, "Hey, how have you been?"
No, I get the link, and then I get locks in 30 or locks in 40 or locks in 10, depending.
Makes my point that I made to him the other night on Sunday. Because he was all butthurt about BK not playing. I'm like, how about say hi to the guy? Instead of just bugging him with links.
Yeah. It is a little bit robotic.
How about like any interest in NBA?
I feel like I'm getting an automated email.
Yeah. And then he's like, "Oh, I don't know if me and BK are friends anymore because he doesn't respond to my messages." Ooh. You're not sending him messages. You're sending him links. You're a spam emailer.
You're a spammer.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Apparently, I guess there was an apology sim last night. Koff was looking for an apology from BK. Yeah, exactly. Yay, by the way, we mentioned this in the first quarter. It's mock draft week here on the Sweat. Earlier today, Steve Buchanan, take this for what it's worth. He revealed his top 10 first-round picks, so be sure to keep track to see how wrong it is. Here it is right here.
All right, at 7, you actually did predict a trade. New England moves up in a trade with Detroit to take a quarterback, Trey Lance, out of North Dakota. Do you think the Patriots like Lance that much? And what would they have to give up here?
Yeah, so obviously the Lions need draft capital. It's no surprise that they're in a complete rebuild. I mean, who knows who they're even going to use at quarterback? Yes, they made the trade for Jared Goff, but doesn't mean they're actually going to use him. So I think the Patriots move up here because that is the biggest glaring hole that they need. And if you look at Trey Lance, very similar to the offense that they were running with Cam Newton. So if they're going to get somebody like Trey Lance, who's that mobile quarterback, it makes sense that the Patriots move up and grab him. He can learn under Cam Newton, who basically runs the same type of offense, and then he's ready to go and be their starter next year. The Patriots did a ton this offseason to load up with weapons because that's exactly what they didn't have last year. They went with the top 2 tight ends, giving Cam Newton that target in the middle of the field, and that's what Lance can work with too next year. So I think that the Patriots have to give up pick 15, maybe a second-round pick in the next year as well, but the Lions need to do all they can to amass as many picks and as much draft capital as they can. So obviously Mac Jones, depending on where he goes, could be an option as well, but I like Trey Lance. I think that's where he could end up. I think he would have a lot of success in that Patriots offense too as well. So that's where I like him going at 7.
I feel like I don't agree with a lot of that. Be sure to check out Gary and Thorne's mock draft. I'm so Mac Jones ready for Thursday. Mock draft on tomorrow's show, The Sweat, at 11 a.m. Eastern Time here on the Dream Stream. So that was Steve Buchanan's mock draft, his top 10. Come on, he knows better. The Patriots aren't trading up. You're muted.
I don't know, man. I do not, man. I've seen it said so many different ways over the last few days. I think Ben Volen from the Boston Globe tweeted out, like, in 3 hours, like 5 different experts said 5 different things the Patriots are going to do. So who the heck knows what the Patriots are going to do? They probably don't know at this point what they're going to do.
I just don't
Bill Belichick plays it close to the chest, man.
I just don't see him giving up draft capital, a bunch of it. Because, look, San Francisco set the market by trading. What did they have to give up to get to 3? From 12 to 3? Multiple first-round picks. Now, look, 12 to 3 is 9 spots. 15 to, where do you have them? 7? I mean, that's just about the same. Right?
But does 7 cost the same as 3?
No, it doesn't. No, right? I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either. But Here's what I'm thinking. Are the Patriots more interested in reacquiring Jimmy Garoppolo, or are they more interested in trading up and starting from scratch? That's, I think, what the Patriots are weighing right now.
Or are they interested in neither? And they want to go
Well,
with
that's and then I think that's the third.
Instead of, yeah.
That's the third, right? Like, okay, if we can't get either thing at the right price, we're going to just go with what we got and hope that Cam takes a step forward at that team-friendly contract.
Must Be says, you may not agree, but Bukes is much smarter than you two. That is not true. Not at all.
Both of us?
Combined?
I mean, come on. Like, if we're going 2-on-1, we're going to beat him. That's just two brains are better than one.
Yeah, we don't need a UFC fight to decide that one. It's brains.
By the way, Bukes, he needs a new chair. Can't be doing those videos in a gamer chair. What are we doing here?
Ooh, you should
get a big boy.
Tweet that at him.
Get a big boy chair.
Have you worked with him yet on anything?
Never.
Oh, I like this. You're going after him. This is good. This is how you set the tone with Buchanan. You set the tone. You don't let him come in hot on you.
We need a big boy chair in the Buchanan household.
I agree.
What's with that red in the background? Come on.
Yeah, really. Grow up.
Are we banging out some COD after this hit? No.
Child. With all that said, love Steve.
Seems like a good guy.
Yeah, he's okay.
The only thing I know about Bukes is that Rossi was upset that Koff followed Bukes but didn't follow Rossi. Only thing I know about Bukes.
Sounds like an Adam Kaufman problem.
And Bukes had a shirt made or something that said I got followed by Koff or Koff doesn't follow or something like that. There's some sort of shirt. I wish I remembered the story, but I respect the hell out of making a shirt.
Jared from Game Ops defending the Buchanan. The gamer chairs, freeze pops, I added that, are super comfortable when you are working, sitting down for like 6+ hours at a time. So like what you're doing right now, Jared.
Jared,
right?
Look at this.
You log on at 11:30 or whatever it is tonight. You log on at 10 minutes of 6 and you're on till 11:30.
We're off camera here, but we're taking a look at my chair here. Your standard beige leather office chair, acquired at Office Depot, reasonably priced.
Very nice.
Good lumbar support. Bought this butt pillow online.
Nice.
Like
the
$35. Folds. It can work as a neck pillow as well. I like using it on the butt. Gives me a little bit more lift. Very comfortable chair.
I spent $125 on this computer chair I'm in right now. You want to hear something funny? It's not that funny. Nice play by Kerrigan to sack Brady. Ask the rest of these guys here. I was doing Sims at my kitchen table. I would sit on a bar stool and do these Sims. Like, what was I thinking? A piece of fake wood really hurt the butt, no doubt.
Yeah.
And
that's bad, dude.
Yeah, I did. And I don't know how I did it for so long. So I finally, grew up. Ooh, hot potato.
Sometimes you need to invest in a nice chair, especially in the work from home environment. It's an investment. I will say this. So Morgan and I both work from home. I allow her to have the chair as much as she needs it. She always gets first dibs, no matter what. Because I'm a gentleman, I'm a scholar. I give her the chair, and then I do my work from either the couch, or if we're doing a recording, I still like to be up at the counter, and I use these little stools we have. Oh, it is brutal when I have to be on the stool for a while. I'll be getting up, doing some stretches in the middle of the interview. I have to take breaks. Stool life is brutal.
Wow, man.
So that was a brutal decision by you to start out your work from home life on the stools.
Did it for a long time too. I'm not sure what I was thinking.
Built up some butt calluses, probably.
Yeah. Zachariah says, wait, the guy in his mom's kitchen is ragging on another guy's chair.
Whoa. Okay. This is my kitchen. My mother lives in Rhode Island. I live 1,000 miles away from my mother in Missouri. How dare you? How dare you?
Zachariah isn't really just never really that happy, ever.
Honestly, Zachariah must have been someone that was hidden within the live chat section, because I'm just now seeing his chats.
Yeah.
Because I always was a top chat guy. Now I'm a live chat guy, so I see all the hate.
He thinks like the collective rating of the commentators and their brains, it's maybe if we're lucky, like a 2 out of 10. He just doesn't think very highly of us, which is fine.
I like it though.
I actually find I've gotten to a point now where I actually appreciate it, and I like it motivates me.
You need a guy like that in the mix, though. You need a guy in the crowd to go, boo, you stink.
Yeah, nice kitchen, you loser.
Hey, did your mom get everything she needed out of the kitchen before that sim? You bum. I live 1,000 miles away from my mom. I miss her.
If I could go into
the sky, do you think time would pass me by?
'Cause you know
I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight.
Well,
great tune. Great. You know what I'm going to do after this sim?
Play it
out to some Vanessa Carlton.
Nice, dude. In your mom's kitchen?
Yeah, dude. I'm going to say, hey, Mom, can you pass my Vanessa Carlton CD?
Yeah, Mom, I'm going to have a party in your kitchen.
Oh, it's so good. Get out of your mom's kitchen. My kitchen.
Wow. Of course, we start going off the rails. We start talking about Bukes and everything, and the scores are just not. The notes, there's been notes.
Yeah, let's refocus here. Let's see if they score a touchdown because of it. Not.
Chef Duke, the sim is charged. Yeah, there's a good energy in the sim. We can only hope.
It's lit here, people.
J.D. McKissick has hit the bonus. Come on, Haskins, you've had a nice day. McKissick on the catch inside the 40.
See that? As soon as we focused, big play.
Big trust.
My mom texted me tonight saying that she's watching Young Rock on NBC. So she's the one.
Z says, I'd smoke with Glash and Tommy.
Cool.
Wow. Big compliment right there. Can't do it in the kitchen, though.
No.
Fire alarm.
Smoke-free environment. I like to have a few cigars every now and then. I'd probably smoke 5 cigars a year. Events, friends in town.
Jordan Lindenbaum is in first place. I haven't seen Jordan in the chat. He's leading our free roll.
You know what? That's good for Jordan. Maybe he'll learn, you know what? I don't need to be in the chats to do well in the free rolls. Maybe he's weaning himself off.
Two-way tie for first in the free public showdown contest. McKissick and the captain, Brady, Godwin, Evans, Inman, and Tyler Johnson, who has 1 catch for 17 yards. 3rd and 8. Haskins. Get rid of it! Get rid of it!
Happy feet, a little bit. Oh,
there you go.
Good thing. It was a good thing.
Very good. Wicked smart.
Wicked smart guy. I'm in 26th now. I shouldn't have shorted Washington as much as I did.
I can't believe we're at the 2-minute mark of the 3rd quarter, and I've yet to address this. It is good to see Piercy222 on Twitch. Piercy has been freed.
From Twitch jail?
Yeah, Piercy was the bigger man, I guess, sent out an apology. Very genuine apology. I'm glad things got worked out. I still don't completely understand what happened, and that is not me asking for people to explain what happened. I'm just happy that it's
been resolved.
It's been resolved. Yeah.
People have moved on. Expired name saying Freeze Pops, your mom doesn't support your profession and watch your Sims. I think I'd be telling her that you're more entertaining. Thumbs up emoji. Look, my mom pops in when she can, but she has a life. I don't expect her to watch me. I mean, I do these like every night. It's kind of a lot to ask her to watch every night. My grandma watches every night. Shout out to Grammy. She said earlier today, quote, "Good news. I'll tune in." Thumbs up emoji, heart emoji. Thanks, Grammy.
I've reached a point now with friends and family, and you might at some point as well, where, my dad will go, "Working tonight?" And I'll go, "Yep, 6 and 8. It's like, and then every once in a while, like, you're still doing those things? My buddies from, like, "You're still doing Madden?" I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
The people need it.
Yeah, got to give the people what they want.
Yeah. McLaurin, out of bounds. I remember, about a year ago now, I'd have some buddies hop in. They'd make lineups and like, "Hey, got the Pats tonight," because we're Patriots fans. Yeah, we got the Pats tonight. Pats are playing. And Brady's still there. Because it was Madden 20.
He's alive. No, my friends generally don't play. I send the links when I'm working to my family just because, they're out in New England. I'm out here in Missouri. Mm-hmm. So, in case they want to say hi virtually, they can. But I don't send it to my friends just because I don't want to be that annoying friend,
Yeah. Well, and look, I mean...
But if they ask what I'm doing that night, I say, "Hey, I'm doing the sim. You should tune in.
Check it out.
Check out the sim. Talk about the sim."
Please keep the comments appropriate.
But what I forget if I was working... Again, these all blend together at this point. But I was working with someone a few weeks ago, and a kid I went to high school with just popped in the chat, who I was, more acquaintances than friends with in high school. A kid by the name of Jacob McCall just was, chatting away. I was talking about something from my high school experience, and he just replied to it. I'm like, "Is that actually Jacob McCall?" Yeah, and he messaged me later. He's like, "Yeah, I played DFS."
Yeah, I was with you. I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, so he messaged me after the sim. He's like, "Yeah, I've been playing DFS for years. I've watched you on here a bunch of times. So cool to see you doing this." I'm like, "Wow, all right. Small world."
Mm-hmm.
People like the Sims.
DFS Queenie, she says, "What does Grammy prefer, YouTube or Twitch?"
She's a YouTuber. I send her the YouTube link. I did at one point send her a Twitch link when YouTube was down a while ago, but I then immediately reverted back to YouTube.
Final seconds of the third. "These Sims give the football fanatic a daily dose," says Z. "It's just a damn cough, man. We need this in the off season." Well, that's the thing. When these started, we were in the off season.
Of every sport.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah. Right. DraftKings Sportsbook put on Twitter earlier today. A year ago today, if you went to the sportsbook, like say you go on, you're going to place a bet, whatever, you would see currently there are no live games in white lettering on a gray background. Isn't that nuts? Open up a sports book, open up anything, and just see nothing. You open DraftKings.com.
Go to your
nothing
TV
available.
guide. Go to your TV guide. Open up ESPN. It just has 30 for 30s running every night for 3 months straight.
Take out the actual no sports happening, but then your fixtures. To your point, going to the app to check a score. Just this isn't on. Well, what else is on? There's got to be something on.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You know what was really hard at that point? And look, we're not
that's underrated, I think, at this stage. I know we're getting out of it. Good news, vaccines, stuff's opening up, but that's nuts.
It's crazy. It was unprecedented. And dude, I was trying to produce a daily radio show about sports. We ran out of things to talk about a week and a half in. Okay, yep, there's still no sports. This day in history, this thing happened. Give us your calls.
That's why buzzwords were created talking about food. I mean, to fill an hour and 10 to hour and 15, 20 minutes, it was like, we gotta just.
And the thing is, like, all of our listeners even got tired of us talking about, like, the plans to get sports back going, you know, when the leagues were negotiating with the players. Like, everyone grew tired of all of that. Like, the actual sports news, people were like, we don't want that. Talk about the weird stuff. Okay.
Oh, it became
wackiest cardinal of the last 50 years.
Yeah.
Tweet it in.
Right, exactly. It's just a damn cough, man. We were so happy to have Korean Baseball League.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I used to watch KBL every morning getting my show ready.
Bundesliga, too, is like a thing. Nuts.
It feels like a long time ago at this point.
It was a year ago now. There was nothing.
2020 felt like a solid, 3 years. Wow.
Whoa,
gone.
Godwin! Go! Yeah! Madden Sims for life!
Tud! You can put those sports in your pipe and smoke it.
Woo!
Wow.
Yeah. 72-yard touchdown. We've had 3 touchdowns in this sim of 70-plus yards. McKissick, 77-yard touchdown run. Mike Evans, 71-yard receiving touchdown. And also Chris Godwin. Zachariah, that's not all we grew tired of.
Yeah, zinger!
I think maybe his point is we should just change commentators every year.
Yes.
Yeah, you're all on 1-year contracts. Get lost.
Hey, it would keep people honest.
It would be fun.
Like relegation, the bottom of 3 people.
Just have a completely new cast.
Hey, I mean,
for a whole day.
There's TV shows that do that. What True Detective, American Crime Story, or American Horror Story, right? Daniel will correct me. There's whole shows that do that. Yeah, American Horror Story. The Wire basically would do that. I mean, they'd introduce a whole new subplot every season. Way down in the hole. Guess Fargo does that, apparently, says Daniel. I got to rewatch The Wire.
Chris Godwin, 122 yards receiving, so he's got the bonus. So does McKissick. Brady's at 249 passing. We'll keep an eye on that. Evans, 86 yards. And plus, Tampa's trailing. So this is all good news for more to come. Lawrence Curtis captained Chris Godwin. Nice.
Must be saying, Tom, you wasn't here, buddy. It's true.
CJ71
was just a twinkle in my eye.
CJ71, honestly, if DK fired or transferred out commentators, I would quit.
I respect that.
Zachariah, relegation would be great, but what could be below this? But you're watching, so I don't follow.
Zachariah does have good zingers, though. I'm not going to lie.
No, it is good. It's very well.
Yeah, you got to have a guy like that in the group. Just constant digs. We all have at least one friend like that. Just humbling you constantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how Brady was motivated.
Yeah, dude.
Zachariah's my Belichick.
Keep that in mind this week. Draft week. Pick 199. It's a special pick.
So the first round is
give
Thursday.
Out the Brady Award.
Is it 2 and 3 on Friday?
Oh, honestly, I've lost track at this point. They've switched it up so much. I don't know. I think it's just first round on Thursday.
And they take Friday off, right? And then they do Saturday, Sunday? No.
I think it's prime time both nights. I don't know which rounds they squeeze in on Friday. If it's 2 through 4, 2 through 3. I legitimately have lost track because they've changed it so much in recent years.
Okay.
And last year, maybe I'm losing my mind, but wasn't the draft on a Tuesday last year?
Dude, I don't remember. Whoa, McKissick!
No, Michael says no. So yeah, I am losing my mind.
Kicking Club. Hosting a Madden sim must be like being married. No matter what you do, you won't do it right.
That's funny.
Rounds 2 and 3 are at 7 o'clock Eastern. But what day? Give me the day. It's got to be Friday, right? Yeah, Friday. Okay, so Friday are rounds 2 and 3, and then Saturday rounds 4 through 7. I remember doing a sim with Spice Adams last year.
Oh, during the draft?
And it was during the draft. It was during day 3 of the draft.
Very nice. When was he drafted?
I don't remember. Makes me a bad friend, I guess. McKissick again!
Dud. See, I figured since you did the draft with him, you'd have his whole like draft story memorized. Figured you guys got into that conversation.
Yeah.
You know?
Dude, it's been a lot of sins since then. Anthony Adams out of Penn State. Went in the second round to the Niners.
Spice is a great nickname, by the way.
Sure is. He was great. He did a great job. Did I tell you he popped into a sim like on his own one night?
He was just in the chat.
He hopped in the chat, and we had followed each other on Twitter, and I was like, I asked the producers, can I just give him the Zoom link and see what he says? So I was with Gary and Thorne, and I gave him the Zoom, and he hopped in. He called the second half with us.
Amazing.
And like typically, as you would know, this is something you have to book in advance.
Of course.
You have to go through agents, blah blah blah. He totally did it on his own.
It's so awesome.
It was so cool. Like it was like, wow, like this guy actually like gives a crap. And like I think actually really needed something to do. Back to our whole discussion of there was nothing to do.
He was just so bored.
He's just sitting there looking at the draft like, all right, I've had enough of this. Because he does a lot of coverage for the Bears too. He's more connected with the Bears than he was with the Niners. Made his mark as a pro with the Bears. I think by the third, I think a lot of people are like this, right? By the third day, you're like, okay,
like I get it.
Like, there's no expectation of these guys we take on day 3 to be impact players this year,
or ever,
or ever, yeah. And that's across the board. That's not just one team. I guess quarterback maybe, but I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, generally, what's the average for a guy's career in the NFL? It's like 3 years or something.
You bail on Sims because of a minor fire alarm, says Must Be. Sarah is sleeping. No fire for the buzzword. Shaking my head.
I don't understand.
He's calling. He's making his points as to why. What you've talked about over the year. Tony Pagano needs Miller.
Scotty!
That is bored. Randy Barnes. Does anyone have... and Mike Evans just hit the bonus.
Lots of bonuses.
Randy Barnes. Does anyone have Kevin Durant's burner? Hit him up and tell him I really advise him getting the over 50 fantasy points. 25 isn't going to afford.
I could see Kevin Durant doing a sim one day. He's the type of guy that would hop in a sim if he was bored and just like talk junk to people.
Yo, I heard you guys talked about me like last October.
Yo, you guys are trash.
Oh, Godwin again. Brady's at 294. Travis Durante. Man, I didn't enter the right contest for the late slate, and I'm in first. LOL FML. Jordan Warren met Spice Adams in Illinois at a track meet. His son won the shot in javelin.
Huh.
Cool.
Cool.
It's a couple times Brady's just done what he just did. Another sack. Washington has 4 of them. You're here for Madden After Dark with Rossi.
with my friend Jason.
Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. Pretty good sim here. Lots of points. 3 minutes to go. Tampa's not out of this. It's almost like they should just get in field goal range and save some time, but the AI probably won't do that. That is a contested ball looking for Evans. Incomplete. So you're really your hot take for Thursday, because are we together tomorrow at all? We are not, so we won't talk to each other until after the draft.
No, unless I thought we're together on Thursday night.
No, you're with Lamarca.
Okay.
Ryan Pride says, great sim. There's McCoy. So your hot take is Kyle Pitts going to the Dallas Cowboys?
That's what I want to happen. Like, my dream pick is that Dallas trades up to 4 and drafts Kyle Pitts.
Just because of the fireworks and...
I just think it would be great television. And I want to just have a full news cycle of Jerry Jones talking up his draft pick.
You know something, now that you say that, because... And we've all... And
like if he picks a corner at 10, like, who cares? Or defensive back at 10, like, yippee.
You know, I put myself at the top of this list as a victim of just talking about the quarterbacks and, like, the field stuff, Lance, Mac Jones not being worth it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So the Niners have been the story. Like, the Niners are getting all the attention because of this number 3 pick. It would be so Jerry Jones. Nope. I want to remind everybody it's America's team.
Yep.
Move up and take Pitts. Yeah.
I already got my quarterback.
Well, and maybe, especially if the Niners do end up taking Mac Jones, it's like, all right, well, they weren't kidding, I guess, that this is the guy they wanted the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I made fun of...
so odd to me.
That's why I'm ragging on Steve Buchanan's mock draft, because he's got Fields at 3.
He thinks the Niners are bluffing to everybody?
They very well could be, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess we don't know. We should ask BK, sneaky connected with the Niners.
Look, man, it's our first... I was saying this last night. I forget who I was with. Who was I with last night? Ducey for one, and I was with someone else. Who the heck was I with? See,
not me.
No, I know it wasn't you. I'm forgetting. Rossi.
Rossi?
Yeah, it was Rossi. Exactly. Producer Michael was there. What did I say? Oh, we Freeze Pops. We came on live after me and Ducey were live when the Schefter tweets came out.
Oh, with the if who knows if he's even alive thing.
Yeah. And it's just like, I get the bluffing and the smoke screens and all the chit chatter. That usually though is coming from reporters.
Mm-hmm.
This is coming from the horse's mouth.
Yeah,
dude, just stop. Talking.
Yeah, weird move by him, and he's typically a guy that's been very polished media-wise. Rare misstep for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and I've said this a few times over the last week, but I would like to just say it again. This is an organization the last couple of years when stuff happens, there's no leaks.
Right?
Them trading to get Garoppolo, no one found out about until it happened.
Shocking.
Trent Williams, no one knew about that. And then...
honestly, even the John Lynch hiring was surprising.
Yeah.
When that happened.
And the latest example is when they shocked everybody on that Friday afternoon when the news came through that they were going to move up to 3. No one saw that coming.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden, the Niners are talking and yip-yapping to everybody about what their moves are.
I feel like Kyle Shanahan just must be so annoyed by the questions at this point.
He's messing with everybody? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just so mad. My player of the game is going to go to Mike Evans. We had 3 dudes hit the bonus, and Evans had the lowest ownership of that grouping.
Good job.
Therefore, he gets my wooden nickel. Congratulations.
I like your reasoning.
Free cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis.
Very good.
My Babysitter Billy Award. Without looking, I want to say it's Gronk. We talked about Gronk having a higher ownership than we probably expected. I don't remember hearing a lot of Gronk's name being called, which makes sense given the fact that 2 Tampa receivers hit the bonus. So I'm going to go Gronk.
Scotty Miller had nothing.
Yeah, but Gronk probably more ownership than Scotty. If I had to guess. What say you?
It's cool. Works for me.
Cool. All right, there we go. Lock him in.
D-Rod says to sum up what Shanahan said, or what he meant to say, was that he's not there. He lives in the present. You don't know what's going to happen 2 days from now.
Yeah, but we understand what he was saying. He was just going over the top.
Also, he didn't commit to Jimmy Garoppolo after they said 3-4 weeks ago they weren't going to move him.
Exactly. He went so over the top to try and distract away from the question.
The question was, is Jimmy Garoppolo going to be on your roster on Sunday?
I don't know who's going to be alive on Sunday.
That's dramatic. That's over the top.
Yeah.
Don't look at us. I find that ironic. Taking everything out of proportion, making a scene out of everything. That was making a scene. What Kyle Shanahan said.
He's the one that made it a problem. It's his fault.
We're just We're just using the microphones that we get paid to talk into.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Talk about the sim. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, the sim is over. Freeze Pops is back at 10 for Bills at Niners. Great, more Niners talk. Perfect. Bang. Bang! Two-way tie for first in the $250 free showdown contest. Lyndon Bob, if you are here, you won. Congrats. Then again, scores will be updated by Robert and Jared. They are making their final calculations. Robert is new to the team, so thank you all for your patience. So the football team avenges Tampa. It avenges the playoff loss to Tampa. Freeze Pops, you're back at 10. You have a great rest of your night.
Thanks, Glass. You too.
Okay. Coming up next here on the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg preview the course, run through the odds while making their 2021 Valspar Championship picks. The guys give their fantasy golf picks, provide their one-and-done strategy for the event from Copperhead. Here they are.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 Valspar Championship picks, bets, one and done, everything for you. Remember to smash the like button in the video. Give me your favorite, with the one guy at the top of the board you're not betting this week. I mean, there's probably a ton that you're not betting this week, but the one guy you are just staying absolutely away from who is a betting favorite at the Valspar Championship. Remember to smash like, put that in the comment, and sub to Mayo Media Network. Also, I'll probably do a 2 for this week in the newsletter because I forgot to run over the model and everything like that on the research show, which you can still go check out, by the way. There's still a ton of information in there about the Valspar Championship. So remember to subscribe to the free Mayo Media newsletter. Find that in the description of the video and podcast, as you can find the Listeners League link on DraftKings this week as well. $15 to play, 3 max entry, no rake, making it the best tournament on DraftKings. There's a ton of stuff up on Mayo Media and the Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast right now. There's a gigantic mock draft that was, we're pretty proud of it. A lot of interactive graphics. It's really, really long because we actually go through each of the teams and break them all down. There's draft props with myself, Elliot Chris, Tim Andicust, and Jeff Feinberg, who's in studio with me.
You did a great job on that draft show, and it really is.
Keep going.
Okay, sorry. I got really distracted there. I thought we had a critical error. Not like Paul's fat thumb, which usually has me sending bad text messages often. But no, I thought you did a great job. Like, just as an example, the Chargers were the 13th pick. I loaded up the second show and I got really anxious. I just wanted to sort of get to my cheddar, right? And I'm like skimming and I'm skimming. And you're still not there. Like, you're putting in the time with each team. So
but you can check the time codes if you want and just jump to your team.
Yes, of course. But I like seeing the lead up too. Even though the big board would have flashed it. I like hearing a nugget on each thing. But yeah, no, I'm into it. You always seem to put out the right content.
Yeah,
So
and I don't know
there it
anything
is.
about the draft, so it's really good to have two people on who now I can like pretend to be a draft expert to like the people in my life who know nothing about the draft. It's like, oh yeah, let me tell you about this guy who might go 27th overall. Like now I at least know the names. I'm no draft expert.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything. I love the draft. I cannot wait for Thursday. I am super excited.
Are you excited for Tim's mock draft that he said he was going to put out?
Yeah.
Because now he has almost backed off completely. He tried to put one together last night, and in our text, he's like, as it turns out, he doesn't know 32 names to put together a mock draft. Yet he said he was going to go 32 for 32 in his picks and didn't think that was unreasonable.
So he's bailing?
It sounds like he's bailing. So people should
What
put
if he
pressure
should just
on...
do a T15?
No, people need to put pressure on at Tim Anderson 87 on Twitter. Hey, TC, excited for the mock, and pressure him into do it. Because he talked a big game about his mock draft.
Okay.
And now he doesn't want to do it because he's scared.
But I think he could still hook us a top 10.
No, he needs to do them all. He came on. He said,
if he does,
go back and listen to the show.
Yeah, I listened to it, but he's just going to plagiarize. So
I don't care. Put one out.
Sure.
Cowardly. What else do we got here? FantasyNational.com/Mayo for 20% off. All the tools, all the stats, all the info you need for golf. PGA Championship is obviously coming up, so go check that out. Mock draft, NFL draft. Oh, I'm profitable in the golf betting world. I got a lot of money in my account. Not thanks to me whatsoever. Well, maybe thanks to me. Because I commissioned a show with Skylar Hoke and Tom Jacobs talking about European Tour bets. They give us a 70 to 1 with John Catlin 2 weeks ago. Garrick Higo coming through 35 to 1 again this week. Back-to-back winners, which means that the bet this week is just bet Guido. Because that's Sky's guy. He's going for the turkey. Guido at 30 to 1 or 35 to 1, whatever he's at. He had a bad Sunday too, because I actually bet him last week as well. He was very much in the mix. No bogeys on Sunday, but he only shot -1, which is really strange. So Guido, 35 to 1, that's the bet this week, for me at least. You can tune in. That comes out Monday evening, so you can tune into that to get like the rest of the card, but I'm excited.
Yeah, bless Sky. Bless him.
And
I didn't get those 70 on Catlin. I got like the night of, like the Wednesday night 40, but I don't know.
Whatever. It's a winner.
I had a winner. I was pretty happy. And even yesterday, that was great. Higo.
Oh, Higo, yeah. Higo was lights out, man.
And you got a feel for this Harris English wannabe. This Max Kiefer doing his like Harris English summer 2020 impression.
Oh
the
my
last
God.
2
Just
weeks.
like he comes up short on his second shot on the I think it was the 16th, the super easy hole. And it was just like, he's 2, but he's 3 back. It's like, okay, we're good here. He's not going to make a charge. Chips in. It's like, oh God, is this going to happen?
No, but do you say he set the record for like low back-to-back event like scores or something?
Back-to-back T2s. Tough go for him.
Like feels like the summer of Harris English. So maybe he can peak, but I don't know. He's been on the tour for 9 years. And Higo to 2 wins? What a horse. What a little horse.
Higo now has been...
What's like the actual ceiling on this guy? Because I'm not going to plan to pretend I know. I'm just tailing the picks. I'm not going to pretend I like have the background on him or acknowledge or know that he's some big prospect. I got no clue, but...
He's one of the
when he wins, he looks amazing.
Yeah,
Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah, he's one of the few Euro guys that I actually pay attention to.
He's South African.
European Tour players.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. He's a lefty. He's 21.
Yeah.
He has 5 wins the past 3 years, which is pretty impressive for a 21-year-old. They're not good wins. Like he won Dope End to Portugal, and he's winning this event when all the good Euro players are over stateside. However, his career reminds me of Matt Wallace's, in just he gets these, like he wins. And regardless of the event that you're in, like if it was so easy to win even these lesser events, Tony Finau would have 21 wins.
I would like to say something. I could be wrong, but I think this win, in terms of what I saw the pre-tournament field at, was stronger than, no disrespect to a guy who's shown himself very nicely. Bez Udenhout's back-to-back, like,
South Africa.
Same course wins.
Yeah, and I think those were in South Africa, weren't they?
Yeah, they might have been, but this field had some...
it had names that we know, but no, there was
Rafa, Sullivan.
Yeah, there was no good names.
The only thing that came out of this
like Thorbjorn, like all of a sudden is
this
back
win
up.
actually might cost me money, because when things all get back to normal, firstly, I'm not a traveler. The places I travel, Pat, are the places I've been my whole life.
But you want to go to the Canary Islands
like
now?
Florida, San Diego. Like I'm really just need like not.
I'm the opposite. I love going to these places
because I'm very like particular. I'm a baby.
You want to have your fast food chains that you can go
there's
to.
just a lot. There's just a lot of things I need. I don't like the unknowns where like that could excite you.
It does excite me.
Eating an eyeball.
My single favorite thing to do traveling, like I like to go to big cities.
Is to Google map them and say you've been there.
Yeah, it's just like Tim does. But like when I went to Reykjavik and I went to Copenhagen, like we got an Airbnb downtown in the city, and it wasn't going to see all the historical sites or anything like that. We just spent the day
Just
walking around the city, going to different places, eating. Like
I'd rather walk Boston.
Fair enough. I mean, I've done that a bunch of times too.
Yeah, you've
but
been
at the same
forced
time,
there,
it's fun to go explore. Like that's what interests me in travel.
Okay.
I know that's not for everyone.
But now, like with COVID, my wife's been and I love, my history in terms of my recently watched is pretty random stuff. Like the most it's like South Park and war documentaries or just random things. So I'm very much into history and would like that part of it. So COVID has made me really thinking that I'm gonna go. We're gonna do something, and just seeing that golf course, Spain. That's where we'll go.
Well, I went to the final leg of my honeymoon was in Morocco. And we couldn't afford to do the day trip into Casablanca with the private guy to drive you around because you want that. I was very unfamiliar with what really goes on. The people at the resort were like, "You need to go do this stuff," and I was like, "We really want to do it, but we couldn't spend the $2K that it cost to go do it. Maybe if I hit another Euro winner, we can get back there and actually go explore Casablanca because that's where we flew into. A lot of cats in the airport, but it looked like a pretty cool city, very historic city, obviously. The only reason I'm talking about Euro so much is because I watched 4,000% more Euro this weekend than I watched the stupid team event, which is fine in concept. Just I can't really get into it. But there was a moment on Sunday because I had 3 teams that were at -15 and -16 going into Sunday. I was like, oh, with the 67, they could get themselves into it. And I did the $1 doubles with all the Euro bets and all the PGA bets. I was like, if somehow Stallings and Garnett or Gim and Suh or Hoffman and Watney can win this thing, I'm going to be rich here, even off a $1 bet. I think a few of them paid $4K, $5K. And I got super excited when Garnett and Stallings started birdie, and then just completely imploded. It was a real bad Sunday in Zurich for me.
I was surprised no one, that it was actually the final pairing. That no one really put a charge in there.
The only two,
the Warinsky Uline team posted.
Hatton and Willett made a run too. They doubled the 18th, but they were right there.
Because you knew it was gonna. I expected a bit of on Sunday. I didn't watch any of the best ball, not a second. I didn't even tracking. I really didn't even track best ball until the day was over because it's kind of tilting to see your guy at the bottom, but they have more than half their round to play.
Well, that's what
happened. So I hate
the
leaderboard of best ball because it's very it's not telling in many ways, I guess you would say.
And it's really hard to extract too much from it too, because if one guy is in a really good position, the partner might get super aggressive with their spot, with their shot, and be like, "Oh, he flew it 50 yards over this par 5." It's like, "Oh yeah, because he was going for it." It doesn't matter.
But I love alternate shot. I think that personifies sports at its finest. Almost to think that they should really find a way to make it part of the Olympics or something, even if it's just a 2-day alternate shot. I don't even know how long is the actual event, even 4 days?
I believe it's 4 days. Yeah.
It really just personifies sport. I understand for people not liking the week because how it affects your ability to project on modeling for DraftKings or even wagerings.
And it's not fun to gamble either. The 6-6 percentage on DraftKings this week was less than 1%.
Yeah, it wasn't very fun. But I don't know. When I watched, I got into it. There's some people. I think our boy Ehrlich touted.
And Joe came on the show this week. On the DraftKings show, he's like, "Yeah, you want to bet the Aussies? Those are the guys to bet."
Yeah, and I feel like I bet them at the Templeton thing at at even a bigger number than they were this week, which I guess is weird looking back on it.
That can't be true if there's only 12 teams in that field.
No, they were 12-1 to win that thing.
Oh, interesting. Anyway, Finau melted down. Even winner personified Cameron Champ couldn't, he has double the amount of wins on the PGA Tour.
Champ was the one struggling.
I'm just joking. But Champ has double the wins of Finau.
Yeah, listen, Finau was in a total lose-lose. If he wins, it's he's not going to get
real win.
Any credit. And if he loses, but came close or lost in the playoff, if it was his water ball on a playoff, he'd have been like just a loser. So he's a total lose-lose. And you felt that way sometimes even going into like Finau the morning of the Minnesota. And you kind of felt, or was it
it was Minnesota.
Yeah,
when Michael Thompson won.
And you felt that way even the morning of Amex. Like, okay, I really want Finau to win, but if he wins, then I'm going to have to battle the quality of the win. Like, this felt like that times infinity. That being said, this format, that alternate shot, it takes everything from both guys, despite them having to not hit every ball. Like, I understand how you pay it out and you split the points, but it's not a gimmick win to me. Like, chalk it up, because it's an impressive win.
Yeah, when you're someone like Cameron Smith, you go for the green and one, dunk it in the water, then Leishman's like, oh no, I'll chip in for birdie. Don't worry about it.
Yes, you feel for those guys. You know, you feel for those two.
Well, it would have been good for Charles because, I mean, he needs his tour card.
He needs his tour card. Louis never won in North America. It was, they couldn't make good on a couple situations.
So back to Higo for a second. Again, I think that the resume looks a lot like Matt Wallace's. And like I tweeted out just like, oh, he's 21, he has 5 wins. Like, this is great. And someone just instantly like, oh, what is he, like the next superstar? Like, you're talking a pretty big game about this guy who beat a bunch of scrubs. Like, I'm not calling him a superstar. I'm excited to see him finally come over. I think he's up to number 67 in the world rankings. Maybe he still has a shot if he wins again this week to sneak into the PGA Championship. And there's a couple courses that kind of set up really well for him. I mean, we've seen South Africans, by and large, play pretty well when they come over. Like, I mean, Charles comes over and wins the Masters. Louis has been a fixture for the past decade. Grace comes over and wins. Bezuidenhout has looked pretty good in some of these starts. Harding comes top 10.
EVR surprisingly hasn't done as...
that's what he gets for going to America for university.
Yeah, I guess. No, you're absolutely right.
But Higo is a 21, and here's the key, lefty that's coming over, which makes 2 events particularly interesting for him once he gets his sea legs underneath of him. One is obviously the Masters, which we kind of identify that every lefty made the cut there this year. It plays to that, the match play, because he should be able to get himself into the match play next year. Another course where left-handers have done exceptionally well over time, advancing out of their group stage. I'm not going to say he's going to win match play, but when he's the number 4 seed in match play next year, just bet on him to win the group. Okay. I don't care who he's against.
A couple things. Unless I'm wrong and I misheard, I could tell, like, to the naked eye, he absolutely crushes the ball off the tee. But it seems like he's a very refined putter. And I'm not just talking about, oh, I saw him win on Saturday and Sunday, played well. We see lots of guys putt well that win that aren't good putters. The announcers made it seem like for his age, he's an incredible putter. So if he has that distance and that short stick, I mean, match play, that's how you win match play. I'm not saying Billy laid up a lot, and I guess there are lots of ways at Austin to win match play, but incredible. And I guess if I could talk to Sky, and I could anytime I want, I guess on my own show, I would like to know what the ranking of those, because okay, we acknowledge like Bobby Mack is like big time in a sense potentially, but like
hold on. There's a thing too where this is sort of like a Hideki Ricky situation too with McIntyre versus Higo.
I'm not comparing him to Higo, just in general, like Højgaard, and there's a lot of
no. But you said that like Bobby Mack is sort of the level up. He's the level up because he's a Scottish player. He's in the British media, like he gets hyped that way versus a South African player or a Danish player. Whereas we always used to say that like Hideki's better than Ricky, but Ricky gets all the pub because he's American, not Japanese. It's one of those things, I think, at least. Okay, but Bobby Mack, I mean, he just came top 12 at the Masters.
Yeah. At the moment, like okay, fine. I'm not sure. I've assumed Bobby Mack is a bit more of like a higher ceiling prospect.
He might be. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I do not know. So I'm also acknowledging that. But also, like, it was, what was it, not too long ago? It's like, oh, Højgaard is this like next. So like, which ones are actually the ones with the true like amateur pedigree and which ones are just sort of in this lightning bottle? Maybe I have no idea.
No, and I'm excited to see how some of this comes out. When are we going to get Guido over? Maybe he'll win this week and then he'll come over stateside.
Someone was in the field this week. You know who's in the field this week?
Sam Horsfield.
Yeah, I saw. I was just looking through the board.
Yeah, no finish worse than 15th in any start on the Euro Tour this year. Now, granted, those are the bad fields, but he has 3 top 10s and a T15.
And in watching Sunday, he leads the tour, the European Tour. He has over 8 greens around 1 putts. Now, I don't know whether that's incredible par saves, but it was an incredible stat. His 1 putt percentage is ridiculous. Now, I'm not saying it's all birdies. And we know some of those stats are finicky because, like, you could have been putting from the fringe and then a tap in from an inch. They're calling a 1 putt. It's hard to gauge, but they put the stat on the broadcast, and it impressed me.
Sure. Oh yeah. You can. Well, if you think that like shot length data is bad when you're going through like the PGA Tour, just imagine like with the shot strokes gained data on the European Tour for the magical Kenya Open are. They're not great.
Yeah. I will say it does seem important though. This is not a joke. And I guess a lot of the teams probably do come together due to friendship. Both teams in that playoff, Pat, were friends. We know Rahm and Palmer, friends. We've seen Kisner and Brown.
They fucking let me down. They were the guy. But even someone like Watney and Hoffman, who just continue to play well with this.
No, friends. If they're not friends and have like a relationship, you don't want to bet them. And granted, I think 80% of the field are friends to an extent. Even kept hearing about the team Purdue.
Yeah.
Gooch and Shank. But I don't know. There's a relationship to a certain extent.
Did you? And I mean, no one is better friends. I mean, it was really a 3-person team with Bubba, Scheffler, and Jesus, because that's how they met. Got prayer group.
Prayer group. Listen, I don't. Whatever.
I think it was
Tour
funny.
Season's long.
Some guys meeting like their college roommates, other guys meet at the prayer circle. It's not put it this way, not where I would be meeting people.
No, not at all. Yeah, but they're buddies.
Sure. Announcement time before we get into the Valspar. Now, people will say, Pat, I listen to every second of every show. I'm the biggest fan you have. And then next week, when there is no golf show on Monday, those same people will be like, where's the golf show? I've already mentioned this a bunch of times. This is the final show that we are doing in studio together for the golf show. We're hoping to have a golf show for Quail Hollow next week, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm moving. I'm getting set up in a new place. We're going to start doing this online, not in studio together. So it's the end of an era to a certain extent, but it's not like the show's going anywhere. We're still going to be doing the show.
No, and it's not. There will be.
We're going to have times where, listen, once the pandemic is, once we both get our vaccines and we're good to travel again, we'll be doing a lot more shows together from that side too. But for the moment, next Monday, the Custy Awards, which we are filming directly after this show, will be out. So that's the best show of the year.
Yes.
I think everyone agrees that is the best Pat Mayo Experience episode every single year. That is next Monday. So we're just going to push golf back a day, and hopefully Paul and I can get our tech sorted out at my new house. We already have the internet in, so we just need all of our equipment to show up in time in order to actually do the show. If it's not there in time, we can still do an audio pod and still throw it up on YouTube if people are looking for it. But do not tell me you're a fan of the show and then ask me where the golf show is next Monday. Just don't do it.
They're going to do it.
I know. Listen, it happens every single time I go on vacation, which is like once every 3 years. So I have a full complement of content. I got Wiley lined up. We've already recorded that. Nathan Hubbard, who is Mark Hubbard's brother. He's also the former CEO of Ticketmaster, was one of the first people at Twitter, from Rivals. We've got those two guys on a show together, talk about the future of golf. You and I have recorded a show in advance, the mid-season awards for the PGA Tour. Plus, I have like 4 special shows with other people that are coming out. Oh, Owning Mahoney. If you haven't watched Owning Mahoney yet, that is the first movie in our gambling movie club. That will come out probably next Friday. We've already recorded it with Davis and Pete. So just go to YouTube, type in Owning Mahoney, and you can watch it up there if you can't find it anywhere else. Anyway, those are the announcements that I wanted to get through. Let's talk about Valspar. I love this course. It's funny that, I put this in my article on DK Playbook this week, that no tournament, we always talk about like, oh man, Honda with the new schedule. And like Pebble gets, because Riviera is a thing now and no one wants to go. Valspar is the only tournament I can think of that has benefited the most since the restructuring of the schedule, because no longer is it sandwiched on one end by a WGC with the players and a WGC and the Masters around it. It is the logical Florida tournament to skip. Now it's 5 weeks later, and it's like kind of perfect prep for the PGA Championship because you have the stupid team event. A lot of people don't want to play Heritage the week after the Masters. So you have this, and next week at Quail Hollow, no one's playing Byron Nelson. So this is one of the logical ones. And we're seeing it reflected in the field now. The field's really good.
Yeah. as you said, this was one of the big winners, I guess, of the schedule flip. They gained in the ways other tournaments lost.
I really think that this would be an awesome U.S. Open course. It would be impossible to play the U.S. Open here because Florida in the middle of June, you would probably have more players have to withdraw from heat stroke than actually finish under par at the event. But this is a perfect course for it. It's a par 71.
Narrow.
There's 5 par 3s. There's 4 par 5s. Tree lined all the way up. I mean, Hadwin shot minus 14 here, which is incredible. The year that we hit him at 100-1. That was a nice win for us.
We've been at or near the finish line a
but
few times.
But
Paul Casey
the Paul Casey Open
has come up.
Casey -8, -10 the last 2 years. He's the 2-time defending champ. Charles won at -7 the year before that. Spieth beat O'Hare and Reed in a playoff the year before that at -10. Like, this is a tough course, man. The cut line hasn't been under par. I looked all the way back to 2003. Nothing under par. Now it's top 65 in ties for the first time ever at this event because it wasn't played last season. So expect carnage out there, man. This is a tough course.
Florida can play major championship golf.
No, we know that, but
they do.
But they get such a gravy spot on the schedule anyway, and then like moving the players, which is obviously going to be in Florida. They just get so many events that it's tough to have a major in Florida.
Absolutely. This also the tournament, Pat. I think it would beat the Amex, and we could backtrack that one in the most sponsorships that we've experienced, except that one in Texas that even went to like Dean and DeLuca.
And then we didn't know what that was for like 2 years.
But this was like it's been a lot of things.
The Transitions Championship when Luke Donald won it and
a bunch
Kevin
of guys.
Streelman won it, I think.
Yeah.
There was one in between. I think it was just called the Tampa Bay Open one year.
Tampa Bay Open.
Yeah, it's been a lot of things.
A lot of them. And these Valspar caddy hats, see them all. Apparently they give money to caddies.
Sweet. Yeah.
Like they support a caddy fund.
Valspar was during the pandemic when golf first shut down, because this was one of the first events that just got wiped off because it was in late March, that they put a fund together to pay the caddies.
But even historically, because I've always wondered why all throughout the year I see the caddies wearing the Valspar hats that they usually get at this tournament. And then someone hit me up to say, so that's useless information when people just want to know what I might be betting.
Strokes gained approach, strokes gained approach, par 3s gained, 200 to 225 yards, good drives gained, short game, and 400 to 450 yard par 4s were like the key stats that I put in. Once again, if you sub to the free newsletter in the description of the video in BOD, I think I'll put that out on Monday night so people can kind of get a head start to see. I mean, listen, obviously I don't win often, so you might want to fade what I'm doing, but I can at least show you what I'm looking at when I'm talking through like how I have people ranked, and maybe you want to fuck around with it on Fantasy National and make it better than mine. But it's at least, I think, a decent starting point. I walk through it on the walk through the major stats that I'm looking at on the research show, which you can go get right now. Let's jump into these odds because kind of intriguing. And I know you got a lot to say about one of them, but I have sort of a rebuttal to that. But we're looking at Justin Thomas and Dustin Johnson, the two co-favorites, 10-1 and 16-1. Then the third best player in the field, Corey Connors, is 16-1. Patrick Reed is 18-1. Casey and Vic, 22-1. Hatton, 25. M, 28. Answer and Henley, both 30-1. These odds are from DraftKings Sportsbook. Obviously, it's different at every single sportsbook that you look at. Some places have Connors behind Reed. DraftKings Sportsbook has Connors ahead of Reed. Some places have Thomas at 8-1 and DJ at 12-1 or 10-1 and 10-1. A lot of varying numbers this week. It seems to be kind of scattershotted around the board. So you can go search for a really good number if you want to. My 3 comments about the board so far. I bet Tyrrell Hatton at 28-1. I haven't had a lot of success betting the PGA champion or the PGA recently, but both the times that I have hit winners and like big winners so far this year, I was buying a dip on Brooks in Phoenix, and I bought the dip on Morikawa at the WGC. I am going to buy the dip on Hatton at 28-1. He's the number 8 ranked player in the world, and he's sneakily playing a whole lot better. He finally overcame all of his struggles at the Masters, came T18. He came T39 at the Heritage, but the tee to green numbers were fantastic. They were back what I want to see out of Hatton. The putter let him down. That's fine. We know that when he's running well, the putts drop. He already has a win in Florida, and he was still top 10 at this team event with Willett. And when I went back and looked through the best ball, guess who was carrying that team?
Shocking.
It wasn't Danny Willett.
Shocking. Yeah.
So I think it's a good number on Hatton. We'll get to Corey Connors in a second, but no one is going to bet Paul Casey this week. It's just that it's what's going to happen. No one bet Paul Casey in his second win. No one bet him the first time. And then everyone's like, Paul Casey, he's not going to win twice. He wins again. He's just hanging there at 22-1. Everyone just bet him to win the Players. They just bet him to win the Masters. And now you get back at a course where he actually wins. And I guarantee you no one wants to bet him.
Yeah, I bet him at the Masters and I bet him at the Players.
But would you bet him here?
I've been thinking about it, but it could feel forced. Not as forced as maybe some other bets in this range could feel, but I don't know. 3 times in a row? Like, who's he, Matt Every? Every 2,
no,
right?
He did 2. I think it was Stricker did the 3 at John Deere.
I know there was a gap. That just seems like a huge ask, but
he's playing great.
He's playing probably better than he was on those other 2. I mean, he always seems to play pretty consistent. He can flame out a week.
He just did at Heritage.
And I'm sure he did it leading into that win at some point. He
yeah.
had that great pebble finish, right?
No, it's because the reason that no one bet him the last time around, I believe, because everyone bet him at the Players. Remember, he took like a 12 on 17.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's exactly how it normally works with this guy. I love the Hatton bet. Now, I've bet Hatton a lot in 2021, Pat, at numbers I feel are inflated, and there have been a lot of swing and misses.
That's fine. We're betting guys to win. You're not going to win all that often.
I understand that. I'm certainly not winning that often at the moment, like you when it comes to PGA. Thank you, Sky, for just keeping.
Yeah, tune into the Euro Picks and Bet Show Monday evenings on Mayo Media Network. Subscribe to the channel.
I don't. This has turned into like this whole thing about me versus Corey Connors. I like Corey Connors a lot. We were in the lead up to this tournament. How many times, literally in the past month, as a joke of part of a different show, did I ask you to guess what his number would be this week? More than once. I did that. So people like try to make this into like freaking Canadian. Like, I'm into Corey Connors, but now this is.
Yeah, I'm also into Corey Connors. I'm not into Corey Connors 16-1, and it's not a reflection because I think the big juxtaposition that you can look at is Connors is 2 points ahead of Reed in the betting market, which
he's 6 points behind the number 1 and 2 players in the world.
But this is not a reflection of how much you think that Corey Connors is going to win or what his perceived win equity is. It is, what are people actually going to bet on? And it's sort of like a Xander effect in a weird way based on this tournament, based on him coming in and the success that he's had at this tournament.
His name value is through the
roof
right now.
And people will look at it. I mean, people don't like to bet on Patrick Reed anyway. That's why you always get good numbers on Patrick Reed. But your casual golf fan who wants to throw down $50 betting on someone this tournament, they're going to bet on Justin Thomas or they're going to bet on Corey Connors because Dustin's been bad. I don't like Patrick Reed. And every time I've watched Corey Connors play in the past 3 months, he's incredible. That's the reason.
I'm just here. I'm not, and I want to say I've seen a 25.
That's a better number. That's bettable.
That is bettable. That is something to discuss. That puts him in a tier where maybe he belongs with, where you could debate it. This is just a not debate. And I'm not even running to bet Patrick Reed. I haven't bet Patrick Reed. But if I had to bet Corey Connors or Patrick Reed to win this tournament, one of them has a win this year. One of them's also finished second here before. Like, I feel like Connors has a great. Connors played with Woods. It was probably the first KC win. That Reed 3-putted 18 to miss a playoff. Ugh, still pissed me off.
My guy Snedeker. I had Snedeker money that year too, and he was right there.
But Connors was there. He was. Wasn't he playing with Woods, or maybe Woods was there too? That was like the first actual contending Woods.
Yeah, I don't know if he played with. I think Tiger played with Snedeker.
Or maybe.
I think Connors was with Reed.
Maybe they were just tied on the leaderboard.
They were tied on the leaderboard. But Connors ended up finishing like 13th that year. But he was in like the second to final group.
And he does that a lot. I love Corey Connors. And his stats, his ball striking are Zalatoris and Thomas level. And the greens are small. And the number is what it is for a consortium of reasons. His name value is high. His course history is strong. And everything he does well plays absolutely perfectly for this course. I could even find my messages in a buddy who doesn't really bet golf. But he likes golf. He plays golf exponentially more than he would watch or bet it. Sends me his master, says, I'm betting Corey Connors for the Masters. And even this was like 2 days before the Masters. I replied, don't bet him to win the Masters. You just bet him at the Valspar, like at 1/4 the number. So this isn't like a secret. But I don't know. I guess I sent out a tweet today like I'm anti-Connors, whatever.
Well, past 5 starts, 3rd, 7th, 14th, 8th, and 4th.
Incredible.
But here's the real key to all of it, because the ball striking has been amazing. But the reason that you see these inflated finishes, Connors has gained over 2 strokes putting in 5 consecutive events. Has he figured it out? Because if he's figured it out, like, he's a legit top 20 player in the world. If he's not losing 5 strokes every second event on the greens, like, he's an actual legit guy who deserves to be this number. But just based on what we've seen, it's tough to parse.
And even people are like, how do I put this? He can't, like, I see him miss like these clutch Sunday putts, which are probably true, but you're also seeing him make like he's on TV on Sunday, so you're just actually seeing them.
Yeah.
As opposed to a time where you didn't see them.
Yeah, like
and he's also making putts on TV that he never made on TV before too.
Yeah,
that goes along with missing putts on TV.
You really have no idea what Russell Henley's up to, because he finishes T17 every week.
Yeah, I'm a proud Canadian. I'm proud of Corey Connors. Brooke Henderson just got her 10th win, which I think is the most ever for any like modern era professional Canadian.
Oh, that
was
puts her ahead of Lori Kane?
I forget who. Weir was at 8. I forget who was at 9. It was probably Lori Kane. LPGA, I don't know if it's a little trick, but the finishing on Saturdays does it for me.
I think that's a smart move. It's just like, I have far more interest in the Corn Ferry Tour when they run those like Sunday to Wednesday events.
Love those. Corey Connors, of course Corey Connors can win. Absolutely he can win. But I don't want to bet him at this number. To me, he's closer to like a Scheffler. Like, he's probably closer to Kokrak, but he probably should be priced closer to like Scheffler.
Well, that's a very good name to bring up, because I feel out of all the players in this kind of range, I feel like Kokrak is severely undervalued this week at 40-1. I thought that he was going to be 25-1.
And he does a lot of the same things. And I'm going to be doing this thing again. And I got to be anti-Connors. I'll hit myself again, just to get it on film. But I don't want to be anti-Connors. But we did a show that's going to drop next week where we just parse some PGA stuff. And we did the same thing. It's like the guys that are double Corey Connors odds now to win the PGA Championship
Are just as good.
And then literally have just the same chance of winning. And you could argue probably more. Like, you could argue, as we did there, like a sneak peek, you could probably argue Siwoo Kim actually has a better chance of winning the PGA Championship than Corey Connors.
Yeah.
Not to top 5.
Or a head-to-head.
Not to be a better DraftKings start potentially, but to win. Siwoo's had some beautiful finishes this year. Siwoo actually won this year.
And he has 3 wins.
What's he doing? Like, there's a lot of players right now on the tour that I think are doing very similar things to Corey Connors, but aren't getting nearly the hype that he's getting. He is doing them better. He's doing things at almost like a Zalatoris level with those irons, Pat. And these greens are small. So if he's playing well, he's not going to have to scramble. But if I want to bet on a player who's playing well, who won't have to scramble, I'd probably rather bet on Hovland, I think.
DK Sim fam, welcome into your Madden After Dark Dream Stream, baby. We're going to end this night off right. If you're a dessert person, we are going to be your sweet, sweet treats as we're getting to the warmer season across America, this great land. We are going to be the ice cream cone. You just tell us what you want to put on the top. I am Jason Rossi over at Jason D. Rossi. With me is at your boy. I guess that's two ways you have to say it. On Twitter, at your boy, DC Fresh. Tom Carroll, how the heck are you, my man?
What is going on? Madden After Dark.
Dark.
Love
it. It's so dark over here in the East Coast.
Dark.
But no, this is going to be a lot of fun. We have I'm going to see if I can remember the team names without even thinking. 49ers and the Bills. There you go.
Wow. Good job.
It's somewhere in there, dude. It's been a wacky day. Everyone's, I did a 4 o'clock, then I have a 10 o'clock. Doesn't matter. It's not about me.
All over the place.
Yeah, but it's about the peeps. I'm so excited to be with my guy, TC. We got Daniel, our technical director. Michael is our producer. We got Jared and Robert in ops. We are going to be cooking throughout the evening. Smash that thumbs up. Sending nothing but positivity, good vibes, and hopefully a nice little cash flow ending your night out. So,
heyo, the Batman joining us in the YouTube chat. What's going on, Justin Cravens?
Oh, I thought you meant like, I'm the Batman. Where is she?
No, I'm talking like baseball bats.
Oh, I thought you might have been like Pow Batman from like the 60s.
You mean like Clash, 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 Pow, 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 Pow.
Whoa, on cue. That was amazing. That truly just made my whole day. Oh my God. All right. So now I get where all this stuff came from.
Pow.
Where is that a koosh? What is that?
It's like I think it's a water bomb, like
oh, yes.
I think.
The pool?
Hey, Morgan.
I need
What
this.
is this POW thing that you bought? Is it a water ball? Is it a dog toy? Okay, yeah. So like in the pool, you just scoosh.
I said koosh. I think it's a koosh.
We call it koosh. It's koosh.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Rosie O'Donnell when I was a kid. It's koosh. Awesome. By the way, great gift. Here we go. Look at these jerseys. By the way, shout out to Daniel. We got the all reds, the Buffalo, you got the darks for the Niners, the story of the week. What will the 49ers do on Thursday? Just under 48 hours from now, dude.
They will pick Mac Jones, and then they will ready
spoiler.
themselves for Jimmy Garoppolo's funeral.
Oh, boy, spoilers everywhere here. Just give it away. You will be with us from Madden After Dark. We're tag teaming it again tomorrow, and then you're going to be on it at 10 o'clock on Thursday, probably reacting to most of the big draft news. Draft, I think, officially starts at 8. So,
really?
I believe so. So I think
you know what I might do? I might not watch a single second of the draft and then have LaMarca fill me in on everything that happened. Like,
good luck.
That could be a fun game.
Honestly, if you can pull it off and like mute your social media and everything before you come on,
for as like obsessed with sports as I am, that would be almost impossible on draft.
But think about it this way: it doesn't really mean anything. Like the draft really, it's not like it's a result of anything like watching any like NFL or MLB tonight. I mean, NBA, NHL, anything like it doesn't really like the result doesn't matter. So you could like it's obviously the story's about like what does it mean later. So you could, if you mute it out and put on, I don't know, like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, like you could just wait it out.
Or just throw on some of my favorite tunes. Just rock out.
Just put on your sunglasses, start
turn the TV off, shut your eyes, and just listen to the entire discography of Maroon 5.
Sounds like a plan. First drive here will be by Buffalo. Want to know what your lineup looks like in a moment, but that was a carry there. Singletary getting a few yards. Josh Allen coming into this one of the highest owned players in the game. In this, should I say, in this matchup?
I have him.
Got him? All right, so what's the rest of it look like?
I put Mostert in the captain spot because I'm not an idiot. Then I got my man Josh Allen, as I said, Cole Beasley, John Brown, George Kittle, Lee Smith. I really like this lineup.
Should.
I'm into it, bro. I would date this lineup.
Yeah, wouldn't marry it, though. Notice that. Kendrick Bourne is my captain because I throw darts now in the captain almost all the time. It's go big or go home. Mostert, Allen, Diggs, Lee Smith, Cole Beasley. Boy, I'm really hoping this passing game gets going. That's not a good opening drive there. A little punted out here, just less than a little over a minute into this one. Smash that thumbs up. We see you guys over on Twitch. We see, wait, Obi-Wan. Is that the same Obi-Wan? Is that the same you? Did you change your name? I finally got used to your other name on Twitch, and now this. We see YDG with a bunch of underscores. Smash Lana, Dougie, CJ Piercy, Ghost. What else we get over here on Twitch? That's all as far back as it goes. Those are all the names I see. Appreciate you guys. Love you all individually and collectively. Have you win? I don't know what Obi-Wan's asking, but now I know it's you. That's all I needed. Over on the YouTube, Mr. Carroll, we got Fufu, Monster, Jordan, David, Congo, is that the Jeremiah B? I like that name. Choker, Michael, Justin, Bobwin, everybody. CEH, Nate, Justin Craven's up, dude. Everyone, smash that thumbs up.
The Batman. Batman. Pow!
Where is she? By the way, I really would love to get into the mind of Christopher Nolan when he was creating his vision of like the Dark Knight and all these movies, because all the voices were so over the top.
Yeah.
Like Batman's voice was ridiculous. Like talk about needing a lozenge. Like everyone talks
right now.
I'm sure you do. He's been practicing his Batman all day.
La 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 la.
It's not gonna help. It's just a lot of.
I leave it all in the field, Rossi.
Listen, we start full and we end empty, baby. This is it.
That's right. Empty the tank. It's the last sim of the day. Let's go. That means interact on the YouTube chat as much as you possibly can. Finger exercises. Work those thumbs, baby.
Jimmy B, what's up, dude? Oh, by the way, yeah, in this one, we are the Mount Rushmore boys, and we are always open to a little criticism, and I think I got a dose of good criticism the other day.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. You got a suggestion from one of our producers of a different way to attack the Mount Rushmore method here.
Yeah, and I think it's just to open up the chat. I think listen.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 teams left to go.
Okay. Yes. Why don't you really quickly, just so people, this is the first time you've ever heard us do a sim together in a long time. Ever since the regular season Super Bowl ended, we are trying to run through all 32 teams and do their singular Mount Rushmores. So we've done Buffalo. We have just did the 49ers. We can recap those. But who are the 8 teams we have yet to do?
The Jets, Vegas, Houston, as in the Texans, WFT, Seattle, the Rams, Arizona, and Minnesota.
Ooh. So we are going to get Seattle, I believe, this weekend. Or is it tomorrow?
I know they're on the schedule for us at some point.
Yeah, we have
you and I both said, oh. Nice.
Clem, what's up, dude? I can hear you, bro. I hear you, Clem.
Yeah, interesting thought by Andrew to kind of just throw it out to the chat, kind of let them determine all their
Kittle.
stuff.
Take it to the house. Go. He's going to break it.
Go.
All the way. House call to a future Mount Rushmore performer. Potentially George Kittle. Big WWE guy.
That's a big tud.
That was a gigantic tud right there. Way to break the scoreless tie.
So what did Andrew say? He was just sick of hearing us talk? Was that what it was?
No, I don't think that was specifically it. I think the more point of it is like we engage so much with the chat during it, but when we go on our little soliloquies about the players and who we think, we almost that's when they're throwing out the most options. It's not in the first half. So here's the deal. Here's going to be my promise to you. Oh, where's Jordan Lindenbaum, by the way? I haven't seen that guy all day. Is everything okay?
He won last sim.
Oh, he was here. Okay.
No, he wasn't in the chat, but he won the sim.
All right, somebody, can I get you guys are all friends in the chats. Can we get just a wellness report on Jordan Lindenbaum? Just want to make sure the dude's doing all right. But yeah, we have ourselves, that's a 27 touchdown, by the way, by Kittle. Thank you, Michael. And sweet Dark Knight screen test. Now I know, Daniel. But yeah, so basically when we do our Mount Rushmores, we kind of get deep into conversation with each other, the producers, the stats, the ops, the CFO, Jason Robbins gets into it. So we thought of, and what good feedback came from some of the producers and other people. Everyone's giving us feedback. Michael's giving us feedback. Everyone does. We're always open to it. We want to engage more with you because that's when they're lighting up the chat, when we're saying stuff and we miss it because we're like arguing almost with each other. So now we want to
That's when it's lit, fam.
Now we want to turn it to you guys. So like basically like we're going to throw out a few names. We're not going to go deep. And then you guys are just going to bombard us with names for the teams. And then we're going to construct like maybe a list of 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we'll then narrow it down and make the cases while you guys can do as well. It will be a collective call.
Cool.
But I'm thinking for when we said teams we've already done, maybe it doesn't have to start tonight because it's draft. There's a lot of stuff. And we will open our conversation to the chat. It's Madden After Dark after all, right?
Hey,
we can get a little silly. So like throw out what you want to talk about, throw out stuff, but we are eventually going to get to like forgotten players, graveyards of teams, like just players that were just an abomination for some of these teams. Like, was it AJ Jenkins for the 49ers, that first round receiver?
Ooh, good one. I was thinking of JP Losman for Buffalo.
Oh, dude, just gag me with a spoon. That's a guy that they replaced my man, Drew Bledsoe. They move on from Bledsoe for JP Losman, who then made ways for Trent Edwards, who then made way for an actual resurgence of Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Trent Edwards, huh? Remember him?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately.
Did you root for the Bills a little bit when Drew was there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not against the Patriots, but every other time. I so wanted them to just make a nice run for Bledsoe. It's just no good karma sometimes, like what happened with San Diego in that Eli Manning trade. Like we needed San Diego to at least have a nice Super Bowl. Well, even if they didn't win one, get to 1 or 2, and unfortunately, no, that whining little peon or whatever he was, Eli Manning, cries his way, has his dad tell the league, I don't want to go to San Diego. It's too nice. The media market's not big enough. Like, are you kidding me? You went to Ole Miss.
Honestly, it's a crazy what if, like, the Giants, Eli flip-flop, Rivers in New York. I don't know, like, that changes the way the league looks in that decade, no doubt.
My gut tells me neither one wins.
So you think Rivers goes to the Giants, they don't beat the Patriots in either Super Bowl, and you think Eli goes to San Diego and that never gets them over the hump?
Yeah.
See, I personally think the Phillip Rivers in New York would be the exact same results. I think they still win both those rings. I think they get 2 rings because they clearly had very talented front sevens. It wasn't the quarterbacks that were leading them there. So you're replacing mediocre Eli Manning with Pro Bowl Phillip Rivers, and you still have those great defenses there. So I do think they probably get it. They got 2 rings with Eli, right?
Yep.
I think the Chargers remain the same. I think the Chargers have a worse decade, honestly.
I agree with that one more, but I would say the reason I don't think the Giants would win if we're playing this out is because I think Phillip Rivers would have been a more quality quarterback throughout, so I don't know if they would have been able to get some of the picks for those early defenders, the Michael Keonukas and the OCU Manuras. Strahan obviously was there. What a spin move right there. Oh, look at this. What's that? Shady McCoy flashes to when he was with Buffalo, but no, that is Singletary making moves.
No, it's a good, solid call.
Yeah,
solid call by you. Matthias Kiwanuka was an end of the first round guy, but yeah, I mean, you're right. It's fair.
I'm just looking throughout, like I'm just tossing out 2. Obviously, I think Justin Tuck might have been during that run. Like they had some down years. I think Phillip Rivers could have led them to be just overall a better team, especially with some of the weapons we saw when Phillip Rivers has had good receivers. The RIP, our guy Vincent Jackson, guys like that. Like he made those guys better players as well. And I think having a Plaxico Burress, for instance, I think those 2 would have been a match made in heaven and probably.
Oh, that would have been fun.
I think it would have been. Let's see. Escape Tank says Rivers in New York. I don't know what that
ritualistically.
Is that like, wait, do you do like rituals, dude? Are you down? I know we're saying Man After Dark. Are we telling you like pentagons and stuff? Anyways, saying gosh and darn probably wouldn't play so well to the base. Just saying. Wait, wasn't it?
I think the New York media market would have had a lot of fun with that.
Oh, I think Phillip Rivers would have been the media darling in New York. This guy is so fiery. I already miss
And
Rivers.
the media loves Phillip Rivers.
They do, because he's so fiery, just screaming all the time. His helmet's off mid pass.
Yeah, and he's good for a good quote post game too. Eli gave him nothing.
Yeah, Eli was the shucks guy.
Oh.
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, I think we played okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Eli's
happy to be here.
Yeah, Justin Craven says Eli's two greatest throws happen late fourth quarter in Super Bowls, so he concurs with me. But yeah, I don't want to even think about this. But you're right.
Yeah. Wait, both of those games were canceled, I thought.
Yeah, it's actually been redacted. It's like the USC.
Look, if we're going to talk
games.
about the David Tyree throw, I just need to be on the record and say they should have called Eli down. He was
It was a
wrapped
sack.
up.
It was a
sack. Why didn't they blow the whistle there? He was sacked.
Conspiracy, that's all. At the end of one here, it's 7-zip here in wonderful. What's the name of the stadium again? I almost forgot.
Levi's
Stadium. Thank you. In Santa Clara. So Jimmy
nowhere near the Bay.
No, it's like Foxborough to Boston.
Yeah.
Jimmy
it might even
Garoppolo's
be
got-
worse because of the traffic.
That's true. Yeah, I want no part in West Coast traffic. Garoppolo just 2 of 3, but he's got 76. A whole chunk of those going to George Kittle on the lone touchdown. And this one, Josh Allen. Surprisingly, nothing on the ground, but Singletary looking like a boss in this one. 7 for 39 in 1 quarter thus far. He's got the broken tackle.
Looking
I
like
don't know
Shady McCoy.
It really is. Never underestimate those country boys as bad boys of pop. They are media darlings. Haven't you ever seen reality TV? Rossi, let them know. I'm with you, dude. Bad boys, you got to get on the circle. I'm trying to get as many people I know on the circle.
I watched the first season of it with Morgan. We liked it.
Doesn't sound like a raving review, but I'll take it.
No, we're gonna watch the second season. We liked it. It's just been. I feel like I watched it 5 years ago at this point because it was the beginning of the pandemic. I think it was the pandemic,
Dude,
right?
Get back in. Where you got 2 more weeks of releases. Our guy Robert in Ops updating things like a mofo. It just said he loves the circle, bro. Okay. I am all in on the circle.
I think I'm gonna wait until it's fully done, like being released, and then binge it. I think that'll be the play. That's the way to go.
Whatever. You live your life as that's going to be a touchdown. Oh, there's our guy Lee Smith, baby. Get in there,
nice.
Big fella. So 1 tight end. Anything you can do, I can do better. Both number 85s as well.
Daniel watching The Newsroom on HBO. Loved that show back in the day. Aaron Sorkin.
Dude, The Newsroom, quality program right there.
The first season of Newsroom is very good.
I'd say the first 2.
I personally liked the whole thing. I know that people started hating it after a while. A lot of people felt it to be a little self-righteous. I like it. I'm into anything news related or media related. Like, just sign me up. Like Morning Show on Apple TV.
Oh, baby. Woohoo!
That was good stuff.
That was
Racy.
Juicy, baby. And I just love Reese Witherspoon.
Yes.
Clem Fandango says, this is Clem Fandango. Rossi, can you hear me? I'm starting to wonder if you're in my house, Clem. Starting to get a little nervous. I can't hear you, but I see you, if that makes sense. Justin Craven says, Rossi, Tom. He says he was hoping on Team Tom after Super Bowl, the 02 Super Bowl. Well, good.
There you go.
You should all
Bad
be.
Boys of Pop saying, I don't want to be in the circle, but I have seen it. In fact, just an hour ago, my wife just finished recording vocals for 90 Day Fiancé or whatever that show is. Does your wife do voiceover work for TLC?
Yeah, is she a
That's cool.
jinglist? What is she doing?
That's a cool gig, bro.
It is. Congrats.
My in-laws are very into 90 Day Fiancé.
Good for them.
Very, very into that show. Morgan and I watched it for a while. And finally, we were just like, first of all, the episodes are 2 hours long. That's a huge commitment. And the people on that show are, no offense, awful people. All of them are awful. And just moronic. Like, clearly this person from another country is marrying you to get a green card. Every single case, that is the case. And they're all just Idiots. I just can't get past it. They're all just so dumb. So we finally just had to give up. It's just too frustrating of a show. But her family's still very into it. Appointment television every Sunday for them.
Never seen it, and now that I know it's 2 hours, even though I watched like 3
2
hours.
hours, dude.
It's a lot. Is there multiple
commitment.
is there multiple stories throughout though?
Yeah, it's like they'll follow like 10 couples or whatever.
10 couples, jeez.
Or whatever it is, something like that. Might even be more. I don't know.
Okay, everyone's asking for the weather tomorrow. I see you guys over on Twitch. Don't know yet. Michael, if you have that, let me know. I was looking at what you placed earlier. If we don't have it yet, we don't have it. No big deal. We'll find out tomorrow. I will tell you that me and Tom are on for Bears Steelers tomorrow night, baby.
Bears.
Michael is looking at it now, so if he gets it, you guys are very lucky, because Michael is awesome.
Then Rossi will put on his weatherman hat and read you the weather.
Kareem says, how far is Foxborough to Boston? Solid 45. Like, no traffic.
Yeah, I'd say it's a little bit less than that.
Bro.
Dude, I drive fast.
We're also in St. Louis. Don't talk to me.
True, yeah, I didn't spend the first 26 years of my life living in New England.
Doesn't count. Doesn't matter where you're from. Depends on where you are.
By the way,
now.
Rossi, where are you from originally?
Like city?
Yeah, like I know you're from outside of Boston, but like what town or city?
Everett, Massachusetts.
You're from Everett? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Did not know that.
There you go. Oh, look at this. Reed's Tea somehow found the weather. I think he got it before Michael.
There you go.
Reed's Tea. Don't worry.
Reed's Tea. Did you know?
So if you didn't read Reed's thing, he said snow for the noon, wind at 2, rain at 4, snow at 6. We have rain at 8, and then we have snowfall for our Madden After Dark tomorrow. Set your lineups accordingly.
Excellent.
Big catch again. Kittle over the middle. 5 left to play here in the second. Back-to-back mad double tight end tuds. Can they make it back-to-back-to-back tomorrow, says David. Maybe they can. Justin Craven says bear down. Monster says, I hope the Steelers crush your soul, Rossi. Oh, get out of here, Monster. Steelers, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Bronx says, Rossi Carroll, the hate for Eli is understandable. Yeah. I don't hate him. My reason for not ever liking him was more draft night than anything that happened with the Super Bowls.
No, mine is purely Super Bowl based.
He didn't do anything wrong necessarily.
Yeah, he totally did. He crushed my dreams.
Oh, trust me, I cried the 08, like 07, should I say? Like
February of 08, yes.
Oh, it was a brutal night. Ate a lot.
Night.
I don't know if you guys know what a Jello cake is.
I don't know what that is, but I can guess.
It's a sheet cake, so just take any like regular
but
cake.
It's all just Jello.
And no, you just poke holes in it. Once the cake is baked, you make a Jello, but you don't make a gelatin. You pour it over the cake so it soaks in. Put it in the fridge overnight, and then it's just like it's a very nice, delicious treat. You put a little Cool Whip.
Very interesting.
Oh, dude, you should make it. You basically make a sheet cake. Get a toothpick, poke holes like all over, like 100 holes. Once it cools, get the gelatin for Jello hot and all that. Pour it on top. Put that son of a gun overnight in the fridge, and it is delectable. But
Morgan does love Jello, so this sounds like something we should do in the future.
When's her birthday?
It passed.
Well, it was nice talking to you. Just make it for her on a sneak.
Send me the recipe, bro.
I just did. It's cake.
No, but I want like a specific resume.
Okay, I'll do that.
Not resume, recipe.
You want a job?
I would like a Jello cake resume, please.
I will. Actually, I'm going to send it to you in resume form.
I will be requiring a cover letter for this cake.
To whom this may concern. All right, we're going to get a field goal. Robbie Gould going to attempt this one from about 38 yards. Ball is up. Look at that line drive.
Hey,
Boots
El Bongo saying, I know what Jello wrestling is. Hey,
more like gross.
Feisty.
Brewster says, why had the Pat Stadium been so far from Boston? Space and availability, man. There was
that's not why, Rossi. It's because we're the New England Patriots.
Well, that and space because they wanted to make one right near Fenway Park. I had to be obviously when they created 2002. So I remember my dad worked for a company that had the rights to try to build the new, what would have been, we'll call it Patriot Stadium or whatever they would have called it. And yeah, when they ended up, Gillette had the rights. I think what happened was Gillette had the rights and they were trying to make it closer to the Gillette factory, which is more north of Boston, like the North Boston area.
Yeah.
And they just ended up not getting it to pass through because they wanted to also, there was two things happening in the early 2000s in Boston. One, a new Fenway Park, which got vetoed, and then to create a football stadium a little outside of the city. Cambridge it would have been. Which would have been an absolute nightmare, let's all be honest. But
the traffic is already nightmarish at Gillette Stadium now. Imagine it in Boston.
Dude, I really
get out of here for and not even just football games. Like imagine concerts on weeknights and stuff. Just awful.
Imagine just anything. Just like trying to get
anywhere.
Exactly. There is Stephon Diggs getting a grab there, his second of the game.
Yeah, I remember when the Crafts were dangling that new stadium all around New England. They were like, we're going to build it in Hartford. We're going to build it in Providence. It's like, you guys were never not going to build it exactly where you built it. Let's be honest.
They tried.
They were just trying to get some money.
Scotty Too Hot. He says, put Jello on a cake. I need to have that in writing. And then a bunch of smiley, laughing faces. Listen, if you want it, I can supply. Mike Ross looking for some heavy pettis tonight.
Heavy petting.
There was another one in here. Let's see what else people are saying. Jim, this feels like the Colts-Browns earlier. Two good defenses getting picked apart. A little bit. Saw a little bit of that game.
There's a guy on YouTube with the name Thomas Curry, and at first glance I thought it was Thomas Carroll.
Yeah, they're throwing you off there.
But no. Different name, guys. We're good. We're good.
Jeremiah B says, Rossi, favorite wrestling match of all time. Good Lord, that is really hard. I'm just going to think of one I have off the top of my head. Well, actually, I'm going to give you just a few. One of my favorites, Owen Hart, Bret Hart, WrestleMania 10. Jericho versus Michaels, WrestleMania 19. I love TLC from WrestleMania 17. Just such
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Almost intercepted there. And then I'll give you Cena Punk, Money in the Bank 2011. Haven't ever really written this all down.
How have you guys not done a top 16 greatest wrestling matches of all time for the podcast?
Because we do top 11s. Come on.
Top 27.
Oh, you want us to go all
greatest wrestling matches of all time?
No, it'll be the top 27 greatest wrestling matches in the month of January.
Yeah, uber specific.
Yeah. Val Vid says Brett versus Sean. Love that match. Don't get me wrong. It's just hard to rewatch an hour of no falls. I really like it though. I really do. There are better Iron Man matches. The Angle Lesnar, which was actually on TV. Excellent Iron Man match.
You ever had one of these Calypso lemonades?
If you tell me there's sugar content in it, the answer would be no.
Let's see. I'm assuming there is.
If there isn't, then maybe I have.
Yeah, there definitely is.
So I have this weird thing, Tom. I don't drink sugar. I have a weird rule.
No added sugar?
Just no, like I don't even, just if there's any sugar in a drink, I don't even bother.
Makes sense.
Like that's why I gave up soda, so I have like soda water, tea.
It's one of those things. It's sort of like if you drink anything with sugar, it'll trigger you, and you'll just start downing Mountain Dew again.
Honestly, I don't know if it's that or is it just like it gives me some sort of like, I don't know. It's like the caffeine effect. Like I don't do caffeine.
Yeah,
I think it like wires me a little bit. It gives me the jitters, baby.
I don't really drink caffeine either. I'm not a big coffee guy.
Yeah, man, get all jittered up.
No, I don't need that.
2nd and 14 here from the 4. We are in safety range, or could it be a 96-yard? No. But Mostert does get a little bit back.
Michael asking if you put salt on food.
Yes.
I rarely do. I never think to do it.
So, well, I do it for the sodium perspective, A. And B, I not love salt, but salt is such a good seasoning that I cannot not have it. I don't think like if you're making like I made salmon tonight, salted that pup. We'll just say. I drink so much water though that I think it's okay, but who knows? It's probably all in my.
Well, the salt helps retain that water. You know.
Yeah, well,
you're probably just a big old water bed walking around.
Just don't smack my stomach. It's like smacking a bag of wine.
No, your hand will break. It's so chiseled.
Yeah, that's it. Matt says Savage Steamboat also came to mind. Yeah, I just can't watch that too much, Matt. I'll be honest. I do love it. I do love that match, but it's hard, just the interference at the end is also foolish from George the Animal Steel. Ball's thrown out of bounds, so we'll get 2nd and 10 here from the 22.
Who would be the best pro wrestler in the DK Sim Fam broadcaster group? And again, this doesn't mean best wrestler.
No, I get it. Emerson's got the height, the build, but I think like if you really want, like I think it would be LaMarca.
But like work in a room, you think LaMarca can?
Work in a room, like
yeah, that's what I mean. Like you got like I'm talking like pro wrestler. You got to do all the things that a wrestler does, right?
Ducey. It's Kenny Ducey. Just cutting heel promos on people. You just rip it. You get the crowd booing, and then you just be like, "Yeah, you give it up. Watch
Michael
me on
thinks
this."
Glash.
Could be Glash. I still think Kenny he's a heat magnet. It's a big part of the wrestling game.
He's the
Glash
heel.
should pull. He is. Craven says, as previously stated, Rossi, Tom Carroll, it's best no one talks to me for the first 15 minutes of the day. Oh, meow, kitty. Here's a pass caught. Ooh, it's going to be close there on a 3rd and 6. The timeout was called. I couldn't tell who called it. But did they get the first? They didn't. So Buffalo using their timeout. So 37 seconds remain here in the first half. It's 10-7 if you're joining us. Touchdowns by the 2 big, chunky, bulky, beautiful tight ends. The juicy tight ends.
Thick.
Yeah. Kittle, by the way, gotta love Kittle on Twitter after all the stuff with like the comments by Shanahan.
Yeah, he's like, I'll call you, coach, to let you know I'm alive still.
Yeah, I dig it. Love it.
It's so great. Because he knows he ain't going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. The world could end and Kittle'll still be here. Jimmy B, good call. He says, Kenny Ducey with Tara Lynn as his valet would be straight fire. Oh, absolutely. Got to get Tara Lynn on the phone, on the horn. She'd probably do it reluctantly and call everybody.
We were
bozos.
talking about boxing matches in the last sim because the news of Floyd Mayweather boxing one of the Paul brothers of YouTube stardom is happening officially.
I would love Mayweather to get knocked out, but of all the times.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm not a Mayweather. I don't like anybody.
Yeah, but I hate that they're just letting these YouTube stars like do these cash grabs because boxing needs the publicity.
It's all about that money.
It's sad.
Is it? Well, listen. Did you hate it when what's his name got in there? Like all of a sudden
McGregor?
Yeah.
I watched it, but I hated the idea of it.
I watched it too, and I so wanted McGregor to win. I still think he would have.
He was kind of holding his own, man.
It was.
And then it was like, oh crap, I don't know how to box.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm tired. Like this.
He was so gassed.
Yeah.
So we were trying to do matchups, like what would be the fairest matchup, person versus person, and we determined that it would be you versus Ducey.
Oh come on, dude!
For height purposes.
I would probably get knocked out. Ducey probably has so much fury. Dude, he would like, oh man, he would just come at me. But I think I outweigh him by a good amount. Just a guess. CJ saying that, this is really quick. He goes, try to believe this. Never added salt to anything until 4 years ago.
What?
I was diagnosed with having low sodium. But that was after 2 heart attacks. So 2 things here.
Oh my God.
CJ, well, deep ball there, by the way, CJ.
A lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, shout out to you, my man. So glad you're with us. Totally scary stuff.
So you never added salt to anything in your life until 4 years ago. 2 years into being a salt guy, you had multiple heart attacks?
No. He says, he said 2 years ago because I was diagnosed having low sodium, but that was after the 2 heart attacks.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But still, another deep ball here, up for grabs. Looks like that
Either
one's
way,
caught.
Beast mode.
21. Gonna go. That's
Nice,
gonna be at
CJ.
the half. Yeah. So CJ, appreciate you. By the way, yeah, but that's the thing. Low sodium's a big part of it. Like if you drink, like I drink a ton of water, I need
Same.
to have salt. That like literally, like your doctors will tell you, you need the balance to have, whether it be sodium and just certain things in your system.
For sure.
Technically.
Electrolytes.
Yeah.
Minerals. Glucose.
Well, yeah. There we go.
Vitamin D.
I don't think that's part of salt.
Vitamin C.
Vitamin E. 10-7 here at the half. He's Tom Carroll. Check out Great Day Nation. Leave a 5-star review on iTunes.
Potassium.
I'm Jason Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Do the same. 5-star review would be big thumbs up. Would really help us out, both of us. So
Kurt Warner joining us this week.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did you tell him I don't think he should be in the Hall of Fame, even though I respect him?
Yeah, right before we ended. No, So I told him before we started recording that my fiance Morgan used to work at the donut place that Kurt Warner used to go to when he lived in St. Louis. She used to make him oatmeal at the Donut Palace in Ellisville, Missouri.
This is the cutest thing I ever heard.
So I made sure I told him that, and he was like, "Oh, I love the Donut Palace. They got great donuts. Whenever we're in town, we go." Clipped the audio, sent it over to the in-laws. I mean, come on. I'm clearly the favorite.
Did you then let him know that we still don't think he should be in the Hall of Fame with all
No,
the
I
respect?
avoided that one because he got in the same year as Morton, so they kind of have like a Hall of Fame connection type thing,
Yeah, did you tell him though, like in all reality, like you're a great player, awesome to watch, what a run, like you coming back for like
his
with the
story
Cardinals
is wild, dude.
Oh, it's like he is a Hall of Fame story.
100%.
Bagging groceries, CFL.
Yeah,
gets into the NFL.
Here it is.
Oh, sorry.
Cut by the Packers in '94.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, bagging groceries, making $5.50 an hour. AFL for 3 years. Is in the AFL Hall of Fame. Number retired with the Iowa Barnstormers. Gets an NFL Europe tryout. And the St. Louis Rams say, yeah, sign him to a futures deal. Does nothing in '98. Trent Green goes down in the final preseason game. Kurt Warner had only thrown 4 passes that preseason. Goes out, wins MVP and Super Bowl 1999, first year as a starter. Incredible.
Yep.
And then
greatest
had
show
to
on
come back
turf.
with the Cardinals.
Yeah, think about it though. Had another great year for St. Louis. Has two like decent.
He won 2 MVPs in 3 years.
Yep. Then does decent. Then they Mark Bolger injuries.
Yep,
Okay,
hurt his hand.
Goes to New York as they draft Eli, so he knows he's basically just a filler, and his career is in that position that quarterbacks just have to accept. Like, if I outperform, great. If I don't, we know where this is going. Kind of a weird mental psyche. Trent Dilfer talks a lot about this. If you ever hear him talk, I really respect him. Love what he has to say about the game and being a quarterback.
Dilfer's dimes.
Yep. And then he was told, all right, Eli's our guy. We're going to you're out again. Goes to Arizona. And what do? They draft Matt Leinart, first round. I think it was 7th overall or something. He's like, here we go again. Beats him out for the job. Really never gives it up and goes to a Super Bowl and had 3 good seasons there. Almost 10 years later. And 13
pretty
years
insane,
later.
dude.
So,
and it was nuts. Like, Kurt Warner went to Arizona thinking he was going to be the guy. And they were like, no, you're just a placeholder again. And really, so before Leinart got there, he had a season where he shared the job with one of the McCown brothers. Like, how crazy is that?
Awesome.
Like, his story is insane.
It is. And again, Hall of Fame story. I'm such a stickler what I believe the Hall of Fame should be.
Yeah, I mean, you and Winalda need to go back and forth on this. You should have
Where is
Winalda
that
on your
guy?
podcast and debate him.
I want him on here. A coward after that absolutely ridiculous comment.
That's pile driver content right there.
No, that's absolutely not. We don't talk about sports. I want this guy on here. He's an absolute coward for that take. I stand by it. I want him. I want him one-on-one right in here. I want one of those in-betweens. Get us between after the 5 o'clock sim
Yeah.
or 6 o'clock sim. Just give us 20 minutes to just debate.
Or what about like that sports talk show that we've been doing here and there? Just get you on that.
What is it?
There's been like a little mini show like you're describing where
on the Dream Stream?
Yeah, we've done it a few times.
Who's we?
Not me, but we as a team have done it. Koff has hosted it a few times. Clash.
Is it good? Oh, is it like when Jeff and Reed went back and forth about something? I think I've seen a couple clips. Yeah, they did that thing where they talk.
Yeah, they did that thing at that time. Wow.
It was awesome.
Really locked in there, Rossi.
Listen, man, there's a lot of content.
Jeremiah B saying Kurt Warner was one of the 5 Rams players not protected by the expansion draft. The Browns passed on him. Oh, that I did not know.
No, but I'll be honest. Best thing that could have happened was we get a deep strike. Oh, reaches for the end zone. What an effort. Going to get out at the 1. There he is. Is that Pettis?
Wait, so you're saying Kurt Warner
would not have had this
passed on?
Yeah, it was great. Could you imagine with the Browns?
It was the best thing that happened to Kurt Warner, but not for the Browns.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been that with the Browns. There's no way. No way. That team was not set up. Look at Tim Couch.
Okay,
so the Dennis Northcutt. Good player.
True.
Nice touchdown.
I will say this
there.
though.
This is Raheem.
Yes, Raheem the Dream. You have a point because Kurt Warner on his offense, Marshall Faulk in his prime, Hall of Famer. Isaac Bruce in his prime, Hall of Famer. Orlando Pace in his prime, Hall of Famer. Obviously, Kurt Warner in his prime. Many would say Hall of Famer.
Everybody in their prime's a Hall of Famer.
Torrey Holt, gonna get in the Hall of Fame one day. 5 Hall of Famers on one side of the ball at the same time is nuts.
Oh, yeah. But
that's rare, dude. Really rare.
Yeah, of course. No, I agree with you there. I thought about that. How many teams
have that many Hall of Famers on one side of the ball at the same time?
Defense.
Torrey Holt will get it. Torrey Holt will get it.
They're so biased with receivers, though.
It's going to take time, but he will. He's been a finalist too many times. He will get in. I think 85 Bears probably. I mean, I'd have to look at it. Like their side of the ball.
I think that there's.
I mean, it's. I mean, the Cowboys in the 90s probably.
Yeah, and I think they had 5 maybe on offense, but that includes offensive
line. The Niners in the 80s.
Had to have. By the way, Piercy says, Rossi, you're my fave. Easily a top 10 DK host in my books. And because me and BK once were saying, how many people are there actually in the DK hosting game? There's really 11 that are consistent.
Okay. Elite 11.
Yeah, the top 11. It's pop culture power drive.
Did you guys make a list?
No, we wouldn't do that. I think everything is in waves. There'll be times when. And there's also teams. I don't think it should go by who you think is the best, unless it's just somebody you universally love, which is all good. That's why we want you all here. But I would say it's more about the teams. I think there's good teams together.
Yeah, I feel you. You could put Rossi with LaMarca, and that could be a combo that people love. But then you could have Rossi with Ducey, and people could be like, "Oh, this stinks," you know?
Yeah. It's all, and it varies, dude. Let's see what else we have here.
I understand.
That's why I look at it. And
you
I just
put me with anyone, and it's great. Am I right?
Gold. It's just gold. Is there? Have you still yet to work with anybody? Is there anybody?
Reed.
Yeah, that's a dessert right there.
And ZT.
Oh, ZT. What 2 delights.
Yep. Those are the 2 guys I've yet to work with.
Let's see what we got here.
I wonder if those will happen.
Oh, eventually. Everything will happen. Kicking Club says 1994, the Steelers had 6 Hall of Famers in the draft class.
What?
And I'm not even a Steelers fan. All right. Pulling it up.
1994 Steelers drafted 6 Hall of Famers?
All right, I'm just guessing. I'm not even going to look.
No way.
It doesn't sound right because 94? That's before, they were kind of decent in the mid.
All right, are you ready for this?
All right, hit me.
I'm looking at it right now. I see 0, so I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Obi-Wan just challenged me to Head-to-head, son? Question? Yeah, whatever you want to do, Obi-Wan. My handle on DraftKings is No Sad Jizdor. It's my first name backwards, last name backwards.
1994 Steelers. I'm literally looking at their draft class. I'm clicking every guy's page just to make sure I'm clear.
Kicking Club, did you say the wrong year?
I'm 0 for 3 right now. 0 for 4. I won't announce it every time, but I'll let you know if any of these guys are Hall of Famers.
Jordan says, Emerson and Ducey is an underrated duo. I don't catch those two together often, but they make me laugh without trying.
Emerson tends to do Sims with Ducey because he does early in the day things, and so does Ducey.
Does do
so
early
when
in the day things.
Emerson is around, it seems like he's with Ducey.
Yeah, Bad Boy says Rossi and Tom Carroll. I said it at the beginning and I'll say it again. Rossi Carroll are definitely one of the top Dream Streams teams of the Dream Stream.
Love that. Yeah, so 0 for 8. Well, no.
Okay, who did they draft? Just run through who they drafted.
Charles Johnson, Brenston Buckner, Jason Gilden, Bam Morris, Taasi Famoy, Myron Bell, Gary Brown, Jim Miller, Eric Ravati, and then Bryce Abrams for. So it's 0 for 7. Bryce Abrams doesn't even have a Pro Football Reference page.
Congo's stepping in and said, Rossi, he said 74. My eyes that bad, dude? Hold on, let me just look back here. I want to make sure. No, he said Kicking Club says 1994, but that's okay. I will take. Let's go to 74.
That's more believable because
but look at look in the chat.
Steelers.
It says 94. I know I have bad eyesight.
Yeah. Okay. So Lynn Swan, Jack Lambert, John Stallworth, Mike Webster. That's 4 Hall of Famers in one draft class. That's crazy.
It's still great.
It's amazing.
Yeah, Jimmy B says, wasn't that the Bam Morris Steelers? 74 Steelers have the best class. Just a damn Kaufman says the 74 Steelers draft Hall of Famers 4 of the first 5 picks. Baller. Rossi,
For the record,
he said 74, not 90. Please, everyone, look up in the chat. It says right here. And then he said 74. Sorry, it's all good. It's all good, Kicking Club. But I'm read
for the record.
one.
I was not saying the Rams had an all-time great draft class. I'm saying on one side of the ball at one time they had 5 Hall of Famers.
Love it. Born, get reborn. 2 points, says Simon. So we'll see here. 17-7. This is actually kind of a drag here. So 3:31 to go here in the third quarter. Nobody wants me to go to bed tonight.
The Jeremiah B saying, speaking of the 85 Bears, Steve Mongo McMichael just got diagnosed with ALS. That's
shout out to
really
Mongo.
sad. You got some Windows starting up in the background there, pal?
I don't even have a Windows computer. Someone's hacking me. I think Obi-Wan's just hacked into my computer. What's up, Darwin? You see in there? Yes, that is my username, Obi. Yeah, CJ says sleep is not allowed if you're a DK announcer. That is true.
No, never sleep.
Even though I will be sleeping after this.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna just zog right out, baby.
Actually, I have work that I have to do because I'm always grinding.
Yeah, bro, you have an hour. It's an hour difference.
I know.
Got that
That's
whole
why
life ahead of you.
I saved myself an hour of work after my late Sims because I'm a conscientious individual.
We're going to get San Francisco taken back over. It looks like that punter for the Bills had a load in his pants or something. It looked like he had something going on. He was walking. Strange.
Always a bad feeling when you got a load in your pants.
Yeah, he just pulled a Lamar Jackson.
I'm convinced he pooped his pants.
I hope he did. Like, it still makes it for a better story. Nice grab there. It's that Kittle. Just pushing the pile, baby.
Hey, the week that happened, Morton on our podcast told a lengthy story about pooping his pants at Lambeau Field during a playoff game. I don't remember which episode it was, but you guys got to check it out. He went for like 8 minutes talking about how he pooped his pants.
Was it nerves?
No, he just drank too much coffee. 1995.
Love it. 1995. Okay, so he's going against Favre.
Yep. It was very cold.
Deep
It's just
pass.
a damn call.
Oh, it's
go.
going to be a house call. Who is it? Because I can't see the number from this distance. Come on, Kendrick Bourne. Come on, Kendrick Bourne. It's Debo.
Debo Samuel.
Debo getting his bike back like in Friday. Look at this. Jimmy G showing. Don't you dare get rid of me. Look at
Wide
this
open.
stripe. So Debo Samuel going to be a part of this Niners reorg potentially at the quarterback position. What did just a damn
It's just a
Kaufman have
damn
to say?
Kaufman saying, Freeze Pops, add those 4 guys to the 74 Steelers. From 74 to the Steelers. Franco Harris, Mel Blount, Jack Ham, Joe Green, Terry Bradshaw. Woo-wee!
That's a sharp draft.
Loaded roster. Add 4 Hall of Famers to a team that already had. Let me do some counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 9 Hall of Famers on one staff, people. And Tony Dungy was a corner on that team.
Nice.
Your favorite.
Dungy stinks. El Bongo says, hey, everyone poops their pants every once in a while.
Yeah.
True. It happens.
Same.
We've all been there.
Absolutely.
You ain't cool unless you poo your pants. says
Sometimes
El Bongo.
some of us it's happened multiple times.
Oh, absolutely. I could tell you, I could fill a book. 24th touchdown, by the way, by Debo Samuel. Maybe it was the Cats, says Michael. Love it. Jimmy G knocking on that bonus door with 295 here. Well, I'm just looking at. I called you, Rossi. Hey, David, what are you talking about? I captained Debo too, just for you, bro. Oh, thanks, David. But what do you mean I called you? You called
Maybe
me?
he called you.
My phone didn't ring. What's going on in the chat tonight? You called me. Clem was like, "Can you hear me? You guys outside? You have to call the police.
Let him in.
Or let him in. Yeah, let's have some tea and crumpets.
Have some Diet Cokes.
Yeah, as long as it's sugar free, I'm down." There's the handoff. Singletary, who was a monster in the first quarter, has really quieted down since then. Give me Vulture Knox, says David. We have game earlier, no Vulture. We'll see. Jordan says TMI, Ross. Hey, man, listen, we've all been there. All I will say, two piece of advice I always hand to people: have a roll of toilet paper in your car at all times, and stay hydrated because you never know.
Yep. Do you also abide by the spare underwear in the car at all times?
Nah, you don't need that. Ditch the underwear if you need to. Tom's Microwave says, "What's your phone number, Rossi?" The heck is going on here tonight?
Let me see. I'll pull it up for you guys.
Yeah, just text it. Dougie says, Clem saying, "Can you hear me?" is a reference to the show Toast of London, where a character Clem Fandango is from. How in the world was I supposed to know that? But thank you, Dougie. You're my own Wikipedia, and I love you. Simon says, my number is 1555 shoe. Love Twitch fam tonight.
Rossi's phone number is 617-779-7937.
Nailed it. You can call it, text it. Call it now.
Call it literally right now and ask for Jason Rossi. 617-779-7937.
What's going on with all my things are here?
It's because your mic is in front of your face. It's throwing you off. It's
gorgeous.
It's destroying your computer.
Love it. At the end of 3 here, it is 24-7. You got a field goal from Gould. You got deep strikes from Jimmy Garoppolo. Kittle, he hit our guy Debo. And then the other one was Mostert punching in from 1. Garoppolo's money tonight so far. Josh Allen on the
very close to the B word.
Yeah. Beep, beep, beep. Well, okay, here's the question we always ask. Different quarterbacks, but a quarter to go. Will Jimmy Garoppolo hit the bonus?
Yeah, obviously. Come on.
Obviously. They're up by 17.
I will bet you a wooden nickel.
I don't have that kind of money. Oh, that's right,
27 cents.
Simon says, Al Bundy worked at a shoe store. He made a commercial with that was the number. That's right. I love it. Reed Steve says 8675309. Yeah, for a good time, call.
For a good time.
For a good time. Do you know who sings that song? You know the band?
It's like the Two Tones, Tommy Two Tones, or something like that.
Yeah,
Jimmy Two Tones.
Tommy and the Two Tones.
Tommy and the Two Tones.
As I like to say. Tommy Two Tones.
There you go. That's what it is.
Tom Carroll. Tom Carroll sings it.
That's why I know that, because Tom. That's my name.
Love it. Justin Craven says, my phone number turned 22 years old almost 2 weeks ago. I feel you.
Oh, that's a good little game. I wonder how old my number is. I'm going to think for a second.
Oh, tomorrow, the Sweat, by the way, we're getting word. Hold on, this just in. We have Gary and Thorne's mock draft tomorrow on the Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern. Set your watches, clocks, Alexa smartphone devices. It's going to be going down. Also, just want to let you guys aware as we get here to the fourth quarter, stats are being updated. Cole Beasley in my lineup, 1 catch, 12 yards, make me absolutely sick. I could puke all over the place as I sometimes crap my pants. Still have some time to get in on this Jackie Robinson, day that we celebrated with DraftKings, giving away $42,000 in prizes. DraftKings donated $200,000. You can check out. You can do some questions. There's a free pool with all this information. All things around the number 42. You can check it out at DraftKings. You basically go right into your app. Go to the homepage. You'll see it. It's great stuff. Good, big shout out to DraftKings for doing that. It goes through April 30th, so you have till Friday to enter and try to win some cash.
Yes, love cash.
Yeah, and it's for a good cause. $200,000.
Rossi, what are you doing, bro?
I literally, dude, I have no idea what's happening. I don't even know what computer.
So you got like an iPad laying around?
iPad's here with my Twitch stream.
It's
I got
on.
my iPhone. I have my other Mac right here, but it's shut down.
Do you think it's just making noises?
It could be, I guess.
I kind of like it. Like, it's fine. I just don't want there to be like some sort of like robot overlord in your house that's gonna like take over your life at night. We got to figure this out.
I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna worry about it. As soon as we hit the end of the fourth, I'm gonna ask you the magical questions. I'm gonna disappear like a troll,
like a ghost into the night.
That's what Rossi's cat's farts sound like, CJ asks. Dude, I'll tell you right now, my cat at 6 o'clock did what he always does. I just wasn't on the sim. She came down here, trolloping down. You hear him start scratching around the litter box, dropping straight heat.
You got your setup right next to the litter box?
Well, it's like around the corner, like the wall behind me. There's a bathroom back there, and that's where I have his in the downstairs bathroom.
Makes
is his
sense.
litter box.
That's kind of stanky.
Yeah.
You got one of those litter boxes that cleans itself, or do you just get the scooper in there? You manually clean that.
I got pellets, bro. I don't have the sand stuff, so I get right in there, pluck some pellets.
Oof.
Stuff's everywhere, to be honest. Cats are an absolute mess. No one warned me about any of this.
So, did you not have a cat growing up? Is it like your wife wanted a cat? How'd that happen?
No, it was a cat. My friends found a cat, and my wife grew up with them, and they checked it out, and it was basically abandoned as Stefan Diggs with the catch, and they asked if we wanted it, and I said sure.
So, how long have you had the cat?
Lord, I don't know, 4 years.
So, have you become a cat guy, or you just sort of coexist with the cat?
We coexist.
Yeah,
I was a cat guy for a little bit.
Your wife is a cat gal.
But the cat's all about me. Like, the cat only cares about what I have to say.
Interesting.
And I want no part.
What's your cat's name?
Desmond.
Desmond. Nice.
Yeah. There's going to be a run.
How did you land on Desmond?
Because I just looked at his face and I was like, look at that handsome Desmond. No, it's my favorite character from the show Lost.
Okay, I think you've told me that before.
Okay, a couple things here. DFS Queenie says Rossi looks like he's making out with R2D2. And then Brucer says, can we concentrate more on Rossi's mic? Yeah, I just levitated because sometimes I feel like I'm so far away sounding. So
you're going to be a mic in front of the face guy moving forward?
Probably not, because my computer's not always here. But sometimes I listen like for a second on this thing, and I'm like, I feel like I'm very far away, and this makes me feel.
Sometimes you do appear to be far away. So that's actually a correct call by you. Yeah. I don't know if this is the fix. Like, I think if you went slightly off camera with it, like see, if you look at mine, so I kind of have it in the corner. See, Like this?
Yeah, sounds like trash. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding. All right, I got a 1st and goal here. Niners.
We're going to figure this out
hold.
together.
Listen, all I have to do is find something that probably about, 1.5 inches up from where it was, but this is the extreme.
It's crazy. We recorded something for my podcast the other day, and I had my earpods in. It wasn't anything we were going to run.
Wide
It was
open.
something we were testing.
Yep.
It's crazy how much worse AirPod audio is than mic audio.
Dude, it's not even. It's
And
embarrassing.
the chat used to give me crap for it before I started using the podcast mic on these Sims, like my first few Sims. And I'm totally with you guys. It's really the first time I've truly noticed it was the other day. Like, oh yeah, you guys were warranted in complaining.
Yeah, it's bad. Hand off there into the end zone. Rushing touchdown. Is it Singletary? Gets in there. Caps off a pretty good day so far in this one. CJ71 says, my cat is clean. He even sits on demand, comes up to a whistle. Just don't have him toilet trained. Water is expensive. Yeah, my cat wants a drink out of the sink too. He just jumps up on the counter and is like, yeah, meow, meow. I'm like,
crazy kitty.
I'm like, I want no part in this. I don't leave. Get away from me. And he's always all over me at the inopportune times, like Sims, when I'm on a call for work.
So it looks like Smash Lana did call the number I gave out as your phone number, and there's a video of him trying to call it.
Yeah. How did that go?
I have not listened to the video just because, I could mute myself for a second and listen to see if it's family friendly.
I'll check it out after.
Yeah, it's probably not important.
No, it's definitely important.
But you guys should call it 617-779-7937.
I like how this is now going to be on Twitter, and I'm probably tagged in it. So that's really going to help with where that number goes. Who cares? It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't.
No. Yeah, people, Michael and Daniel both. I'm saying all this with this cat painting right behind me.
Yeah, you're like, no, I hate cats.
I never said it. No. There's no
cat
hate.
in the background, cat around the corner.
There's no hate. I don't know. It's just the cat's a pain in the neck. That's all.
Yeah, it's because you have to clean up its poop.
And I have
like
to,
it.
He doesn't. I have to bring him down here to sleep too. You can't let him roam throughout the night because he just scratches on doors.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Yeah.
This cat seems like a terror, honestly.
He's not I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna just give him to Glash and we're gonna move on.
Is Glash a cat guy?
Sarah wants a cat real bad. I've been saying this since 3 weeks into these Sims. I'm gonna bring it there. I think I just have to do it. Just pull the trigger, drop him off later, dude, and then Glash TikToks will have a cat jumping on his head.
Morgan does not like cats. She's a dog person, big time. She's.
Why are you gonna discriminate? Why can't we be just pro pet?
It's sort of a rivalry thing. There's not that many people that are dog people. If you're a dog person, you tend to dislike cats.
I don't get that though. If I'm a football fan, I don't dislike another sport.
Some people are